Chapter 71 Killing the Cornerstone Guardian Monster. This strange sound came from the inside of the ruins. To be able to survive the billowing poisonous smoke, it must not be a simple character. Tang Zhen's heart tightened. He immediately raised the rifle in his hand and aimed. His eyes were firmly locked on the entrance of the ruins. The wanderers also felt that there seemed to be something dangerous behind the smoke that had yet to dissipate, and it could threaten their lives. A low roar came from the smoke, seemingly filled with anger and mania. Not good, this thing is definitely a monster that guards the foundation stone. As this thought flashed through his mind, Tang Zhen took out a bomb without the slightest hesitation and shouted, "Move away immediately." The few people who had seen Tang Zhen use the bomb immediately retreated as if their butts were on fire. The rest of the wanderers also dodged when they saw this. When they saw that everyone had dodged to the side and a safe area, Tang Zhen immediately threw the bomb that was ignited by the fuse. The bomb fell into the entrance of the ruins, making a soft sound as it landed. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud bang, broken rocks flew everywhere, and the ruins became even more broken. Another roar of anger mixed with pain came from the dust, shaking the dust. At the same time, a figure more than 2 meters tall walked out of the ruins, looking a little disheveled. Tang Zhen involuntarily frowned when he saw this monster that had walked out from the ruins. This guy didn't look like a simple character. His appearance was similar to that of a bloodthirsty goblin, but his height and body size were 3 times that of a normal bloodthirsty goblin. Due to the shock wave of the explosion, this guy was covered in wounds of all sizes, and blood was slowly oozing out. He was dragging a concrete hammer with a steel bar as the handle. Tang Zhen visually estimated that this piece of concrete was over 100 jin in weight. However, it was like a small wooden stick in the monster's hand. This was enough to prove that this monster possessed terrifying strength. At this moment, the monster was looking at Tang Zhen's group with hatred in its eyes. Its large mouth was opened and its canine teeth were intertwined. Tang Zhen stared at the giant bloodthirsty goblin, and the data displayed by the monster detector popped up in front of his eyes. Mutated bloodthirsty goblin, level 4 cornerstone guardian. After mutation, it has great strength, rough skin, and thick flesh. Its weakness is that its movements are slow. The back of its head is a fatal point. After seeing the information of the mutated bloodthirsty goblin, Tang Zhen no longer had any scruples in his heart. It was just a level 4 monster. Although it had boundless strength, it had a fatal flaw. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for so many people present. Its weakness is at the back of its head. Attack immediately. Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen immediately raised his rifle and opened fire at the monster. Qianlong, who was beside him, drew his bow and arrows. As soon as Tai Seng and the rest heard his command, they also threw their metal rods and short spears, aiming at the monster's head. Nearly 20 people attacked at the same time, and they were all using their full strength. This kind of terrifying destructive power was very difficult for ordinary flesh and blood bodies to withstand. The mutated bloodthirsty goblin's body was instantly covered with terrifying wounds, causing it to howl in pain. But what was shocking was that even after suffering such heavy injuries, this fellow still did not fall. It let out a furious roar and fiercely swung the concrete block in its hand, directly smashing it toward the 2 wanderer warriors beside Tang Zhen. "Be careful," Tang Zhen shouted loudly when he saw this. He kicked one of the people and sent him flying. However, the other wanderer was already too late to save him. The piece of concrete grazed past the wanderer's shoulder and actually smashed off his arm. Boom! The bloodied concrete blocks fell heavily on the grass, and the wanderers who were hit were covered in blood and fainted without a sound. "You're looking for death," Tang Zhen roared and kicked a blade that had fallen to the ground. His body moved like a gust of wind to the side of the mutated bloodthirsty goblin. Without waiting for the monster that felt threatened and moved slowly to turn around, he raised his blade and ruthlessly slashed at the back of the mutated bloodthirsty goblin's neck. The current Tang Zhen was incomparably strong. When this powerful and heavy blade slashed down, it actually broke half of this monster's neck. The monster roared in pain and waved its large sharp claws at Zhen Tang. However, it was blocked by the big bear who pounced on it with a shield. Immediately after, the big bear smashed its mace on the head of the mutated bloodthirsty goblin. The spikes on the mace made several bloody holes in the mutated bloodthirsty goblin's head, but it was extremely tenacious. It didn't die after being hit by the heavy blow. Instead, it spurted blood and struggled with the big bear. It was also because of this that the mutated bloodthirsty gnomes were firmly controlled by the big bear and could not move easily. The 1,000 dragons, who had long been ready, shot 3 arrows in a row at lightning speed, all of which deeply pierced the back of the mutated bloodthirsty goblin's head. The mutated bloodthirsty goblin, whose vital parts were hit, let out a miserable howl, and its movements became slower and slower. Seeing that Tyson was about to finish him off, Zhen Tang was unwilling to agree. He immediately activated the light body technique on his leather armor and dashed behind the mutated bloodthirsty goblin like a rocket. The saber in his hand slashed at the mutated bloodthirsty goblin's neck, which had already been cut in half. The huge monster's head flew up, and blood gushed high into the air, splattering all over the face of the big bear. Tang Zhen let out a long breath as he looked at the mutated bloodthirsty goblin that fell to the ground and died after spurting out blood. If it weren't for the damage caused by the previous bomb and the advantage of being the first to attack, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties once the monster attacked. To Tang Zhen, this easy victory was extremely lucky. He checked his level up progress and realized that he was only a step away from level 3. The rewards for killing monsters of a higher level were indeed generous. After Qianlong sized up the mutated bloodthirsty goblin, he walked to Tang Zhen's side and spoke with an uncertain tone, "This monster is very powerful. It is very likely to be the monster guarding the foundation in the wild building. It must be at least level 4. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. The truth was just as Qianlong had said. This bloodthirsty goblin's lair was indeed an unexplored wild building. And under the ruins, there was an item that was necessary for building a city foundation stone. The poisonous smoke that filled the air had already dissipated. Tai Seng ordered his men to first treat and bandage the injured wanderer. Whether he could survive or not would depend on heaven's will. However, with the medicine that Tang Zhen had brought and the stitching of his wound, his chances of survival had increased by quite a bit. Quote, Tyson and the others were already used to this kind of thing, and the sadness on their faces only flashed for a moment. This time, they had killed all the bloodthirsty gnomes and a level 4 guardian monster, but no one had died. It was already a huge victory. The wanderers didn't need to be ordered to continue collecting the items on the bloodthirsty gnomes. They were ready to explore the ruins later. After all, this was an unexplored building, and the chances of finding good things were very high. Qianlong used a knife to cut open the mutated bloodthirsty goblin's head. He found a red brain and threw it into Tang Zhen's hand. In his opinion, if Tang Zhen wanted to build a city, he would definitely need this thing. Unfortunately, Qianlong did not know that Tang Zhen had already emptied the treasure vault of Black Rock City. Those boxes of brain matter might have been the reserves that Black Rock City had accumulated for the next upgrade tower. In the end, it had helped Tang Zhen. Therefore, the number of brain beads in Tang Zhen's storage space was shocking. It was enough to cause Qianlong's jaw to drop. Following behind Qianlong and Tai Seng, Tang Zhen and the rest slowly walked into the bloodthirsty goblin's lair. Quote question mark. Chapter 72. Searching the ruins. 1. As expected, the ruins that the bloodthirsty gnomes used as their nest were dirty and messy. Garbage and bones were everywhere, and a strong stench permeated the air. Tang Zhen covered his nose and swept his eyes over. He discovered that there were quite a number of human skulls among the scattered white bones. They were indeed damned monsters. Who knew how many people they had eaten? The ruins looked dilapidated on the outside, but the space inside was very spacious. There was a lot of food scattered on the ground. Most of the bloodthirsty gnomes suddenly entered the ruins, probably because it was mealtime. It was also because of this coincidence that the group of bloodthirsty gnomes that had wreaked havoc in the valley had been captured by the wanderers in one fell swoop. Tang Zhen walked inside the ruins while observing the structure and the remnants of the building. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. It was really familiar, but what was this place? Tang Zhen, who was filled with doubt, turned his gaze to an item that looked like a counter at the corner. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as he immediately came to a sudden realization. That's right, this was clearly a bank. After figuring out the origin of this wild building, Tang Zhen was overjoyed. Could it be that he was going to make a fortune today? Just as this thought surfaced in Tang Zhen's mind, he saw Tai Seng running over with a face full of joy. At the same time, he was carrying a huge bag made from monster leather in his right hand. This bunch of ugly people really hid a lot of things. Mr. Tang, are these good enough? What's inside? Tai Seng asked in an excited tone as he opened the bag of the monster leather. Tang Zhen glanced at it and sure enough, he saw a lot of golden coins and colorful banknotes. At the same time, there were also some things that looked like gemstones. However, these things looked very dirty and emitted a pungent smell. No matter how bad the taste was, it was still money. Tang Zhen would definitely not dislike it. After carefully checking it, Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction and asked Tai Seng, "Have you counted the number? How many are there?" Tai Seng's old face turned red upon hearing this. For someone like him who only knew how to do simple calculations, counting the exact amount of these items was absolutely impossible. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had also noticed Tai Seng's embarrassment, and had him temporarily put the package aside. At this moment, some wanderers had already found the entrance to the basement. Tang Zhen immediately rushed over when he heard this. The entrance to the basement was blocked by the collapsed concrete wall. Tang Zhen looked at the huge concrete block and scratched his head. He then ordered someone to call in the big bear that was squatting outside and swallowing the brain pearl. Under the surprised gazes of Tyson and the others, Da Shang, whose mouth was still stained with blood and brain juice, easily moved the 1,000-pound concrete wall away, revealing the entrance to the basement. Tai Seng and the others looked at the big bear as if he was a monster before following Tang Zhen down to the basement. As expected, there was a black foundation stone covered with runes floating above a stone platform in the basement, emitting a mysterious aura. Because Tang Zhen already had a few foundation stones, he wasn't extremely excited in his heart. On the other hand, Qian Long, Tai Seng, and the others clicked their tongues in wonder. Tang Zhen glanced at Tai Seng. When he saw that Tai Seng did not have any intention of taking the foundation stone for himself, he smiled and walked forward to keep it. The foundation stone had been taken away, which meant that the building had been completely cleaned up. It would not be long before it collapsed into real ruins. After searching the basement and making sure that there was nothing else, the group left. When they came out of the basement, everyone had already completed a preliminary search of the ruins. Unfortunately, they did not find the gold bar that Tang Zhen desired. Perhaps this was just an ordinary small bank with no gold reserves. The vault was also found by Lisa and the others, but it was a pity that it was already a mess and had been used as a place for the bloodthirsty gnomes to sleep and excrete. After rummaging for a long time, the wanderers only found a dozen bundles of dirty notes. This is so disappointing. The drop rate of these bloodthirsty gnomes is a little low. Tang Zhen muttered the strange words that everyone heard as he walked out from the ruins. Standing outside the ruins, Tang Zhen glanced at Tai Seng who was beside him and asked indifferently, "I plan to build a city tower and allow you to become its residents. What do you think?" Hearing this, Tai Seng's face revealed an expression of joy mixed with shock. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "It's every wanderer's dream to have a city tower to rely on. It's easy to build a city tower, but it's difficult to defend it. Do you have the confidence to defend against the monster attacks after the city tower is built?" Tai Seng had wandered the wilderness for many years and had seen many examples of new buildings being destroyed by monster attacks after they were completed. It could be said that less than 1 in 100 had survived. There were also some buildings that were lucky enough to resist the monster attacks, but they would be destroyed not long after for various reasons. The destruction of the city and the death of people were not just empty words. After the city was broken, the residents of the city who lost their support were even worse off than the wanderers. Even if they escaped the massacre of the city, it was difficult for them to survive in the wilderness. But even so, there were still countless wanderers who were like moths to a flame. Take Black Rock City as an example. Outsiders only saw how powerful Black Rock City was, but they did not know how many cities had been destroyed by its butcher's knife during its rise. There were countless vengeful souls. The cultivators that Black Rock City had spent so much effort to train were not just to kill monsters. If Tang Zhen were to build a city tower, Black Rock City would definitely become his mortal enemy. There could only be one city tower left in this area. Even if Tang Zhen wanted to live in peace with Black Rock City, it would definitely not agree. However, since Tang Zhen dared to build a city, he was not afraid of the threat of Black Rock City. "I can provide you with sufficient supplies, be it food, weapons, or other things. What you need to do is to protect this home for yourselves and for your descendants. In this way, they can avoid the pain of wandering and can sleep peacefully at night. They don't have to worry about starving or freezing, and can happily marry and have children in this home." Tang Zhen looked at Tai Seng as he spoke with a faint longing tone. His voice was very calm, yet it was filled with temptation and confidence. It wasn't just Tai Seng, all the wanderers in the surroundings were silent as well. Their hearts were infected by Tang Zhen's description, and they fantasized about that kind of life. The radiance in their eyes became brighter and brighter. Maybe we can try it. With Mr. Tang here, maybe it can really be realized. A wanderer mumbled in an uncertain tone, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Yes, didn't Mr. Tang say that he could provide anything? Even if we encounter monsters attacking the city, we will have weapons and food by then. We will defend the city. Do we have to be afraid of not being able to defeat those monsters? After thinking through all this, the hearts of the wanderers were filled with confidence in an instant. Then, all of them turned their gazes to the source of this confidence, which was Tang Zhen. In their eyes, this man who had great power and promised to bring them a large number of precious resources might really be able to bring them a safe harbor. Chapter 73. Defensive preparations. 1 inch. No wanderer in the wilderness could resist the temptation of becoming a resident of the Tower City, including Qianlong, Tai Seng, Murongxian, and so on. The wanderers had been wandering in the wilderness for their entire lives. From the beginning of their memories to the end of their lives, they had struggled in the sea of suffering almost every day. When they heard that the residents of the city could live without hunger, without worrying about being eaten by monsters while sleeping, and without having to bear the pain of frost and dew at night without covering their bodies, they even regarded it as a beautiful legend. One day, when they finally confirmed that the beautiful legends they heard were not false, becoming a resident of the city became their greatest pursuit in life. From their fathers to their sons, to their grandchildren, generation after generation, they bitterly hoped that this great fortune would befall them. Now, was the light of luck about to befall him? After exterminating the bloodthirsty gnomes, the wanderers in the valley camp knew that Tang Zhen was going to build a city tower, and they were lucky enough to become residents of this city tower. This sudden happiness caused them to spend the next few days in a mixture of surprise, worry, and confusion. Many of them were out of their minds. Tang Zhen didn't care about the wanderers who were worried about gains and losses. Instead, he began to consider the preparation work before building the tower. The rocks of the cliffs in the valley were hard and were very ideal building materials. It was a pity that building a house with such stones would be attacked by monsters because it was not protected by the laws. The towers had a natural ability to drive away monsters. Other than the groups of monsters that attacked the city and the powerful wandering monsters that needed to be defended, the monsters in the wilderness would subconsciously stay away from the towers. Even if monsters occasionally broke into the defensive range of the city, they would be killed by the cultivators of the city. Therefore, the city was called a shelter for the wanderers, and it was not deliberately glorified. Natural rock buildings were not protected by the laws of heaven and earth, but they could effectively block monsters. Tang Zhen wanted to use this natural barrier to allow the newly built building to only face the monsters' attacks from one direction. 3 sides were backed by mountains, and 1 side was facing the enemy. That's right, Tang Zhen planned to embed the newly built city tower into the cliff. The cliff had a huge depression in the direction of the valley, and during the construction and upgrade of the city tower, the city lord could make some changes to the shape of the tower. What Tang Zhen had to do was to embed the city into the mountain's depression when building the city. This way, when the monsters attacked the city, they could only attack the front of the city. If there was a need in the future, he could also send people to excavate the space inside the cliff, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although doing so would affect the city's future upgrades, it seemed like the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Tang Zhen gathered Qianlong, Tai Seng, and the others for a discussion. After Tang Zhen assured them that he could provide them with sufficient resources, they decided to build 3 defensive lines in front of the city. They hoped that after the city was built, they would be able to effectively block and kill some of the monsters that were attacking the city. The first line of defense was a trench full of sharpened iron rods. First, the front of the tower was completely dug out, and a large trench 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep was dug. After the monster attack was over, it could be used to fill up a section of the tunnel. After confirming the first line of defense, more than a dozen wanderers brandished the pickaxes that Tang Zhen had brought and began to excavate while sweating profusely. However, there were only a few people involved in the construction, so it would take some time to excavate the entire trench. The second one was proposed by Tang Zhen. It was a thorny iron wire wrapped with iron thorns. It was said that this thing was particularly effective in resisting the charge of infantry, but its effect in resisting the charge of monsters was unknown. Regardless of the effect, Tang Zhen still chose to set it as the second layer of defense because it was simple and fast. After the thorny iron net was coiled into a circle, it was mixed together densely and formed a long line, which made the wanderers click their tongues in wonder. This thing was specially bought by Tang Zhen after he was teleported back. At the same time, he also brought hundreds of cement pillars into the valley. Tai Seng and the other wanderers were naturally surprised by the large amount of resources that had suddenly appeared in the cave of the valley. They had also asked Tang Zhen about it, but Tang Zhen did not give any explanation. He only smiled, and this unknowingly increased the sense of mystery and respect he had for the wanderers. Now that the second line of defense was in sight, it was time for the third line of defense. The third line of defense was the shortest, but it was the strongest. It was made entirely of concrete and stone. The stone wall was 3 meters tall and 1 meter thick, firmly wrapping the area in front of the building. One could only enter and exit from an iron door welded with a thick steel pipe. The 3 lines of defense required a lot of work. Even if the wanderer camp in the valley, Tang Zhen, and the others were included, it would be impossible to complete them in a short time. However, Tang Zhen didn't want to delay it any longer. If there was a group of undead and monsters wandering in the wilderness that accidentally entered this place one day, the wanderers without the protection of the city would be in danger. When Thousand Dragons saw Tang Zhen's worry, he suggested that they could hire a group of wanderers to help. If they performed well, they could choose to stay behind and help them fight the monsters. However, according to Qianlong's estimation, the prerequisite for the wanderers outside to stay behind was to understand Tang Zhen's powerful ability. Otherwise, there would really not be anyone who would easily stay behind to court death. When monsters attacked the city, there was a 90% chance of death. This was common knowledge that many wanderers knew. It was also the price that the residents of the city had to pay before they could enjoy peace. Every time such a time came, the father would rush to the front and protect the tower with his life to ensure that the later generations could enjoy the comfort that they had exchanged for with their lives. After Qianlong finished speaking, he waited for Tang Zhen to make a decision. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before he nodded and agreed. He asked Qianlong to arrange this matter and offered a higher reward to attract a large number of wanderers. After seeing Tang Zhen agree, Qianlong led 2 helpers with weapons and food and set off for the nearest wanderer gathering area. They were expected to be able to return in 5 days. After Qianlong left, Tang Zhen passed the construction of the defensive line to Tai Seng while he entered the cave and activated the teleportation array to return home. He took out his phone from his storage space. As soon as he opened it, many text messages popped up. After picking out a few important calls, Tang Zhen shook his head helplessly. Because there was no cell phone signal in the other world, he could only put his phone in his storage space at home. However, it would inevitably make people suspicious after a long time. Why was his phone always turned off and he could not find anyone? It had to be said that mobile phones made life more convenient, but they also used invisible chains to restrict people's freedom. The city tower was about to be built and the first task was to resist the monster's attack. Whether Tang Zhen's grand plan could be implemented or not, defending the city tower was an extremely important link. It could be said that success or failure depended on this move. Tang Zhen would definitely not allow his hard work to go to waste. Therefore, he would go all out this time. Chapter 74, Material Preparation and the Completion of the Defensive Line. 1. In order to deal with the monster siege, in addition to the 3 lines of defense, he also made the following plans. First, it was weapons and equipment. He would give each resident armor, sabers, bows and arrows. If possible, he would also give them firearms. They would purchase materials to build defensive weapons such as catapults and ballistae to further strengthen the defensive capabilities of the city. Steel pipe, gasoline, animal trap, and an graphene glass slide. Tang Zhen's purchase document listed a large number of materials. In order to build and defend the city, he had racked his brains and used everything he had. Tang Zhen didn't have any problems with funds. Although he had purchased a lot of materials, he still had a lot of savings. Moreover, he had brought back a lot of property this time, which was enough to support his consumption. Wang Daqing had once again recruited more manpower. He had taken advantage of the free time to recruit dozens of people. They were paid by piece and worked overtime to produce the items Tang Zhen had requested. A lot of things had already been produced, and they only needed to wait a few days for Tang Zhen to drive back to get them. Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the house and looked around. After making sure that no one was following him, he drove to the market to buy some things. He was busy for a few days in a row. Tang Zhen's feet almost did not touch the ground. Even though his physical strength was amazing, he also felt extremely tired. Fortunately, the last batch of supplies on the list had been purchased, and he had taken the time to transport the supplies over. Next, they just needed to drive the weapons and armor produced by Wang Daqing back, and then they would have all the materials needed to build the city. The hard work that Tang Zhen had put in during this period of time was something that outsiders were unable to understand. In a cave in the valley in the other world, all kinds of supplies had already piled up like a mountain. Tai Seng stared at the piles of food and weapons with bloodshot eyes, his expression ferocious as he ordered that no one was allowed to approach, or he would kill without mercy. As for himself, he would often look at the resources and let out a silly laugh, but his eyes were full of hope as if he had been reborn. Tai Seng strictly followed Tang Zhen's orders and was extremely strict with this batch of resources. Even if someone wanted to take something, Tai Seng would have to do it himself, and no one was allowed to get close to the cave. As long as any curious wanderers stuck their heads out to take a look, he would grab them by their clothes and give them a good beating. Later on, Tai Seng was worried that he wouldn't be able to guard these resources alone, so he even called Big Bear over. The two of them were like door gods, staring at the wanderers coming and going, as if everyone was a thief. Tang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw it. He told Tai Seng that these things couldn't be lost, so there was no need to be so nervous. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Tai Seng had almost treated Tang Zhen as a god. Naturally, he nodded his head in agreement. However, he only sent Big Bear to move the stones while he continued to guard the entrance of the cave meticulously. An NBSP, from Tai Seng's appearance, it seemed like he wasn't just protecting the cave, he was also protecting the happy lives of his descendants. Tang Zhen did not say anything after seeing this. He merely allowed him to do as he pleased. The evening lights had just lit up, and the food stalls by the roadside were doing very well. Tang Zhen, who had been busy for the entire day, rubbed his stomach. He stopped the car, randomly picked a shop, and sat down at an empty table. After ordering a large beer, a portion of spicy crayfish, and dozens of skewers of barbecued meat, Tang Zhen picked up the cold beer and drank it. Tang Zhen's alcohol tolerance was originally average, but now, his alcohol tolerance had doubled. He quickly emptied a large pitcher of beer, but he didn't seem to be drunk at all. On the contrary, he felt even more refreshed. He was about to wave for the waiter to order 2 more glasses when he saw a tall girl in skimpy clothes suddenly jump in front of him. Her beautiful bright eyes were smiling and she was sizing him up without blinking. Tang Zhen felt a little suspicious in his heart. After sweeping a glance at the other party, he turned around and called for the waiter. After ordering a beer, he turned his head back and discovered that the other party was still staring at him. It was as though his face had blossomed. Tang Zhen frowned. He was just about to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What the other party wanted to do when the girl suddenly smiled happily. She pointed at Tang Zhen and said in a clear voice, "Haha, it's you. I've finally caught you." Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. The girl's words had no beginning or end. Moreover, it was very easy for people to misunderstand. All right. The girl seemed to have already confirmed Tang Zhen's identity. She directly sat down on the stool opposite him and pointed to the beer glass on the table as she asked, "Uncle, are you drinking alone? Is there something on your mind?" I'm just hungry, I'm just." "Beauty, do we know each other?" Tang Zhen asked again after a pause. "Of course, how could you forget, uncle?" He. Tang Zhen rubbed his hair. His eyes looked up at the sky as if he was recalling something. In reality, he was telling the other party that he did not know him at all. The girl pouted and took out her mobile phone to Tang Zhen's side. She raised her mobile phone and took a photo of the two of them. After opening the photo album and taking a look, she turned to Tang Zhen and asked, "Uncle, what's your phone number?" Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment but did not open his mouth. "Really, do you think I'm going to eat you up?" The girl pouted and picked up the phone Tang Zhen had placed on the table. She swiped it open and dialed a number. Immediately after, the girl's phone rang. The ringtone was a pretty good English song. Her fair and slender fingers quickly operated on the screen. The girl then passed the phone to Tang Zhen. She smiled, turned around, waved her hand, and said, remember to call me. But I have to warn you, if you still can't remember who I am the next time we meet, I'll be angry. Tang Zhen stared blankly as the girl's figure disappeared into the crowd. Then, he looked at the name, Shen Weiwei, on the screen and felt rather confused. Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head. However, he did not take this matter to heart. He turned around and continued to eat. After eating, he drove home. After Tang Zhen took a shower, he went to bed. The next morning, when Tang Zhen appeared in the valley, the wanderers had already been busy for a long time. On the evening of the 4th day after the 1,000 dragons left, they brought back more than 300 wanderers, and the originally quiet valley immediately became lively. At the same time, Qianlong also brought news from the outside. Tang Zhen fell into deep thought after hearing it. It turned out that ever since Black Rock City had killed nearly 100,000 birds of death, the number of these fragile strange birds had decreased drastically, and they could no longer launch a large-scale attack. However, the wanderer zombies infected by the death bird began to wreak havoc in the wilderness. They often gathered in the hundreds and thousands and wandered around in the wilderness, causing the wanderers to avoid them like the plague. The number of corpse soldiers from the corpse race was also increasing. There were even the figures of heavy cavalrymen from the corpse race, causing the cultivators of Black Rock City to cry out in pain. However, these were not as dangerous as a monster called the corpse locust. These fist-sized monsters were also from the corpse clan. They spread diseases and gnawed on weeds and vegetation. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. There were thousands of them. The corpse locust covered the sky and the earth, completely cutting off the life of all the wanderers in the area near Black Rock City. When the 1,000 dragon appeared among the wanderers and promised to provide food and a generous reward for completing the work, the wanderers immediately followed him to the valley and joined the construction team. After the 1,000 dragons returned, there were even wanderers who came after hearing the news. They couldn't survive outside, so they could only come to the valley to see if they could make a living. With the addition of these wanderers, the construction speed was greatly increased, and it was now close to completion. Chapter 75 A Strong Army. 1 Tang Zhen stood on a high spot and looked at the mountain valley that was packed with people. Although they were only active in a small area, they still brought a trace of exuberant vitality to the mountain valley. The completed 3 lines of defense were in a semicircle, surrounding the depression in front of the cliff with a distance of about 100 meters. Tang Zhen did not build the defense line too far away. This way, when the monsters attacked the city, Tang Zhen and the residents could hide behind the defense line and defend in an orderly manner. Tang Zhen didn't feel any heartache for the consumption of weapons. What he couldn't bear to see his future residents die in the mouth of monsters. Therefore, he had spent a huge amount of money on weapons and equipment. Waving his hand, Tang Zhen called over Tyson, who was commanding more than a dozen wanderers to turn steel pipes into short javelins, and at the same time, he also called over a few brawny men. Tang Zhen began to teach them how to use the ballista and the catapult. These 2 great weapons of the cold weapon era were currently being produced. In order to not let down Tang Zhen's trust, the uncultured Wang Daqing even brought his college student cousin who was involved in machinery over to participate in the research and production. Now, they had already successfully produced several machines. This was the advantage of the era of technology. As long as there was technology and materials, this small workshop could even build simple planes and armored vehicles. The difference in manufacturing ability between ancient and modern times was so obvious. Since Wang Daqing worked hard, Zhen Tang naturally wouldn't treat him badly. Zhen Tang had raised his monthly salary to 50,000 yuan, which was definitely the top salary standard in this city. The ballistae and catapults had not arrived yet. Tang Zhen had only explained and demonstrated to them to familiarize them with the operation of the ballistae and catapults in advance. After the ballistae and catapults were delivered, these weapons would be placed on the roofs and windows of the buildings to attack the monsters from above. Tang Zhen had personally witnessed the might of the ballistae in Black Rock City. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing how this weapon would be able to display its wondrous effects in a city defense battle. After leaving Tai Seng, who was discussing with his subordinates about what kind of item to use as a crossbow, Tang Zhen arrived at the bottom of the cliff at the valley's depression. At this moment, Mirong Ziyan was leading 3 women and carefully surrounding a square rock that was 1 cubic meter in size. This rock was the stone platform that carried the foundation stone, and it was also the sacrificial altar used to sacrifice the brain pearls. On the rock, there were lines drawn with grass juice and stone powder, filled with a mysterious and desolate atmosphere. Murong Ziyan was holding an iron hammer and a steel stick, and with 3 other women who also used iron hammers, they were carefully carving out these lines. This was as delicate as embroidery, and a rough man couldn't do it. Seeing Tang Zhen's interest in the pattern on the stone, Murong Ziyan smiled and introduced, "It's said that the patterns on this stone platform have been passed down from ancient times. If you want to build a tower, you must carve a stone platform like this to bear the foundation stone. I've heard my teacher say that the starry patterns on the stone platform represent thousands of worlds, and the large ball in the middle represents the land under our feet. All the worlds are centered on this land, and it is also the final home of all the souls on the stars." As Tang Zhen listened to Murong Ziyan's words, he seemed to have some understanding in his heart, but he just couldn't grasp any clues. After leaving Murong Ziyan, who was carefully carving the stone platform, Tang Zhen returned to the cave and teleported back home. This time, they were going to Wang Qingqing's village to transport goods. Because there was a lot of goods, Tang Zhen hired a car to go with them to his weapon production base. After driving into the village, Wang Daqing came up to him and talked to Tang Zhen about work in production. The hired villagers were loading the packed armor and weapons into the car. Everyone had a smile on their faces. They earned a piece-by-piece salary here. These days, they woke up early and worked late at night. They could earn 500 to 600 yuan a day, and they were very satisfied. As for the swords and armors they produced, they were only used as props and decorations. If someone told them that these things were really used on the battlefield, they would definitely scoff. What era was it? How could people still wear armor and wave big blades on the battlefield? After loading the car, the sun had already set. Tang Zhen bid farewell to Wang Daqing and led the way. He let the driver drive the car into a warehouse that he temporarily rented. After sending away the driver and telling him to come and pick up the car the next day, Tang Zhen began to transport the car. The 5 cubic meter space was very big. Tang Zhen only used a few times to move all the armors and weapons into the cave. He then said a few words to Tai Sang and Qian Long, who were standing at the side with sparkling eyes, before he teleported back home to sleep. By the time Tang Zhen returned to the tower world, there were already 5 mounted crossbows that had been assembled in front of him. Compared to the cumbersome and primitive ballistae, these 5 3-bow ballistae were redesigned using modern materials. They were easy to operate, but they were far more powerful than the original version. The mounted crossbow used a special crossbow bolt that was about 1.5 meters in height. It had an appropriate weight to ensure a sufficient shooting range, and the sharp arrowhead guaranteed its lethality. In order to ensure the accuracy and stability of the crossbow, the body of the arrow and the tail had also been specially designed. After Tang Zhen saw it, he repeatedly praised it. There were experts in every field. Wang Daqing's younger cousin was definitely a talent. He had to find a way to make him stay. Now that the ballistae and catapults were in place, they could make other arrangements, such as planting traps, iron dysentery, and horse-tripping ropes. After another 2 days, with nearly 400 people working overtime, all the work was finally completed. Tang Zhen only heaved a long sigh of relief at this moment as he looked at the defensive line that had already been completely formed. However, he also knew that the challenge had only just begun. The real highlight had not yet been staged. The wanderers who originally belonged to the valley camp had already started to familiarize themselves with the new weapons and equipment they had received. They wore bright and solid armor and waved sharp spears. These wanderers, who didn't even have a kitchen knife, were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths for the whole day. In their words, even if they bought their entire family, they would not be able to exchange for such a set of armor. But now, the city lord had one set for each person. He was simply a nouveau riche. Now that he had these pieces of equipment, he could be considered a nouveau riche if he estimated their value. Some people were happy, while others were sad. At this time, the wanderers who came from outside rolled their eyes when they saw a few people walking around to show off their equipment. Seeing the guy who had dug the trench with them yesterday wearing brand new armor and holding a sharp battle blade to show off in front of them, the foreign employers were so envious that they couldn't even describe their feelings with words. "What are you so proud of? You don't look like a country bumpkin even if you wear the dragon robe. It's such an impressive set of armor, but when these guys wear it, it's like wearing a bucket." That city lord called Tang Zhen was really too prodigal. He actually gave a brand new set of armor and a fine weapon to each of the dozen or so people who weren't even wild cultivators. This set of armor would cost at least a few hundred brain beads. It could definitely be regarded as a family heirloom. Rich people were really willful. Damn, these guys are really lucky. Why don't we have such a good life? I'm a level 1 cultivator, but I can't even get a short blade. Ayo, it's really infuriating to compare people. The wanderers sighed and sighed, their eyes red with envy. The wanderers hired by the 1,000 dragons had originally planned to leave immediately after completing their mission. They didn't want to wait until the monsters attack the city and get killed. After all, according to the experience of the wanderers, almost no new buildings were successful, and 90% of them were destroyed by the monsters that attacked the city. However, after seeing the abundant resources and powerful strength in the valley camp, especially after Tang Zhen displayed the armors and weapons that were piled up like a mountain, a faint trace of hope was born in their hearts. This person had so many weapons and food, he should be able to survive the monster attack, right? The wanderers held a trace of anticipation and began to hesitate. It was also this hesitation that made them choose to stay in the end. Whether they lived or died would depend on this. After all, everyone had enough of the life of vagrants. They would die of hunger, cold, or monsters sooner or later anyway, so they might as well take the risk now. Therefore, these wanderers also joined the training team. They took the weapons and armor that they had just obtained and began training again and again according to Tyson's instructions. After wandering in the wilderness for many years and fighting with monsters and their own kind, these surviving wanderers had the potential to become warriors. They learned how to operate various weapons very quickly. The catapults and ballistae had been assembled, and the wanderers were trying to work together. Tyson and Qianlong had even come up with a few tactics based on their experience dealing with monsters. When Tang Zhen felt that everything was almost ready, he decided to start building the city. Chapter 76 Building a City. When the morning sun shone on the valley in the wilderness, more than 400 wanderers had already gathered in the empty space in front of the cliff. Each of their faces carried a kind of pious expectation, their numb eyes for the first time had light, and their tired bodies seemed to have been injected with a powerful vitality. Something called hope was taking root and sprouting in their hearts. Qianlong had a smile on his face while Tai Seng's eyes flickered with a crazed adoration. They were all looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing alone in front of the black stone platform, with a fiery gaze. Everyone held their breath, afraid that they would ruin the solemn atmosphere. Only the little girl was being carried by the big bear. Jimmy was standing beside her, and a few little turnips were gathered together. Each of them had a lollipop in their hands. They sat at the outermost position and were indifferent to what was going to happen. The only thing that could arouse their interest was the candy in their hands. Tang Zhen quietly stood in front of the stone platform. After a moment of silence, he took out a black rune foundation stone from his storage space. It was the building foundation stone from the bloodthirsty goblin's lair. Although he still had a few foundation stones that he had stolen from the treasure room in Black Rock City, Tang Zhen did not know what kind of wild building these foundation stones came from. For safety's sake, he finally chose to use this foundation stone that he knew the origin of to build his tower city. Raising the foundation stone high above his head, Tang Zhen opened his mouth and chanted, "To the gods above, your people wish to build a city today. Please show mercy and mercy. May the city be passed down for thousands of years and the residents enjoy eternal happiness and health. May the city be passed down for thousands of years after its construction. May the residents enjoy eternal happiness and health." These words were shouted by over 400 wanderers in unison, and their voices reverberated throughout the entire valley. They didn't die down for a long time. Tang Zhen took a step forward and gently placed the foundation stone on the empty space of the platform. This foundation stone was firmly suspended in the air above the stone platform. The symbols faintly flickered with flowing light. Tang Zhen took out a sharp dagger and pulled it out from his palm. After which, he placed it on top of the foundation stone. Fresh blood immediately dripped from his tightly clenched fist and slowly dripped onto the foundation stone. The foundation stone that came into contact with the blood instantly turned into a ruby. 9 ring-shaped runes appeared out of thin air and lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. At this moment, a feeling suddenly rose in Tang Zhen's heart. It was as if his thoughts had already connected with this foundation stone. Tang Zhen had already activated and bound the foundation stone. At this point, he had already established his identity as the city lord, and he would not be shaken even by thunder. The next thing to do was to use the brain pearl as a sacrifice. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and a large pile of level 1 brains filled the stone platform. There seemed to be at least 1,000 of them. However, as the light emitted by the foundation stone flashed, those thousands of level 1 brains instantly disappeared. Tang Zhen did not have any hesitation when he saw this. He waved his hand once again and sent out 1,000 brain beads before disappearing. Releasing the brain pearl and absorbing it with the foundation stone, this action was repeated 10 times. The wanderers who were watching were extremely shocked. They couldn't understand how Tang Zhen had conjured the brain pearl out of thin air, but it didn't affect the respect they had for Tang Zhen that had quietly increased. After 10,000 level 1 brain beads were absorbed, Tang Zhen felt a feeling of satiety from the foundation stone. It was as if it was telling him that there was no need to sacrifice the brain beads anymore. Tang Zhen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he had already used up an entire box of brains earlier. He never thought that the amount of brain pearls consumed during the sacrifice would be so huge. It was also fortunate that he had emptied the treasure room in Black Rock City. Otherwise, God knows where he would be able to find so many brain pearls when he leveled up again. It turned out that just after the sacrifice, the cornerstone suddenly sent a vague message. To upgrade again, he would need 10,000 level 2 brain beads. 10,000 level 2 brains were equivalent to 100,000 level 1 brains. He wondered if there were enough brains left in the storage dimension. Although he really wanted to upgrade the tower to level 2, Tang Zhen didn't dare to take this risk. Let's not talk about whether the number of brain beads was enough, just the scale of the monster attack that had doubled was enough to make him drink a pot of water. Moreover, he still had great use for these brains, so he could not touch them for the time being. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Tang Zhen muttered in his heart under everyone's expectant eyes, building a city. Boom! Tang Zhen felt a loud sound coming from his mind. Immediately after, a miniature model of a building appeared in front of him. This building was 4 stories tall and it looked like a bank from the outside. At the same time, there seemed to be a voice in Tang Zhen's heart telling him that this model could be modified to a certain extent according to his will. Tang Zhen did not hesitate to embed it in the depression of the cliff. At the same time, he made some changes to the door and windows, making it more convenient for defense. He also made some changes to some places that were not suitable for living. After completing the reconstruction of the city tower according to his thoughts, Tang Zhen issued the construction instructions. The model in front of him disappeared, and the depression of the cliff was immediately shrouded in a chaotic light and shadow. Tang Zhen's eyes blurred as if he saw the past and present life of this building. It was a building built on the side of a bustling street. It had been used as a bank since the beginning. It had experienced decades of ups and downs, and countless people had worked and lived in it. One day, a group of masked men rushed into the building. They waved the guns in their hands and shot the panicked staff and customers to the ground, snatching a large pile of cash. The scene flashed by, and for some reason, these masked men suddenly went crazy and killed all the hostages. Then, they laughed wildly and tore off their clothes, revealing the explosives on their bodies. With a loud bang, the scene came to an abrupt end. This was the memory of this building's entire life. Now, it was all displayed in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. Tang Zhen's heart was silent. He had never thought that a simple building would possess such vivid memories. He could even sense a reluctance to part with life from these memories. What the hell, how could these cold things have feelings? Tang Zhen shook his head and tossed all the messy thoughts out of his mind. After which, he stared at the cliff in front of him without blinking. This continued for 5 minutes before the large stretch of light disappeared. A brand new building stood in front of everyone. 3 of its sides were embedded in the rock wall, and only the front wall was exposed. The wall was covered with beautiful embossed, which looked very exquisite and elegant. At a glance, almost all the doors and windows were equipped with guardrails, and 2 heavy bronze doors were erected at the entrance. Long live the city lord! Upon seeing this, all the wanderers cheered in unison. Many of them were in tears, and they couldn't suppress the ecstasy in their hearts. After all, no one could remain calm in the face of such a miraculous scene, not to mention that this place was about to become their home. Tang Zhen's heart was similarly filled with shock. This was because as the city lord, he knew more information compared to the wanderers who only saw the situation on the outside. This cornerstone from the bloodthirsty goblin's lair used to be a bank. It was also because of this that, In addition to its normal functions, this building actually had 3 exclusive functions. However, what made Tang Zhen feel uncomfortable was that these 3 functions all belonged to the strange place that the tower must have. For example, the Panlo stairs of Black Rock City and the Ghost Bank of his tower. There were 3 special functions of the Ghost Bank. The first function was to deposit. All the brains that belonged to the residents of Lusheng could be deposited in the Ghost Bank of Lusheng. After the deposit, they could get 0.5% interest every month, which was a good benefit. The second function was loans. Any resident of Lu City could take a loan from the Ghost Bank with a monthly interest of 3%. Because of his past life experience, Tang Zhen didn't comment on this function and even felt a little disgusted. Moreover, this Ghost Bank could directly extract the soul power of the debtor to repay the loan after the loan was overdue, which was extremely strange. The third function was exchange. All the residents of the city could use their brains to exchange for cash or gold, but they couldn't use cash to exchange brains. It could be said that the third function was tailor-made for Tang Zhen. After all, other than him, it was simply impossible for anyone else to use their brains to exchange for those useless pieces of paper that did not exist. In addition to the 3 exclusive functions, the normal functions of the building were the issuing and receiving of world missions on the Cornerstone platform, the exchange of basic cultivator skills, and the monthly food quota. These functions were all very powerful. If it wasn't for the construction of the tower, Tang Zhen wouldn't have guessed that the tower actually had these functions. It almost covered all aspects of human clothing, food, housing, and transportation. However, if one wanted to exchange for these functions, one must have enough brain beads or points. In other words, the platform was the internet of the world of Lusheng. Chapter 77. Defensive preparations before the monsters attack the city. Just as Tang Zhen was pondering over the various abilities that the tower possessed, Tai Seng, Qianlong, and the others had already started moving. Qianlong shouted out loudly and directed the wanderers to move the resources needed to defend the city into the tower. Tai Seng led a group of people to install the weapons while the black fatty Da Shang carried a heavy bed-mounted crossbow and ran up the stairs of the tower like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the top of the tower and installed it at the location Tai Seng had pointed out. According to the wanderers' experience, once the building was built, the nearby monster minions would automatically gather in the direction of the building. When the powerful monsters above level 4 arrived, the siege would begin. Time was of the essence. According to the usual practice, the city tower must be guarded by a cultivator of level 4 or above to deal with monsters of level 4 or above. Only when the strength was equal could there be a possibility of victory. Otherwise, the low-level cultivators were no match for the high-level monsters. It was a pity that grade 4 wanderers basically belonged to powerful factions, and ordinary wanderers had no chance of seeing them. Although Tang Zhen's cultivation wasn't at the 4th rank and he didn't have such an expert under him, he wasn't the least bit inferior to a 4th rank cultivator. Putting aside the fact that he had once killed a level 4 monster, his magical ability, excellent weapons, and equipment, as well as a large group of fully armed men and sufficient logistics supply, were enough to fight against high-leveled monsters without being at a disadvantage. Seeing that his residents had started to get busy, Tang Zhen also regained his senses. He quickly stepped into the city that belonged to him. After Tang Zhen entered the gate, what appeared in front of him was a slightly old hall and a business counter installed with bulletproof glass. It looked very similar to the layout of the banks in the original world, but there were no bank staff and customers in the hall, only busy wanderers. There were many documents and colorful banknotes scattered on the floor of the lobby. The scene looked messy, as if a disaster had just happened. In fact, the newly built buildings would appear in their final form before they were destroyed. Other than the living creatures and corpses, everything would be preserved, which was a benefit for the city lord. From these scattered items, one could often find items that were extremely useful to wanderers. As far as his eyes could see, Tang Zhen saw banknotes, blood, clothes, shoes, and hats, as well as bullet shells scattered on the ground and guns that were casually thrown on the ground. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened. He took a big stride forward and picked up the weapon on the ground in the blink of an eye. With just a glance, Tang Zhen recognized the origin of the rifle. The AK-47 was a well-known killing weapon. It was a powerful automatic weapon with many imitations. This rifle was obviously new to the factory, and its original owner had made some minor changes to it. It was equipped with a Picatinny guide, but its original lethality was not damaged at all. After curiously fiddling with it a few times, Tang Zhen discovered that there were only 5 bullets left in the gun's magazine. It seemed that it would not be of much help to the following battle. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, Tang Zhen still stored it into his spatial space in a precious manner. After which, he also picked up the other weapons. MP5K, P229, AR-15. Tang Zhen carried a pleasantly surprised expression as he picked up all of these weapons. At the same time, he softly called out their names in his heart. This was because these weapons were all good things that he had once dreamed of possessing. However, in reality, he could only look at pictures to satisfy his craving. Although the bullets of these weapons had been used up, Tang Zhen still kept them very carefully. One day, he would place them in his own weapon storage room. Through these weapons and the blood splattered on the ground and walls, it was not difficult for Tang Zhen to guess what had happened in this building. Although the owners of these items had disappeared, the traces left behind were clearly displayed in front of his eyes. The bank was robbed by armed robbers. The robbers had no choice but to detonate the bombs on them and die with the building. It seemed like a simple description, but it represented the withering of a large group of lives, and it made people sigh. However, the monster attack was about to begin. Tang Zhen didn't have time to explore the story inside. Instead, he quickly climbed up the stairs to the rooftop. Because of Tang Zhen's modifications, the parapet on the roof had changed greatly and became a suitable bunker for defense and security. At this moment, Tyson and the others were placing the ballista and catapult at the entrance of the crenels and securing them with stones and sandbags. The simple, long arrows that were made earlier were moved to the side in bundles. There were specially made crossbow arrows placed on the side. Tang Zhen glanced at them. He was very clear that these ordinary-looking things were very lethal. They could easily penetrate wooden boards that were 3 fingers thick from hundreds of meters away. They were definitely the sharp weapons that the Wanderers used to deal with monsters. The catapults, ammunition had also been neatly stacked. There were round reel bullets, shrapnel made of iron, bombs with fuses, and glass bottles made of Motorov cocktails. One could only imagine what kind of terrifying effect these weapons would have when they fell into a group of monsters. Tang Zhen checked every place to ensure that he did not miss anything. Tai Seng's command was very good. Seeing that he didn't need to worry about the rooftop, Tang Zhen slowly walked down. When he was on the roof earlier, he had noticed that there were already sporadic monsters entering the valley, but these monsters were just random soldiers in the siege. Once the high-level monsters arrived, it might mean the beginning of the battle. In the rooms on the 4th floor, Thousand Dragon was commanding the Wanderers who used bows and arrows to occupy all the windows in the front of the 4th floor. These people had been selected from all the Wanderers, and they were all archers with the best arm strength and accuracy. At the feet of these archers, there were rows of iron barrels filled with carbon hunting arrowheads. These arrows alone were worth a lot. In order to ensure the damage to the monster, Tang Zhen found a bow and arrow seller in the provincial capital. He did not hesitate to pack up his inventory and bought nearly 100 compound bows and recurve bows at once, as well as all the arrows in the seller's inventory. These archers were the second most powerful long-range attack force after the ballistae and catapults. After encouraging everyone with a few words, Tang Zhen opened the 4th floor and entered the 3rd floor, where Mirong Ziyan was in charge. The weapons used by the group were a small number of bows and arrows and a large number of javelins. The Wanderers in charge of defense also occupied all the windows and placed 1.5-meter zinc-plated steel pipes with sharp edges in a position that could be easily reached. When the monsters entered the 3rd line of defense, they only needed to throw them out of the wall. After chatting with Mirong Ziyan for a while and making sure that he didn't miss anything, Tang Zhen once again headed to the 2nd floor. Compared to the weapons on the 1st floor, the weapons on the 2nd floor were a little comical and sinister. Some women and children were on this floor. They didn't need to participate in the entire battle. They only needed to throw out special weapons at the appropriate time. The reason why the weapons on the 2nd floor were comical and sinister was because the containers placed in front of the window were filled with quicklime and iron dysentery, as well as the darts they were used to throwing, which were covered with feces and poisonous pesticides. They were only dealing with the fish that had slipped through the net. Tang Zhen did not place too much hope on these groups with weaker combat strength. After giving Jimmy and Lisa a few instructions, Tang Zhen slowly walked to the hall on the 1st floor. This was the only place where he could face the monsters. The monsters that had charged through the 3 blockade lines would be attacked by nearly 100 wanderers. These wanderers were wearing a full set of armor, equipped with spears, shields, and sharp blades. Their eyes under their helmets flickered with a fierce light, burning with a burning fighting spirit. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. He casually pulled over a chair and sat down. After which, he took out a cigarette and distributed it to everyone. After seeing these cigarettes, the eyes of the more knowledgeable wanderers immediately lit up. They began to brag to their companions next to them, saying that this kind of smoking tobacco from the ruins of the wild building was very valuable and that only the rich and powerful could enjoy it. Now that the city lord is actually sharing it with us, how much does he think of us who have suffered? Don't say any more, quickly and respectfully take it and enjoy. Chapter 78. Defensive Battle, Part 1. Don't worry, City Lord. I've taken a good look at our weapons and equipment. They're much better than those powerful towers. We can definitely withstand the monsters that attack the city. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking about something, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He raised his head and saw an old wanderer speaking in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he raised the cigarette in his hand and took a deep puff. It seemed that he was deliberately imitating the smoking appearance of a big shot. However, his actions were extremely awkward and artificial, making him look rather comical. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He had once heard Tai Seng introduce this old fellow. It was said that he was hired by a newly built city tower when he was young and had participated in a defensive battle of the city tower. In the end, the defensive battle failed and the city tower was destroyed by a monster. The wanderer named Old Mike had escaped death and then drifted around like all other wanderers before joining the valley camp. It could be said that among these people, he was the only one who had personally experienced the scene of a monster siege. He also had the most say. Moreover, this guy was extremely slippery. If it wasn't because he was confident that Tang Zhen would be able to hold the Lusheng, he would have sneaked away immediately. Tang Zhen suddenly had an interest in chatting as he looked at this comical old man. At the same time, this was also a good opportunity for him to get closer to the residents. Old Mike, tell me about your past experience of defending the city. Seeing the city lord speak, Old Mike chuckled and opened his pitch-black mouth, which only had a few teeth left, and said, "My lord, you don't know this, but during that battle, there were more than 500 residents in the city. Including us mercenaries, there were nearly 1,000 of us. But so what? First, it was a dense pack of 2-headed scavenger dogs that pounced over, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. That building didn't have a line of defense like us, so only 1/3 of those scavengers died, and the rest all rushed to the bottom of the building. It was not easy to kill all the scavengers, but there were zombies, hard-skinned lizards, bloodthirsty gnomes, giant-teeth tigers, and countless other monsters. It was impossible to kill all of them. Other than that, there was also a level 4 horned earth dragon commanding the battle. It was 5 to 6 meters tall and had shocking combat power. According to the words passed down by the elders, in order to protect the newly built city tower, one needed to do one of the 3 things. The first was to hold on for an hour and kill 2/3 of the monsters. The third was to kill the leader monster. Unfortunately, looking at the situation at that time, I'm afraid none of that could have been done, and the final outcome was the city being destroyed and people dying. I was lucky enough to get a 4-horned horse, which was why I was able to survive. As for the others, they're all useless." Old Mike stopped talking, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Tang Zhen didn't continue to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the fate of Old Mike and the others. From his expression, he knew that they had most likely died in the battle to defend the city. Perhaps, his friends and family were among them. Tang Zhen threw the remaining pack of cigarettes to Old Mike, turned around, and walked to the roof. After he returned to the rooftop, Tang Zhen took out his binoculars and began to observe the gathering of the monsters in the distance. Compared to the scattered monsters that had gathered in 2s and 3s before, the entrance of the valley could be said to be full of monsters. All kinds of monsters gathered together, but there was no sign of fighting, even among the monsters that usually ate each other. They just drooled, paced restlessly, and looked at the building with greedy eyes. There was a faint stench in the air. It was the smell that would only be released when many monsters gathered together. All of a sudden, there was a commotion among the monsters. Then, 3 figures broke through the weeds and headed straight for the tower. Tang Zhen quickly turned the binoculars and looked carefully. He discovered that there were 3 monsters that were at least level 4. Damn the sips, there are actually 3 of them. Tang Zhen inhaled a breath of cold air. He secretly cursed his bad luck in his heart as his expression became a little ugly. He originally thought that when the monsters attacked the city, there would only be 1 level 4 monster at most. Who would have thought that 3 of them would come at once? It was probably because of the undead race's rampage that attracted a large number of monsters. Tang Zhen chose to build the city at this time, which attracted so many high-level monsters. Knowing that it was useless to be angry and complain, Tang Zhen steeled his heart. It was just a mere 3 monsters. He would just fight it out with them. With the arrival of the 3 high-level monsters, all the monsters howled in unison. The sharp and ear-piercing sound reverberated through the valley, making people's scalps numb. The 3 high-level monsters were like generals in command, each occupying an area. After a while, as they roared, countless monsters were like wild dogs out of their cages, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced at the building. As the monsters began to charge, the battle to defend the city immediately began. All the wanderers in the building held their breaths and held their weapons tightly. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching monster horde. Some people's palms began to sweat and their bodies trembled slightly. The horde of monsters covered a large area of the valley. These monsters looked ferocious and their roars were terrifying. It was a huge psychological impact on people. If it weren't for the support of their beliefs, their equipment, and the encouragement of their comrades, some of them would have already broken down and fled. In the blink of an eye, the monsters had already approached the first line of defense. An NBSP, seeing that the monsters were about to approach the first spike-filled trench, Tai Seng gave the order, and the 6 triple bow ballistae were activated at the same time. Black bolts whizzed out one after another, instantly crossing a distance of nearly 100 meters and piercing into the group of monsters. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. The charging monsters screamed as the arrows with great momentum fell into the dense group of monsters. Each arrow penetrated at least 2 monsters, causing them to lose their ability to move. Even if these monsters did not die, they lost the ability to continue causing trouble. Good. Seeing that this round of shooting had killed quite a number of monsters, Tang Zhen shouted out and gave a thumbs up to Tai Seng and the others before continuing to observe. After the mounted crossbow was fired, someone immediately began to reload the string and load the arrow. The movement was very fast. The trebuchets on the side took advantage of the gap between the ballistae and the monsters to fire bullets. The bullets whistled and hit the monsters, turning their targets into minced meat. A few more bullets were ejected by the catapult, but they were bullets wrapped in explosives and steel balls. They fell into the group of monsters with an ignited fuse and exploded in an instant. The bullets that Tang Zhen had inserted into the explosives were extremely powerful. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere in the group of monsters. It was unknown how many monsters were affected by the steel balls that flew out from the explosion, leaving deep bloody holes all over their bodies. The first wave of the catapults had killed at least 100 monsters. However, the charging monsters were not frightened by the power of the ballistae and catapults. Instead, they howled madly and jumped over the trenches one after another. During this period, many monsters did not jump over and fell into the trenches in fear. Some monsters were pushed into the trenches by their companions behind them and then pierced through the heart. Their screams before they died echoed through the valley, but they still could not stop the crazy monsters behind them. There were too many monsters. When the bottom of the trench was filled with monster corpses, the monsters that fell in could climb out again, and the damage they suffered was reduced. Seeing this, Tang Zhen took out his walkie-talkie and gave his first order. After hearing the command from the walkie-talkie, 1,000 dragons immediately drew his bow and shot. At the same time, 10 archers also raised their sharp arrows wrapped in burning fireballs and fired at the same time. These fire arrows drew an arc in the air and directly fell into a small pit that was dug out in advance. Immediately after, a flame soared into the sky and quickly formed a line of fire that connected to the huge trench. Bang! The flames rose from the trenches and formed a huge wall of fire, blocking the charging monsters. Chapter 79. The defensive battle of the Lusheng II. 1 inch after the fuel that was poured into the trenches by Tang Zhen's men was ignited, the blazing flames burned the monsters' corpses, giving off rolling black smoke and a pungent burning smell. Some of the monsters that could not climb out of the trenches were also wrapped in the flames. They screamed and jumped continuously, rolling and fleeing in the trenches like fireballs. Not long after, they fell to the ground and did not get up, burned into charcoal by the flames. The fear of fire was the nature of many monsters. Many monsters stopped a few meters away from the wall of fire. However, the 3 high-level monsters howled again when they saw this. The monsters that were hesitating in front of the fire were immediately knocked into the sea of fire by the monsters that rushed up from behind. Then, countless monsters that were afraid of fire but still had blood-red eyes rushed into the sea of fire. When the hundreds of monsters, corpses filled the trench again, the fire that soared into the sky became weaker due to the cover of the corpses. These monsters actually used their own corpses to pave a safe passage. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed when he saw these monsters that had almost gone crazy. The eyes that he used to look at the 3 high-level monsters had also turned dark and cold. This building was where all of Tang Zhen's hope lay. Originally, he was only fighting for wealth. However, after possessing wealth, his current goal had become much higher. That was to build the most powerful building in this world. Therefore, anyone who wanted to lay their hands on this building would be viewed as a life and death enemy by him. These 3 high-level monsters had to die, but it was not the time for him to make a move yet. The group of monsters in the valley that had crossed the wall of fire were now met with a sinister trick. The combination of the beast trap and iron Favis thorn caused them to scream repeatedly. Some of them had their legs broken, while others had their feet covered in blood. The monsters filled the sprinting path. Just as Tai Seng was commanding the wanderers to use the ballistae and catapults to attack, the archers on the 4th floor also drew their bows and nocked their arrows, starting to fire at the monsters that had entered the second line of defense. A composite bow made with modern craftsmanship, coupled with a bloodthirsty weapon with sharp arrowheads, formed the most deadly tool. At this time and place, it once again reaped the lives of these monsters. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard as countless arrows shot out from the windows. The arrows drew a deadly arc in the air and landed on the monster's body. The monsters that were blocked by the wire mesh were immediately thrown into chaos. They were unable to break through the wire mesh in a short period of time. As they tore at the monsters, their skin was cut by the metal spikes, and they kept screaming in anger. The arrows from the wanderers continued to rain down, causing the monsters in front of the wire mesh to fall in groups. Roar! A level 4 monster that was originally sitting and watching the battle roared. This 3-meter-tall monster that looked like a giant fatty sewn together with an elephant waved its 4 arms at the same time and caught 4 unlucky monsters. Then, it swung them in a circle and smashed them on the barbed wire. After the monster smashed the barbed wire more than a dozen times, a large area of the barbed wire was flattened. It watched as the monsters rushed through the gaps in the barbed wire. Only then did the high-level monster throw away the 4 tattered monster corpses in its hands. It opened its mouth and let out a roar to the sky, but it also seemed to be laughing wildly. However, it did not know that Tang Zhen's eyes had already turned extremely cold. When he saw that the monster, which was displayed as the suture butcher in the monster detector, had joined the battle, Tang Zhen did not hesitate to raise the rifle in his hand. King against king, general against general. Tang Zhen's opponents were these 3 high-level monsters. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive gunshots, 3 bloody holes appeared on the patchwork monster's body. Black blood gushed out of the wounds. The patchwork monster's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, it let out a painful roar. Zhen Tang, who was observing from the top of the building, was overjoyed. The performance of the stitched monsters proved that firearms and weapons had a very strong lethality against this level 4 monster. When he thought of this, Zhen Tang no longer hesitated and continuously opened fire at the stitched monsters. Due to the mutation of his body, Zhen Tang's strength, vision, and reaction speed had all become extremely outstanding. His control of the gun had also become extremely skillful. Therefore, the bullets were all aimed at the heart and head of the patchwork monster. The butcher had 5 hearts and 3 brains. It would only truly die if all of them were damaged at the same time. If one didn't know the weakness of this monster, they might not be able to kill it easily. Once the butcher found an opportunity, it was very likely that it would be killed or escape. However, in front of Zhen Tang, who had the monster detector, it was destined to die. The combat interface in front of Tang Zhen clearly marked the weak points of the butcher. He only needed to shoot at these vital points in the fastest time possible. The butcher brandished its huge butcher knife. Although it was a level 4 monster and its strongest point was its powerful vitality of having 3 brains and 5 hearts, its vital points were currently being attacked continuously. No matter how it roared, it was completely helpless against Tang Zhen, who was standing on the top of the tower and sniping from a distance. When only the heart and brain of the butcher were intact, it finally felt fear and began to move its huge body, trying to turn and escape. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen wouldn't give it this chance. Since it had evil thoughts about Lu Cheng, Tang Zhen couldn't let it live. Bang bang bang. Tang Zhen took out the AK-47 that only had 5 bullets left and fired a burst of shots at the back of the butcher. 5 spurts of blood splattered out from the back of the butcher. Its huge, fat body, which was sewn together with hemp thread, fell heavily to the ground. The corpse oil that seeped out from the stitches was crushed by the impact of the fall and splattered everywhere. Under Tang Zhen's continuous attacks, the level 4 monster was killed before it could even break through the second line of defense. At the same time, Tang Zhen felt a wave of heat rush into his body. The strength in his entire body instantly more than doubled. This was a clear sign of advancing to a rank 3 cultivator. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. Immediately after, he looked at the other 2 level 4 monsters with an unkind expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. After seeing Tang Zhen's battle record and his ice-cold eyes, the other 2 level 4 monsters seemed to be intimidated. They hesitated for a moment before slowly falling to the back of the group, trying their best to stay as far away from him as possible. Compared to the minions that only knew how to kill monsters, these 2 high-level monsters were obviously more intelligent. After they realized the danger, they chose to temporarily avoid the confrontation, allowing these monster cannon fodders to consume the wanderers, weapons and stamina. Tang Zhen saw that these 2 high-level monsters were like cowards and didn't pay attention to them. Other than occasionally glancing at them, he placed most of his attention on the monsters that were approaching the building. At this moment, the monster horde, which had lost a third of its members, had finally reached the last line of defense. They were trying their best to jump up, trying to jump over the high stone wall. Unfortunately, when Tang Zhen was building the wall, he had already ordered people to wipe the wall until it was shiny. He had also inserted broken glass and wallpaper blades on it. Even though this arrangement was not fatal, it had a certain killing effect. Other than a few monsters with amazing jumping ability that managed to cross the stone wall, the rest of the monsters were blocked under the stone wall. The monsters that tried to climb up were also cut on their hands and feet, and they cried out in pain. As more and more monsters gathered under the stone wall, some of the monsters also stepped on their companions' bodies and crossed the stone wall. The distance between the wall and the tower wasn't very far, and every wanderer's long-range weapon could reach this position. At this moment, everyone went all out, allowing the monsters to taste the most concentrated attacks. Long arrow, rock bullet, dart, blow dart, lime, spear-throwing pixiu, the dense barrage of weapons fell on the group of monsters, and a large number of the originally chaotic monsters immediately fell down. It was simply too miserable. After seeing that their attacks had an obvious effect, the wanderers went all out and threw the weapons in their hands ruthlessly. Chapter 80, Defensive Battle, Part 2. The monsters that were unable to cross the stone wall in a short period of time were once again dealt a fatal blow outside the stone wall. Fresh blood filled the air, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. However, the monsters that were attacking the city had no rationality to speak of. The smell of blood and flesh that filled the air due to heavy casualties made them even crazier. They scrambled over the stone wall, then dragged their wounded limbs and pounced at the gate of the tower. In the hall on the first floor, the monsters swarmed toward them, but no one retreated. Brothers, it's all up to us now. After this wave of attack, those sons of bitches will retreat. Stand up straight and be a man. Don't be cowards. Old Mike threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and shouted at the group of men, raise your shields and attack. Bang! Dozens of 2-meter-tall giant shields blocked the entrance to the first floor, holding back the flood of monsters. Then, sharp metal spears pierced through the gaps of the shields, leaving countless bloody holes in the monsters' bodies. The thick and heavy shield was like a rock in the river, firmly resisting the impact of the flood of monsters. The countless metal spears were like poisonous flood dragons that came out of their caves, devouring the monsters' lives every minute and second. Stab, stab, stab. The monsters' corpses piled higher and higher, but there was no sign of them slowing down. However, the wanderers' physical strength was being consumed more and more. Once the wanderers who were responsible for blocking the shields were exhausted, someone would immediately take over. Even so, there were inevitably mistakes, which led to a few monsters sneaking into the hall. However, none of the wanderers in the hall retreated. Instead, they all rushed forward and chopped the monsters into meat paste. Even if some of them were injured, they gritted their teeth and persevered without a word. Old Mike looked at the slightly chaotic scene and shouted again, "Don't panic, everyone. Stay calm. If you catch a monster, kill it. Remember, we are protecting our own home. Protect our home and never retreat." After Old Mike shouted this slogan, all the wanderers in the hall began to echo in unison. Their voices were deafening, and their heroic spirits soared to the sky. The originally low morale had reached its boiling point at this moment. Sensing the high fighting spirit in the hall on the first floor, the wanderers upstairs attacked with all their might in an attempt to reduce the pressure on the first floor. When the monsters broke through the third line of defense, Tang Zhen had already retracted his gaze and locked onto the two high-level monsters. As long as he killed these two monster commanders, the monsters attacking the city would automatically disperse. The beheading operation begins now. Tang Zhen activated the quantum stealth light screen. At the same time, several boxes of brains in his storage space were instantly absorbed, and nearly 1,000,000 gold coins appeared in his mobile phone's application store. Tang Zhen opened the application store and chose to download the application, Mini Deathlight Weapon. Highly efficient, light, and destructive. Can be used for long-range attacks. Can be used once a month. Download cost: 100,000 gold coins. After the download and installation of the application was completed, Tang Zhen immediately launched it. At the same time, groups of data appeared on the combat interface in front of him. Tang Zhen used his consciousness to operate the Deathlight weapon and locked onto one of the level 4 monsters. Aiming, charging, and firing, an extremely dazzling ray of light suddenly appeared from the void and instantly fell on the head of the long-necked monster that looked like a devil. Swish! It was as if a giant red-hot iron rod had pierced the butter-made statue. The level 4 monster's head turned into ashes in an instant. Its huge body was still standing in the same place, but it could not be more dead. After the Deathlight weapon was fired, it was immediately shut down and entered a charging state. The next time it was used would be a month later. Relying on this powerful black technology, the second of the 3 tall monsters had already been killed by Tang Zhen. Now that there was only one high-level monster left, Tang Zhen no longer had any effective long-range attack means. The only choice was to fight in close combat. Another 500,000 gold coins were used up and Tang Zhen's map was immediately upgraded to intermediate level. The monitoring range was expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer. The level 4 monster was now within the range of the map. The map teleportation was activated and the invisible Tang Zhen had already appeared behind the monster in the next second. At the same time, the purple electric short sword that was unsheathed was like a shooting star as it stabbed towards the vital part of the lizard monster that had 6 arms and a bone tail. This matter was somewhat within Tang Zhen's expectations. When his purple lightning short sword was about to pierce into the back of the lizard monster's head, the lizard monster actually dodged this sure-kill attack. Hiss 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 hiss. The lizard monster kept flicking its blood-red tongue. Its body was arched, as if it could launch a sudden attack at any time. Its vertical pupils flickered with a cold light, and its cold eyes stared at the void ahead. Tang Zhen raised his attention to the extreme. Although he was not afraid of a level 4 monster with his current strength, this did not mean that he could ignore the strength of a level 4 monster. Caution was the key to safety. Tang Zhen's thoughts had always been extremely calm when facing a life-and-death battle. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking about how to kill this monster, the lizard monster that had been in an attacking state all this time suddenly roared. Its body moved and it turned around and fled at lightning speed. Tang Jing, who was ready to face a life-and-death battle, opened his mouth in shock. He stared at the back of the lizard monster in a daze. After a few seconds, he recovered and took out half of his gun and fired 5 shots at the lizard monster. Fuck, are you kidding me? You actually ran away at the last minute. Aren't you embarrassed? Tang Zhen, who was surprised and happy, cursed as he fired. He could faintly see the lizard monster's figure staggering a few steps, but it still firmly ran into the depths of the wilderness without the slightest intention to miss. From its appearance, it seemed to be running for its life. Clearly, this lizard monster had already realized that something was amiss in its heart after it had personally witnessed 2 monsters with similar strength dying in Tang Zhen's hands. This was why it chose to flee in a disgraceful manner after dodging Tang Zhen's fatal sneak attack. No matter what, staying alive was the most important thing. He chose to retreat even though he knew that he could not be defeated. Just this point alone made Tang Zhen more vigilant of the monsters in the wilderness. The low-level monsters in the valley were in a mess. After the high-level monsters that were leading the attack on the city fled, the remaining monster soldiers also howled and fled the valley on their hands and feet. It was hard to associate their sorry image with those ferocious monsters. It was only at this moment that the emotion known as fear was removed from the screen and spread from the hearts of these monsters. What was more shocking was that in the process of fleeing, these monsters actually started to devour each other, completely forgetting the tacit cooperation they had when they attacked the city together. The remaining few brainless monsters in the valley were no longer a threat to the building. They could not even break through the last stone wall. Under the attacks of the Wanderers, they were quickly annihilated. The Wanderers, who had been holding back their energy and were planning to fight to the death with the monsters, were stunned at first when they saw the monsters retreat. Then, the Wanderers, who were almost exhausted, cheered in unison. The monsters had been repelled, the new building had been defended, and their future home had been protected. They couldn't help but be excited, because after withstanding the monsters' attack, it meant that they could become residents of this building and end their drifting lives. This was the dream of all the Wanderers, and now that this moment had suddenly arrived, there was no longer any suspense. Some Wanderers even burst into tears. In this battle to defend the city, Tang Zhen relied on his unique advantage, and the Wanderers relied on their firm beliefs to finally resist the monster horde that had almost doubled in size. Chapter 81. The Magical Cornerstone Trading Platform. An hour later, in the room where the foundation stone was placed in Lucheng, a huge snow-white stone wall appeared out of thin air. There were more than 400 white signs made of unknown materials hanging on the wall. They were 1.5 inches long and 1 inch wide. The one at the top was purple in color. Tang Zhen's name was engraved on the front, representing the position of the city lord. On the back was the heraldry of the tower. Following the manipulation of Tang Zhen's thoughts, a mighty Chinese divine dragon appeared behind the signboard. It was the heraldry of this building. On both sides of the divine dragon, there was a seal script character named Divine Dragon. Holy Dragon City, this was the name Tang Zhen gave his building. These white tags were the identity cards of the residents of Lusheng. Only when the residents of Lusheng wore them could they be officially recognized by Lusheng and enjoy the various benefits of Lusheng. When the residents went out, it could also be used as an identity card to enter other buildings. At the same time, it also had some functions that were yet to be developed, which would only appear after the upgrade of the buildings. The first resident card was the most basic white card. Only after obtaining points and contributing to the city could these basic cards be upgraded gradually. At the same time, the status of the resident card would also become higher and higher. Lusheng was both a stable home and a country with a strict hierarchy. The capable would not be buried, and the mediocre could live here for the rest of their lives. There was one more thing that had to be explained. The Cornerstone platform would have a trading platform where world missions and Lusheng missions would be issued. Any resident of the Lusheng could receive missions here and obtain points. There were two main ways to obtain points. One was to complete the tasks on the Cornerstone platform, and the other was to exchange for points with brains. The points obtained from missions were released and calculated by the Cornerstone platform, which could be used throughout the entire wilderness world. After cultivators obtained the points, they could even exchange for items unique to the other party in some powerful towers in the wilderness. If one wanted to buy the goods on the Cornerstone platform and participate in the auction, they would need to have a large number of points. This was also the reason why many of the managers of the Lusheng were trying to obtain points. Now that Tang Zhen had become the Holy Dragon City's city lord, it was inevitable that he would include earning points in his future plans. Tang Zhen threw away the thoughts in his heart as he looked at the wanderers who had tired faces, but their eyes were already filled with anticipation. He took the first step and walked to the wall. He took off the purple token that belonged to the city lord and dripped his blood on it to recognize it as his master. After completing a series of actions, Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the people behind him. Under Tang Zhen's instructions, Qian Long, Mirong Xian, Tai Seng, and the others stepped forward and each took out an identity token before dripping their blood onto it. As their blood was absorbed by the identity token, the name of each person who had dripped their blood would appear. From this moment on, they would share the honor and disgrace of this city, live and die together. Next, the wanderers lined up, took down an identity card from the wall, and dripped their blood on it to claim ownership. Every wanderer who received an identity card would have an excited and surprised expression on their faces. Then, they would treasure it and keep it close to their bodies. From their expressions, it seemed that this small card was far more important than their own lives. After all the wanderers had obtained their own identity cards, Tang Zhen ordered everyone to leave the room and split up to complete their respective tasks. Some of the residents were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the monsters' brains. Some of the residents were in charge of cleaning up all the rooms in the building for people to live in and counting the useful materials. Tang Zhen waited for everyone to leave before closing his eyes to communicate with the foundation stone. When he opened his eyes again, the stone wall in front of him was already covered with strange characters and patterns. This was Lu Cheng's foundation stone trading platform. Tang Zhen stuck his city lord token toward the white wall. After he took it back, he noticed that a number had appeared on his identity token. Through the mysterious text translator, Tang Zhen recognized that this character represented 0. Quote, this was the number of personal points that the cornerstone trading platform had read. It indicated that Tang Zhen's current points were 0. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the identity card and looked at the cornerstone trading platform. He used the mysterious text translator to read the text message on it. The Raging Fire Castle is recruiting grade 3 cultivators to explore the dragon-slaying valley together. The reward is generous. Silvermoon City is looking for a large batch of meat. The price is fair. The time limit is half a year. The holy city of dwarves is selling weapons in stock. Quality is guaranteed. If you want to buy, do it quickly. A certain master from the Tower City of the Medicine Valley is looking to buy star marrow grass, 1,000 points per plant. At the same time, he is selling bone-strengthening pills, which are essential medicines for cultivators, 50 points per bottle. Black Demon City is looking for a criminal. The criminal is extremely evil. He has killed countless people. His strength is level 4 and he has a 2-star demonic weapon. After killing him, he will be rewarded with 500 points. Quote. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while and could be considered to have a preliminary understanding of this cornerstone trading platform. He didn't know how the cornerstone trading platform came into existence, but it was a very magical existence. First of all, points were very valuable. A level 1 brain bead could only be exchanged for 1 point. Second, any information could be posted on the cornerstone platform, but the prerequisite was that one had to pay the points. What made Tang Zhen feel amazed was that when trading through the cornerstone trading platform, there was no need to travel and deliver the goods. Instead, the goods could be transported through the cornerstone trading platform. Then, the points would be paid by the cornerstone trading platform. During this process, the cornerstone trading platform would collect points from both parties as a reward. Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization. He had always been curious as to why the residents of Black Rock City did not have to worry about food and drink. They even rarely left the city. It was because of the existence of the cornerstone trading platform. This was equivalent to online shopping in the original world. It could turn all the residents into homebodies because they didn't need to walk out of the city to get the materials they wanted. As long as they worked hard in the building, the manager would pay them brain pearls or money, and the residents could use the money to trade in the building. After that, the manager of the Tower City would sell the goods on the cornerstone trading platform to obtain the points he wanted. The cultivators trained by the city were responsible for the safety of the city and collecting materials for production, which would also be rewarded. The countless buildings in the wilderness had basically relied on this way of life to continue for thousands of years. After thinking through this point, Tang Zhen clicked his tongue in wonder. At the same time, his mood also became slightly excited. He had the support of his original world, and by relying on the cornerstone trading platform's trading method, it was extremely easy to earn points. It was a pity that he could only rely on his brain and foundation stone to upgrade the building. Otherwise, Tang Zhen was confident that he could continuously upgrade the building without leaving it. Perhaps when he had enough points, he could choose to use them to exchange for brains from other buildings, but that was a matter for the future. It was still too early to consider it now. Now that Lu Cheng had just won the battle against the monsters, there were many things to be done. It was only right for him to focus on this. As for the cornerstone trading platform, he could slowly explore it. As Tang Zhen thought about it, his eyes slightly narrowed. He turned around and left the cornerstone trading platform, slowly walking towards the vault in the basement. When Tang Zhen entered the underground vault of the bloodthirsty gnomes' lair, what he saw was a ground full of wolves. However, at this moment, after the building was built, the underground vault actually emitted a faint green light from the room, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Every tower had its own strange place, and this underground vault was the Holy Dragon City's strange place, the Ghost Bank. Chapter 82, Ghost Bank. Just hearing the name, Ghost Bank, already gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Especially after he understood that Ghost Bank could extract soul strength in the case of a loan being overdue to repay the loan, Tang Zhen's impression of it became even worse. However, no matter what Tang Zhen's senses were, the Ghost Bank was something that truly existed in the Holy Dragon City. It could not be erased or taken away because it belonged to this building. After all, apart from this exclusive function that people criticized, the other two exclusive functions still made Tang Zhen very satisfied. Tang Zhen stood at the door and hesitated for a moment as he looked at the faint green light emitted from the inside of the Ghost Bank. In the end, he still walked in. This is my territory, I'm not afraid of him. In the Spirit Bank, the entire underground vault was glowing with a green light. A bank counter-like decoration blocked Tang Zhen. Behind the counter, there were two women in uniform. Their faces were completely bloodless. From their appearance, one was clearly a Westerner, while the other was an Easterner. Putting aside the cold aura they gave off, they were both top-class beauties. After these two women saw Tang Zhen, they actually stood up from their chairs and bowed to Tang Zhen. "Greetings, City Lord. We are employees of the Ghost Bank. It's our first time meeting. May I know what you need?" The Eastern-faced female employee of the Ghost Bank asked Tang Zhen. A trace of a stiff smile even surfaced on her face. The smile was very beautiful, but it gave people a kind of hair-raising feeling, causing Tang Zhen's scalp to feel slightly numb. I just came in to take a look at this Yingluo, you guys go ahead." Tang Zhen awkwardly laughed, indicating that he was only casually looking around. The two ghostly female employees sat down upon hearing this. However, their eyes were staring at Tang Zhen, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. "By the way, I have a question I want to ask. Is it convenient for me to answer it?" Tang Zhen suddenly recalled something as he asked the ghost female employee. "Please speak, City Lord. As long as it's within the permitted range, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." The ghost female employee with an Eastern face spoke to Tang Zhen with an extremely professional tone and smile. "What I want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If the debtor doesn't pay back on time, will he die immediately after his soul power is extracted by you? And what is the standard of soul power extraction? It should be that the degree of extraction is different according to the debt, right?" Tang Zhen looked at the ghost female employee and asked the question in his heart. This was also the part that he criticized the most. After the ghost employee heard Tang Zhen's question, she faintly smiled and replied, "Don't worry about this. We won't extract all the soul power at once, or the person who is extracted will die immediately. So, we will wait until the debtor's soul power has recovered, and then extract the soul power in installments until the debt of the same value is paid off. When one's soul power is extracted, it will naturally affect one's lifespan, but through effective recovery, one's lifespan won't be shortened by too much. In fact, one can even ignore the extraction of soul power by using some secret techniques to strengthen one's soul." When Tang Zhen heard about the secret soul cultivation technique, he immediately became excited. This was because he thought of the soul lodging secret technique that he had obtained in Black Rock City. The only drawback was that his soul power would be exhausted. If he could cultivate a secret technique to strengthen his soul power, then immortality would no longer be a luxury. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen asked the female employee, "What's a secret soul technique? Do you have one here?" The ghost employee shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't answer this question for the time being. This is confidential, and only the top customers have the right to know." "What are the conditions for the top customer?" Tang Zhen's eyes brightened. Hearing the words of the ghost female employee, it seemed that there was a chance of this happening. According to the standard, the top customers need to have 10 billion brain beads in their savings to get information on this denomination. Tang Zhen, Yingluo, how many monsters would he have to kill to get 10 billion brain beads? Are you kidding me? Tang Zhen shook his head unwillingly. He glanced at the ghost female employee who had returned to her seat and thought to himself that all banks were the same. They would not change even if they had turned into ghosts. Forget it, I'll think of other ways. Why do I have to hang myself on a tree? Tang Zhen scratched his head. This thought of his wasn't wrong. However, the problem was, why did he use this kind of death and death analogy? It seemed that ever since he entered this place, his mind had been revolving with similar thoughts. Fuck, this place is too strange. I'd better come here less in the future. Even if other residents want to come in, they have to get my approval first. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen turned around and was about to leave. However, he quickly turned back to the counter and waved his hand. A large box of brains appeared on the ground. Under the surprised gaze of the two female employees, Tang Zhen said with a slightly proud tone, "No matter what, your spirit bank is a property under my holy dragon city. You two can be considered half residents. As the city lord, I will give you the first business. Check this box of brains and store it." After Tang Zhen came out of the ghost bank, he had a card in his hand that the ghost bank had given him. It recorded his savings information. After putting the card into his storage space, Tang Zhen made up his mind to ignore the ghost bank and let it continue to develop. Who knew when there would be a surprise? If he really had the opportunity to obtain a secret technique to cultivate the soul, Tang Zhen would not mind using his power for personal gain. When he went upstairs to the room that was prepared for him, Tang Zhen called Xianxia over. He asked her to put down the work in her hands and bring over the information that Tang Zhen had asked her to sort out. Not long after Xianxia left, she returned to the house. At the same time, she placed a set of information that she had carefully arranged in front of Tang Zhen. Through this information, Tang Zhen had a further understanding of Lu Cheng's residence and information. At present, the entire Holy Dragon City had a total of 425 residents. This 4-story tower now had a total of 200 rooms of various sizes. 185 rooms could be provided for the residents to live in. The remaining 15 rooms would be transformed into special rooms according to Tang Zhen's plan. These rooms included shops, conference rooms, administrative offices, warehouses, and weapon storehouses. They were all guarded by professionals. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. In fact, after becoming a resident of Lu City, they didn't just eat and wait for death. Instead, they had to work to earn money in exchange for living resources. Lu Sheng protected the safety of its residents, and the residents worked hard to earn money to make their lives better. There were actually many ways for residents to earn money, such as making containers or growing food, and then selling them to the manager of the city building in exchange for money. Another example was to join Lu Cheng's exploration team, complete the missions issued by the Cornerstone platform and Lu Cheng, hunt monsters, and explore wild buildings. Another example was to set up a caravan and trade with the wanderers and other wanderers, tribal camps to earn brain pearls. With the city as their backing, the choices that the residents of the city had were much larger, unlike the wanderers, whose only choice was to struggle for survival in the wilderness. Chapter 83. Cleaning up the corpses. 1. The battlefield in the valley had basically been cleaned up. After some calculations, it was confirmed that they had obtained more than 1830 level 1 brain pearls, more than 300 level 2 brain pearls, and 21 level 3 brain pearls. Other than that, he had also obtained a level 4 brain pearl. As for the other level 4 brain pearl, it had already been reduced to ashes under the attack of the Deathlight weapon. In this battle, close to 2,000 monsters were killed, and the valley was littered with corpses. It was a miracle that no one in the building died after killing so many monsters at once. The residents of the Tower City were very proud, but they also knew that the main reason for their victory was because of their great city lord. This made them feel a kind of gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Although the monsters had retreated, they had left behind many problems. As there were too many monster corpses in the valley, the residents of Holy Dragon City could not get rid of them in a short time. If they were allowed to rot, it was likely to lead to a plague. This was a serious problem that had to be solved. Moreover, such a strong smell of blood was likely to attract a terrifying existence similar to the one-eyed giant. At that time, Holy Dragon City might face a destructive blow. The residents of the Holy Dragon City were a little worried. After reporting the problem to Tang Zhen also became worried. There were too many monster corpses, and they couldn't be kept for too long. They had to be disposed of as soon as possible. Was there a way to get the best of both worlds that would not waste these monster corpses and could also dispose of them? Tang Zhen rubbed his head and thought hard. Suddenly, a thought jumped out of his mind, causing him to feel as though he had been enlightened. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. However, if he were to use this method, he would probably have to use up a large amount of his brain again. Forget it, these brains were free stuff anyway, he could just earn more after using them up. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen gave an order to his phone to start absorbing the brain. The number of brain beads in his storage space rapidly decreased. When the number of gold coins in Tang Zhen's application store once again reached 1 million, there was only one box of brain beads left in his storage space. Tang Zhen used this 1 million gold coins to upgrade his storage space to the second level. Level 2 storage space. Storage space is 100 cubic meters. The shape of the internal space is adjustable. Download cost: 100,000 gold coins. Feeling the expansion of his storage space, Tang Zhen felt that the 1 million gold coins he spent was not wasted. Moreover, this expanded storage space could help him solve the problem of dealing with the monster's corpse in front of him. He called over Qianlong, Tai Seng, and the others, as well as nearly 200 residents, and the group came before the mountain of monster corpses. Due to the soaking in blood, the place where the monster corpses were piled up had already turned into a blood-red swamp. Tang Zhen's feet stepped on the muddy ground as he said to everyone, "Shave off all the muscles, bones, and bones of these monsters and pile them here. Try to pick the strongest monsters. Just throw the rest to the side." After Tang Zhen's order was given, the residents immediately started to move. Since Tang Zhen didn't have any specific requirements for the muscles, bones, and bones, everyone swung their knives and chopped the monster's corpse into 8 pieces. Then, they cut open the monster's stomach, making the scene extremely bloody. The pungent rancid smell soared into the sky, almost suffocating everyone. The pile of flesh, blood, and bones increased, almost forming a small mountain. When Tang Zhen saw that the amount was enough, he ordered everyone to stop the bloody dismembering and tormenting of the corpses. After ordering everyone to retreat to the tower, Tang Zhen teleported back to his home. He put his car into the storage space and brought it to the land of the other world. Clang, clang. With a soft sound, the car steadily stopped in front of Tang Zhen. This might be the first car to set foot in this world. Later on, it would roar here and release its exhaust into the air of this world. As he looked at the monster remains that were scattered on the ground, Tang Zhen waved his hand and kept a portion of it. His storage space was filled to the brim. There was no other way. The remains of the monsters took up too much space. After starting the car, Tang Zhen sped all the way. After running 10 kilometers away from the valley, he released the monster remains in his storage space. If they were dumped here, they would not affect the valley. Soon after, Tang Zhen drove back to the valley and repeated the same action. After running for an unknown number of times, he finally cleaned up all the monster corpses in the valley. After letting out a long breath, he put away all the flesh and bones that he had shaved off. However, he couldn't throw away these things because Tang Zhen had a great use for them. The Holy Dragon City's residents were stunned by Tang Zhen. They only saw the city lord wave his hand and a large area of those monsters' corpses would disappear. Immediately after, the city lord would drill into a small house with 4 wheels and run out of the valley like he was flying. The residents were discussing spiritedly, all guessing how the city lord had managed to get rid of the monster's corpse. How could that little house with wheels run so fast? When Tang Zhen returned to Lu City, all the residents were looking at him as if they were looking at a god. The burning desire in their eyes simply made Tang Zhen have the impulse to escape. On the ground in front of the building, there were also many bloody things piled up. There were all kinds of fur, scales, and horns. Tang Zhen took a closer look and found that these things also came from the corpses of the monsters. Compared to the useless flesh and blood, these things that had been specially picked from the monster's body had a certain value. Out of habit, the residents of Holy Dragon City had brought them back when they were moving and cleaning up the monster's body. After Tang Zhen looked at it, he asked Tai Seng to take these things away so that his appetite wouldn't be affected. As for how to deal with it, Tang Zhen asked him to do as he pleased. The women at the side were preparing to cook. The food for more than 400 people was enough for them to work for half a day. Some were busy washing the rice, while others were busy cleaning the wild vegetables. Huge iron woks were placed on the simple stove, with fuel burning below and boiling water inside. A group of burly men walked over, carrying a few thick monster hind legs. These were the edible monsters they had picked out from the monster corpses. After throwing away the internal organs and head, only the hind legs were left. Tang Zhen looked at those bloody hind legs. When he recalled that they were from a man-eating monster and were about to be made into food, he involuntarily retched. Tang Zhen could not bear to disturb the residents' mood when he saw them gathering together and discussing the meat in high spirits. However, he made up his mind in his heart to find some time to get a few big fat pigs for them to try. As for the dinner later, Tang Zhen really didn't have any appetite to eat. After returning to his room, Tang Zhen took out the leather scroll from the Black Rock City's treasure room and began to read it carefully. Just as he was frowning and thinking about one of the problems, Murong Ziyan slowly walked over and placed a cup in front of Tang Zhen. "Coffee. Where did you get this?" Tang Zhen regained his senses. He asked about the familiar fragrance and then looked at the coffee in front of him. He raised his head and asked in puzzlement, "I found this when I was cleaning a room just now. I checked it and it didn't go bad, so I ground some and brought it to you." Murong Ziyan said softly as she sat on the chair beside Tang Zhen. After saying, "Thank you," Tang Zhen picked up the cup and took a sip. The taste was not bad. After putting down the cup, Tang Zhen glanced at Murong Ziyan. After their eyes met for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Now that the tower has been built, there are a lot of things that need to be taken care of. Ziyan, you have to help Qianlong and Tai Seng. After all, you have more experience in this area." Murong Ziyan nodded. She then stood up and walked behind Tang Zhen, massaging his shoulders. However, she had just pinched a few times when Tang Zhen stopped her hand. He turned his head and said with a smile, "You must be tired too. Go and rest for a bit. Call Tai Seng and Qianlong and the others in the evening. We'll have a meeting." Lightly nodding her head, Murong Ziyan picked up her cup and left. Tang Zhen slowly stood up and walked to the front of the balcony. He looked at the residents who were still busy downstairs and felt a heavy sense of responsibility on his shoulder. Chapter 84 Tricked by Someone. From today on, the lives of these 400 people were in his hands. He had to take responsibility for this. Even if his original intention was to obtain more benefits in this world, he could not escape his responsibility. After dinner that night, all the key personnel in Lusheng gathered in the conference room and began to discuss their work arrangements. After some discussion, it was decided that Tai Seng would be in charge of the security of Lusheng, the daily training of the exploration team, and the regular cleaning of the monsters near the valley. The 1,000 dragons would be in charge of trading and contacting the wanderers, and they would try to build a wanderer market in the valley. Not only would they be able to sell the products of the building, but they would also be able to make preparations for recruiting residents in the future. What Tang Zhen lacked the most right now was a large population. As for Murong Ziyan, she would be in charge of the daily management of Lusheng, including all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She could be considered Tang Zhen's housekeeper. Old Mike and a few other more capable residents were responsible for other aspects of work. They cooperated with each other and temporarily supported the operation of the entire building. After confirming their respective duties, Tang Zhen used his authority as the city lord to change everyone's identity card, indicating their respective duties. Every month, these people could receive a portion of money or brain beads from the internal circulation of the Tower City as payment for their wages. All these funds were under the responsibility of the city lord, Tang Zhen. After discussing in the meeting room with lit candles until midnight, Tang Zhen yawned and returned to his own room. He lay on the floor and fell asleep. He was really too tired during this period of time and had not had a good sleep for a long time. The next morning, Tang Zhen woke up from his sleep and heard a clamor outside. Walking to the window and looking out, it turned out that Tai Seng was leading the selected soldiers in training. More than 100 people were shouting out orders at the same time, no wonder it was so noisy. After watching for a while, Tang Zhen felt a little bored. He opened the door and went to the cafeteria in Lusheng. 2 women were in charge of the cafeteria. When they saw Tang Zhen coming over, they quickly greeted him and saluted. At the same time, they brought him breakfast. The breakfast in the morning was very simple. It was just porridge, steamed buns, and salted vegetables, but none of the residents of Lusheng felt that it was hard. Compared to their previous lives, This kind of life where they had ready-made food as soon as they opened their eyes was definitely a kind of happiness. Tang Zhen, who had finished eating, walked to the warehouse area and checked the supplies that he had sorted out during his search of Lu Cheng yesterday. He was shocked when he entered the warehouse. This was because the warehouse was actually filled to the brim. There was not even a place to stay. Tang Zhen took a closer look and found that most of the things here were computers, printers, and other office supplies. This was relatively normal. After all, this place used to be a bank. However, these things were of no use to the current Tang Zhen. He waved his hand and called over a few people, telling them to move these computers and other things to the cave outside, and leave a few good ones for his own use. Tang Zhen was in charge of screening, and his subordinates were in charge of carrying. Soon, they cleared out a large pile of useless things and piled them into the cave. During this period, Tang Zhen found a few more guns. They must have belonged to the guards of this bank, but now it was Tang Zhen's turn. After fiddling with them for a while, Tang Zhen put away the guns. Now was not the time to hand over such powerful weapons to Tai Seng and the others. After the warehouse was almost cleaned up, Tang Zhen turned around and went to the store built on the second floor. The person in charge of the store was a middle-aged man. When Tang Zhen arrived, he was tidying up the items on the shelves with a woman. Most of the goods in the newly built store were provided by Tang Zhen, and a small part of them came from the residents. After their things were sold, the store would take 5% of the profit. After looking through the items in the store, he felt that they were still quite simple. However, he believed that they would gradually become more abundant in the future. After chatting with the person in charge of the shop, Tang Zhen went to the cave behind the Lusheng. When the Lusheng was built, Tang Zhen deliberately left a passage at the place where it was connected to the mountain to connect with the original cave. In his original plan, the cave could be used as a processing and production base. After it was fully expanded, it would have an area of nearly 1 hectare. In the future, some weapons and equipment for Lu Cheng would be manufactured here. However, Tang Zhen had changed his mind. He wanted to turn this place into his own laboratory. In the cave lit with electric lights, the generator made a buzzing sound. More than 20 residents were operating the electric pickaxes and other tools brought by Tang Zhen to slowly level the ground. Tang Zhen saw the black fatty Big Bear's figure among these people. This fellow was shirtless and was easily carrying a large rock. After calling Big Bear over and giving him a bag of biscuits as a reward, Tang Zhen left the cave. For the entire morning, Tang Zhen strolled around and checked the work situation everywhere. As far as the current situation was concerned, there were not many places where Tang Zhen could be used. His only task was to provide raw materials for the construction of the building. After returning to his room, Tang Zhen locked the door and teleported back to Earth. The main purpose of his return this time was still to purchase things. According to the plan they had previously discussed, the entrance of the entire valley would be sealed off to prevent monsters from wandering in as much as possible. At the same time, he also needed to buy electricity and communication equipment, as well as a means of transportation suitable for the valley. Tang Zhen looked at his notebook and pondered for a while. He then walked out of the house and planned to head to the material market. As soon as he walked out of the room, 3 young people jumped out of an off-road vehicle, 2 men and 1 woman. Their movements carried a sense of decisiveness. Tang Zhen's eyes focused. He had a premonition that the other party was coming for him. As expected, when the 3 of them walked in front of them, the tall woman in the leather jacket said to Tang Zhen, "You are Tang Zhen, right? You are currently suspected of an intentional injury case. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." When Tang Zhen saw this, he naturally thought that the police had come looking for him. After all, the other party had come once before but was scared away by him pretending to be a ghost. While the tall woman was speaking, the other 2 young men had already blocked her path. Clearly, they wanted to prevent Tang Zhen from escaping. Tang Zhen curled his lips. With his current strength as a rank 3 cultivator, he could kill an adult with a single punch. However, this was after all a different world. The Federation's punishment for assaulting a police officer was extremely strict. Tang Zhen did not want to become a wanted criminal. A young man took out a pair of handcuffs. Tang Zhen thought for a moment and still extended his hand. The handcuffs were cuffed tightly with a "pa" sound. Tang Zhen obediently followed the other party into the car. Who knew that the moment he sat down, he felt himself being clamped up, and immediately after that, he received a heavy punch under his ribs. This punch was nothing to Tang Zhen. However, the other party's actions made him extremely furious. He turned his head and stared intently at the young man who had attacked him. Tang Zhen waited for the other party to give him an explanation. If he did not intend to explain, Tang Zhen did not mind making him pay a price. The current Tang Zhen could also be considered to have killed countless people. There was naturally a sharp aura when he glared at Tang Zhen, causing the heart of the young man who had sneaked an attack on Tang Zhen to turn cold. Fuck, look at your mother. The short-haired young man who felt weak from Tang Zhen's gaze cursed as he punched Tang Zhen's stomach again. Tang Zhen suddenly laughed after receiving another punch. He used an ice-cold tone to ask, "Speak clearly. What's going on? You're not the police, right?" The two young men sneered and did not speak. They only looked at Tang Zhen with very contemptuous eyes, as if they were looking at a dead dog. However, the woman who was acting as the driver opened her mouth and said, "I think you know what's going on. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. You're going to suffer today." Tang Zhen had already confirmed his own guess when the woman said this. However, he never expected that the other party would use such a despicable method instead of capturing him through official means. He was also careless. The other party didn't show his id from the beginning to the end, nor did he say that he was a police officer. He just took it for granted to cooperate. Tang Zhen's eyes turned cold. So what if this was the case? He really wanted to see what the other party could do to him. The car galloped on the road and soon turned into a factory located in the suburban development zone. After stopping at the door of a warehouse, Tang Zhen was pushed into the warehouse by two young men. In the spacious warehouse, over a dozen young men and women in different attires were smoking on the sofa. Tang Zhen knew that these people were using a kind of illegal drug that was strictly prohibited by the Federation the moment he smelled the special scent. Tang Zhen had once smelled the scent of this prohibited item at Xu Feng's place. He still remembered it clearly. After those young men with unsteady footsteps and excited expressions saw Tang Zhen, they immediately looked at him with a kind of ridiculing expression. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as if they were about to see a good show. The young man sitting in the middle of the sofa was the bald man whose ribs had been broken by Tang Zhen some time ago. He had a cigarette in his mouth as he leaned forward on the sofa. The corner of his mouth had a fixed evil smile. He was looking straight at Tang Zhen like a cat looking at a mouse. Chapter 85. The bald man almost peed his pants in fear. After staring at Tang Zhen for a full minute, the bald young man did not see the fearful look on Tang Zhen's face that he had imagined. This made him feel very disappointed. This was especially so when the bald young man saw that Tang Zhen was looking at him with the same kind of gaze. It was as if he was not afraid of the formation in front of him at all. A wave of anger rose from his heart. Tang Zhen had broken his ribs that night, causing him to be in a miserable state like a dead dog. The bald young man had always remembered it in his heart. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to break all of Tang Zhen's ribs and make Tang Zhen wish he was dead. This was his usual style. Throwing away the cigarette butt and snorting coldly, the bald-headed man shot a look at the young man behind Tang Zhen. At the same time, he tilted his head and slightly raised his chin. The young man behind Tang Zhen crooked his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He took out an KP swing rod from his pocket and ruthlessly whipped Tang Zhen's leg. If this had landed, an ordinary person would definitely fall to their knees in pain and would not be able to walk or run normally for a short time. Tang Zhen had long been paying attention to his surroundings through the map. When this young man took out his rod, he felt an uncontrollable fury surging out from the bottom of his heart. Secretly sneering, Tang Zhen did not even turn his head around as he sent out a tiger tail kick, which directly landed on the stomach of that youth. That youth who swung the rod let out a blood-curdling scream as he was kicked 4 to 5 meters away by Tang Zhen. He clutched his stomach as he rolled and twitched on the ground. Looking at the young man's appearance, he seemed to be in extreme pain. In fact, Tang Zhen's kick could be considered to have been merciful. He had only used a gentle force to kick him away. If the force had exploded on his stomach, Tang Zhen's kick would have even broken his lumbar spine. With such a serious injury, the only outcome for this young man was death. Seeing the young man being kicked flying, the dozen or so young men and women who were already in a half-crazy state howled in unison. Their voices contained a trace of excitement as they picked up iron chains, baseball bats, brass knuckles, and other weapons and surrounded Tang Zhen. These people were swaying left and right, like a group of evil ghosts. Only the bald young man didn't get up. With a cigarette in his mouth, he sat on the fishing platform, ready to watch a good show. Within this group of people, there was a girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was currently looking at Tang Zhen with a languid smile. At the same time, she deliberately pulled down her shirt, revealing 2 bright red spots on her chest. She even exaggeratedly twisted her waist a few times. This scene caused those young men to become even more excited. Tang Zhen coldly looked at this group of drug addicts who had let loose. The coldness in his eyes became increasingly dense. A young man with a body as thin as a stick held an ashtray in his hand and smashed it at the back of Tang Zhen's head. Once it hit, he would either die or be injured. In the end, Tang Zhen only dodged slightly, and the ashtray fell through the air and smashed into the wall of the warehouse, instantly shattering. This attack seemed to be a signal. Everyone began to rush towards Zhen Tang like wolves and tigers. The one in front was actually a woman holding an empty beer bottle. With a crack, the handcuffs were broken. Tang Zhen did not even spare her a glance as he ruthlessly slapped her, directly sending this woman flying. From the looks of it, it was very likely that her cervical vertebra would be dislocated. Tang Zhen caught the beer bottle that the woman had dropped in midair. He threw it back and directly opened the head of a fat man who was waving an iron chain. He jumped up and kicked out twice. Immediately after, 2 figures flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Tang Zhen, who was surrounded, was able to send a person flying with each attack. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths' time, he was standing alone in the middle of the warehouse. Around him were people who had fallen to the ground and were wailing miserably. The tall woman who rushed in upon hearing the sound stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. She couldn't believe that this kind of scene that would only appear in martial arts movies had actually happened in front of her. Tang Zhen looked at the woman's dull expression. He smiled and walked forward. He extended his hand and touched her face. After which, he ruthlessly pushed her to a corner. "You really don't have a good eye. Don't you know that you're blocking the way?" Tang Zhen shook his head at the woman in the leather jacket. Then, he walked to the young man who had locked him up. He squatted on the ground and stretched out his hand. The young man was quick-witted as he covered his swollen face and quickly handed over the key. However, when he looked at the broken alloy handcuffs, his eyes were full of disbelief. Reaching out his hand, he pinched the young man's face. After he unlocked the handcuffs with the key and threw them away, Tang Zhen turned his gaze to the bald man who had already leaned his body against the sofa. Compared to the confidence he had just now, the bald man's face was filled with fear. He was looking at Tang Zhen as if he had seen a ghost. Tang Zhen walked in front of the bald man. After sitting down, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. After taking a puff, he looked at the bald man. Just like how the bald man looked at him earlier, his evil smile was fixed on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say a word. The bald man's body began to tremble intensely. Tang Zhen's silent smile caused him to feel as though he was being stared at by a man-devouring tiger. An intense fear swiftly surged out from the depths of his soul. Big brother Pai Shu, I was wrong. I deserve to die. You're a magnanimous person. Please don't stoop to my level and let me go. The bald man begged in a trembling voice. He had a vague feeling that if he didn't quickly and sincerely beg for mercy, the guy opposite him might really kill him. Tang Zhen sneered when he saw the bald man's cowardly appearance. He maintained his smiling expression as he looked at the bald man and said, "Zhu Feng is my brother, I don't need to say more, right? I'll only give you one chance. If you provoke me again, Wan." Before Tang Zhen could finish his words, the bald man felt his vision blur. Then, he was horrified to discover that a pitch-black pistol had appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. The gun was a real gun. As the son of the deputy chief of the police, the bald man was sure of this. However, he didn't even see how the gun had appeared. The terrifying speed of the gun made the bald man even more frightened. Tang Zhen faintly pointed the gun at the bald man. Just as the bald man was so frightened that his entire body was trembling, Tang Zhen suddenly pointed the gun to his side and pulled the trigger without even looking. Bang! After the gunshot, a fat rat hiding at the base of the wall was beaten to a pulp, and the blood and flesh dirtied a large area of the wall. Hee. The bald man swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. At the same time, he was screaming in his heart. This marksmanship is too godly. Does it have to be so exaggerated? Oh my god, what kind of pervert did I provoke? Tang Zhen smiled as he looked at the bald man, who was so frightened by this shot that he was about to pee his pants. Earlier, he had merely used the super shooting assistant's targeting assistance. He did not have the ability to hit the target without aiming. Seeing that the matter was almost resolved, Tang Zhen stood up and wanted to walk out. A few people who were lying on the ground and blocking the way quickly crawled to the side, afraid that Tang Zhen would kick them again if they were not pleasing to the eye. It was only after Tang Zhen walked out of the warehouse that the one with the lightest injuries. Among these people crawled up with a pained expression. He moved to the front of the bald man who was sitting on the sofa with a dull expression and said in a vicious tone, "Big brother, do you need me to get a few people from the martial arts school to remove one of his xianxias?" Pa! Before the man could finish his sentence, the bald man slapped him in the face. Then, the bald man's angry voice almost changed tone. "Fuck, are you trying to get me killed?" Since he knows Zufeng, they must be the same. Is this kind of character someone we can provoke? After that, the bald man, who was only scared but not physically hurt, shouted at the people in the warehouse, "Remember this, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Whoever dares to say anything, I'll break his legs." Tang Zhen's earlier performance had probably scared the bald man until his guts were broken. As long as he was not tired of living, he would definitely not dare to provoke Tang Zhen. This matter had come to an end. Tang Zhen drove the bald man's car onto the road, after which, he locked the car and threw it to the side of the road, no longer paying attention to it. After looking around, Tang Zhen unexpectedly discovered that the scenery of this development zone was very good. The roads were wide and covered with vegetation. The rarest thing was that there were few pedestrians and vehicles. It was late autumn, and it was quite poetic to walk alone on the road with fallen leaves. Tang Zhen's interest was piqued. He began to follow the road with white poplar trees on both sides, stepping on the fallen leaves and slowly moving forward. A fallen leaf fell in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. Tang Zhen, who was wearing a black trench coat, raised his head and looked at the treetops. After looking for a while, he felt something in his heart. He opened his mouth and recited, "The frost takes advantage of the autumn leaves and green leaves, describing it as withered and bitter, self-deprecating, the wind blows and leaves without urging, falling leisurely to the ground with the canopy." After Tang Zhen finished reciting, he was still a little pleased with himself. Just as he was about to take advantage of the mood and sing another song, a burst of silver bell-like laughter entered his ears. He turned around and saw a pretty and beautiful woman leaning against the car. The autumn wind blew and the yellow leaves filled the sky. She looked at Tang Zhen with a smile. Chapter 86. Ice Bear Alliance 1. Tang Zhen's expression appeared a little embarrassed when he saw the girl who was covering her mouth and laughing. "I was just wondering who it was that was grieving here, but I didn't expect it to be you. Old classmate, when did you become so artistic?" The girl walked over with a smile. She extended her jade-like hand and looked at Tang Zhen with her clear eyes. "Long time no see." They shook hands and separated. Everything was natural. Tang Zhen looked at the girl opposite him with a smile. In terms of love, if Fang Yujia was the pain in Tang Zhen's heart, then this girl in front of him was the truest dream of his youth. In that era of fluttering white clothes, which young man who had just experienced love did not have a girl who could make his soul throb in his heart. Her every frown and smile was like the most beautiful poem, deeply imprinted in the bottom of his heart, flashing in his mind during countless sleepless nights. Tang Zhen's crush at that time was this gentle and quick-witted woman. She was Tang Zhen's class monitor and had a poetic name, Hewaning. However, time flowed like water, and it was normal for them to be apart. That year, after Tang Zhen left school and started to make a living, Hewaning also moved out of the city with her parents, and the contact between the two sides was cut off. Some people might never see each other again for the rest of their lives, while some people might be separated by thousands of rivers and mountains, but they would meet again one day. However, there were only memories and calmness left between them. In a clean and tidy cafe, the two of them sipped their coffee and chatted. Tang Zhen and Hewaning hadn't seen each other for many years. The only topics they talked about were their former classmates and teachers, the rise and fall of the city, their respective careers, and their marriage. During this period, Hewaning talked about her experience of studying in the Ice Bear Alliance. She occasionally mentioned a city in the Ice Bear Alliance where there was a civil war a few years ago. The public security there was very bad, and the arms trade was rampant. Hewaning's words piqued Tang Zhen's interest. He asked a few more questions in detail, and then the idea of going to that city came to his mind. Now that he had built his city, it seemed like he had a stable base for development. However, Whether it was Black Rock City or the undead race, or even the high-level monsters wandering around in the wilderness, they were all threats that made him uneasy. In such a situation where powerful enemies were surrounding him, having a powerful weapon for self-protection was what Tang Zhen needed to do the most. The city mentioned by He Wanning could provide Tang Zhen with the firearms that he needed the most. After exchanging contact information with He Wanning, the two of them smiled and said goodbye, promising to meet again when they had the time. After making a phone call and asking around, Tang Zhen signed up for a tour group to the Ice Bear Alliance. The earliest they could leave was tomorrow. Since he had decided to go abroad, Tang Zhen naturally needed to make some preparations. Tang Zhen didn't need to prepare any self-defense weapons because there were some in his storage space. He only needed to prepare some cash for the transaction. The original purchase plan was temporarily put on hold by Tang Zhen because he was going abroad. It would not be too late to purchase after he returned from the Ice Bear Alliance. That day, Tang Zhen headed to the provincial capital. After seeing his sister, he found a hotel to stay in. The next morning, Tang Zhen followed the travel agency and took a tour bus to the border. When it was close to evening, he had already stepped into the territory of the Ice Bear Alliance. Tang Zhen followed the tour group and walked on the streets. While he was enjoying the exotic atmosphere, he was also thinking about how to get to his destination. It was impossible to act alone in this country without mastering the language of this country. It was a pity that other than his mother tongue, Tang Zhen had never formally learned any other languages. However, this kind of thing wasn't difficult for Tang Zhen because there was an application that could solve his current problem in the entertainment options of the application store. For some applications that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, the price of the universal language translator was not very high. The remaining amount of gold coins was just enough. After Tang Zhen found the application, he chose to download and install it. After silently choosing the language he needed, Tang Zhen looked at a citizen of the Ice Bear Alliance who was passing by and greeted him. Hello. An incomparably standard Ice Bear Alliance language sounded in his ears. His words were clear and his pronouncing was perfect. If one did not look at his appearance, the other party would definitely think that Tang Zhen was a native of the Ice Bear Alliance. The young man from the Ice Bear Alliance looked at Tang Zhen in surprise. After replying, hello, he continued to walk forward. Seeing that the translator's effect was very ideal, Tang Zhen also relaxed and began to follow the tour group around the various scenic spots of the Ice Bear Alliance. When he saw the goods he liked, he would buy two and bring them along. After staying in the hotel at night, Tang Zhen quietly slipped out of the room. As for what to do if the tour group couldn't find him the next day, Tang Zhen didn't care too much. After checking the traffic route to the destination, Tang Zhen found a good-looking car on the street and started the all-purpose electronic kit that he had not used since he downloaded it. This electronic kit had many practical functions, one of which was to instantly crack an electronic car lock. In the face of this black technology, no matter how advanced the car's electronic lock was, it would not last more than a second. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could even make any car with a car computer instantly shut down when it was speeding. Moreover, he could also create many unexpected accidents. As the application started, the car opposite Tang Zhen instantly unlocked and Tang Zhen quickly got in. This was a car that was installed with a smart key system. After Zhen Tang cracked it, he could start the car without using the car key. After connecting to the internet through the electronic kit and choosing the destination he was going to, the best driving route appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. He drove the car slowly and soon drove out of the city. As he galloped along the Ice Bear Alliance's highway, Tang Zhen admired the exotic scenery along the way while hacking into the network with his electronic tool bag to inquire about various information related to the arms deal. After Tang Zhen's selection, he finally chose an underground arms dealer named Ivanov. After selecting the target, Tang Zhen once again screened through the internet. During this period, he even hacked into the Ice Bear Federation's intelligence agency and finally found the information he wanted. The underground arms dealer named Ivanov was currently located near the city that Tang Zhen was planning to go to. When Tang Zhen finally reached his destination, it was already the morning of the next day. This city, located in the mountain area north of the Ice Bear Alliance, had once been ravaged by war. In some places, traces of the tragic battle could even be seen. Now, this area had become a paradise for underground arms dealers. A large number of weapons left behind from the war and arms from other countries could be bought here. Although many people knew that this place was full of firearms, if you thought that you could easily buy what you wanted on the streets, you were gravely mistaken. Although darkness existed, it could never be openly placed on the surface, because that would make it lose the soil to survive. In this world where light and justice were the main theme, darkness could only move in the corner. According to the information he had, Tang Zhen came to a grocery store. According to the information he obtained from the internet, this was the contact point that Ivanov usually used for transactions. Chapter 87. Buying weapons in an unexpected battle. Tang Zhen walked into the grocery store with a calm expression and found that it was very quiet inside. There were only two expressionless young men fiddling with their mobile phones. When they saw Tang Zhen walk in, they raised their heads and glanced at him. His eyes were filled with scrutiny and a faint coldness. According to the normal procedure, he would have to spend some time to buy the firearms. However, his own city had just been built and there were still many things that he needed to deal with. Therefore, Tang Zhen didn't want to waste too much time here. In front of the two young men, Tang Zhen put the bag in his hand on the table and unzipped it, revealing the bundles of cash inside. At the same time, Tang Zhen, inadvertently, revealed the gun at his waist, allowing the two young men to see it. I want to buy arms from Ivanov. As long as I'm satisfied, money is not a problem. Tang Zhen's actions seemed very direct and dangerous. However, he had absolute confidence that as long as these two young men wanted to do something evil, he would be able to send them to heaven in a few seconds. The two young men looked at each other. One of them put his hand on his waist and gave his companion a look. The other took out his phone and seemed to be contacting someone. After a moment, he nodded to the other young man. Take your things and follow me. The young man who made the call said to Zhen Tang, then walked out of the door first. After Zhen Tang came out, he let him get into an off-road vehicle and the young man drove the car and began to cross the streets. Creak. The off-road vehicle drove into a warehouse area on the outskirts of the city and stopped. Tang Zhen saw two young men holding rifles on the roof of a building not far away. They were looking in their direction while speaking into a walkie-talkie at the same time. The door of the opposite warehouse was pushed open from the inside. A robust young man with a submachine gun and a face full of tattoos walked out from inside and waved at Tang Zhen. The young man who led Tang Zhen over returned to the car and did not follow him in. After entering the warehouse, Tang Zhen merely took a glance before he inhaled a breath of cold air. In this warehouse of nearly 2,000 square meters, it was filled with all kinds of weapons. From small pistols and bullets to big anti-aircraft machine guns and mortars, everything was available. Tang Zhen even saw an armored vehicle. A few strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance were sitting in the house. When they saw Tang Zhen come in, a man with a small beard walked up. Tang Zhen only took a glance and recognized that this guy was Ivanov, who he was looking for. Tang Zhen had seen Ivanov's information in the Ice Bear Alliance's intelligence system. This was a very cunning guy. He was greedy and especially cherished his life. It's you who want to buy arms. Congratulations on finding the right person. As long as you have enough cash, I can even get you missiles. Ivanov bragged to himself. At the same time, he sized up Tang Zhen with a judgmental gaze. My time is limited, so let's start the trade. Is that all? Can I choose at will? Tang Zhen looked around and asked Ivanov. Of course, please choose freely. Ivanov said as he blew out a mouthful of smoke and twisted his thick cigar. Tang Zhen no longer spoke. He began to pick from the pile of weapons. From the outside, the majority of these weapons were old goods. Of course, there were some new ones that had not been used before. However, the number of them was relatively small. The reason why Tang Zhen chose Ivanov was because of his status as a local arms dealer. Although most of the weapons sold were old goods, they were all standard military goods with a complete variety. After looking around, Tang Zhen first chose 10 automatic rifles and standard ammunition from the Ice Bear Alliance. He also chose a box of grenades, powerful military explosives, and 2 small mortars. Tang Zhen had also bought a few types of weapons such as pistols and sniper rifles. Although Tang Zhen, who had a super shooting assistant, could use an ordinary rifle as a sniper rifle, the feeling of the two was different. While choosing weapons, Tang Zhen actually saw more than 20 old Mosinagan rifles. After inspecting them, he found that these old guns were well maintained and should be combat reserves that had not been used in the early years. After seeing these weapons, Tang Zhen immediately decided to buy them for Tai Seng and the others to use. Although the firing speed of this weapon was a little slow in Tang Zhen's eyes, it was more than enough to be used for Lu Cheng's usual defense. With the deterrence of this weapon, he believed that it would be able to make many people with ulterior motives shrink back. Tang Zhen bought all these old guns along with the bayonet bullets. Ivanov's face was filled with suspicion. He guessed that Tang Zhen bought these old guns that his grandfather used as a collection. After gathering the weapons he had chosen, Tang Zhen gestured to Ivanov to settle the score. However, just as Ivanov was tapping the calculator, Tang Zhen's eyes suddenly narrowed and he fell to the ground without any hesitation. Pa, 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 pa. A burst of rapid gunshots suddenly rang out, and the door of the warehouse was kicked open. Immediately after, a few automatic rifles poked in and began to shoot at the inside of the room. Before the two young men in the warehouse could even raise their guns, blood immediately burst out of their chests and they fell to the ground. "Boss, it's the Fire Fist. They ambushed us." A young man's urgent roar came from the walkie-talkie, and at the same time, a burst of rapid gunfire sounded. Ivanov raised his automatic rifle and returned fire in anger. He wanted to find the young man who had bought the weapon, but he found that the young man had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, he must be from the Fire Fist. Ivanov cursed fiercely and continued to fire back, but he did not notice that the weapons in his warehouse were decreasing little by little. Tang Zhen, who had turned on the quantum stealth light screen, took advantage of the exchange of fire between the two sides and began to frantically store the weapons into the storage space. After it was full, he would teleport back to the cave behind the tower, release the weapons, and then teleport back. In the rain of bullets, Tang Zhen was extremely busy. During this period, there were even stray bullets that hit him. Fortunately, he had already changed into a black cloak, so he wasn't injured by the stray bullets. By the time the battle was about to end, almost half of Ivanov's warehouse had been emptied by Tang Zhen. The remaining things were similar to anti-tank mines and walkie-talkies, which were not of much help to Tang Zhen. After taking such a big advantage, Tang Zhen was really embarrassed to watch Ivanov get killed. Therefore, after completing the last transportation, Tang Zhen carried an automatic rifle and quickly rushed to Ivanov's side. Pa pa pa. With a single shot, Tang Zhen killed a guy who had extended his head out to shoot Ivanov. Then, he pulled up Ivanov, who had been shot in the abdomen and was bleeding, and rushed towards another small door of the warehouse. Seeing that Tang Zhen was trying to save him, Ivanov was also very cooperative. He allowed Tang Zhen to support him as he staggered and covered his abdomen. Tang Zhen arrived in front of the small door that was locked. He raised his foot and kicked it out fiercely. The iron door that Ivanov thought was extremely strong was directly kicked out by Tang Zhen. Oh my god, is this guy a bear in human skin? Ivanov stared blankly at the empty door frame in front of him, and the few brand new metal door shafts on it were broken. His eyes were full of shock, and he even temporarily forgot the pain in his abdomen. Tang Zhen roared when he saw this. Why are you still in a daze? If you don't want to die, then quickly follow me. Ivanov immediately came back to his senses and nodded. He began to follow closely behind Tang Zhen and rushed out of the warehouse through the small door. Tang Zhen had just left the warehouse when he raised the automatic rifle with one hand and fired in all directions. The recoil of the automatic rifle did not have any effect on him. It was as if it was his limbs. No matter how the bullets flew, it did not move in the slightest. Ivanov, who followed closely behind, saw with his own eyes that 5 gunmen had been knocked to the ground by Tang Zhen during this period of time. It seemed that they were all shot. When there was only one bullet left in the magazine, another magazine in Tang Zhen's left hand pushed forward. During this time, the firepower of the automatic rifle in his right hand formed a suppressive fire that never stopped because of the change in magazine. Relying on accurate shooting and suppression, the two of them finally retreated to an off-road vehicle. Tang Zhen opened the door and threw Ivanov to the back seat before jumping into the driver's seat. Tang Zhen's shooting had just stopped when a wave of bullets flew over, causing the off-road vehicle to emit a ding-ding sound. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen had already started the off-road vehicle and rushed out amidst the rain of bullets. Chapter 88 Fear of Death. Ivanov's injuries were very serious. The enemy's shot had pierced through his abdomen from the front. The 7.62 caliber rifle bullet had torn his intestines into several pieces, and then the bullet had torn a bloody hole in his lower back. If they opened his abdominal cavity, they would see that it was filled with dirt and blood. These alone were enough to kill him, not to mention the terrible gunshot wound. If he could not get effective treatment in the best time, Ivanov would not be able to hold on for long. Tang Zhen turned his head and did not look at the blood-soaked Ivanov. He was thinking about other things while driving the off-road vehicle. This time, he had obtained a lot of weapons from Ivanov. It seemed that it could greatly improve Tang Zhen's martial strength, but Tang Zhen knew that these firearms were only used to deal with the upcoming crisis. If he wanted to develop in the long run, the development of martial technology suitable for the Lu City world was the foundation. The maintenance, training, and operation of the weapons in the original world required professional personnel. Only with sufficient logistics supply could these weapons and equipment be guaranteed to continue to be used normally. However, Tang Zhen was temporarily unable to do these things. Ivanov seemed to be a good long-term partner, but unfortunately, he was about to die. Tang Zhen was thinking about something in his heart when a groan sounded beside his ear. Ivanov, who had fallen into a semi-conscious state after getting into the car, suddenly woke up at this moment. Moreover, he seemed to have become more energetic. He stared at Tang Zhen with his sunken eyes. After a moment, Ivanov weakly smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me. You know, friend, I actually don't want to die yet because my dream hasn't been realized. But looking at the situation now, I'm afraid that this wish won't come true." Tang Zhen did not even turn his head around. He only used an indifferent tone to say, "No one wants to die, but it's a pity that this kind of thing can only be decided by the heavens, isn't it?" Tang Zhen asked in return. He turned his head and observed Ivanov's expression. Ivanov's expression was extremely ugly at this time. Although his mind was still clear, Tang Zhen could feel a death aura from his body. Perhaps, his current clear-headed state was just a momentary recovery before death. Yes, this kind of thing can only be decided by God, but I still can't accept it. If there is a way for me to live, I will not hesitate to give up all my family property and no longer regard money as my life. Ivanov laughed bitterly at himself and continued, "But what's the point of saying all this? I still can't escape death. I look like a dying wild dog on the street now." Tang Zhen didn't reply, he only continued to drive. From time to time, he would look through the rearview mirror and observe the few cars that were slowly catching up. Tang Zhen seemed to have decided on something. He turned to Ivanov and said, "Actually, you don't have to die. Or rather, I can let you be reborn." Tang Zhen's words made Ivanov stunned for a moment. He looked at Tang Zhen with suspicious eyes for half a minute before he bitterly smiled and said, "Buddy, can I understand your rebirth as shooting me in the head? If that's the case, I don't think there's a need, because I can already see the door to heaven slowly opening for me." Tang Zhen sneered disdainfully when he heard this. "How can heaven take in an arms dealer? Don't tease me, I think it's more like hell. I don't have the time to joke with you. When I said I could help you reincarnate, I meant to help you change your body, but it can only last for a few years. But don't worry, as long as I'm willing, I can help you change a new body at any time." It was as if Ivanov was listening to a fantasy story. However, at this moment, Ivanov, who could clearly feel that death would descend on him at any moment, no longer had the right to question the truth of Tang Zhen's words. "For God's sake, I'm willing to give it a try. After all, I won't lose anything, right?" After Ivanov finished speaking, he stared at Tang Zhen, afraid that his so-called rebirth would be a shot to his head. Tang Zhen was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with Ivanov. He only asked, "Do you have any secret place to hide?" "I'll need some time to prepare. Yes, it's a villa on the side of Highway 236. The address is Qingqing." Ivanov said the name of the place with some effort. At this time, he felt that his vision was turning black, and the muscles in his body were becoming more and more relaxed. "You can die now." Tang Zhen raised his pistol and pointed it at Ivanov's head without turning his head. Under Ivanov's sure-looking eyes, he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The bullet pierced through Ivanov's forehead. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with regret and unwillingness. Tang Zhen did not care about Ivanov's dead state. Instead, he quickly took out a brain that was engraved with strange runes. He exerted force and pressed it into Ivanov's cranial cavity through the bullet hole between his eyebrows. "Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. After all, this is my first time doing such a thing." Tang Zhen lit a cigarette and stopped the car. After taking a few deep puffs, he pulled the bolt of the automatic rifle with all his might and jumped out of the car. The three off-road vehicles had already caught up with them, leaving a trail of dust behind them. When they saw Tang Zhen standing in the open space waiting for them, a few strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance immediately stuck their heads out of the car windows. They held submachine guns in their hands and wanted to shoot at him. Unfortunately, before these people's gunshots could be heard, Tang Zhen had already disappeared from his original spot like a ghost under the dumbfounded gazes of these people. At the same time, a few bullets pierced through the air. Pa pa pa, a brawny man who had stuck his body out of the car window was bleeding. His head was also shattered, and the dust from the submachine gun in his hand fell. His body hung on the car window like a pile of rotten meat. After killing the gunman, Tang Zhen's body passed by an off-road vehicle. A purple light flashed in his hand as he took out the purple electric short sword. Shua shua shua, a weak but sharp voice sounded. The off-road vehicle that had passed by Tang Zhen had actually stopped after driving for more than 10 meters. The engine had also died. Plop, the other brawny man who had stuck his body out of the window had a dazed look in his eyes. Then, his upper body fell to the ground together with the car door that had been cut in half by the purple lightning. What he saw was blood and a piece of broken intestines. With only half of its body left, it was still struggling, but it was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it died with a pile of dust-covered internal organs. The driver of the off-road vehicle also couldn't escape the cut of the purple lightning. His hand was pressed on the wound as if he wanted to stop the blood from splashing, but it was of no use. In an instant, the driver's seat was soaked in blood. The other two gunmen in the off-road vehicle, who had not been injured by the purple electric blade, were stunned by the scene in front of them. They raised the weapons in their hands and did not shoot at Tang Zhen immediately. Tang Zhen sized up the two young-looking gunmen as a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his hands and a pistol instantly appeared in his hands. Bang bang. After two gunshots, the two shooters were shot in the middle of their eyebrows at the same time and were about to fall down. Tang Zhen didn't even blink as he threw out two more brains. Both of them entered the gunman's cranial cavity through the bullet hole between his eyebrows. They only stopped when they were close to the pineal gland. The blood-stained brain glowed faintly in the cranial cavity, and the runes carved on it seemed to come alive. At the same time, something called soul in the bodies of the two gunners was slowly being absorbed by the brain. Chapter 89. The preparation of materials for the rebirth secret technique. After Tang Zhen completed this series of actions in an extremely short time, the other two off-road vehicles also turned around and drove toward him again. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen was no longer interested in being entangled with these gunmen because he had more important things to do. Tang Zhen's body leaned back in a strange manner, almost bending at a 90-degree angle. After which, under the frightened gazes of the two gunmen, two mortar shells suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's originally empty hands. The mortar shell was a weapon that Tang Zhen had placed in his storage space in advance. He could use his mind to remove the safety of the mortar shell in the storage space before taking it out. The game is over, go to hell. Tang Zhen's body instantly straightened up like a recurve bow without a bowstring. Immediately after, two mortar shells issued an ear-piercing whistling sound and smashed toward the two off-road vehicles. Oh, God, this guy is a devil. The driver of the off-road vehicle let out his last scream before he died. Then, the two vehicles were blown into fireballs by the head-on mortar shells. The broken pieces of the body of the vehicle splattered in all directions. At the same time, the flames rose and made crackling sounds of burning. After confirming that there were no survivors, Tang Zhen pulled out the bodies of the two young gunmen who had been pierced through between their eyebrows and threw them into the trunk of his car. Then, he pulled the three bodies and drove toward the location that Ivanov had mentioned. Ivanov's hiding place was really well hidden. Tang Zhen only found it after circling the area a few times. This was a 3-story building with its own door and courtyard. It was surrounded by tall walls, and it was difficult to see the inside from the outside. Tang Zhen followed the information left behind by Ivanov and easily entered this place. After locking the door, he moved the three bodies to the basement of the small building. Tang Zhen placed the body on a makeshift stage and took out a bottle of Ivanov's precious red wine. He took a few sips and began to think about how to complete the so-called rebirth ceremony for Ivanov. Ever since he had obtained the soul lodging secret technique from the treasure vault in Black Rock City, Tang Zhen had been diligently studying it. This was because he knew that once he mastered this heaven-defying secret technique, it was equivalent to controlling the lifelines of all the powerful people in his original world. The benefits he would receive would far exceed the wealth that could rival a country. No matter how rich or powerful one was, it was still difficult to escape old age, illness, and death. However, fear of death was a common problem for humans. Once some influential figures learned that there was a way to make them immortal, they would either not believe it or go crazy. But no matter what, as long as it was confirmed, they would do whatever it took to achieve immortality. It could be said that after grasping these top powerful people, the entire original world could be dominated by Tang Zhen. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the original world's potential was much worse than the Lusheng world. However, it could provide him with sufficient supplies and billions of people. His goal was to build an incomparably huge tower in the world of towers. It might be a continent-level tower, a planet-level tower, or even an even bigger one. In this way, he had to tie the entire original world to his chariot to realize his great ambition. The foundation of all these dreams was Tang Zhen's successful completion of the soul-hosting secret technique. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not wish for there to be any deviation in Ivanov's rebirth experiment. Recalling the information recorded in the secret technique, he took out a pen and paper and listed a large list of materials needed to complete the soul-lodging secret technique. Some of these materials could only be found in the Lusheng world, and some could be bought in the original world. After finishing the list, Tang Zhen was teleported back to the world of Lusheng. Inside the cave, Qianlong and Tai Seng were fiddling with a hand grenade with curious looks on their faces. Coincidentally, Tang Zhen had just returned. When he saw this scene, he was so frightened that he immediately shouted, "Fuck, you two don't want to live anymore. Don't move." Upon hearing this, Qianlong and Tai Seng immediately stopped moving. Even the subtle expressions on their faces froze as they carried out Tang Zhen's order extremely thoroughly. When Tang Zhen saw this, he walked over in a bad mood. He snatched the grenade from Qianlong's hand and examined it. Fortunately, he didn't open the safety. Otherwise, if the grenade exploded and detonated the military fire in the cave, not only would these two guys lose their lives, but his newly built building would also probably be destroyed. If it really came to that time, Tang Zhen would want to cry but have no tears. Seeing the disapproving look on the two people's faces, it seemed that they both thought that this little metal lump was not a big deal. Tang Zhen's nervousness was clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. Tang Zhen helplessly laughed. Only the natives of these two tower worlds would be foolish and bold enough to do such a thing. If it was someone from the original world who had some military knowledge, they would not do something that would cause them to be smashed into pieces if they were not careful. Do you guys think that this thing is nothing special? You even want to use a rock to break it open and see? Tang Zhen asked. Qianlong and Tai Seng chuckled. Even though they didn't say anything, their expressions clearly proved that Tang Zhen had guessed correctly. Tang Zhen furiously glared at Qianlong. He then waved his hand and said, "You two bastards, come with me. I'll show you the power of this thing today. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." When Qianlong and Tai Seng saw Tang Zhen's expression, they felt that the matter wasn't as simple as they had imagined. After exchanging a glance, the two of them walked out. Tang Zhen came to the open space in front of the building and avoided the residents who were working on the construction. He pointed to the mound in front and said, "Look closely, this is the power of that little metal lump you're fiddling with." After speaking, Tang Zhen swung his hand and threw out a defensive grenade with its safety pin removed. After which, he pressed the two of them to the ground. Just when Qianlong and Tai Seng thought that the metal lump would smash a small hole in the ground, a loud explosion sounded out, and countless pieces of rock shot out. The residents who were working in the distance were also shocked by the explosion. "Fuck, that metal lump is actually a bomb." Qianlong had followed Tang Zhen for a long time and had learned how to use vulgarities when he was agitated. The moment he heard the violent sound, he immediately guessed the use of this metal lump, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Tai Seng, who had also witnessed the power of the bomb, was also filled with lingering fear at this moment. This was because he had just suggested to Qianlong to smash this metal lump with a metal hammer to see what was inside. It was fortunate that Tang Zhen had rushed back before they could take action. Otherwise, he and Qianlong might have already died. Tang Zhen had brought a lot of resources from his original world, and they involved many fields. In the eyes of Tai Seng, who was in charge of guarding the place, They were all very strange, but they were extremely useful. After a long time, Tai Seng gained a new hobby, and that was to study the uses of these things. Every time he figured out how to use an item, Tai Seng would be happy for a long time. So this time, after Tang Zhen got a huge pile of firearms, Tai Seng didn't dare to touch anything that seemed to be firearms. Instead, he picked up a grenade that he didn't think was dangerous and started studying it with Qianlong. Damn, I was almost killed by you this time. Qianlong crawled up from the ground and gave Tai Seng's butt a kick. Tai Seng didn't get angry and even scratched his head in embarrassment. His gaze toward Tang Zhen was slightly evasive. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this and said, "All right, just be careful next time. Also, you must keep a close eye on those firearms. Don't let anyone get close, especially not fireworks. Otherwise, the entire Holy Dragon City might be blown up." Tai Seng's expression froze for a moment before. He nodded his head vigorously. Right now, the Holy Dragon City was his life, and anyone who wanted to plot against the Holy Dragon City would become Tai Seng's mortal enemy. Since Tang Zhen said that the firearms would destroy the Holy Dragon City if they were not properly guarded, then Tai Seng would definitely not allow that to happen. Chapter 90. Are you blind? Qianlong and Tai Seng were still unwilling to give up and ran over to the mound to take a look, but they soon returned without a word with constipated expressions on their faces. Tang Zhen still had a lot of things to do and didn't have time to talk nonsense with these two guys. He told Qianlong the items on the list and asked him to try his best to gather them within 2 days. After that, Tang Zhen returned to the cave and teleported to the basement of the Ivanov family's house. After getting Qianlong to prepare the materials, he had to prepare the rest himself. The secret technique of soul lodging was actually very simple, and the materials required were not scarce. However, it had several key points, and without these points, there was no possibility of successfully performing this secret technique. The first was the brain, which was the foundation of the soul lodging secret technique. The stronger the soul, the higher the level of the brain required for lodging. As for the soul of an ordinary person, only a level 1 brain was needed for lodging. Next were the runes and activation incantations. The runes needed to be carved on the brain, and they would operate automatically when they came into contact with fresh blood. Because the pineal gland in the brain was the real residence of the soul, when the brain approached it, it could absorb the soul in the fastest time and make it reside in the brain. Otherwise, once they sensed that their bodies were dead, their souls would also quickly die without the support of the body's essence qi. The activation incantation was placed in the core of the brain, and it was chanted along with the runes carved. Then, the user could set the password to activate the soul transmission according to his will, or even silently cast it. The third was the special magic circle drawn by the monster's blood with the energy provided by the brain. Without this magic circle, the soul lodging secret technique could not be successfully performed. He used a simplified version of the soul lodging secret technique on Ivanov. He could only stay in a body and could not leave or enter at will. He could only rely on Tang Zhen's help to complete the body replacement. If Ivanov had used a body that had been cultivated by Tang Zhen's secret technique, he would be able to achieve a 100% compatibility. It would also save him the trouble of having to change his body every few years. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen did not have the time to cultivate such a body for the time being. Even if he did not intend to give it to Ivanov to use now. Only by making Ivanov rely on Tang Zhen's help to change his body to live would Tang Zhen be able to completely control this guy. Although he could also use some small tricks when using the soul lodging secret technique, the effect would not be as obvious and direct as changing his body. Tang Zhen planned to use 2 days to prepare the materials. At midnight on the 3rd day, he would conduct the first soul lodging secret technique experiment. After driving out of the Ivanov family's house, Tang Zhen drove towards urban area. When he passed a fork, Tang Zhen saw a tall beauty waving her hand to stop a car. Looking at her appearance, this beauty was not a typical member of the Ice Bear Alliance. Instead, she seemed to be of mixed blood. Her figure was curvaceous, and her skin was snow white without any color spots. Her height was almost the same as Tang Zhen. She wore a light gray pullover and jeans, and her long legs were extremely straight. Especially her pretty face, which was very delicate and clean, which made people feel comfortable. After Tang Zhen came to the Ice Bear Alliance, this was the first time he had seen a beauty that suited his taste. In addition, there were very few people in the vicinity. He also wanted to find someone to inquire about something, so he slowly stopped the car. After seeing Tang Zhen stop the car, the girl smiled and opened the car door. After which, she sat inside. Tang Zhen felt that the girl's long golden hair had a faint fragrance. At the same time, this girl's body also had a faint fragrance. Tang Zhen heard that the people of the Ice Bear Alliance had strong body odor, but the smell of this girl gave people a trace of intoxicating and impulsive feeling. "Thank you, sir. I wonder if you can drive faster on this road." The girl extended her hand and pointed at a path. After that, she glanced at Tang Zhen and continued, "I know that my request may be unreasonable, but I really have something urgent to attend to. Besides, there are no other cars here, so I'll have to take a step." Tang Zhen stopped the girl from continuing. After which, the off-road vehicle slightly turned around, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out toward that road. "I'm sorry for the trouble, but I still have to thank you, sir." When the girl saw that the speed of the off-road vehicle was getting faster and faster, the anxious expression on her face eased up a lot, and she thanked Tang Zhen again and again. "If this road leads to the city, then I'm just going the same way. You don't have to thank me," Tang Zhen said with a smile. At the same time, he asked the girl a few questions that he wanted to ask. Fortunately, this girl was a local. She gave perfect answers to the few questions that Tang Zhen asked. As the two of them were talking, the girl suddenly pointed at the motorcycles in front of them and said, "Sir, please help me stop that motorcycle. It's that bald guy in the leather jacket." Tang Zhen glanced at the girl. He twisted the steering wheel in his hand and forcefully inserted himself into the path of the motorcycle, forcing the motorcycle that the girl had pointed out to stop. Tang Zhen's car had just stopped when he saw the girl jump out of the off-road vehicle. Then, she pulled the young man in the leather jacket and questioned him in an angry tone. After Tang Zhen heard a few words, he understood the whole story of the matter. The bald young man was the girl's older brother. She had a sick mother at home. When the older brother came home just now, he took the money that the family had left for his mother's treatment. It seemed that he was going to use it to prepare for a gathering with his motorcycle riding friends. When the girl returned home and heard about this, she immediately chased after him, and then the scene of them taking a bus by the side of the road happened. Tang Zhen did not step forward to interrupt when he saw the two siblings arguing. This was their family matter and was also a very sensitive topic. Outsiders should not easily intervene in this kind of topic at any time. Tang Zhen didn't want to cause trouble at this moment, but trouble came to him. A few well-built young men surrounded Tang Zhen. After which, one of them cursed at Tang Zhen, "Fuck, you damned monkey, are you blind? You just ruined my car and scared my brothers. If you don't leave $100,000 as compensation, I'll make you die like a stray dog." After saying that, the young man waved the big bully knife in his hand and sized up Tang Zhen. It was as if he was trying to figure out which part of his body would be more comfortable to stab the knife in. Tang Zhen sneered. He didn't speak any nonsense at all. He swung his fist and hit the knife-wielding youth's nose, causing his nose to cave in. The young man screamed and fell to the ground, covering his nose. When they saw Zhen Tang suddenly take action, the dozen or so young men at the side immediately howled. One after another, they rushed over and surrounded Zhen Tang. Some of them were even holding weapons that they had just pulled out from their motorcycles. The brother and sister who were quarreling at the side also stopped. When the girl saw that Tang Zhen was being surrounded, she wanted to step forward and rescue him. However, she was firmly held back by her brother. If he were to rush in now, these bastards would probably not even spare his sister. All he could do now was wait and hope that the young man from the Asian Alliance would not be killed. However, things didn't go in the direction that the siblings had expected. The youth, who they thought would soon fall to the ground and wail, didn't fall. Instead, he waved a leather whip made of a triangular belt and whipped a dozen fierce youths until they cried. The triangular belt was made of rubber and nylon rope. It was a ring-shaped object used to provide power for the engine and other equipment. It was very flexible and strong. It was very painful to whip people. Often, a whip would leave an eye-catching bloody mark on the body. The brother and sister only saw the shadow of the whip flash, and the sound of the whip hitting the flesh was endless. The screams of more than a dozen young men also rose and fell. They seemed to want to dodge and counterattack, but every second, the whips would land on their bodies and faces. More than a dozen people, each one of them was exactly the same. Their speed was so fast that it was as if the youth had more than a dozen arms. Each arm was dedicated to watching one person, and then whipping them to death. It took a full 3 minutes for Tang Zhen to calm down and stop. Around him, there were many young men whose clothes had been torn apart and were soaked in blood. There was not a single part of their bodies that was intact. Their skin was swollen from the whipping, and blood and cell fluid kept oozing out of the whip marks. It was a terrible sight. Despite being whipped so miserably, none of these young men let out a wail. All they could do was groan because they were too weak to make a sound. Tang Zhen looked at those young men who were covered in blood on the ground. There was not the slightest pity in his eyes. The bad performance of this group of people earlier had already proved that they were a group of complete villains. It would not be too much for them to suffer any punishment. The unscathed brother and sister looked at the dozen or so strong men on the ground and then at Tang Zhen, who was using a triangular belt to slap the flat-nosed young man. Just because he was blocking their way, they felt their hair stand on end. What was the background of this terrifying guy? Chapter 91. The Mysterious Mr. Tang, the girl's bald older brother, involuntarily trembled when he saw Tang Zhen smiling at him. Tang Zhen seemed to be a demon in human skin when he saw his expression. The scene that had just happened seemed to have frightened him. Mr. Wanwan, I'm actually not familiar with them. Wanwan, yes, not at all. The girl's brother's heart was slightly thumping. He really didn't want to become one of the unlucky ones on the ground. His body was covered in whip marks, and then he rolled in the dust and screamed in pain. This was definitely a painful memory that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. The girl's brother was very sure that these guys must have been traumatized by fear. In the future, when they saw this kind of self-made triangular leather whip again, they would involuntarily avoid it. The girl saw her brother's cowering expression. Although his expression was very shameless, it did not mean that she did not have a protective feeling in her bloodline. Therefore, she took a step forward and faintly blocked her brother behind her. She said to Tang Zhen, "I'm very sorry for involving you in this dispute, but please don't hurt my brother. Although he often makes mistakes, he's not a bad person, Yingluo." Tang Zhen waved his hand to stop the girl from speaking. He merely quietly looked at the brother and sister. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. The moment he turned around, he seemed to have felt a dangerous aura, but it quickly disappeared. Ordinary people would definitely not give him this kind of numb feeling. The intuition that he had gradually cultivated after fighting with monsters more than once made Tang Zhen convinced that he was not mistaken. "Are you pretending to be a coward to confuse me? Interesting, Ying. 1-inch Tang Zhen smiled as he threw the leather whip in his hand to the side and said, "Don't worry, I don't intend to do anything to your brother. After all, he didn't provoke me, did he?" The girl's brother quickly nodded, his face even revealing a trace of flattery. After Tang Zhen said this, he carefully sized up the brother and sister. This caused the pressure on the two of them to suddenly increase. The forehead of the older brother was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Seeing that the brother and sister appeared quite uncomfortable in front of him, Tang Zhen directly opened his mouth and asked, "It looks like you're in need of money." "It just so happens that I have a job that requires manpower. I've decided to hire the two of you. Your salary will be paid in American banknotes. Each person will receive $10,000 a week. How about it?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the eyes of the brother and sister immediately became heated. This was indeed a large sum of money to them. May I ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What we need to do. After the girl was pleasantly surprised, she hesitantly asked Tang Zhen. After all, the salary was really too high. She could not help but have some doubts about Tang Zhen's purpose in hiring the two of them. However, his older brother somewhat blamed his younger sister for being too talkative. He was afraid that he would miss the opportunity to make a fortune. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with asking clearly. After all, a high income meant high risk. It was not impossible for them to kill and set fire as long as the reward Tang Zhen gave was worth the risk. "It's just that I'm not familiar with this area, and I need to buy some supplies, so I need someone to run errands for me. The reason I hired you two is because I happened to meet you two, so you don't need to worry." After explaining the matter, Tang Zhen no longer paid attention to the brother and sister. Instead, he returned to his car, took out a cigarette, and started smoking. This cigarette was from Ivanov's inventory. It had a very spicy taste and Tang Zhen was quite not used to it. The girl's older brother came over and said to Tang Zhen, "Sir, we've decided to accept your employment. Now, please arrange the mission. Tang Zhen glanced at the girl's older brother and threw the cigarette in his hand over. He asked, first, I need to know your name. Also, call me Mr. Tang. I'm Pargo, Mr. Tang. Alright, Pargo, this is the list of items I need to buy. Take a look and see if you can gather them in this city. Tang Zhen said as he handed over a piece of paper and waited for Pargo's answer. After Pargo looked at it seriously for a while, he raised his head and said to Tang Zhen, I've already seen it. The things on the paper should be able to be bought. Tang Zhen nodded. He turned around and entered the car. He took out a paper bag and threw it over. When Pargo opened the bag, he felt his heart beat wildly because there were 10 stacks of brand new notes in the bag, and they gave off a smell that intoxicated him. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? Pargo asked in a probing tone. Although he was short of money, the sudden appearance of such a large amount of cash in his hands made him feel very uneasy. Not to mention that the money was thrown to him by the devil, Tang Zhen. Since you're going to help me purchase the supplies, I naturally won't let you pay for it out of your own pocket. This money will be the funds for the purchase. Remember, I only want the best. After you've gathered all the materials on the list, give me a call and I'll tell you where to send them. Tang Zhen looked at Pargo and continued, the rest of the money can be considered as payment for your hard work. As long as you work hard, I will definitely not treat you badly. Pargo nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would do a good job. Seeing this, Tang Zhen no longer spoke. Instead, he took out a smartphone from the bodies of the young men who had collapsed on the ground. He turned on the electronic kit and made a few slight modifications. This mobile phone immediately became a powerful super phone. Super strong signal, anti-positioning, anti-eavesdropping, network automatic tracking and positioning, etc. Tang Zhen simply did not look at the other functions in detail. In any case, he had long been used to the black technology in the application store. After asking for Pargo's phone number, Tang Zhen used the phone to call him. Pargo picked up his phone and looked at it, only to find that it was a hidden number. This number can only be dialed using your marked phone. Remember to call me when you're done. Don't let me down. Tang Zhen patted Pargo's shoulder and waved to the girl beside him. He started the car and returned to the Ivanov's villa. Seeing that Tang Zhen's car had disappeared, Ivanov let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to his sister and asked, Natasha, where did you find this perverted guy? He almost scared me to death. Natasha glanced at her brother and said in a disdainful tone, how dare you comment on your boss like that? Do you believe that I'll tell him about it when I get back? He'll punish you on behalf of me and my mother. He'll use that kind of leather whip to give you a good beating. Pargo was shocked and quickly begged for mercy, but Natasha just ignored him. In the end, he was annoyed and promised not to say anything. Looking at the group of young men who were still groaning on the ground, the brother and sister decided to immediately leave this place and then purchase the supplies according to the list given by Tang Zhen. At this moment, the advantage of being a local snake could be seen. The brother and sister who drove the pickup truck only took one afternoon to gather the materials Tang Zhen needed. When they called Tang Zhen and told him that the mission was completed, Tang Zhen was quite surprised. In any case, it was a good thing to be able to gather everything. Tang Zhen gave Pargo an address and asked him to transport the supplies. After the brother and sister pulled the supplies to Ivanov's villa, Tang Zhen directed the two of them to help move the things to the basement. As expected, the two of them saw 3 bodies placed together by Tang Zhen. Natasha and her brother looked at each other and revealed an expression of, as expected. However, out of Tang Zhen's expectations, the brother and sister did not show any panic. However, when he saw Pargo's hand rubbing his waist from time to time, Tang Zhen knew that the two of them might have already taken preventive measures. Tang Zhen was unconcerned about this and did not deliberately explain anything to the two of them. He merely smiled and said to the brother and sister who had finished moving the supplies, well done. I have one more thing to do. I will stay in the basement to prevent others from disturbing me. If you can help me guard this house for 3 days, I will pay you double your salary. Tang Zhen's tone was very relaxed when he said that he wanted to increase the money. He had previously cracked Ivanov's hidden safe and got a lot of cash from it, so he didn't feel any heartache when he threw out money. When Ivanov was reborn and found out that his safe had been opened by Tang Zhen with an electronic kit and the cash inside had disappeared, he didn't know if he would die again from heartache. Chapter 92. The reborn Ivanov won. Perhaps it was purely for the sake of money, but the brother and sister very happily agreed to Tang Zhen's request. They did not mention the matter of the 3 corpses at all, as if this matter did not happen at all. The 2 of them started to guard the door for Tang Zhen, not allowing him to be disturbed in any way. What an interesting pair of siblings. Perhaps they have a lot of interesting stories. Tang Zhen looked at the map and saw Pargo take out the TT-33 pistol from his waist. After fiddling with it a few times, he put it back in. This was an old gun that seemed to have been baptized by war. Tang Zhen believed that Pargo was definitely not its first owner. Natasha, who was sitting on the roof and basking in the sun, seemed to have a lazy and powerless expression. However, Tang Zhen believed that as long as there was an abnormal situation, the sniper rifle placed next to the girl would erupt with life-threatening flames. Tang Zhen looked at Natasha's exquisite appearance and really didn't dare to associate her with the female sniper who took lives. However, the facts had proven that the brother and sister that he felt something was wrong from the beginning were indeed not simple characters. It was as if fighting and killing were what they were best at, not acting. What exactly had these 2 siblings experienced? Why did they want to hide themselves? Why did they accept his employment in the end? Tang Zhen wasn't interested in finding out the cause and effect of all these. He only needed the 2 of them to guard the door for him during the few days he was doing experiments. After arranging the materials that Pargo had bought, Tang Zhen began to set up the altar in the basement for the simplified version of the soul lodging secret technique. According to Tang Zhen's plan, this altar would probably be used many times in the future, so it had to be built to be strong and durable. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen completely lived in the basement. The entire basement had also changed according to his modifications. It began to change beyond recognition. At the same time, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere gradually emerged. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had teleported back to the other world and brought back the materials that Qian Long had gathered. With all the materials gathered, Tang Zhen began the final construction work. At this moment, he was carving the core array of the soul hosting secret technique. The sharp purple lightning short sword in his hand was constantly waved, carving out strange lines on the hard ground as if he was cutting tofu. After drawing the lines on the ground, Tang Zhen dug out dozens of nodes and then placed the brain beads in order. These brain beads would be used as the energy to maintain the operation of the array and could be used for a long time. Tang Zhen took out the monster's blood from his storage space and carefully poured it along the path. He only needed to wait for the blood to dry up naturally before he could use the soul lodging secret technique. After finishing all of this, Tang Zhen stretched his body and went to Ivanov's wine cellar. He picked a bottle of red wine and slowly tasted it. Ivanov's wine cellar was very large. In addition to a variety of red wine, the rest of the wine was a variety of brands of special spirits of the Ice Bear Alliance, which almost filled up half of the wine cellar. Tang Zhen didn't know why Ivanov had stored so much hard liquor. However, when he saw these things, an idea suddenly emerged in Tang Zhen's mind. At the same time, he couldn't wait to try it. He immediately got to work. He stored half of the strong wine in the wine cellar into his storage space and then teleported back to the tower in the other world. After greeting a few residents he met along the way, Tang Zhen came to the room where the foundation stone was placed. Standing in front of the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen first used his brain to exchange for 100 points, then began to leave a message on the cornerstone trading platform. The purest spirit, only heroes can drink, a total of 100 bottles, each bottle is 20 points. Over 20 words actually required over 40 points, causing Tang Zhen to call him a profiteer. Who knew if there was someone controlling this cornerstone trading platform from behind the scenes? If there was, then the number of brain beads earned every year would probably be an astronomical figure that Tang Zhen could not imagine. He placed the spirits in his inventory around the cornerstone platform. When he stepped back, a thin layer of light spread from the cornerstone and enveloped the spirits. At this point, other than Tang Zhen, no one else was able to take out the liquor. Unless the transaction was completed or the transaction was cancelled, the items on the trading list would be protected by the cornerstone trading platform. Following the payment of the points, the information posted by Tang Zhen immediately appeared on the cornerstone trading platform. At the same time, it was signed as Holy Dragon City, Level 1 City. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the information that was slowly rolling on the cornerstone trading platform. He then left the room. This was because Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about the following matters at all. He only needed to wait until the goods were sold to check the points. The Holy Dragon City was currently undergoing a major construction, and every resident was busy. Tang Zhen walked around and found that he, the city lord, seemed to have nothing to do. Feeling a little embarrassed, Tang Zhen stopped walking around and teleported back to the basement of the Ivanov family's house. Tang Zhen checked the monster's blood on the circuit. The surface of the blood had already congealed. Tang Zhen estimated that based on this speed, he could perform the soul lodging secret technique at midnight. Since there was nothing to do now, Tang Zhen lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to rest. The past 2 days of hard work had made him feel quite tired. Even with 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand such an intense overtime work. Quote, however, although Tang Zhen's body was tired, he had never felt that it was hard. This was because he was working hard for his dream. Once he was engrossed in it, he would have a kind of joy in it. He slept until around 10 a.m. Only when the work schedule in his subconsciousness, which was like a biological clock, woke Tang Zhen up did he comfortably stretch his body and stand up. He took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it before starting to check the monster's blood in the array. The blood had completely dried up, showing a purplish-brown color. It looked like he could completely perform his secret technique. Tang Zhen changed into his black cloak, then stripped Ivanov's clothes off and threw him into a blood pool inside the array. Immediately after, Tang Zhen stripped the body of the other young gunman and threw it into another blood pool. At the same time, he used a long tweezer to take out the brain pearl from the young man's brain. After the ordinary level 1 brain was removed from the young gunner's brain, it turned bright red. Under the light, one could see a faintly discernible human-shaped object floating in it. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth was slightly lifted when he saw this. The abnormal phenomenon of this brain bead indicated that he had already successfully gathered the young gunner's soul. Otherwise, the young gunner's soul would have already turned into ashes at this moment. He took out the brains of the other gunner, and the results were the same. It seemed that both brains had successfully contained the soul that was about to dissipate. Tang Zhen didn't take out Ivanov's brain because he would be performing a secret technique on him later. Therefore, he couldn't move his brain. A brand new brain bead was stuffed into the brain of the young gunner in the blood pool by Tang Zhen. However, the runes on this brain bead were very special, completely different from the patterns on the brain bead that was previously taken out. Tang Zhen looked at the 2 corpses that were soaking in the blood pool. He looked at the time and decided to begin the soul lodging secret technique now. He slowly walked to the center of the formation and sat down in a spot surrounded by the monster's blood. Then, he began to chant something. It was an extremely strange language, with abrupt fluctuations in pitch. At times, it sounded like the melodious voice of a crane, and at other times, it sounded like the wailing of ghosts and gods. The strange rhythm seemed to resonate with the air, causing some of the items on the table to tremble slightly. After chanting this incantation for less than a minute, Tang Zhen suddenly clapped his hands and the brain nodes on the ground lit up one by one, emitting a faint blood-colored light. After all the nodes were lit up, the blood of those monsters also began to glow faintly. For a moment, the entire basement's floor, walls, and ceiling were all reflected with a blood-colored light. Tang Zhen stopped all his actions and quietly looked at the 2 corpses in the blood pool. Success or failure depended on this one move. He could not afford any mistakes. Tang Zhen's heart was also extremely nervous. PFF'd. A young and strong body suddenly sat up in the blood pool. His eyes were wide open with a blank look on his face as he stared ahead. Coupled with the bullet hole on his forehead, the whole scene looked like a real-life horror film. A moment later, the young man finally inhaled a deep breath of air before exhaling heavily. After which, he turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen, who was wearing a black cloak. "Welcome back to life, my dear Mr. Ivanov." Tang Zhen's voice seemed to have come from heaven. However, it carried a devil-like temptation, as it slowly reverberated in the basement. Chapter 93, Fictional God. The young man in the blood pool was covered in dirty blood, and his naked body was exposed to the air, but he didn't care about it. He just silently felt the youthful vitality contained in his body, and then looked at his big belly that had disappeared, and then waved his arms hard. This body was so strong, yet so unfamiliar. After a moment of silence, the young man asked in a trembling voice, "I'm alive, I'm really alive again. Oh God, didn't you just shoot me in the head?" His voice trembled with excitement, but more than that, it was disbelief. Tang Zhen did not reply. He merely threw a mirror over and it landed in the blood pool. The young man immediately picked up the mirror and wiped the dirty blood off it. Then he saw an unfamiliar face with a bullet hole in the forehead. He was very familiar with this face, because it was this guy who had shot him in the abdomen. Slowly putting down the mirror, the young man, or rather, the reincarnated Ivanov, stood up from the blood pool. At the same time, he saw the body in another blood pool, which was his previous body. It was pale, bloated, and even a little ugly. Looking at his stiff body from the perspective of another body, Ivanov did not know how to describe the strange scene. It was not a sad scene, but a wonderful feeling that was almost beyond life and death. Ivanov slowly walked in front of Tang Zhen and took the blanket that Tang Zhen handed him. He wrapped himself up and soon felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help but let out a groan. This feeling was really wonderful. Looking at the black-cloaked Tang Zhen, and then glancing at the basement that was beyond recognition, Ivanov had too many doubts in his heart that he wanted to ask. However, as the words reached his mouth, he lost the courage to ask, because the black-cloaked young man in front of him gave him too much pressure. Tang Zhen looked at Ivanov with a smile that was not a smile. After drinking a mouthful of red wine, he softly said, "Tell me the question in your heart, and I might be able to give you an answer." "Thank you." Ivanov thanked her and pointed at his own body. He asked in a careful and respectful tone, "What's wrong with my body? Is there really such a magical thing as resurrection?" Tang Zhen sneered and pointed at Ivanov. "I only helped you to change your body into a stronger one. As for whether or not you can be resurrected, aren't you a living example?" Ivanov nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then continued to ask, "May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks? Who you are?" Tang Zhen finally waited for Ivanov to raise this question. He chuckled in his heart and said with a sacred tone, "I'm a lucky person. I was fortunate enough to have met a real god." Tang Zhen paused and glanced at Ivanov's expression. As expected, he saw a shocked and envious expression on his face. "God ordered me to be his messenger in the world, to help him develop believers and teach me the divine spell of resurrection. In addition, God also taught me these abilities." As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, he waved his hand and Ivanov was shocked to find that his original body had disappeared into thin air. Then, Tang Zhen waved his hand again and his body appeared at the entrance of the basement. Tang Zhen's palms were placed together before he slowly separated them. An automatic rifle slowly appeared between his palms. He threw the rifle on the ground and raised his hand. 2 grenades appeared in his palm. Looking at Ivanov, who had fallen into a dazed state, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "Actually, this is just one of the abilities that the gods have given me. I can do this too." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, Ivanov was shocked to find that Tang Zhen's body had already disappeared into thin air. "Lord Oracle, where have you been?" Ivanov was a little flustered. It was a great fortune to be able to meet this oracle and help him be reborn. Now that the oracle was gone, he immediately became extremely flustered because he had more questions to ask. He hoped that he could also get the favor of the god. "No need to shout, I'm right beside you." Tang Zhen's voice sounded in Ivanov's ears before it once again appeared in the open space in front of him. "Now, do you believe me?" Feeling that his performance was almost done, Tang Zhen used a faint tone to open his mouth and ask. "I believe, I absolutely believe, and I have never doubted the words of the oracle." Ivanov immediately bent down. His tone was pious and firm, and he was speaking the truth. When he realized that he had indeed been reincarnated, a deep sense of respect and fear had already risen in his heart for Tang Zhen. Now that he had seen Tang Zhen continuously display miracles, he was even more convinced and devoted to him. Tang Zhen nodded upon seeing this. It seemed that Ivanov had already believed his words without a doubt. In that case, it was time to talk about serious matters. A solemn voice sounded in Ivanov's ears. Tang Zhen asked word by word, "Ivanov, as you have been reborn by relying on divine arts, are you willing to help the great god develop his believers in the world?" When Ivanov heard this, he immediately became extremely excited. He heavily knelt in front of Tang Zhen and replied in a decisive tone, "I, Ivanov, am willing to sacrifice myself for the great god and help him develop his believers in the world. Even if I have to face blades and axes, even if death comes, I will not be afraid. Don't worry, as long as you become a devout believer of God, you don't have to be afraid of death because you will be immortal. Tang Zhen said with a smile. What Tang Zhen said was not the truth, but he did not completely lie to Ivanov either. This was because as long as his soul was not exhausted, he indeed had the possibility of infinite reincarnation. This was the terrifying part of the soul lodging technique. If one's soul power was strong enough, it was possible to live forever. Tang Zhen could not help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, the words that recorded the soul lodging secret technique were very unique. As a result, the person in charge of Black Rock City did not discover its value. In the end, he benefited from it. He had only managed to decipher the text with the help of the mysterious text translator that he had downloaded from the application store, making it possible for his grand plan to be realized. Once the original world was under his control, he would have billions of people in reserve. How difficult would it be for him to make a name for himself in the Lusheng world? Ivanov was his own experimental subject. There were more experimental subjects in the future. Tang Zhen wanted to use the people from the Ice Bear Alliance to do experiments. Once all the experiments were completed, Tang Zhen would carry out the soul lodging secret technique across the plane of space and transfer the soul of the original world's human into the body cultivated in the Lucheng world, completing a perfect rebirth. The source of all these plans was now tied to Ivanov. Ivanov immediately became excited when he heard that he would no longer have to worry about death. However, Tang Zhen's next words made him worry about his gains and losses. Your current body doesn't belong to you, so the compatibility is very low. It will fail in about 3 to 5 years, and you will have to change to a new body. Ivanov was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, the source of the new body is not a problem for him, but is it a little troublesome to change every 3 to 5 years? He sneaked a glance at Tang Zhen and realized that Tang Zhen was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. It was as if he had already seen through his thoughts. Don't worry. Actually, the solution to this problem is very simple. You can either wait for me to cultivate a perfect body, then you only need to change it once and you will never have to worry about the body failing again. Even if the body is damaged, there is a spare body to replace. It's just that this will take a long time, so you'll have to wait patiently. You can clone a body for yourself, but according to the current technology, even if this body is successfully used, it can only be maintained for about 10 years. In the end, it will still fail rapidly. When Tang Zhen said this, he looked at Ivanov and waited for his answer. Ivanov lowered his head and thought for a while before he raised his head and said to Tang Zhen, you can continue to cultivate that perfect body, and I will find a way to recruit a group of top scholars to research and improve the body cloning technique. What do you think? What else could Tang Zhen say? He was very satisfied with Ivanov's tactfulness. Chapter 94. The so-called sacred relic. In the basement, the conversation between the two continued. Ivanov paused for a second and asked Tang Zhen in a probing tone, my dear Oracle, I wonder if you can give me a token to represent the existence of God. It will be more convincing when I spread the power of God among my believers. Tang Zhen glanced at Ivanov when he heard this. His eyes were very calm, but it made Ivanov immediately become more reserved. You're right. Having a holy item will make the believers more convinced. I'll agree to your request. Ivanov's consideration was very thoughtful. Tang Zhen was silent for a while before gently nodding in agreement, which made Ivanov very excited. In fact, other than the magical abilities that Tang Zhen obtained from the application store, there weren't many items that could make people feel that they were magical. The purple electric short sword was one of them. However, Tang Zhen couldn't give it to Ivanov because it was a weapon that he could use. The cloak and leather armor were the same, but they were used by Tang Zhen to save his life, so he couldn't give them to Ivanov. After much thought, he decided that he could only give Ivanov the items he had obtained from the treasure room in Blackstone City. In the Tower world, it was not good for Tang Zhen to show these things to others. Otherwise, once Black Rock City discovered it, they would immediately lock Tang Zhen as the suspect of stealing the treasure. In the face of such a huge loss, it would be strange if Black Rock City did not take revenge on Tang Zhen. However, in the original world, Tang Zhen could take it out without any scruples and did not have to worry about Black Rock City coming to find him. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen waved his hand and a pile of swords and armor appeared out of thin air in front of Ivanov. Ivanov was shocked, but when he saw what these items were, he quickly stepped forward. Ivanov first looked at the swords and armor carefully, and then pulled out a scimitar. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. These swords and armors were the items that Tang Zhen had obtained from the treasure room in Black Rock City. According to Tang Zhen's guess, they were very likely to be the most precious demonic weapons in the Tower world. Other things aside, the appearance of these Mo weapons was very cool. It was unknown what kind of metal the sword was made of, but it was covered with extremely beautiful patterns. It was natural, and it had a glazed texture. It shone with a faint light, and Ivanov's face changed color. At Tang Zhen's signal, Ivanov waved his scimitar at the sofa beside him. The heavy sofa was instantly split into two. One of the pieces fell to the ground, and the filling at the broken part was extremely smooth. This xianxia is too sharp. Ivanov was full of praise. He put the scimitar back and turned his attention to the armor. The shape of the armor was strange, and it was a decorative style that Ivanov had never seen before. It was wild and ferocious, like the armor worn by gods. The material used was similar to that of swords, so it must have had an amazing defensive power. In the original world where guns and explosives were rampant, cold weapons were naturally unable to resist these firearms. However, using them as honor guards to show the greatness of God was the best choice. Ivanov had already begun to fantasize about wearing a gorgeous robe and being followed by a group of guards wearing this kind of God-given armor and swords, and receiving the worship of those powerful people who were usually high and mighty. As he looked at Ivanov, who had fallen into a beautiful fantasy, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "Other than that, I'll give you something else. It's different from the weapons of the divine realm. It's a true sacred object." Ivanov's eyes lit up. He began to stare at Tang Zhen's hands with a face full of anticipation. Tang Zhen did not let him wait for long. A light suddenly flashed in the air above his extended palm. Immediately after, an incomparably resplendent and mysterious crystal appeared above Tang Zhen's palm. As it slowly rotated, runes continuously flashed. This crystal was one of the cornerstones that Tang Zhen had obtained from the treasure vault in Black Rock City. He had taken it out and handed it over to Ivanov. Ivanov's breathing became heavy in an instant. He could confirm with one look that this was definitely not something that could appear in the original world, but an item that truly belonged to the gods. Looking at Ivanov's eyes that were filled with incomparable desire, Tang Zhen grabbed the foundation stone and handed it to him. Then, he saw Ivanov piously lift it up with both hands. After carefully examining it for a long time, he slowly lifted it up with one hand and made it float slightly above his head. Ivanov was wrapped in a blanket and holding a floating cornerstone with a pious and solemn look on his face. He did have the style of a quack. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He said to Ivanov, "Through this god stone, the god can feel the prayers of the believers. When it reaches a certain level, it can become a temple bestowed by the god." When Ivanov heard this, he immediately straightened his back. When he looked at the foundation stone, the piety in his eyes became more and more intense. Tang Zhen's words weren't spoken randomly. He really intended to replace this cornerstone with a building foundation that was similar to a religious hall at an appropriate time. After that, he would try to see if he could sacrifice it to build a building in his original world. If he could succeed, Tang Zhen guessed that the relationship between the Lusheng world and the original world was not simple. In fact, ever since the corpse race descended into the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen had some doubts in his heart. In the boundless world of Lusheng, where did those wild building ruins with different styles come from? Where did the strange monsters come from? Were they born and raised in the world of Lusheng, or were they like the corpse race and forcefully descended into this world? Or it could be said that they were affected by some mysterious power, which was why they appeared in the Tower world after their destruction. They were the missing parts of their respective worlds. It was impossible to rely on guessing for this kind of question. Even if Tang Zhen thought that his guess had some possibility, before he obtained the correct answer, a guess was only a guess and not a real answer. Tang Zhen came back to his senses from his thoughts. He thought for a while and told Ivanov the method of using the altar to perform a simplified version of the soul lodging secret technique. It was actually just a simple incantation. Without this altar, Ivanov would not be able to complete the soul hosting secret technique with only a short incantation. Therefore, only Tang Zhen could maintain the altar at a fixed time so that he could continue to perform the secret technique. Tang Zhen took a sip of red wine and slowly stood up as he looked at Ivanov's bitter expression while memorizing the spell. The mission assigned to Ivanov had been completed. The next step would depend on his ability. However, Ivanov himself was not a simple person. In addition to the mystical item given to him by Tang Zhen, he believed that it would not take long for him to have a group of devout believers. The brother and sister outside are probably mercenaries to hide from the enemy. I've hired them temporarily, and they're both quite capable. Find a way to make them your guards, and it's best if they become your believers. Tang Zhen suddenly turned around and looked at Ivanov. You're not allowed to touch that girl, and you're also not allowed to touch any other man, understand? Ivanov revealed a wretched smile and quickly nodded. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll take good care of the woman you like. I'll kill whoever touches her. Tang Zhen did not say anything after hearing this. He only smiled gently at Ivanov before his figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Ivanov bowed to send him off. After a long time, he slowly straightened his back. His young face had a complicated expression mixed with piety, madness, and detachment. Chapter 95. The conversation in the breakout one. Tang Zhen, who activated the quantum stealth light curtain, did not leave immediately. Instead, he appeared in the hall on the first floor. At this moment, Pargo was lying on the sofa. He seemed to be very relaxed, but Tang Zhen had a feeling that if there was any movement, Pargo would be like a cheetah, quickly jumping up from the ground and injuring people. The truth was just as Tang Zhen had guessed. After he turned off the quantum invisibility screen and deliberately made a sound, the originally lazy Pargo suddenly jumped up from the sofa. He half knelt on the ground and used the sofa and coffee table as cover. His other hand quickly pulled out the TT-33 from his waist and aimed it in Tang Zhen's direction. Pa pa pa. Tang Zhen clapped his hands and looked at the guarded pars as he laughed. You're pretty good. If I were the enemy, I'm afraid you would have already fired. How could someone who can find cover, determine the target's location, and quickly aim at the target be scared by my words? That's why I'm saying that you guys were prepared to put on a show for everyone to see, but your previous performance was too much. Pargo stood up from the ground, his pistol hanging at his waist as he looked at Tang Zhen and said, I felt that something was wrong since you started talking. Hiring me and Natasha with a high salary for no reason is unreasonable in itself, so we thought that you must have a purpose. Now can you tell me, what do you want from us? Tang Zhen walked to the sofa and sat down. He looked at Pargo with a smile that was not a smile and said, What am I doing? Of course, I'm hiring you. Although I've never seen you in action, I'm still sure that you and Natasha are very good at fighting, so I used the excuse of hiring you as an excuse to test you. In the end, you agreed, so we have the basis for cooperation, right? Pargo's eyes were fixed on Zhen Tang. The man in front of him was exuding a terrifying pressure. Ordinary people might not be able to feel it, but Pargo, who had been in the battlefield for a long time, could clearly feel it. This pressure made him feel like pulling out his gun at any time. His heart was beating wildly and his nerves were tight, almost driving him crazy. How can you be so sure that I'll accept your employment? What if we choose to refuse? Pargo's butt was half leaning on the other sofa, trying to relax his body. If he kept on being so nervous, he would definitely break down. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He looked at Pargo, who deliberately revealed a relaxed expression, and said, You won't refuse. People like you, once you sense danger, will never allow it to develop to a level that threatens you. So, you will choose to advance instead of retreating, or carry out a preventive attack, or try to resolve the danger. Since I've given you a chance to get close to me, you will naturally use it to determine if I have any ill intentions. If you were sure that I wanted to harm you, I'm afraid you would have already taken action. After all, you've brought your weapons, haven't you? Tang Zhen smiled as he explained. At the same time, he picked up a bronze sculpture on the table and gently fiddled with it. After that, you saw that I showed the 3 corpses without any restraint, and I didn't show any malice, so you judged me as a friend and not an enemy. You took the opportunity to accept the mission, not wanting to be on bad terms with me because of this matter. Besides, Yingluo, even if you refuse the job, do you think I can't do anything to you? After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he gently broke off the bronze sculpture. The hard sculpture was actually like rotten wood as it was easily broken into many small pieces and scattered on the ground. Pargo's pupils contracted as he stared at the solid bronze sculpture for a while. Then, he looked at Tang Zhen with an ashen face and asked, Can you tell me how long you've been watching us? Tang Zhen leaned back on the sofa and looked at the depressed Pargo. I just happened to meet you and your sister, and I happen to need people like you to help me with things. Everything is just a coincidence. Pargo let out a long sigh of relief, and his expression finally relaxed. He laughed at himself and said, "It seems that I was being overly sensitive before." Then, Mr. Tang, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you spent money to hire us just to guard the door. Of course not. You need to protect someone to get out of here, because a battle is about to take place here. As for the salary, it can be calculated separately. He will pay you. Tang Zhen pointed to the exit of the basement. A young man was currently walking out from inside. However, what made people feel puzzled was that this young man's forehead was wrapped in a circle of gauze, and there were faint blood stains seeping out. Pargo looked at the young man's face, and a shocked expression appeared on his face again. If it wasn't for the fact that it was broad daylight, he would have thought he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this one of the 3 corpses in the basement? How did he come back to life? Pargo was sure that he had seen it very carefully at that time. The young man had been shot in the forehead by a pistol, and he couldn't be more dead. Livor mortis had also appeared on the body, which further proved that he had been dead for a long time. Therefore, Pargo was sure that the young man with livor mortis on his neck and the back of his hands, and gauze on his head, was one of the 3 bodies. God, what was going on? Even though Pargo had killed countless people, he was still terrified by what was happening in front of him. The dead were not scary, but it was very scary to see a dead person come back to life after a few days. Tang Zhen ignored Pargo, who was about to lose his mind, and said to Ivanov, "Let Pargo take you away now. Otherwise, I might have to change your body." Ivanov was stunned. Just as he was about to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen why, he suddenly heard rapid gunshots from outside. "There's no need for me to explain this time, right? Because we've already been surrounded." Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and helplessly said. In fact, before Tang Zhen walked out of the underground room, he had already discovered this group of armed gunmen through the map. Therefore, he did not directly leave. Damn it! Ivanov waved his fist and looked at Tang Zhen. "It must be the fire fist, but how do they know I'm still alive? They're looking for me. As long as we check the surveillance, they can trace the area where the car I was driving was in. Besides, they didn't see your body, so it's only natural that they surrounded your lair." Tang Zhen explained, after which, he impatiently waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and get Pargo to take you away. By the way, do you need to call your sister?" At this moment, Pargo took out a submachine gun from his backpack in the corner and shook his head at Tang Zhen. "Natasha will leave after the cover is done. Damn it, I wanted to avoid my enemies and live a quiet life, but why did I pick up a gun? Don't worry, you won't regret your choice today." Tang Zhen patted Pargo's shoulder. He raised his hand and took out an automatic rifle from under his cloak. Then, he ran upstairs like lightning. "Can you tell me how he did it?" "Magic." Pargo looked at Tang Zhen's back in a daze. His mind was still recalling Tang Zhen's actions just now. His hand clearly didn't reach under the cloak, but a rifle appeared out of thin air. Moreover, it didn't look like there was a rifle hidden under the cloak. Otherwise, he would have noticed the abnormality when Tang Zhen was walking in the bedroom. Ivanov heard the rapid gunshots coming from outside and urged Pargo, "He's a big shot, you'll never be able to guess. I wouldn't be surprised even if he took out a T-34 tank from under his cloak. Buddy, can we leave now?" "Don't worry, I'll pay you a large sum of money," Ivanov urged. He had already died once, so he knew how precious life was. He did not want to be beaten to death again. The feeling was too painful. Tang Zhen, who was carrying an automatic weapon, had just entered the 2nd floor when he saw Natasha, who was squatting in the corner and sniping outside the window. At this time, the beauty looked like a calm and cold warrior. Her beautiful face was no longer as delicate as when they first met. Her movements were clean and crisp, and lethal bullets would shoot out from her muzzle from time to time. After seeing Tang Zhen, Natasha pouted her small mouth and heaved a sigh of relief. She glanced out of the window again and then looked at Tang Zhen. "It seems that you have to pay more, my dear Mr. Tang." Chapter 96 Gun Battle. "It's reasonable to be paid according to your work." "No problem." The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched into a smile when he heard this. After his gaze caught a human figure flashing outside the window, he did not hesitate to raise his gun and shoot. With his powerful strength and abnormal reaction speed, coupled with the assistance of a super shooting assistant, Tang Zhen only needed one shot to blow up the head of the gunman. Natasha watched her target fall and pulled back the sniper rifle that was half extended. Her beautiful big eyes glanced at Tang Zhen and praised, "Your aim is not bad." The window was smashed by the crazy bullets. The two of them changed to another window. Before Natasha could observe, Tang Zhen stuck his gun out and fired 3 shots in a row without looking. When Natasha heard the screams and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, she knew that Tang Zhen's 3 shots had hit the target. Moreover, more than one person had been hit. This exaggerated shooting method made Natasha frown slightly because she couldn't understand how Tang Zhen had done it. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, because not understanding it meant that it could not be cracked, making her feel like she had lost control of the battlefield. After Tang Zhen confirmed that there were no more gunmen near the window through the map, he immediately stood up and began to search for the enemy with his gun. He quickly found an enemy hiding in the corner and turned his gun over. However, he didn't expect that Natasha's first shot would be slightly off. The gunman was so frightened that he wanted to lie down to avoid the bullet, but his head was blown off by Tang Zhen's next shot. After seeing this scene, Natasha pouted slightly and then quickly moved to another location. When Tang Zhen saw that 4 or 5 gunmen had aimed at this window and started shooting, he immediately squatted down. With the view of the map, he almost emptied a magazine. After making sure that the gunmen were all killed, Tang Zhen turned around and moved. However, he found that Natasha was silently looking at him. After staring for a while, she said, "Big brother sent a message saying that they have left safely. We can leave now." Tang Zhen nodded. The two of them immediately got up and prepared to rush to the first floor. However, they discovered that 2 gunmen had already rushed into the hall on the first floor and were preparing to rush to the second floor. Tang Zhen and Natasha looked at each other. Each of them was responsible for 1 target and quickly killed the 2 gunmen. However, at this moment, another 7 or 8 gunmen rushed into the hall, and there were also people outside who were stationed at the front and back windows with guns. There were about 20 gunmen surrounding the Ivanov villa this time. Other than the ones killed by the 2 of them, the rest were almost all gathered here. Natasha glanced at her magazine and wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead with some annoyance. She shook her head at Tang Zhen, pursed her lips and shrugged, "I didn't expect to encounter such a scene, so I prepared very little ammunition. In fact, I'm out of bullets." Perhaps it was because Natasha had been on the battlefield for a long time, but when she talked about this almost devastating thing, her expression remained unchanged, as if she were just chit-chatting. Tang Zhen threw his rifle and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I was just about to say the same thing." Natasha looked at Tang Zhen's frivolous appearance and angrily punched him. Then, she took a small folding knife from her waist belt. From the looks of it, she seemed to be going for her last fight. However, Tang Zhen did not think that this girl had any hope of winning when faced with 7 or 8 strong men holding automatic rifles. Perhaps she just didn't want to give up the last chance. After all, if she fell into the enemy's hands, she would probably suffer a terrible torture that was worse than death. Tang Zhen believed that those gunmen would definitely not have any mercy when facing a beautiful captive like Natasha. "You wait here, I'll go deal with them." Tang Zhen didn't take out any more firearms from his storage space. Instead, he took out the purple electric short sword. Without waiting for Natasha to stop him, he had already rushed down the stairs like lightning and met the gunman who was preparing to go upstairs. By the time the gunners saw Tang Zhen and subconsciously pulled their triggers, his purple electric short sword had already drawn out a life-reaping edge, blooming a blood-colored flower of death in the middle of the gunners. Hot blood shot into the air from the gunmen's chests and necks, and some of them were even heads and limbs that were sent flying. The bullets that went out of control passed through the flowers of death and shattered the floor-to-ceiling glass on the first floor. When Tang Zhen passed through the middle of these gunmen and quietly stood in the middle of the hall, the blood that was wildly gushing out from the 7 to 8 corpses had already dyed the stairs completely blood-red. After which, it turned into a small stream that slowly flowed on the ground of the hall on the first floor. "God, are you Superman?" Natasha exclaimed excitedly and pounced over. She looked at Tang Zhen with an extremely admiring gaze. At this moment, the brave and calm beautiful sniper seemed to have transformed into a little girl who saw the superhero in her heart. She no longer had any reservations. The killing scene that had just happened was completely comparable to the classic scenes in super blockbusters. Even a female sniper like Natasha, who was used to seeing life and death, could not help but be intoxicated by it. After Tang Zhen saw Natasha's expression and movements, he felt a little proud in his heart. Just as he was thinking about how to respond to Natasha, he saw a gunman raise his rifle and pull the trigger at Natasha from the corner of his eye. "Be careful," Tang Zhen roared and blocked in front of Natasha. His back faced the bullets, and at the same time, the purple electric short sword flew out. Gunshots had already sounded. Tang Zhen only felt as though his back had been struck 4 to 5 times by a heavy hammer, causing him to nearly vomit blood. This black cloak saved his life at the critical moment. It blocked all the bullets, but the impact of the bullets was greatly reduced. This was also one of the shortcomings of the black cloak. The gunshots had stopped. The gunner had a purple electric short sword in his chest and was limply falling to the ground. "Tang Zhen," Natasha exclaimed. She carried Tang Zhen and dragged him to the sofa. She had just seen with her own eyes that the bullets of the gunman had landed on Tang Zhen's body. The thought of this man blocking a fatal attack for her made Natasha's heart beat wildly. She never owed anyone anything. Someone saved her life, so what should she do to make it even? "Don't move. How are you feeling now?" Natasha looked at Tang Zhen's pained expression and wanted to check if his back was injured. At this time, she had already determined that Tang Zhen should be wearing a heavy bulletproof vest similar to dragon scale armor. Otherwise, if he was shot by a rifle at close range, his chest and back would have bled under normal circumstances. The body of flesh and blood was extremely fragile in front of such a killing weapon. "No problem, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Let's evacuate immediately." Tang Zhen waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Then, he struggled to stand up. After Natasha saw that he was indeed fine, she bent down to pick up a rifle and walked out of the door. After 2 gunshots, Natasha leaned in and slightly turned her head, signaling Tang Zhen to continue walking out. The courtyard of the Ivanov family's house was very quiet. The bodies of the gunmen were scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Even after the 2 of them got into the car and left, there were no more gunmen. They must have been killed by the 2 of them. Tang Zhen sat in the front passenger seat. Natasha drove while contacting Pargo. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at Tang Zhen, her eyes full of concern. The car finally stopped in a manner, and Ivanov and Pargo took the 2 inside. At this time, Tang Zhen had already taken the IV ointment and his body was no longer in any danger. After the secret conversation with Tang Zhen, Ivanov began to mobilize his own forces with a furious expression on his face. With the cooperation of Pargo, he was ready to retaliate against the Fire Fist, intending to eliminate the Roots in one go. Tang Zhen did not participate in this matter. Since Ivanov did not ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him for help, he naturally had the confidence to do so. If the dignified head of the Firearms Bureau did not have some secret and violent means, he would have been thrown into the river to feed the fish. In the bathroom, Tang Zhen turned on the tap and allowed the water to wash his strong and straight body. His back was full of bruises, which were the traces left behind by bullets. However, Tang Zhen did not care about this. Instead, he was thinking about the various miscellaneous matters regarding the Holy Dragon City. The bathroom door was gently pushed open. A pair of snow-white long legs stretched in and slowly walked to Tang Zhen's back. After which, they gently hugged him. "This is Yingluo." Tang Zhen did not turn his head as he softly asked. "You saved me, so I'll repay you with my body. This way, we don't owe each other anything." Natasha's voice sounded, but it seemed like she was talking about a deal, which made Tang Zhen feel very uncomfortable. In fact, the original purpose of protecting Natasha was to let her play the role of a saint beside Ivanov. Of course, if he had the opportunity, Tang Zhen would not refuse to kiss her. "You like my body, right? Don't deny it, I can feel it from your eyes. Come, I belong to you tonight." Natasha's mumbling voice sounded again. Her finger brushed over the bruise on Tang Zhen's back and gently kissed it. Tang Zhen's body suddenly tensed up. He only relaxed a few seconds later. As he felt the soft feeling transmitted from his back, Tang Zhen immediately felt that he was already on the verge of exploding. Tang Zhen slowly turned around and looked at Natasha's nearly perfect body under the impact of the water flow. He could no longer control himself and fiercely hugged her in his arms. His delicate snow-white skin and strong bronze skin intertwined together as he crazily and violently explored her body. Chapter 97. The Holy Dragon City's celebratory feather. 1 inches. A few days later, the weather was unusually clear in the morning. A few hundred meters away from the Ivanov family's house on the road, Tang Zhen's figure appeared. Out of thin air, At this time, he had already changed into ordinary casual clothes. He seemed like an ordinary passerby as he began to leisurely stroll. As Tang Zhen walked, he thought about how to make use of Ivanov to bring him more convenience. Just last evening, Ivanov had killed his biggest enemy, the Fire Fist, and became one of the big bosses in this area. If this had happened in the past, Ivanov would have been so excited that he would die. However, since his rebirth, he had become the spokesperson of the Oracle in the world. His vision had long become extremely lofty. How could he be fascinated by such a small power in front of him? With Ivanov's protection, the brother and sister naturally no longer had to worry about being hunted down by their enemies, but they still had to pay the price. Natasha agreed to be the saintess and put on a white robe that was specially tailored to match her perfect figure and appearance, making her look extremely holy. Ever since that crazy night, she had kept a certain distance from Tang Zhen. It was as if it was just as she had said. She was purely repaying Tang Zhen and did not want to owe him too much. Pargo became the captain of Ivanov's guards. Together with 6 other strong men wearing the demon weapon armor that Tang Zhen had taken out, they guarded Ivanov, who was dressed in a gorgeous robe, as guards of honor. At the same time, they also cooperated with the armed bodyguards and began the plan to develop believers. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the more Ivanov acted this way, the more benefits he would obtain. Ivanov could not only provide him with an experimental body for the soul lodging secret technique, but he could also help him expand his influence in his original world. In the future, he could also help him obtain many weapons and firearms that he urgently needed, even heavy weapons that could destroy cities. Although choosing Ivanov was a spontaneous decision, the entire process and the results achieved had greatly exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. Therefore, he was extremely satisfied. Tang Zhen, who was in a good mood, went to the nearby market and bought a whole car of wine and food in one breath. When he paid the bill, he used the money he obtained in the Lusheng world. These banknotes might have belonged to the original world, but unfortunately, they disappeared or were destroyed because of the disaster. However, they were strangely restored in the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen had only brought them back to the original world. After the hired car unloaded the goods into the forest, Tang Zhen watched as the driver with a strange expression left. He immediately put all the food into the storage space. His own city had just been built, so he had to celebrate with the residents. The transmission was activated. Tang Zhen returned to his own room in the tower after his vision blurred. He stood by the window and looked around before walking in the direction of the kitchen. At this moment, the residents were all busy with their own tasks, so there were not many people in the building. After Tang Zhen greeted the woman in charge of the food in the kitchen, he got the woman to open the door of the food storage at the side of the kitchen. Then, Tang Zhen released all the food he had brought along this time. Looking at the room filled with food, Tang Zhen smiled in satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the woman to call Murong Ziyan over. Not long after, Murong Ziyan rushed over. When she entered the kitchen warehouse and saw all kinds of alcohol, chicken, fish, meat, and eggs on the floor, she was slightly stunned for a few seconds. Then, she looked at Tang Zhen with a questioning look. Tang Zhen pointed at the food in the warehouse and told Murong Ziyan that these were ingredients for the celebration. Isn't this kasaya a little too extravagant? Murong Ziyan asked in disbelief. Even though she didn't have to worry about hunger after following Tang Zhen, she still couldn't accept the fact that she had to use up so much precious food at once. Call a few more people to take care of the food. Since Lusheng has been built, we should celebrate with the residents. Tang Zhen indifferently waved his hand, indicating that Murong Ziyan didn't need to feel heartache. There was a saying that, an emperor does not lack hungry soldiers. Letting the residents eat a meal that they had never eaten before was definitely the embodiment of the benefits of the Lusheng. While the residents were shocked, they would definitely be grateful to him, and it would increase his prestige. Murong Ziyan obediently nodded her head. Not long after she left, she returned with a dozen women. They used rattan-woven baskets to separate the food and carried it to the dining room to prepare for cooking. Not long after, Murong Ziyan came back with a troubled expression. She told Tang Zhen with some bad intentions that the women did not know how to prepare the food. Tang Zhen had overlooked this point. After all, they were in 2 different worlds. There were a lot of food that they had never seen before. He followed Murong Ziyan to the kitchen and began to guide the women on how to cook the food. Previously, he had bought enough seasonings to cook these dishes. During this period, He even personally cooked 2 of his own specialty dishes. The only difference was that he used to use plates to store them, but now he used large basins. The news that City Lord Tang Zhen was preparing to hold a celebration quickly spread among the residents. Tai Seng and Qianlong even specially came over to check and confirm. When they saw the plates of delicious food, the 2 of them drooled. Taking advantage of the chef's inattentiveness, the 2 picked up a crispy roast duck and ran, making Mirong Zian so angry that she chased after them and scolded them. Preparing food for more than 400 people at once sounded very scary, but in the eyes of these chefs who made big pot rice, it was not a problem at all. Several women and the helper they called later, everyone was busy cooking and frying. In just a few hours, all the required food was ready. After sealing off all the entrances to the 3 lines of defense, they sent people to take turns to guard. The remaining residents were all called over by Tang Zhen and gathered in the open space in front of the tower. More than 400 people sat around 10 long tables that had been temporarily built. The tables were filled with delicious food that exuded a strong aroma. This was the first time the Holy Dragon City's residents had had such a meal since they were born. The alluring food made them drool, and the wine in their cups filled them with curiosity. At the same time, they were secretly grateful to the city lord who had given them the status of a resident and brought them an unforgettable meal. After Tang Zhen saw that everyone had taken their seats, he raised the wine glass in front of him and looked around at everyone. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today, we've all gathered together to taste good food and to celebrate the successful establishment of our Holy Dragon City. From now on, we all have a home that belongs to us. From now on, we and our descendants will all live here. I hope that everyone will work together to upgrade Holy Dragon City to the most powerful city in the endless wilderness. Cheers." Tang Zhen raised his head and finished the wine, showing the empty cup. All the residents followed suit and shouted loudly. They raised their wine glasses together and drank it all in one gulp. Long live the city lord. Protect the Holy Dragon City, even at the cost of 10,000 lives. Good wine. Oh, is this wine? Why are you so confused after drinking it? The fruit juice is so good, so sweet. Is this called beer? It tastes weird. It's like horse urine. Do the big shots drink this? Tisk, tisk, their taste is really weird. The discussion at the table was endless, but it didn't affect everyone's eating speed. They had never eaten these beautiful dishes before, and they felt that they were really delicious. As a result, the dining table was filled with residents who were chewing and grabbing food with their mouths and eyes fixed on the food. They were afraid that the delicious food would be gone if they were slow. In fact, the residents didn't need to worry at all because Tang Zhen had already prepared sufficient food. It was enough to last them until they couldn't walk. Tang Zhen, Qianlong, Tai Seng, and the rest sat at the same table. Mirong Ziyan sat beside him. Other than them, Li Sha and the others were also present. Compared to the other tables, where the residents were gobbling down their food, this table was much slower. The main reason was that they knew there was enough food, and they had already visited the kitchen before dinner. For example, Mirong Ziyu, that little girl, was still holding the chicken leg that she had stolen, and was gnawing on it with relish. Big Bear, who was sitting on the ground, was holding an entire turkey and eating with a smile. Qianlong and Tai Seng were both holding a bowl of high alcohol each, and their faces were flushed red as they competed with each other. However, when it came to drinking, Qianlong was clearly no match for the muscular Tai Seng, and he was already starting to get dizzy from the alcohol. Tang Zhen didn't drink anymore. Instead, he was drinking with Mirong Ziyan and the others. At the same time, they were discussing something in a low voice. Li Sha, who was watching from the side, had an unnatural expression on her face. However, she only drank her wine in silence. There were soldiers in charge of security among the residents. After eating and drinking to their fill, they stood up and went outside to replace their companions who were standing guard. While they were celebrating, they kept their guard up. After all, this place had already become their home. There was no need for Tang Zhen to specially emphasize it. Every resident would also take the initiative to protect this place. After the noisy banquet ended, Tang Zhen announced that there would be a half-day holiday. After everyone cheered, they returned to their residence to rest. Tang Zhen went to the room where the foundation stone was placed by himself. He wanted to see if the hard liquor that he had previously announced for sale had already been sold. As soon as he entered the room, Tang Zhen knew that the hard liquor had been sold because the floor of the entire room was clean and not a single bottle of wine was left. After sticking his identity card on the wall of the cornerstone trading platform and taking it off, Tang Zhen realized that there were indeed 2,000 points on it, which was equivalent to 2,000 level 1 brain beads. At the same time, a message suddenly appeared on the stone wall of the cornerstone trading platform. Chapter 98. The Valley Under Construction. Tang Zhen was very curious when he saw someone leaving a message on the platform. He immediately clicked on it to check. I'm Hammer from the Holy City of Dwarves. Your wine is very good. I want 1,000 more bottles. His words were straightforward and in line with the dwarves' style that Tang Zhen had heard of. Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization after reading the message. It seemed that his strong wine had been bought by this dwarf called Hammer. After tasting it, he felt that it was not bad, so he left a message for Tang Zhen to place an order. This was good news. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't neglect such a rich and forthright customer. He immediately returned to his original world and planned to buy another batch of hard liquor from the market. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the brand of spirits in Ivanov's house even after searching the market. Helplessly, Tang Zhen had to call Ivanov. After the call was made, Ivanov quickly picked up the phone and asked Tang Zhen in a very respectful tone what instructions he had. Tang Zhen's face was a little red. In Ivanov's eyes, he was a god's messenger. He had such a powerful identity, but he specifically called to inquire about a kind of strong wine. He felt that his status was a little low. No matter what, he still had to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What he had to. Ivanov immediately laughed when he heard Tang Zhen asking him about the origin of the hard liquor in the basement. He mistakenly thought that Tang Zhen was also a person who liked liquor, so he bragged about his Ice Bear Alliance hard liquor and immediately said that he would give the rest of the hard liquor to Tang Zhen. Ivanov had good intentions, but it was a pity that half of the hard liquor in the basement had been taken away by Tang Zhen. The remaining amount was far from enough for Tang Zhen. Therefore, Tang Zhen refused Ivanov's gift and asked where he could sell this kind of hard liquor. In the end, Ivanov told Tang Zhen that this brand of spirits had stopped production. The wine in his house was the only stock left in the winery. However, he then told Tang Zhen the name of another spirit and said that the taste was almost the same. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhen followed Ivanov's instructions and bought 1,000 bottles of hard liquor from the market before he was teleported back to the Lusheng world. After entering the room on the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen let out the strong wine and left a message to reply, "The wine is ready." He stared at the pile of hard liquor for a long time, but there was no sign of it disappearing. It seemed that the buyer named Hammer was not in front of the cornerstone trading platform. When Tang Zhen saw that he couldn't see the process of the goods being transferred from the cornerstone trading platform, he came out of his room in a somewhat disappointed manner and began to patrol the valley. Slowly walking to the compact and flat field in front of the building, Tang Zhen saw two soldiers fiddling with their walkie-talkies and chatting with others with a proud expression. Since the battle to defend the city, Tang Zhen distributed these walkie-talkies to the residents of Lusheng and equipped them with solar chargers. The residents were very curious about this tool that allowed long-distance communication, and anyone who was qualified to wear a walkie-talkie became the object of envy of the residents. Tang Zhen had seen it more than once. There were residents who were wearing walkie-talkies and placed them at the most conspicuous position in a high and mighty manner. From time to time, they would pretend to roar a few words and then wait for the envious eyes of others. When they saw Tang Zhen coming over, the two soldiers immediately put on a serious look and stood guard. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would blame them for fiddling with the walkie-talkie. However, the two of them had forgotten that the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie couldn't see their situation. "Hey, Bone Cat, why aren't you talking? Tell me about you sleeping with the lady boss at the Wanderer Market. I remember that the landlady's body could fit 3 of you. Did you stuff your head into her when you slept with her? Why aren't you replying? Did I guess correctly? Ha 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 Yingluo." The words transmitted from the walkie-talkie were extremely vulgar, causing the face of the warrior called Bone Cat to turn red. He looked at the smiling Tang Zhen in front of him and laughed dryly. After which, he picked up the walkie-talkie and gritted his teeth as he growled, "Old Ninth Su, shut the fuck up." The Bone Cat raised its head and looked at Zhen Tang. Just as it was about to please Zhen Tang, the rough voice from the walkie-talkie sounded again, "Bone Cat, I'll be honest with you. The lady boss once told me about you. She said that you saw her naked body and you were done with her before you even got into bed, wah wah." "Ha ha 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 ha." A burst of unbridled laughter came from the walkie-talkie, but it was the laughter of a large group of people. The bone cat wished it could stick its hand into the walkie-talkie, strangle Su Laoju, and find a hole to hide in. An NBSP, damn bastard, old 9 Su, you are too unreliable. Can't you tell that there is something wrong with my voice? This is in front of the city lord. You have completely embarrassed me. Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he saw the bone cat's miserable appearance. He gave the bone cat a perverted expression that any man could understand and left with his shoulders twitching. As soon as Zhen Tang left, the bone cat picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Old 9th Su, you bastard. Just you wait, I'm not done with you today. Oh, come on, I'll wait for you when I'm completely naked. Don't let it end so quickly this time. Yingluo ha. The bone cat spat on the ground and secretly cursed in its heart. Although the city lord was magnanimous and didn't care about these trivial matters, it had lost all its face. Later on, it would definitely beat Su Laoju up until he had panda eyes to vent the anger in its heart. Tang Zhen walked out from the training ground. What entered his eyes was a vast valley and a lively scene of labor. In the distance, Tyson was riding a three-wheeled motorcycle with a few people in it. He was driving around in circles in the valley. These guys were shouting excitedly on the motorcycle, and from time to time, someone would stand up and shoot an arrow at the target in the distance. The dozens of straw dummy targets in the distance were already filled with sharp arrows. Tang Zhen had brought 3 tricycles and even an agricultural tractor over. He had originally planned to use these things to transport supplies to the residents who were building in the valley. However, after Tyson learned how to operate them, he immediately asked for one, saying that it was for training his men. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Zhen finally understood that this was the training method. The tricycle that they had just obtained was very novel to Tyson and his soldiers. Naturally, they were having fun playing with it. Tang Zhen didn't blame them. After all, these things were for them to play with, so they had to get familiar with it. There was a large area near the valley that was filled with gravel plains. The ground was also very flat and very suitable for these vehicles to travel on. Zhen Tang even planned to get a few more agricultural tractors to participate in the construction of the valley. Tang Zhen was only able to do this much. As for things like bulldozers and excavators, leaving aside whether his storage space could store them, just the maintenance and consumption of these machines, as well as their operation, would be enough to drive Tang Zhen crazy. Therefore, he was very wise to temporarily put them aside. An NBSP, Tai Seng pulled his men and ran 2 more laps before calling for them to start the 4-wheeled tractors, pulling up the cement pillars and iron wires, and running to the entrance of the valley to continue building the defense facilities. After the discussion of Tang Zhen and the others, the valley's entrance would be guarded by a combination of barbed wire and traps. At the same time, a 2-story defensive tower would be built with stones and cement that could be seen everywhere. There would be people on duty at all times. At the same time as the defensive towers were being built, they were also preparing to build a cave sentry tower on the 2 cliffs at the entrance of the valley. This would increase the amount of work needed, and it would be enough for Tai Seng and the other residents to be busy for a while. After the sentry tower on the cliff was completed, Tang Zhen would equip the soldiers in charge of the guards with the Mosonogan rifles, binoculars, and walkie-talkies that he had obtained from Ivanov. He would strive to discover the enemy's situation as soon as possible and report in time. Chapter 99. The pathetic, nouveau riche, exploration team. 1. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the entrance of the valley and looked at other places. On the other side of the valley, the 1,000 dragons were shouting loudly. The same group of residents were waving their sharp sickles, cutting down the weeds and then flattening the ground with shovels. After clearing out an area of 5 mu, they began to build a simple shed. The ruler of this shed was about tens of meters long. According to the plan, a total of 4 needed to be built side by side in 4 rows. The main body of the shed was the iron pipe brought by Tang Zhen and the stones in the valley. After the iron pipe was reinforced with right-angle buckles, the top of the shed would be covered with colored steel tiles, and the surrounding would be blocked by stones. This kind of shed could be used as a trading stall, and it could also provide a temporary place for the wanderers to shelter them from the sun and rain. It was also one of the means to attract homeless wanderers. Tang Zhenquan had the help of his storage space. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time to transport these construction materials. Now that the residents of the Holy Dragon City knew that the Lord City Master had magical abilities, Tang Zhen no longer avoided them. After seeing the Lord City Master release resources a few times, the residents of the Holy Dragon City were used to it. The lake in the valley could be seen further away. The rippling surface of the lake was very beautiful. The surface of the lake was vast, and the aquatic products were also very rich. Standing at a high place on a sunny day, you could see groups of fish swimming in the green lake. The whole picture was very beautiful. However, Tang Zhen was extremely clear that if he were to rashly enter the water to catch fish, he would definitely die a miserable death. In the luxuriant grass a few meters away from the shore, there was a type of worm that was like a thin rope. There were countless of them. What surprised Tang Zhen the most was that they were actually a type of miniature monster. The monster detector showed that these monsters were not of a high level. They usually fed on seaweed, but when a creature entered the water and got close to the seaweed, they would bite and strangle it until the target collapsed in the water. At this time, the target of the attack would become a delicious meal to improve their diet. And these terrifying insects happened to be the food of another kind of strange fish in the lake, the black fish that swam in groups. Taiseng had once told Tang Zhen that there should be something like a water monster living in the lake. He had personally seen a black shadow that was at least 7 to 8 meters long swimming across the lake. Even at night when the moon hung high in the sky, the roars of monsters could be heard from the lake. If Tang Zhen wanted to make use of this lake, he would have to get rid of all kinds of dangerous creatures in the lake. The first thing he had to get rid of was naturally the unknown water monster. If he allowed it to occupy the lake, it would be a big threat to the Holy Dragon City and the Wanderer Market that was being built in the valley. As for how to deal with this monster, Tang Zhen had already come up with a preliminary plan and would soon implement it. The lake was very fertile, and the land near the lake was the only land suitable for farming in the valley. After the reclamation of the residents, about 1 hectare of land had been cleared and several high-yield crops brought by Tang Zhen had been planted. The residents of the Holy Dragon City had never had any experience in farming land. Tang Zhen was the same. In order to learn how to farm, Tang Zhen searched for information and bought books. After a few days of hard work, he finally finished sowing the land. There were potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, and more than a dozen different types of crops. Whether these plants could grow smoothly would directly determine the Holy Dragon City's future food source. After all, it was not a long-term plan to rely on Tang Zhen to transport them. They needed a stable source of food. At the same time, it also cultivated a few kinds of wild plants unique to the world of Lusheng, which were the main source of food for the wanderers in this world. For example, the astringent melon, that grew underground and was the size of a basin, the bitter stem, that had starch in its stem, and the sour bean, that looked like a pea. Each one was more and more unpalatable. However, the wanderers in the world of Lusheng had no choice. In order to fill their stomachs, they could only endure the strange taste and eat. It wasn't that Tang Zhen wanted to eat these crops. He only wanted to see if the yield would increase after applying the chemical fertilizer he had brought. If the results were ideal, it was completely possible to plant some of these crops. Compared to the crops on Earth, the life force of the plants in the Lusheng world was too strong. After walking around the cultivated land, Tang Zhen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the ground was already sparsely covered with tender shoots. They were the sweet potatoes, and other plants that he had brought from Earth. He quickly called over the residents who were in charge of farming the land and told them to take good care of the seedlings, and to water and remove weeds in time. Tang Zhen's mood was extremely good when he saw these already sprouted crops. Each city tower would provide a limited amount of food exchange per month based on the number of residents. This was not a very important function, but it was indispensable. The food was not given for free, but needed to be exchanged with points. Unfortunately, the small amount of food exchanged could only ensure that the residents would not starve to death. It was absolutely impossible to fill their stomachs for every meal. However, in order to ensure the vitality of the city and let the residents work harder in the construction, the premise was to have a full stomach. Otherwise, how could the residents who were so hungry that they couldn't even walk properly work? It could be said that solving the problem of food sources was one of the important problems that Holy Dragon City was currently facing. If it could not be solved properly, it would be difficult for Holy Dragon City to develop too much in the future. If Tang Zhen could control the original world, then this problem would be easily solved. After transferring a large number of people, he would turn the original world into a global processing plant and a large granary. The dream was great, but it was still far away from being realized. So, from the current situation, if the residents of Holy Dragon City wanted to live a better life and have no worries about food and clothing, they had to work hard to earn money. Money. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he realized that he had work to do. He needed to prepare a currency to replace the brain pearl that could be used in the tower. When everything in Lusheng was back on track, this currency could be used as a salary for the residents and also to exchange for the brain beads they had accumulated. Tang Zhen did not want to scheme against the pitiful brains in the pockets of the residents. Instead, he hoped that one day, all wanderers who came to the Holy Dragon City to trade would use the currency issued by the Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, they would not be able to buy and sell goods. If the wanderer teams wanted this currency, they would have to use the brain pearls to exchange for it. This way, a large number of brain pearls would enter Tang Zhen's pocket. City Lord, City Lord. Tang Zhen was pondering over a problem as he walked. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He turned around and saw a soldier riding a tricycle that was driving unsteadily towards him. What's going on? Tang Zhen waited for the tricycle to stop before asking. Then, the soldier stopped the tricycle and panted heavily as he said to Tang Zhen, "We stopped a wanderer exploration team at the entrance of the valley. They asked to take refuge in the valley, saying that they wanted to avoid the pursuit of a group of kobolds. Leader Tai Seng and his brothers stopped them, but Leader Thousand Dragons invited you over, saying that there's something on these people that you might be interested in." Tang Zhen immediately turned around and jumped onto the tricycle when he heard this. He said to the soldier, "Step on the gas. We'll rush over immediately." "Yes, sir," the soldier replied and immediately pressed the pedal to the metal. He then ran toward the entrance of the valley. When he was about to reach the entrance of the valley, Tang Zhen saw Tai Seng and Xianlong leading a group of fully armed warriors and surrounding them. There were also a dozen or so wanderers in tattered clothes squatting on the ground with dejected expressions. What made Tang Zhen feel astonished was that when he was sizing up these wanderers, he noticed that golden light would occasionally flash on their bodies, making them appear extremely dazzling. Tang Zhen was greatly surprised. After jumping down from the tricycle, he arrived in front of these wanderers in a few steps. "What's going on?" Tai Seng was asking a robust wanderer with a dark expression. From the guy's bruised face, it was likely that he had misbehaved earlier and was beaten up by Tai Seng. Qianlong walked to Tang Zhen's side and pointed at the golden armor and hammer-shaped weapons on the wanderers' bodies. He remembered that Tang Zhen liked to collect this kind of soft and heavy metal. Therefore, he immediately ordered his men to inform Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes were wide open as he looked at it. He picked up a wanderer's sledgehammer and took a closer look. He was certain that the sledgehammer was actually a whole piece of gold. He looked at the other wanderers, and they all had golden hammer-shaped weapons and armor made of flattened golden plates. A full set of gold equipment made Tang Zhen sweat profusely. What a group of rich people! After weighing the weight of the golden hammer, Tang Zhen could not help but ask, "I say, you guys are quite rich, to actually use this kind of weapon." When the brawny man who was beaten black and blue by Tyson heard this, he thought that Tang Zhen was laughing at them. He straightened his neck and said, "You have money. Big brother, we really don't have any money. If we had money, we would use these broken weapons. They're heavy and soft, but we're so poor that we have no choice but to use these weapons." Tang Zhen was speechless. A full set of genuine gold equipment and you're still crying poor. You guys are so poor that you only have money left, right? Of course, Tang Zhen also knew that this burly man was speaking the truth. This was because in the world of Lusheng, gold was truly worthless. Even a steel bar that could be made into a weapon was worth more than a large piece of gold. The only thing he was curious about was the golden hammer in his hand. It was obviously a component of some kind of artifact. Where did this group of wanderers get it from, and why were they in such a sorry state? Chapter 100. The Nomadic Tribes and the Rescue of the Captives. After asking Tai Seng, Tang Zhen finally understood the origin of these rich wanderers. It turned out that these wanderers came from a tribe in the wilderness that made a living by nomadism. These nomad wanderers domesticated a few docile and controllable herbivore monsters that were rarely seen in the wilderness and wandered around all year round. The men were in charge of scouting, hunting, and guarding the tribe, while the women were in charge of gathering wild vegetables, fruits, grass seeds, and other food. Although they could not guarantee that they would be full, they were still better off than the homeless wanderers. When night fell, they would gather their tamed monsters and hide among them. They would rely on the aura of these tamed monsters to avoid the harassment of the wandering monsters at night. During the day, these monsters would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Wanderers to help clean up the parasites on their bodies and feed them a special pill that was made with a secret technique to help them relieve the pain of drug addiction. The nomadic wanderers used this kind of forbidden drug to control the monsters, and at night, they needed the monsters' protection, forming a state similar to symbiosis. However, their nomadic lives were destined to be more dangerous than those of the wanderers who defended an area for survival. This was because the herbivore monsters they raised would migrate and forage for food all year round. Therefore, the nomadic wanderers had to migrate with the monsters. The more places they traveled, the more monsters they encountered. This time, they encountered a group of kobolds nearby. After the battle, the entire tribe was destroyed. More than 100 kobolds were captured, and only a dozen of them escaped. After Tai Seng told him the information he had received, he quietly waited for Tang Zhen's decision. Tang Zhen was also considering whether he should rescue these wanderers. After all, there were more than 100 lives here. If he didn't rescue them, they might end up as the monsters' food. If these wanderers joined the city, the population of the building would increase by a lot. And the construction in the valley would be much faster. However, according to the wanderers, the kobolds who attacked the tribe didn't seem like monsters, but a group of foreign races. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. If the kobolds in the vicinity were not monsters, but a foreign race, then they were destined to be the Holy Dragon City's enemies. Murong Xian had once said that there was an unspoken rule between the human race and the foreign races in the endless wilderness. That was, within a region, the human race and the foreign race must not coexist. One side must be completely destroyed. This rule had never changed for thousands of years. Since that was the case, he had to take the initiative to attack this time. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated and immediately issued an order. Tai Seng, immediately form a team, we'll go and rescue them. Hearing this, Tai Seng's eyes lit up and his face turned red with excitement as he roared, yes, sir. Eating well and wearing warm clothes every day, the bodies of Tai Seng and the others also gradually became stronger. Now that he had a high-quality weapon and Lu Cheng to rely on, Tai Seng began to miss the days when he fought with monsters. He couldn't wait to appear in front of the Houndhead men and test out how sharp his weapon was. There were many warriors in the Holy Dragon City who had this thought, so after receiving the order, they began to rub their fists in excitement. Following Tang Zhen's order, the entire city immediately began to move. The selected soldiers quickly began to assemble. According to the nomad from the nomad tribe, there were at least 200 dog-headed people. Hence, Lu Cheng was prepared to send a 100-man team. With the advantage of their equipment, they would not be at a disadvantage in the battle. Tang Zhen didn't want to send out so many people. With the weapons in his spatial storage, he was confident that he could slaughter all of these dog-headed people by himself. However, when he saw the excited expressions on the faces of Tai Seng and the others, he didn't say anything. The newly built Holy Dragon City needed a victory in battle, and these soldiers who had obtained excellent equipment also desired a victory in battle. Since that was the case, why should he stop them? If there was really a danger of casualties, it wouldn't be too late for him to save them. The dozen nomadic wanderers, who were dressed in gold equipment, did not have the air of a nouveau riche at all. Instead, they looked at the Holy Dragon City's warriors with envy, especially when they saw that all the warriors were wearing the same armor and holding sharp weapons. They were so envious that they even drooled. The organization that these warriors belonged to must be very powerful, and the leader of the organization must be a big tycoon. He actually gave everyone a set of armor and weapons. They still didn't know about the existence of the Holy Dragon City, because Tai Seng didn't even let them take half a step into the valley. They also didn't know that these soldiers were the residents of the Tower City that they were extremely envious of and saw as their ultimate goal. In order to speed up, Tyson even brought a tractor and a tricycle over. Everyone jumped on the vehicle, and the compartment was full. Even so, there were still some people who couldn't get on the tractor, and they ended up sitting on the front of the tractor. Tang Zhen looked at the 4 cars that were packed with people. He suddenly felt as if he was looking at a Hindustani squeezing in a train in his original world. Seeing that the car couldn't fit so many people, Tai Seng started to roar and ordered the ones. with the highest cultivation to get in the car as the vanguard, while the ones with the lowest cultivation could only run behind. After confirming that they did not miss anything, Tang Zhen waved his hand and led the way with Tai Seng and a nomad. The rest of the people followed closely behind. The mighty group rumbled along the way as they quickly passed through the wilderness. Tang Zhen welcomed the breeze in the wilderness and looked at the 100 Lusheng soldiers who were armed to the teeth. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he secretly thought that his hard work was not in vain. This team finally had a form. Although the cultivation of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers was uneven, and their overall strength was far inferior to the Black Rock City's army, with the equipment provided by Tang Zhen, it was enough to protect themselves. The next thing he had to do was to lead them to clear the nearby wilderness, gather the scattered wanderers, and strengthen Holy Dragon City as much as possible to obtain a large number of brain beads. When they were strong enough, it would be the time for the Holy Dragon City to expand their territory. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Black Rock City. He muttered to himself in his heart. He hoped that those guys who were destined to be his enemies would give him a chance to grow and catch his breath. That way, he would also give them a decent ending ceremony. Once their actions endangered the Holy Dragon City, they could not blame him for using unscrupulous means. With a faster means of transportation, the long distance was no longer too far. After about an hour, Tyson sent a signal through the walkie-talkie that he had discovered the enemy. Upon seeing this, Tang Zhen immediately took out his binoculars and looked in the direction that Tai Seng had indicated. In the wild grass that filled the sky, there were about 100 or so humans with barely any clothes tied up with ropes, hobbling forward with expressions of despair. There were more than 200 ferocious and ugly kobolds in the surroundings. They were holding weapons that looked like short spears, and stinky saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths as they continuously whipped the staggering wanderers. From time to time, there would be people who couldn't move being whipped, and blood would immediately flow out of their naked bodies. The dog-headed man's wild barks and laughter could be heard from time to time. He seemed very proud. The rumbling of the convoy alerted the dog-headed people. They immediately looked in the direction of Tang Zhen and the others and barked wildly at the same time. The human captives had also discovered Tang Zhen's team. Some of them tried to shout for help, but they were knocked to the ground by the dog-headed people's spears. Their heads were covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The two sides faced off with a distance between them. After Tai Seng stood in the car and watched for a while, he turned his head to Tang Zhen and said, "I've never seen these kobolds before. They have a certain level of discipline, and their weapons and equipment are also very uniform. According to my guess, they're probably a foreign tribe that has just moved here. They might even be building a city here." Tang Zhen had also learned from Mirong Xian that these monster-like indigenous races all had their own unique social system. In the towers of these foreign races, there was also a city lord who ruled over a large number of foreign races. From time to time, these alien races would come out to search the wilderness and capture humans to enslave and keep in captivity, even to the extent of using them as food. Therefore, humans who fell into the hands of the alien races were almost better off dead. After these thoughts circulated in Tang Zhen's mind, he expressionlessly observed for a while more before he asked Tai Seng, "I just want to ask, are you confident in annihilating all of them?" There was no hesitation in Tai Seng's answer as he nodded his head heavily, "Don't worry, no problem." Since that's the case, Junjun, Tang Zhen waved the battle blade in his hand and took the lead to charge forward. Then leave no one alive. Kill Bayan. All the Holy Dragon City soldiers unsheathed their sharp blades and pounced on the kobolds with hatred on their faces. Chapter 101. Victory and Choice 1. The battle was heated from the beginning, and blood and flesh splattered all over the gravel of the wilderness. Humans and these foreign races were natural enemies, and the best way to communicate with each other was through blades and blood. The dog-headed man opposite Tang Zhen bared his yellow fangs and let out a low growl as he pounced at him. Compared to humans, the dog-headed man's running speed was a bit faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already pounced in front of Tang Zhen. A short spear stabbed towards his chest. Tang Zhen dodged to the side and immediately exerted force from his waist. A battle sword wrapped in an extremely strong force ruthlessly slashed at the dog-headed man's body. The dog-headed man let out a blood-curdling screech as his body convulsed violently. A terrifying wound appeared on his upper body, from his shoulder to his waist. The colorful objects fell to the ground with a crash. Avoiding the splattering blood, Tang Zhen no longer paid attention to the dog-headed man who was definitely going to die. He raised his leg and kicked away a dog-headed man who was equipped to ambush a holy dragon city soldier. Hearing the crisp sound from its waist, it was likely that the dog-headed man's lumbar spine had already been shattered. From the corner of his eye, Tang Zhen saw a dog-headed man thrusting his spear at him. He turned around fiercely and kicked a fist-sized stone from the ground at the same time, accurately smashing it into the dog-headed man's throat. The stone broke the dog-headed man's throat. It was in pain and was about to reach out to cover its neck, but Tang Zhen's knife cut its head in half. Tang Zhen attacked left and right within the dog-headed people. In an extremely short period of time, 6 dog-headed people were killed by him. The other parts of the battlefield were also locked in battle. A few crossbow arrows streaked across the air and pierced deeply into the kobold's forehead. The sharp arrowhead ground the kobold's brain into pieces. Jimmy, who was half kneeling on the ground, quickly put away the crossbow that he treasured. He didn't even look at the dog-headed man that he had shot in the throat. He unsheathed his sword and beheaded the dog-headed man that was pouncing at him. The ugly dog head flew into the sky and fell to the ground with blood splashing everywhere. Kill! Tyson roared as he swung a new long-hilted Mo sword, cutting all the kobolds in half. He had given his cold steel katana to Lisa, and this one was just right for him. Thousand Dragon brandished his 2 long and thin sabers, and he was as nimble as a butterfly. Every move he made was aimed at the kobold's vital points, and he was extremely agile. Most of the kobold's attacks were easily dodged by him. Old Mike was indeed an old fox, and his fighting style was also cunning and insidious. At this time, he had already killed 2 houndhead men, and both of them had their balls kicked open by him during the battle. The bone cat's heart was filled with anger. He waved his sword madly and cut down a dog-headed man who had sneaked an attack on him. He would then curse, "Fuck you, old Ninth Su." Su Laoju looked at the ferocious-looking bone cat and then glanced at the dog-headed man who had been chopped into pieces. His strong body shivered and he quickly stayed away from this guy, afraid that he would go crazy and cut people. All of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were fighting bravely against the enemy. The defensive measures that Tang Zhen had spent a lot of money to build for them had played their role. When they faced the kobold's superficial attacks, they returned the favor with a fatal blow. Tang Zhen had experienced battle time and time again. He had actually developed a trace of infatuation for this kind of life and death battle. He wildly waved the weapon in his hand. Although his attacks were completely irregular and were completely random, the killing intent that burst forth from his body caused one to be terrified. He didn't need to consider any techniques when fighting the low-level kobolds with his level 3 strength. It was a head-on fight. With the heavy weapon and his abnormal strength, he had killed at least 20 kobolds in just a few minutes. Killing, screaming, blood splattering, and corpses strewn all over the field. The number of dog-headed people decreased as they were killed. In the end, a few warriors surrounded a dog-headed person and cut it into 8 pieces while it barked miserably. Tang Zhen raised his blood-stained saber and swept it across the battlefield. However, he discovered that Xianxia was currently fighting with a kobold leader. From the looks of this kobold leader's cultivation, it was most likely around rank 2. No wonder Xianxia wasn't able to kill it so quickly. He took out his gun and fired a shot at the back of the kobold leader's waist. The kobold leader stumbled, and Xianxia took the opportunity to kick it to the ground. He then pulled out his military knife, intending to cut its throat. "Don't kill him yet, keep him for interrogation. This guy is the leader of the Houndhead men, so he should know a lot of things." Thousand Dragon nodded and quickly took out a rope made of monster tendons from his waist, tying the kobold leader up tightly. 1 inch as Tai Seng laughed maniacally and swung his blade, beheading a dog-headed man. The battle had already come to an end. The ground was littered with the remains of the dog-headed men, and those who had not died were all covered in wounds and groaning non-stop while spitting out blood. Tang Zhen glanced at Tyson, who gave him an understanding look and casually slashed at the neck of a dog-headed man with an abdomen injury. Jimmy and the other soldiers also raised their blood-dripping swords and slashed at the dog-headed men that were still alive. Tang Zhen saw a dying dog-headed man struggling in pain. When it saw that he was staring at it, the dog-headed man immediately glared at Tang Zhen with a fierce gaze. It revealed its canine teeth and squinted its eyes, looking very ferocious. Tang Zhen sneered when he saw this. He pointed at the dog-headed man. The wanderer who was in charge of leading the way immediately rushed forward and used the golden hammer he had just picked up from the dog-headed man to finish him off. Above them came the unpleasant cries of a flock of carrion birds. They kept circling around. Wherever these birds appeared in groups in the wilderness, it meant that there were piles of corpses on the ground. He turned around and looked at the humans who were tied up by the kobolds. He realized that they didn't seem to be happy about being rescued. Instead, they looked worried. The monsters raised by the tribe had been killed by the Houndhead men, and they had lost what they relied on to survive. Encountering such misfortune in the wilderness also meant that their path of survival had been cut off. What should they do from now on? All the rescued nomad tribesmen were at a loss. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen had a slight realization in his heart. They were worried about their future, right? The Holy Dragon City's warriors brandished their swords and gathered all the rescued nomad tribe wanderers together, surrounding them. Seeing the fully armed Holy Dragon City's warriors with expressionless faces, the nomad tribe wanderers felt extremely uneasy. Tang Zhen's voice suddenly turned cold as his eyes swept across the tired and uneasy crowd. He spoke in a low voice that was not very loud but could be heard by everyone. I'll give you two choices. 1. I'll let you go, but I won't care about your life or death. I won't give you any protection. The second is that if you follow me, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. You'll be protected by powerful martial forces, and all you have to do is contribute your strength and work hard for the construction of the city. If you perform well, you may even get the status of a resident of Lu City. Tang Zhen, who was standing on a high spot, extended his hand and pointed at everyone. His tone was incomparably resolute. Now, tell me your choice. The people who were originally at a loss were stunned. However, their eyes gradually lit up. Soon, someone shouted to follow Tang Zhen. This shout was echoed by all the wanderers. In this world where human lives were as precious as grass, it was God's blessing to have such a chance to make a choice. People would instinctively choose the side that was beneficial to them, and there was no need for them to worry about making this choice. Tang Zhen was secretly happy in his heart. There were nearly 200 young and strong men and women who had become his subordinates. This meant that the Holy Dragon City was not far from becoming powerful. Chapter 102. One needs to be ruthless if they want to dominate the world. Old Mike commanded the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, while the injured rested and treated their wounds. It was already a great victory for them to not lose a single soldier in this battle. The morale of the victorious soldiers was high, and even the injured ones were full of smiles. They joked and laughed at each other. Tang Zhen, accompanied by Qianlong and Tai Seng, walked to the front of the tied-up dog-headed man and sized him up with a cold gaze. Due to being shot by Zhen Tang, the kobold leader had lost quite a bit of blood. However, this fellow's vitality was very tenacious. Even at this moment, it was still constantly twisting its body, as if it was planning to escape. 1-inch Qianlong gave the dog-headed man a vicious kick, but his leg was almost bitten by the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man's ferocity was evident. Tang Zhen naturally did not show any mercy when he saw that the dog-headed man was still not being obedient even at this moment. After Qianlong ruthlessly kicked him a few times, this fellow finally became obedient. However, his eyes were still filled with ferocity. At the same time, he used a strange tone to mutter a few words. Qianlong and Tai Seng were completely confused and couldn't understand what the dog-headed man was saying. However, Tang Zhen, who had activated the universal language translator, understood what the dog-headed man was saying. Tang Zhen explained as he looked at the two people who had blank expressions, "It's scolding us, saying that we'll be killed by their chief sooner or later, and then hung up to be dried meat." Qianlong was enraged upon hearing this, and he kicked the dog-headed man again. However, the dog-headed man only laughed in disdain, as if he was mocking an animal. Tang Zhen looked at the ferocious-looking dog-headed man and sneered in disdain. Then, under the astonished gazes of Tai Seng and his partner, he used the same language as the dog-headed man leader and said, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Do you believe that I'll ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Someone to tie you up and let you watch your own flesh being cut into thin skin by a small knife." The dog-headed man leader, who originally had a ferocious expression, was immediately stunned when he heard this. He stared at Tang Zhen and was silent for a while before he asked, "Human, you can actually speak our language. It's just some simple groans and barks, what's so hard about it? Tell me about your tribe's situation, or I'll really cut you into 1,000 pieces. Believe me, that feeling won't be good," Tang Zhen sarcastically replied when he heard this. He revealed a disdainful expression towards the foreign race's simple and poor vocabulary. The dog-headed man slightly narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He did not say anything. He only stubbornly straightened his body and looked at Tang Zhen without shifting his eyes. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't tell me, I'm really going to make a move. Tang Zhen asked. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. Human, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't reveal any information about our tribe. Just give up. The kobold leader looked at Tang Zhen and sneered. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Could it be that this human who knew the kobold language didn't know that the kobolds would rather die than betray their master? Tang Zhen looked at the kobold leader's eyes and seemed to have understood something. He helplessly said to Tyson, let's kill it, but don't let it die too easily. Then we'll return to the valley. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he no longer looked at the kobold leader. Instead, he looked at the distant sky in a daze. A writhing sound came from behind him, followed by a painful groan. Qianlong walked over from the back. He wiped his blood-stained military knife and asked Tang Zhen, City Lord, the kobold tribe should be nearby. Do you want me to go and investigate? I'll handle this matter myself. You and Tai Seng have more important things to do. Tang Zhen thought for a while and said, now that the undead race was wreaking havoc in this area, Holy Dragon City was able to get a temporary respite because of its hidden location and the gravel wasteland as a barrier. However, this situation can't last long. I estimate that very soon, there will be scattered undead. Holy Dragon City will definitely enter the undead sites. According to their style of destroying all living things, they will definitely not let Holy Dragon City go. Thus, a great battle is inevitable. Other than the corpse race, Black Rock City will also be our future enemy. If there's a chance, I will destroy that place without hesitation, even if it means sacrificing the innocent citizens of Black Rock City. Otherwise, once Black Rock City has escaped from the corpse race's crisis, they will definitely use all their strength to destroy Holy Dragon City, because they will not allow any other city to exist on this land. It will make them unable to sleep and eat in peace. I've been trying my best to avoid killing the human race because compared to the powerful foreign tribes, the human race is too miserable and pitiful. You can think that I'm too merciful, but in fact, I also think that I'm a soft-hearted person, especially when it comes to dealing with the human race. But now, as the City Lord of Holy Dragon City, I shoulder the lives of the city's residents and their hopes for the future. So, I must be ruthless and unscrupulous in dealing with my enemies. Only in this way can Holy Dragon City stand tall. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he turned to look at Qianlong and then at Tai Seng, who had just walked over, and said in a low voice, it's time to use the firearms that I brought last time for training. With these weapons, I believe that Black Rock City will no longer have the power to fight us. We can even destroy it at any time. However, the main enemies in front of us are the undead race and the Houndhead men. I have a premonition that although these firearms can make us invincible in this area, this world is too vast, and powerful opponents are everywhere. It's very likely that at some point, these firearms won't be able to harm the enemy, and the powerful cultivator battle teams will be the masters of the battlefield. So, I want you to work hard to lead the qualified residents to cultivate. As for the cultivation resources, we can buy, rob, or even steal them. Tang Zhen sighed when he said this. He looked in the direction of Black Rock City and slowly said, in this aspect, the Black Rock City, an old city with thousands of years of history, has done a very good job. They do their best to cultivate talented children, allowing them to start cultivating from a young age, and also giving them generous rewards. We only saw how powerful the cultivators of Black Rock City were, but we did not see the price that Black Rock City had to pay. Tang Zhen's words made Qianlong and Tai Seng speechless. They could feel the existence of danger from Tang Zhen's words. As a part of the Holy Dragon City, they were also secretly worried. So, if we want to protect and strengthen Holy Dragon City, we need all of our hard work. Can I rely on you? Tang Zhen looked at his two capable subordinates and asked in a very solemn tone. Qianlong and Tai Seng exchanged a look and said in unison, I won't let down the city lord. Tang Zhen looked at the two of them and smiled. After which, he did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to stare at the sky in a daze. This was the first time he had carefully observed the sky of the Tower World. He discovered that it was extremely high and extremely far away. Thanks to the barren gravel plains protection, there were very few monsters in the nearby area, so the team returned safely. As the Holy Dragon City was a level 1 city, the number of residents was limited to 500. These 200 wanderers who had just entered the valley could not enjoy the benefits of being a resident yet. Only by performing well would they be given the status of a resident when the city was upgraded to level 2. They temporarily settled the wanderers in the market that was being built in the valley and arranged for people to deliver food and water to them. They would rest there at night because there were no monsters in the valley except for the lake, so it was not dangerous to spend the night there. By the next morning, they would join the team building the valley and contribute to the Holy Dragon City. After Tang Zhen returned to Lucheng, he went with Qian Long and Tai Seng to the place where the military fire was stored. He then picked out the different types of weapons and taught the two how to use them. Lu Cheng would pick out residents who had no talent for cultivation and train them on how to use these weapons. He would also form a team with guns as the main combat weapon and cold weapons as the auxiliary. As for the residents who were talented in cultivation, in addition to mastering the use of firearms and weapons, most of their energy was still focused on cultivation and improving their strength. Their main weapons were still swords, and firearms were only auxiliary. After the residents in charge of the combat guards had mastered the simple operation of firearms and Tang Zhen had explored the location of the Kobold tribe, the Holy Dragon City would carry out an extermination operation on the Kobold tribe and completely wipe them out from this area. Chapter 103. Kobold Sentinels. 1 inch after Tang Zhen handed over the Holy Dragon City's matters to everyone, he made some preparations and left the tower alone, heading to the place where he had killed the dog-headed man. Although he could roughly confirm that the dog-headed people were nearby, the endless wilderness was simply too vast. There were countless strange and hidden places. It was not an easy task to find the dog-headed people's camp. Tang Zhen had a mysterious ability. Even if he encountered danger, he could easily escape. Therefore, he was the best person to scout out the enemy's situation. Moreover, ever since he came to the Tower World, Tang Zhen's range of activity was limited to the vicinity of Black Rock City. This time, he was also taking the opportunity to go out and take a look. The greatest characteristic of the wilderness was its desolation. There was only one person walking alone in this vast world. This kind of lonely feeling almost caused one to collapse. Fortunately, there were many things in the wilderness that were extremely novel to Tang Zhen. It was able to offset the depression in his heart. Due to him being alone, Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for him to arrive at the location of the previous battle. The blood that splattered on the gravel had long dried up, and the kobolds' corpses had turned into piles of white bones, scattered everywhere. This was the credit of some scavenger monsters in the wilderness. They would not let go of anything on the corpses except for the white bones. Tang Zhen stepped on the dog-headed man's bone. After a crisp, crack, sound, it broke into two. Tang Zhen picked up the broken bone and took a look before casually throwing it to the side. Tang Zhen pondered for a moment after sweeping his gaze around the surroundings. Then, he headed toward a hilly area in the distance. The dog-headed people liked to live in caves. Most of their residences were located on slightly higher ground. They would then dig a cave and live in it. According to the wanderers of the nomadic tribes, these dog-headed people were particularly fertile and had a particularly tenacious vitality. Often, it only took a few years for a small dog-headed tribe to rapidly expand into a large tribe. It was for this reason that the descendants of the dog-headed people would leave the tribe after they grew up. They would take the resources given by the family and then find a suitable land in the wilderness to live and reproduce. Tang Zhen suddenly thought of the founder of Black Rock City. After he became an adult, he led his subordinates to explore the wilderness before establishing Black Rock City. However, the difference between the two was that the founder of Black Rock City came out voluntarily to explore, while the descendants of the dog-headed people who were influential and powerful had to go out to explore. It was precisely because of this habit that led to a large number of kobolds in the wilderness. Even though they had encountered countless crises of extinction, they could still rise again in a very short time. Although they were not the most powerful alien race in the world of Lusheng, they were one of the most tenacious alien races. Tang Zhen was thinking about something as he walked. He was getting closer and closer to the hilly area. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over. Tang Zhen, who was thinking about something, suddenly recovered his senses and easily avoided the short spear that was attacking him. A dog-like barking sound was emitted from a cluster of wild grass. Immediately after, Two dog-headed people scuttled out from within. They bared their teeth and pounced towards Tang Zhen. Their eyes were as if they had seen a pile of delicious meat. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He closed the distance between him and the dog-headed people in a few steps. At the same time, he sent a flying kick, sweeping a dog-headed person 4 to 5 meters away. This kick landed on the dog-headed person's waist, directly breaking its lumbar spine. The dog-headed man that had landed on the ground was half paralyzed. It scratched around with its hands and screamed in pain. Its voice was sharp and piercing. The other dog-headed man did not care about his injured companion. Instead, he raised his short spear and stabbed towards Tang Zhen's lower abdomen. The sharp tip of the spear was only a few centimeters away from his body. At the same time, the dog-headed man's ugly face revealed a sinister smile. However, the expected scene of the short spear piercing into the human body did not happen. The black cloak actually blocked the short spear that had pierced through countless human bodies, and it could not move an inch. The dog-headed man was stunned for a moment. Then, he picked up the short spear and stabbed it straight at Tang Zhen's lower jaw. Tang Zhen extended his hand and gently blocked the short spear that was coming at him. At the same time, he broke it into 2 pieces and ruthlessly inserted it into the dog-headed man's head from top to bottom under the dog-headed man's frightened eyes. Tang Zhen's gaze shifted to the hilly area as he watched the kobold softly fall. The kobold tribe should be nearby since there were sentinels lying in ambush here. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the front of the dog-headed man whose lumbar spine had been broken. He used an ice-cold gaze to look at it as he listened to the filthy words that were continuously spewing out of its mouth. "You damned human, I'm going to dig your heart out and eat it with the bitter grass powder. Then I'll make your meat into jerky." Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed when he heard the dog-headed man's vicious curse. "Have you eaten a lot of people?" The kobold language that suddenly came out of Tang Zhen's mouth stunned the kobold for a moment. Then, it lay on the ground and laughed wildly. It laughed very happily. "Of course, I've eaten a lot of human beings. Many times, we have to rely on human beings to survive the famine. You don't know that I can eat in many ways, especially human cultivators like you. No matter if it's bones or meat, they are all very chewy." Tang Zhen silently listened to the dog-headed man's bragging. After a while, he stood up and turned around to kick the dog-headed man's corpse that he had stabbed to death with his short spear. Tang Zhen squatted down and looked at the dog-headed man who was still talking nonsense. He took out his purple lightning short sword and cut off a piece of meat from the dog-headed man's corpse. He picked it up from the purple lightning short sword and placed it in front of the dog-headed man. "You've eaten so many humans. Do you want to taste your own kind?" The crazy-looking kobold sentry was stunned when he heard this. Immediately after, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He desperately stretched his head forward and tried to bite Tang Zhen's calf. Tang Zhen took a small step back to avoid the dog-headed man's stinky mouth. After which, he chuckled as he grabbed the dog-headed man's head and forcefully stuffed the piece of meat into his mouth. The dog-headed man struggled with all his might and emitted a woo-woo sound. He refused to open his mouth no matter what. "You were so happy just now, but when it was your turn to eat your companion, you refused. Unfortunately, it's not your turn to make the decision now, you have to eat even if you don't want to." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He used his sword to cut open the dog-headed man's cheeks before stuffing an entire piece of meat inside. The piece of meat was about the size of 2.5 fists. The dog-headed man did not want to eat it, but he could not spit it out. It was very uncomfortable to choke on it. He shook his head with blood in his mouth, and his eyes turned from madness to fear. "Eat, why aren't you eating? Why don't you fucking eat?" Tang Zhen growled and cut another 2 pieces and stuffed them into the dog's mouth. He watched as the dog's eyes rolled back and it was about to suffocate. Only then did he slowly calm the anger in his heart and took a small skull from the dog-headed man's waist. Tang Zhen was certain that this was a child's skull. Now, it was hung on the dog-headed man's waist as an ornament. The fate of that child could be imagined. Tang Zhen stared at the skull's black eye sockets for a few times before he squatted down and buried it deep into the ground. After Tang Zhen got up, he no longer paid attention to the dying dog-headed man and activated the quantum stealth light curtain to continue moving forward. When he passed by the grass where the 2 dog-headed sentinels were hiding, Tang Zhen saw a slanted cave on the ground. It must be the resting place of the dog-headed sentinels. However, the scattered skulls around the cave made Tang Zhen feel that it was rather glaring. The weeds in the hilly area were slightly denser, but that was only relative to the gravel plain. As he got closer to the hills, there were more and more traces of dog-head man activity, but more of them were scattered bones. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with fury when he saw this scene. However, as he gradually entered deeper into the hilly area, the fury in his eyes gradually dissipated. Replacing it was an irrefutable killing intent. Chapter 104. 1. Smashing the field and snatching the brain. Tang Zhen was currently standing on a high ground. The view here was very good. He was able to easily see the surrounding scenery from a high ground. Hundreds of kobolds were busy on a piece of flat land not far away. They seemed to be preparing for something. From time to time, the leader of the kobolds would bark and shout, making it very lively. Not far away, there was a huge pot with food being cooked inside. A human was stripped naked and lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Tang Zhen looked at the scattered bones around him and the oil that was constantly churning in the pot. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Tang Zhen slowly scanned the entire place. He discovered that there were many adjacent caves on the mound not far away. From time to time, there would be dog-headed people entering and exiting from them, carrying something. One of the caves was guarded by two particularly strong houndhead men with machetes on their waists and short spears in their hands. They did not allow any houndhead men to approach, or they would punch and kick. Tang Zhen stared at the entrance of the cave for a while and determined that this was the treasure room of the dog-headed people. There were definitely precious resources brought by this tribe inside, and they could even be the building foundation and brain. Quote, the foundation that the kobolds used to build their city was different from that of humans. They did not come from the wild buildings, but were split from the foundation of the kobold main city, which was called the Sacred City. After these split foundations were upgraded through continuous sacrifices, they would split again and give them to the descendants of the kobold nobles who had left the clan. The reason why the dog-headed people did this was that only this kind of building cornerstone that was split from the holy city's cornerstone had the most suitable attribute for the dog-headed people, which was the enhancement of their reproductive ability. Only by giving birth and raising more would they be able to ensure that the dog-headed people would not be destroyed. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in this kind of damnable foundation stone attribute. What he cared about was the brain pearls that were used as a sacrifice during the construction of the tower. This was because once the tower was built, the first sacrifice would require 10,000 brain pearls. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason for him not to take it. Moreover, Tang Zhen could also see that these dog-headed people were preparing for the construction of the tower. Looking at the progress, it was likely that they would be able to perform the sacrificial ceremony today. Tang Zhen secretly thought that it was such a coincidence. If these dog-headed people had successfully built their towers and the dog-headed people were to defend the city, the difficulty of the attack would increase greatly. It might even increase unnecessary casualties. This was definitely not a scene that Tang Zhen wanted to see. Right now, what he had to do was to wait and see. He would wait until the most critical moment to make a move. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen sat down on the ground and watched the group of dog-headed people busy with their work without saying a word. He sat there for several hours. When Tang Zhen saw a group of dog-headed people carrying a black stone platform and placing it in front of the hill while shouting, he knew that the time he had been waiting for had arrived. He hurriedly stood up and began to move his somewhat numb limbs. After taking out the purple lightning short sword, Tang Zhen began to slowly move downward. When he had reached the area that the map could cover, he stopped. He didn't dare to get too close, because the quantum stealth light curtain couldn't block sound and smell. If he got too close, he might be detected by these sensitive dog-headed people and discover his existence. At this moment, the dog-headed people began to gather together. There were at least 1,000 of them, and more than half of them were short spear-wielding dog-headed warriors. It didn't take long for a tall kobold, who was dressed much more exquisitely than the other kobolds, to slowly walk out of the cave. He came to the black stone platform under the worship of many kobolds. Looking at the dog-headed man's appearance, he should be the clan leader of this group of dog-headed people. At this moment, the kobold chieftain, who was standing in front of the stone platform, had a smug expression on his face. He was raising his hands up high and mumbling something. Tang Zhen could clearly hear through the translator that the prayer ceremony needed to be carried out before the construction of the tower was completed. Next, he would have to sacrifice his brain. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the kobold chieftain to take out a foundation stone from his bosom and place it on the stone platform. He used a sharp knife to cut his finger and dripped his blood on it. At the same time, 10 dog-headed people walked out of the heavily guarded cave. Each of them carried a heavy leather bag and walked towards the black stone platform. Now, move. Tang Zhen immediately approached the kobolds. When he was only a dozen meters away from them, Tang Zhen took out 2 grenades from his storage space. He aimed one at the kobold patriarch and the other at the kneeling kobold. He threw them at the same time. The grenade that appeared out of thin air smashed onto the ground, causing the kobolds to panic. The many guards around the kobold patriarch reacted extremely quickly and immediately protected the patriarch. At the same time, they twitched their noses desperately and locked onto Tang Zhen's position in an instant. However, before they could do anything, the 2 grenades immediately exploded. The deafening sound was deafening, and the gathered kobolds let out miserable howls one after another. The 2 grenades thrown by Tang Zhen had killed at least a dozen kobolds. Even one of the kobold patriarch's guards had been killed, and countless kobolds had been injured. Seeing that the dog-headed people were in chaos, Tang Zhen did not hesitate at all. Like a gust of wind, he rushed in front of the 10 dog-headed people who were carrying the leather bags and slashed his sword at the 2 arms of one of the dog-headed people who were tightly holding onto the leather bag. The purple lightning short sword was too sharp. Even after Tang Zhen had cut off its arms, the dog-headed man still did not feel any pain. It only let out a painful howl when it saw that both its arms had been cut off. Tang Zhen waved his hand and the leather bag, which was still tightly held by his 2 broken arms, was placed into his storage space. When the other dog-headed people with leather bags saw this, they immediately turned around and ran into the cave with the leather bags on their backs. The rest of the dog-headed people also recovered from the chaos. They relied on their keen sense of smell and had already faintly locked onto Tang Zhen. One after another, they stood behind the dog-headed people with leather bags and tried to stop Tang Zhen from snatching. At this moment, the kobold patriarch was also covering one of his bleeding eyes with his hand and roaring madly at his clansmen. Tang Zhen could clearly hear what he meant. He wanted to capture Tang Zhen at all costs. The kobold guards beside the kobold patriarch threw short spears at Tang Zhen's back. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene through the map, immediately dodged. As a result, after the short spears passed Tang Zhen, they directly nailed several kobolds to the ground. The level of these dog-headed guards was around level 2. The short spears they threw were extremely lethal. Even though Tang Zhen had a black cloak to protect him, he still did not dare to be careless. Tang Zhen couldn't help but become anxious when he saw the dog-headed people with leather bags walking further and further away. He immediately took out his automatic rifle and fired wildly in front of him. The dense bullets caused the dog-headed people to fall in droves. However, following the dog-headed people's leader's roar, even more fearless dog-headed people immediately filled the path cleared by the bullets. They then fearlessly pounced toward Tang Zhen. Many ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention that he was facing a group of extremely loyal, fierce, and crazy dog-headed people. When Tang Zhen saw that the situation was not good, he immediately activated his teleportation ability and escaped from the encirclement of the dog-headed people. He directly appeared in front of the dog-headed people who were carrying leather bags. Shua shua shua, Tang Zhen swung his sword 3 times in a row, killing all the kobolds near him. At the same time, he kept the brains into his storage space. Now, Tang Zhen had already snatched 4 bags of brains, while the remaining 6 bags were carried by the 6 kobolds, each running in different directions. Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. These dog-headed people were actually so cunning. They even knew how to split up and escape. In this way, he could only chase after one of the dog-headed people while the other 5 would take the opportunity to escape. Although Tang Zhen was furious, he had no choice. He could only lock onto a dog-headed man and quickly chase after it. The process of the pursuit was not smooth sailing. Under the command of a few kobolds with an unusually sensitive sense of smell, short spears were constantly shot at him. There were a few times when they almost pierced Tang Zhen's face. It scared him so much that he doubled his speed before he could avoid those short spears. However, this extreme speed consumed a lot of physical strength. When Tang Zhen took a great risk to kill the dog-headed man that he had locked onto, his physical strength was almost exhausted. It would definitely be extremely dangerous if they continued to stay in this situation. Tang Zhen was a little reluctant as he glanced at the dog-headed people who were carrying leather bags on their backs. He then quickly retreated into the distance. Chapter 105, Pursued in the giant tree, Tang Zhen ran with great difficulty. He was out of breath, as if he was about to die. He remembered that the last time he ran in such a sorry state, it was because there were 3 corpse monster centurions chasing behind him. They were all level 4 monsters. This time, the pursuers were the foreign kobolds. The highest level was only level 2, but there were 400 to 500 of them. These dog-headed people's eyes were all red, revealing an appearance that they wanted to bite Tang Zhen to death. They howled as they ran, and at the same time, they desperately threw the short spears in their hands. They did have a reason to hate Tang Zhen. After all, he had destroyed the extremely sacred sacrificial ceremony for the construction of the city, snatched the brains that were sacrificed during the construction of the city, and even killed many of their fellow dog-headed people. No matter which point it was enough for the vengeful dog-headed people to chase him to death. The dog-headed people in the wilderness were very good at running. Many of the targets that they had locked onto were only captured and killed by the dog-headed people when they were exhausted from running. Now, they were using the same trick again, trying to run to Tang Zhen's death. Junkong Tang had the cultivation of a 3rd level, but he was powerless in the face of hundreds of angry dog-headed people. After all, the so-called suppression of cultivation base was reflected in one-on-one combat. He could easily kill a level 2 dog-head man, but when faced with a group of level 2 dog-head men, he could only run away. Simply escaping wasn't Tang Zhen's style. During this period of time, he used grenades and rifles to distract the enemy. He even used the black technology of the infrasonic application in his mobile phone. However, he was still unable to stop this group of dog-headed people who seemed to have contracted rabies and were willing to risk their lives. And every time he turned around to attack, he would be hit by the short spears. If he was just a little slower, he would be hit by the short spears. Although the black cloak could block the penetration of the short spears, it still hurt him. During this period, several short spears headed straight for Tang Zhen's face. Tang Zhen was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged to avoid being disfigured. The dog-headed man also gradually discovered that the short spears were unable to pierce through the black cloak. The next time they attacked, they coincidentally targeted his head at the same time. This made Tang Zhen not dare to stop an attack easily. He had thought of activating the teleportation to leave, but he seriously suspected that these lunatics would stay where they were until he appeared again. After all, he had encountered the same situation in the wild building of the undead race. That would be too passive. Tang Zhen did not wish to start chasing and fleeing again after he was teleported back. Therefore, he must think of a method. When he ran out of the dog-headed people's lair, Tang Zhen did not observe the direction. Now, looking at the surrounding scenery, it seemed that he was getting further and further away from the Holy Dragon City. It was different from the gravel plain near the Holy Dragon City. This land seemed very fertile, but strangely, not a single blade of grass grew on it. Instead, it was full of all kinds of strange mushrooms. The tallest one among these mushrooms was actually more than 10 meters tall, and its cap was as large as a roof. While Tang Zhen was running, he unintentionally kicked away a few large mushrooms that looked like vegetable buns. However, he choked on the yellow powder that had spattered out, causing him to cough continuously. His throat also felt an uncomfortable burning sensation. Tang Zhen, who had suffered a small loss, no longer dared to touch these mushrooms. Instead, he quickly took out a towel to cover his mouth and nose as he ran, trying his best to avoid these terrifying large mushrooms. The houndhead men at the back suffered a great loss. There were many of them, and from time to time, the houndhead men would kick the mushrooms that were filled with powder, causing them to burst into a series of coughs. When the coughs reached the sky above the houndhead men who were chasing after them, it was as if they had lit up a beacon. The colorful mushroom powder that rose up was like billowing smoke. Many of the dog-headed people who had the idea of tearing Tang Zhen apart alive finally began to fall behind one after another under the harassment of the mushroom powder. They squatted on the ground and coughed non-stop, as if they were about to cough out their lungs. The kobolds who coughed particularly violently even started to cough out blood foam. The powder landed on the sweaty houndhead men, immediately revealing its strange toxicity. Some of the houndhead men began to break out in red rashes, and the pain and itchiness were unbearable. The houndhead men scratched with their sharp claws until their skin and flesh were rolled up and they were drenched in blood, only then did they feel better. The small mushroom directly reduced the number of dog-headed people chasing after Tang Zhen by a third. The effect was much stronger than the threat of death. After Tang Zhen inadvertently saw this scene, he immediately rejoiced in his heart. He took out a grenade from his storage space and did not need to stop and turn around to throw it. He only needed to casually throw it behind him, after which, the shock wave from the explosion would blow up a large pile of mushrooms. After which, a 5-colored powder would scatter all over the sky. When the dog-headed people that were chasing after him saw this, they immediately used the most vicious words to continuously curse Tang Zhen. However, they had no choice but to stop in their tracks and think of a way to avoid this annoying mushroom powder. Tang Zhen saw that the effect of doing this was not bad, so he slightly slowed down. After catching his breath, he threw out a few more grenades in succession, exploding into a cloud of mushroom smoke. The dog-headed people were in a mess, and the scene was very chaotic. "Take off your clothes and give them to us. Then, you can go back." Tang Zhen quickly took a sip of water. He was rejoicing in his heart that he had finally found a way to get rid of this group of dog-headed people. However, he did not expect that a hoarse roar of a dog-headed person would suddenly come from the smoke. Not long after, nearly 100 dog-headed people, who were wrapped up like mummies and only revealed a pair of blood-red eyes, rushed out and fiercely pounced towards Tang Zhen. This kind of powder was similarly stimulating to the eyes, causing the dog-headed people's eyes to swell up. It was so painful that they wished they could gouge out their eyes. However, in order to make it easier to see Tang Zhen clearly, they still revealed their eyes and tried their best to widen them. The hatred that was revealed in his eyes was practically tangible. This was because Tang Zhen was the first human that caused them to suffer such losses and turn into such a miserable state. A human who was only fit to be food had actually made them so miserable. Naturally, their killing intent was soaring. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that the mushroom powder had severely reduced the dog-headed people's sense of smell. They could only vaguely determine Tang Zhen's location. If Tang Zhen ran a little further and hid, he could rely on the effect of the quantum invisibility light curtain to escape the pursuit of this group of dog-headed people. However, he had been chased by the dog-headed people all the way by their sense of smell. Even if he activated the quantum stealth light curtain, it was useless. Therefore, at this moment, when Tang Zhen saw the group of dog-headed people rushing out with red and swollen eyes, he was like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bow. He immediately ran away. The sound of running caused the group of dog-headed people, whose hearing was not affected, to immediately lock onto Tang Zhen's position. All of them mustered all their strength to chase after him. At the same time, they wanted to habitually let out a roar. However, they sadly discovered that because of the poison of the mushroom powder, they were simply unable to let out a loud and clear howl. Tang Zhen, who had just managed to catch his breath, ran for a full half an hour before he once again felt the fatigue. He truly did not wish to continue running like this. He might as well teleport back to his original world. At the very most, he would just wait for his rest before running again. This thought flashed in Tang Zhen's heart. He was just about to activate the teleportation when he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a lonely mountain peak standing not far in front of him. When he took a closer look, Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that this was not a mountain peak at all. Instead, it was an incomparably huge rotten tree stump. This tree stump was at least several thousand meters tall, and this was the height after it was broken. Before it was broken, it was probably tall enough to reach the sky. Ever since Tang Zhen came to the world of Lusheng, he had never seen a tree, which made him think that there were no trees in this world. Now that he finally saw a tree, he did not expect it to be so huge and only a stump was left. At the same time, Tang Zhen also faintly discovered that there seemed to be a huge tree hole under the tree stump. Tang Zhen immediately dispelled the thought of teleporting. He took a deep breath and began to wildly run toward the huge tree stump that was like a mountain. The dog-headed people chasing behind him didn't care where Tang Zhen was going. They only had one goal, and that was to capture Tang Zhen, peel his skin, and pull out his tendons. Then, they would make him into a pot of delicious human meat soup and drink it. Perhaps this was the only way to vent their anger in their clan leader. As they continued to run and chase, Tang Zhen and the dog-headed man pursuers finally arrived at the tree hole under the huge stump. Chapter 106. The tree hole maze and the strange insects. Tang Zhen came to the stump of the mountain and looked up. This mountain-like stump had an extremely ancient aura. The trunk was as hard as a rock, and the peeled bark revealed mottled colors. The rest of the tree was covered in moss. Tang Zhen lowered his head and looked at the huge tree hole in front of him that was over 10 meters tall. It seemed to be extremely dark inside. He did not know what unknown danger was hidden inside. He turned his head and looked at the dog-headed people that were only a few dozen meters away from him. Tang Zhen no longer hesitated. He turned his head and directly entered the tree hole. When the dog-headed people chasing behind saw Tang Zhen enter the tree hole, they immediately left 10 dog-headed people to guard the entrance. The rest of the dog-headed people also rushed into the tree hole like a swarm of bees. The space inside the tree hole was extremely large. It was so large that it was inconceivable. It was different from the pitch-black darkness that Tang Zhen had imagined. The interior of the tree hole was filled with beautiful fluorescent things. It was unclear whether they were plants or animals. They slightly swayed their tentacle-like limbs and constantly scattered fluorescent dust into the dark tree hole. Being in such a cave was like being in a fairy tale world. Tang Zhen was not bewitched by this beautiful scene. Only the heavens knew if this powder was poisonous. It was better to be careful. He tied the towel tightly to his face and looked around. He found that there were countless tunnels inside the tree hole, as if they were gnawed out by giant worms. They were winding and led to unknown places. The dog-headed people behind him had already rushed in. Tang Zhen no longer hesitated. He randomly picked a hole and quickly entered it. The dog-headed people who were following closely behind did not see which passage Tang Zhen had entered. In addition, their sense of smell had lost its effect, and a strange smell filled the tree hole. The dog-headed people were at a loss for a moment. They had actually lost Tang Zhen. For the dog-headed people who were good at tracking, this was a great humiliation. After being defeated by Tang Zhen one after another, the leader of the dog-headed people was about to go crazy. It turned around in place for more than 10 times and even stuck its nose to the ground to sniff for a long time. Finally, it roughly determined the direction in which Tang Zhen had escaped. However, what gave it a headache was that there were dozens of holes in the same direction. Only God knew which hole Tang Zhen had entered. The kobold leader had no choice but to send a few kobolds to each cave. He didn't hope to kill Tang Zhen. He only hoped that they could call out to him in time when they discovered him. This way, the kobolds nearby could rush over to help. No matter what, they had to get back the brain and Tang Zhen had to be brought back to be executed. The kobold leader's idea was good, but when the group of kobolds entered the tree hole, they realized that the inside of the tree hole was like a huge maze. Some of the passages overlapped, some were completely dead ends, and some had several forks as they walked. It didn't take long for the dog-headed people to lose their sense of direction. They began to frantically search for a path in the tunnel, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find the right direction. Before the dog-headed people's sense of smell recovered, they could only run around in this maze-like passage. Even if their sense of smell recovered, they might not be able to walk out of this maze-like passage. Not long after, the hoarse screams of the kobolds could be faintly heard. It was unknown what they had encountered. Tang Zhen slowly walked through the tunnel that was lit up by the fluorescent creatures. However, he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. He had long discovered the strangeness of this tunnel. If he were to randomly scurry around, it was very likely that he would be lost in this tunnel and might not be able to exit it in his entire life. Tang Zhen had the map teleportation ability and did not need to worry that he would not be able to charge out. At this moment, he felt sad for those stubborn dog-headed people chasing him. He believed that they would definitely be like headless flies, randomly running and bumping around in the tunnel, right? Tang Zhen used the monster detector to scan the fluorescent creatures that were growing on the tunnel. He discovered that they were not monsters. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief after knowing the exact result. If these fluorescent creatures that were everywhere were also monsters, then even if he had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, it would be difficult for him to avoid being disturbed. By relying on the heaven-defying function of the map, Tang Zhen could see all the passages within the displayed range and even the general scenery of the passages. With such an intuitive display, Tang Zhen began to distinguish the way forward from these giant worm-like holes. However, the range of his map was limited and the area of the withered tree stump was too large. He couldn't determine which passage was the way out. Just as Tang Zhen was trying to find a clue from the chaotic passage, 2 dog-headed people that appeared within the range of the map attracted his attention. This was because these 2 dog-headed people were currently in danger. An earthworm-like red-ringed worm suddenly emerged from the hole that was covered by the fluorescent creatures, and ruthlessly stabbed into the body of a dog-headed man. The dog-headed man who was attacked immediately stood still on the spot, as if a spell had been cast on him. The other dog-headed man saw that his companion had stopped and was about to ask, but he was also stabbed by a strange insect that suddenly appeared, and he froze on the spot. More and more strange insects crawled out from the walls and stabbed into the dog-headed men's bodies. It was as if the two dog-headed men were two marionettes that were controlled by the strange insects. The two hound-headed men looked at each other and saw fear and panic in each other's eyes. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get out of their stiff state. Slowly, the dog-headed man felt that his body was full. Then, it felt as if something had been stuffed into his body, and the more it was stuffed, the more it felt. It even felt that its stomach was about to burst, and there seemed to be something in its throat that was about to come out. The two hound-headed men couldn't see their own bodies, but they could see their companion's appearance. Then, they were horrified to find that their companion's body was gradually expanding, and it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. The bellies of the two hound-headed men seemed to have become as thin as cicadas' wings. One could even see the blood vessels on the skin and the intestines inside. Tang Zhen, who was observing the two kobolds through the map, saw the details of the entire process, causing his scalp to involuntarily turn numb. These worms seemed to have a strong numbing ability, but they could make their targets lose their ability to move immediately after being attacked. However, they were not planning to eat the kobolds, but were laying eggs inside their bodies. After Tang Zhen saw the strange insect pierce into the dog-headed man's body, its body slowly wriggled. Round insect eggs the size of ping-pong balls were squeezed out from the body of the passage and continuously injected into the dog-headed man's body. Every time 17 or 18 insect eggs were injected into the dog-headed man's body, it would fall to the outer wall of the passage like a deflating balloon, as if it was completely dead. However, there were more than 100 strange insects on the two dog-headed people's bodies. Hence, an endless stream of insect eggs was injected into the two dog-headed people's bodies. During this time, strange insects kept dying. By the time all the strange insects had been injected with eggs, the two hound-headed men had turned into two round balls. They could not move and fell to the ground, becoming the hotbeds for the hatching of strange insects. A few strange insects with green skin slowly appeared. They swam near the head of the dog-headed man and inserted their tails into the dog-headed man's throat. Then, they seemed to excrete something. However, the dog-headed man, who was originally dying, immediately became energetic after the green insect's excrement entered his stomach. The dog-headed people seemed to want to get up and run away, but their bodies, which had been deformed to an exaggerated extent, could not make any movements. They could only look at each other's unrecognizable faces and feel the fear brought by the trembling and wriggling eggs in their bodies. They ate the excrement of the strange green insects to maintain their lives. Only when the eggs hatched and broke out of their bodies did the two dog-headed people have hope of being completely free. Tang Zhen took a deep breath as he looked at the two dog-headed people who wished they were dead. He took out the purple electric short sword and activated the adjustable neurodevice type infrasonic wave generator again. A wave of death swept out toward his path. Chapter 107. The giant mutated tree maggot. This type of infrasonic weapon could be adjusted to a suitable frequency based on real-time monitoring data so that it could kill the target to the greatest extent. Tang Zhen continued to move forward along the tunnel. The originally quiet and beautiful fluorescent tunnel suddenly became restless. Countless strange red insects suddenly appeared in the tunnel. Up, down, left, and right were these strange red insects that were constantly waving their limbs. They were stimulated to the point of constantly struggling madly, as if they wanted to escape. However, due to the insect eggs in their abdomens, they were firmly stuck in the holes and could not move. The strange insects that had no choice but to run became even crazier. They were like the tentacles of a group of monsters, tangling with each other with all their might. At the same time, a large amount of yellow-green liquid sprayed out from their heads, filling the tunnel with this disgusting mucus. The originally beautiful passage turned into a hellish scene in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen used the monster detector and locked onto a red, strange insect that was struggling non-stop. Soon, a message popped up. Offspring of the mutated tree maggot of the mother tree, mother worm, a level 1 monster, a hybrid offspring of monsters. It usually feeds on fluorescent grass powder. After mating, it will sleep in the hole for up to 100 years. Its eggs will hatch in the body of the creature, and it will die immediately after laying eggs. Weakness, fear of the mother tree's SAP, death upon contact. Tang Zhen looked at the information of the monster in front of him and roughly guessed the origin of this strange insect. The giant remaining stump was originally called the mother tree. Before it was broken, there were no tree maggots. However, after the mother tree died, the trunk gradually dried up and petrified, and the sap also evaporated. The tree maggots, which were afraid of the sap, occupied the place and continued to multiply and grow by killing creatures that entered the place. While Tang Zhen was thinking, these mutated tree maggots had already exhausted their last bit of strength. The impact of the infrasonic wave had damaged their fragile internal organs. At this moment, they were limply hanging on the tunnel, as if they would die at any moment. After making sure that there were no mutated tree maggots in front of him, Tang Zhen carefully avoided the mucus on the ground and continued to explore forward. When he passed by a large pile of mucus, his mind moved slightly. He waved his hand and took out a container from the storage space, storing the extremely paralyzing mucus. Tang Zhen walked and stopped along the way. As long as he found a hole near the fluorescent grass, he would not hesitate to use infrasonic waves to sweep it clean to ensure that he would not be sneak attacked by these mutated tree maggots. Tang Zhen walked and stopped along the way. He did not know how long he had walked for. Finally, he found a large blank area on the map. When he took a closer look, he realized that he had unknowingly walked to the top of the tree stump. Tang Zhen's spirit was shaken. He immediately ran toward the exit. In the blink of an eye, his vision suddenly brightened. This was an extremely large field. The surroundings were filled with towering mother trees' damaged branches, which surrounded the area like mountain peaks. Only the middle was a wide open space. However, Tang Zhen's eyes slightly shrunk when he cast his gaze towards the center of the open space. He saw 4 to 5 tree maggots that had been enlarged countless times were dancing in the middle of the open space. Each of them was 4 to 5 meters thick and dozens of meters long. They seemed to have sensed Tang Zhen's appearance as they waved their hands in his direction. Occasionally, sticky liquid would drip from their heads. From time to time, tree maggots would spew out mucus from their mouths. Compared to the paralyzing ability of the descendants of tree maggots, the ancestors of these maggots were more terrifying, because the mucus they spewed out was highly corrosive, and could easily burn big holes in the ground. Perhaps it was because of the eggs in their abdomens, but these maggots were also unable to leave the holes of their hosts. They could only wave their limbs in vain, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on these giant tree maggots. In a moment, the information of these giant tree maggots appeared in front of his eyes. Mother tree mutated maggot fused as one level 5 monster. Outer skin is extremely flexible. Originally a mother tree's loose soil earthworm. After being infected by the monster, it mutated and fed on the mother tree's trunk. Its weakness is in the center of its abdomen. It was obvious that the tunnels in the middle of the trunk were the work of these giant mutated tree maggots. For some unknown reason, their bodies had been fused together, turning them into a multi-headed monster. It was just that this way, their combat strength had increased a bit, making them even more difficult to deal with. Tang Zhen looked at the information of these mutated tree maggots and could not help but feel a headache. This was because these were the high-level monsters with the least threat he had seen so far. As long as one did not get close to their attack range, there would be no danger. However, as long as he could kill this level 5 monster, he could easily advance to a level 4 cultivator. This kind of temptation was hard for Tang Zhen to give up. Tang Zhen stared at the mutated tree maggot for a while and fiercely gritted his teeth. Wealth comes from danger. I'll do it. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen immediately took out his rifle and aimed at the tree maggot. He began to fire a test shot. As the crisp sound of the gunshot rang out, the bullets continuously hit the huge body of the tree maggot, but they did not cause any damage to it. However, the tree maggot was extremely furious by Tang Zhen's actions. It kept spitting corrosive liquid at him at a rapid speed. Tang Zhen quickly dodged when he saw this, so as to prevent this terrifying liquid from contaminating his body. Seeing that the rifle's attack was ineffective, Tang Zhen took out the RPG, hoping that this 40mm caliber weapon with a 300-400mm depth of penetration could kill the mutated tree maggot. Boom! The rocket shot toward the mutated tree maggot and landed on one of the parts of the maggot's body in the blink of an eye. The violent explosion echoed throughout the whole dead tree pile valley. The hit mutated tree maggot couldn't make a sound, but its violent writhing indicated that the rocket had hurt it. A huge wound appeared on its body, and mucus was slowly flowing out, mixed with pieces of internal organs. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the injured mutated tree maggot as he carefully observed its wound. After a while, his expression became serious because he could clearly see that the wound was healing rapidly. In fact, in just a few minutes, the wound caused by the rocket had completely healed. The mutated tree maggot, whose wound had recovered, hated Tang Zhen to the core. It frantically spat corrosive liquid at him, as if it was determined to completely corrode him into a residue. Tang Zhen had no choice but to retreat into the passage to hide. What kind of monster was this? How could he kill it? Tang Zhen looked at the mutated tree maggot that was almost unkillable and felt slightly troubled in his heart. According to the monster detector, the fatal spot of these mutated tree maggots was in the center of their abdomens. However, their abdomens were hidden in the holes where they were. If Tang Zhen wanted to attack, he had to find a way to get them out of the holes. However, the reason why Tang Zhen was able to attack the mutated tree maggot so easily was because it was stuck in the hole and couldn't leave. Once the maggot regained its freedom, it would definitely chase after Tang Zhen crazily. Therefore, he must not let it leave through the hole. Tang Zhen thought hard. In the face of such a difficult mutated tree maggot, his heart beat a retreat. Why don't we leave this place for the time being and come back to deal with it after we find a way to deal with these tree maggots? Yes, that's it. Zhen Tang was about to leave when the phone around his neck suddenly vibrated. He immediately stopped and turned to look at the mutated tree maggot. Gently stroking his violently vibrating phone, Tang Zhen looked at the mutated tree maggot that was still dancing crazily and muttered to himself, "To be able to make my phone vibrate so violently, it's obvious that there's a great treasure on this mutated tree maggot. In that case, I'm definitely going to kill this level 5 monster." Chapter 108 Outwit the mutated tree maggot. This kind of mutated tree maggot had an extremely strong self-healing ability. It was impossible to kill it by force. At the very least, it was almost impossible with Tang Zhen's current ability. The infrasonic weapon might be able to injure it, but it was impossible to kill it because it had an extremely strong recovery ability. The Deathlight weapon could only deal a single blow, which could deal massive damage, but it was still unable to kill it. This was because it had extremely powerful recovery abilities. As for guns, weapons, and flames, Tang Zhen didn't even consider them. To this level 5 monster, they were just like tickles. If one wanted to kill such an abnormal monster, one had to injure its foundation or find another way. Otherwise, if an accident were to occur and this monster escaped from the hole under his body, Tang Zhen did not believe that he would be able to escape in one piece from its pursuit. Tang Zhen scratched his head and thought hard. His gaze inadvertently swept across a dead red strange insect on the ground. A thought flashed in his mind. A moment later, he stood up with a contemplative expression. He teleported back to his original world and headed straight for the store. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen was teleported back. He got up and went straight down the tunnel. Because the cleared passage was easy to recognize, Tang Zhen's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for 5 lost kobolds to appear on his map. They were running around in the passage. Tang Zhen's face revealed a happy expression. He immediately identified the path that would allow him to approach the dog-headed people from the map and quickly approached it. The 5 houndhead men were looking around in panic. They had 7 companions before, but after encountering the strange insect, 2 of them were strung up like marionettes. The 5 of them dodged in time and avoided the attack of the strange red insect. The crazy and bold kobolds had been confused by the maze-like passage after entering it. Now that they had encountered the strange red insects, they were trembling with fear. The exhausted and hungry kobold warriors were starting to regret coming here. However, they didn't expect that a greater danger was yet to come. Tang Zhen suddenly appeared behind these dog-headed people. Without waiting for them to react, a large number of 3-inch steel nails stained with the strange red insect's mucus was scattered over from all directions. With Tang Zhen's current cultivation, these 3-inch steel nails that he had just bought could be turned into killing weapons in his hands. However, his goal was not to kill these dog-headed people. Instead, he wanted to subdue and capture them. Under Tang Zhen's deliberate control of his strength, these steel nails only pierced an inch into the dog-headed people's bodies before all the force was removed. At the same time, the red paralyzing mucus on the nails began to take effect, causing the 5 dog-headed people, who were covered in nails, to fall to the ground like statues. Tang Zhen slowly walked over. He took a look at the dog-headed man, who was unable to even move his eyes. The dog-headed man could only shoot out flames of anger and fear from his eyes. He clicked his tongue and repeatedly praised, "The paralyzing effect of the tree maggot's mucus is surprisingly good. The dog-headed people who were still alive and kicking a moment ago have become 5 dead dogs. I must get more for backup later, and then paralyze all the puppies in the entire dog-headed people tribe. Tang Zhen deliberately used the dog-headed people's language to speak. The 5 dog-headed people were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, they were unable to vent their anger. Only by looking at their trembling lips could they judge how much they wanted to bite Tang Zhen to death. After deliberately angering the dog-headed people, Tang Zhen tied the 5 of them up with a rope and placed it on his shoulder. He then quickly ran towards the empty space at the top of the tree stump. After reaching the top of the tree stump, Tang Zhen threw the 5 dog-headed people into the passage and poured a mouthful of the strange insect's mucus into each of them. He then patted the dust off his body with relief and ran down again. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Zhen returned once again. He carried 3 bloody dog-headed men that had been pierced by steel nails and threw them on the ground. He repeated the same trick and gulped down a mouthful of strange insect's mucus one by one before leaving in a hurry. As time slowly passed, more and more kobolds were caught by Tang Zhen. When Tang Zhen returned for the last time, he dragged the kobold leader, who was covered in steel nails and had a bloody nose and a swollen face, and caught all the kobolds who were lucky enough to not die after entering the passage. The anger in Tang Zhen's heart was finally vented out as he looked at the dog-headed people lying all over the tunnel. He was in a miserable state after being chased by this group of people earlier. Unfortunately, the tables had turned. Now that they were alone, he had completely annihilated them without any effort. Fuck, you're crazy. You want to eat me and peel my skin. Now I want to see who's going to be the one to peel whose skin. Tang Zhen kicked the kobold leader beside him and asked with a teasing expression as he met its devouring gaze. When they met the kobold leader earlier, it actually dodged Tang Zhen's steel nails and then scolded Tang Zhen. It then waved its short spear and wanted to die with Tang Zhen. Once the dog-headed people who didn't care about their lives went crazy, their combat strength was indeed very terrifying. Unfortunately, their opponent was Tang Zhen. In the end, after a few rounds of fighting, the dog-headed man leader fell into Tang Zhen's trap and was numbed to the ground by a bunch of steel nails. Tang Zhen rode on the kobold leader's body and gave it a beating before he dragged it back. After glancing at the dozens of dog-headed people who were at the mercy of others, Tang Zhen turned his eyes to the mutated tree maggot in the middle of the open space. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while, then picked up a dog-headed man in each hand and rushed towards the center of the open space. The mutated maggot sensed Zhen Tang's arrival and immediately began to spit corrosive liquid. Zhen Tang dodged quickly while approaching the mutated maggot. When the mutated maggot's body was at the edge of his range, he threw the 2 kobolds at the mutated maggot with a roar. Plop! The 2 houndhead men smashed into the mutated tree maggot's body and fell to the ground. Tang Zhen quickly retreated while observing the mutated tree maggot's reaction. After feeling that it had been hit, the mutated tree maggot, which had no vision, immediately reacted. After confirming that it was 2 creatures with its special sensing ability, the mutated tree maggot hesitated for a moment. Then, a few mutated tree maggots that were 1 inch thick reached out from the bottom of the giant mutated tree maggot and stabbed into the dog-headed man's body. Tang Zhen, who was observing this scene, felt joy in his heart. It seemed that his plan had already succeeded by half. Through the monster detector, Tang Zhen had already determined that these giant tree maggots that were constantly waving around were actually a whole entity. In other words, they were a monster. Then, the tiny tree maggots that were sticking out from under them should also be a part of their main body. Looking at the movements of these tree maggots, it was clear that they were laying eggs in the dog-headed man's body. According to the habits of tree maggots, once they finished laying eggs, they would immediately die. Tang Zhen wanted to bet that this huge mutated maggot had the same characteristic and would die after laying its eggs. Perhaps it was because its descendants had blocked all the upstream passages, so the mutated maggot didn't have the chance to lay eggs. Now that he had sent the dog-headed man to its door, it couldn't wait to lay its eggs. Such a huge tree maggot might have laid countless times more eggs than its offspring, but Tang Zhen had dozens of dog-headed people in his hands. He was not afraid that he would not be able to squeeze it dry. The mutated tree maggot happily laid eggs in the dog-headed people's bodies, like a pervert who had been abstinent for many years and suddenly got a beautiful woman. He vented his anger to his heart's content, and the bodies of the 2 dog-headed people swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang Zhen didn't dare to waste any more time. He immediately returned to the tunnel, picked up 2 more kobolds, and threw them in front of the tree maggots. It just so happened that the two kobolds from before had already expanded to their limits. The slender tree maggots immediately changed their target and stabbed their heads into the bodies of the kobolds that had just been thrown. Tang Zhen kept repeating the actions of running, throwing the dog-headed man, then returning, and throwing the dog-headed man again. At the same time, he was also carefully observing the performance of the giant tree maggot. He found that when there were 10 round kobolds lying on the ground, the giant mutated tree maggot was a little listless. When there were 20, the mutated tree maggot was no longer willing to pay attention to him, and the range of its corrosive liquid was reduced by half. By the time the 30 kobolds laid eggs, the mutated tree maggot had become soft and weak, and it hung limply on the ground, taking up a large area. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he saw this. He threw all the kobolds over in one breath. However, when he threw the last few kobolds, he tied the bodies of the kobolds with the high military explosives that Ivanov had gotten. Chapter 109. Level 4 Promotion in the Skeleton Treasure Chest 1. When the last dog-headed man was injected with the egg, the giant mutated tree maggot was so weak that it was almost on the verge of death. It could be seen that even though it had become extremely huge after the mutation, it still couldn't change the habits passed down in its blood. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to wait for the giant tree maggot to die naturally. If that happened, it would mean that all his efforts would be in vain. He had to take advantage of the moment when it was still breathing to kill it completely. Only then could he obtain the experience points to level up. According to the mutated tree maggot's current state, Tang Zhen seemed to be able to move forward and kill it with his bare hands. However, out of careful consideration, Tang Zhen still chose to use explosives to open up a path. It was better to kill it directly. If it didn't die from the explosion, he could also take the opportunity to kill it. Otherwise, if the mutated tree maggot still had the strength to make a dying blow, Tang Zhen would definitely suffer a great loss. As Tang Zhen gently pressed the button, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. The power of the high military explosives was extremely strong. A majestic wave of air spread in all directions. Smoke and dust billowed, and the echo within the Stump Valley did not stop for a long time. Tang Zhen dodged the blast wave while observing the mutated tree maggot's situation. The mutated tree maggot was indeed at the end of its life. It let the shock wave of the explosion tear its limbs into countless pieces, and its mucus and flesh flew all over the sky, but it did not struggle at all. Tang Zhen's heart tightened when he saw this. Could it be that the mutated tree maggot had already died before he detonated the explosives? Just as the doubt in his heart rose, an incomparably abundant energy filled his 4 limbs and 100 bones. The feeling of his cultivation increasing by 1 level was so obvious that it gave Tang Zhen the illusion that he could collapse a mountain with a single punch. It seemed like he had already advanced to rank 4. Level 4 cultivation was already considered to be among the experts in the nearby area. Their strength was enough to crush 99% of the cultivators. Forcefully waving his fist, a happy smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. After the smoke and dust had slightly subsided, he immediately rushed straight to the center of the Stump Valley. The tree Stump Valley that had been swept clean by the wind had now become a mess. There were broken flesh and disgusting corrosive liquid everywhere, making the ground full of potholes. From time to time, broken dog-headed people's corpses would appear. They looked broken beyond recognition, and their internal organs and white bug eggs were scattered on the ground. They were still slowly wriggling. The kobold leader had not been killed by the explosion. It was struggling with half of its body. The intestines that had been dragged far away had insect eggs attached to them. They also scattered with the blood. After seeing Tang Zhen, the kobold leader's eyes seemed to be dazed for a moment. Then, he bared his sharp teeth and fiercely looked at Tang Zhen. Bang! Tang Zhen slowly retracted his rifle. He looked at the kobold leader whose head had been blown off and shook his head without any expression. The place where the giant mutated tree maggot had become a big pit. The limbs of the mutated tree maggot on the ground had all been torn apart, revealing the remains of its abdomen. This level 5 mutated tree maggot was extremely powerful and had an extremely strong self-healing ability. If Tang Zhen had not lured it to lay eggs according to its habits, which eventually led to its defensive capabilities declining to its limit, these explosives might have only been able to cause serious injuries to it. It would still have the ability to counterattack. Tang Zhen looked at the big pit in front of him. The mutated tree maggot's remaining limbs had long been shattered, but Tang Zhen could still clearly see that a slender chain was firmly locked below the mutated tree maggot's abdomen, making it unable to move. The chain was only as thick as a thumb, shining with an emerald green luster, not stained with any dirt, and looked very beautiful. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization. No wonder the mutated maggot was unable to escape from the hole despite being so strong, and the corrosive liquid it spat out was extremely abnormal. It was actually locked down by the chain. As soon as he thought about the power of the corrosive liquid spat out by the mutated tree maggot, Tang Zhen was sure that this chain was definitely not an ordinary item. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lock this mutated tree maggot because the mucus secreted by the mutated tree maggot was also highly corrosive. If an ordinary iron chain came into contact with it, it would quickly corrode and break. He could try to take the chains away later. He couldn't miss such a good thing. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the chain and looked at the mutated tree maggot's body. After seeing the chain and the information displayed by the monster detector, Tang Zhen guessed that there was more than one mutated tree maggot that was locked by the chain. However, as time went by, the bodies of the mutated tree maggots that secreted corrosive mucus began to merge after being trapped. In the end, for some unknown reason, the mutated tree maggots combined into a multi-headed maggot. Until today, the phone's vibration didn't stop. Tang Zhen looked at the pile of mushy meat in the pit. He endured the rancid smell and carefully avoided the corrosive liquid before jumping in. Feeling that the item that caused the phone to vibrate was in the abdomen of the mutated tree maggot, Tang Zhen could only pinch his nose and take out a spear-shaped demon weapon from the storage space. He began to rummage through the mutated tree maggot's stomach. With the stirring of the demon soldier's spear, the mutated maggot's intestines and the remaining eggs were stirred up, making Tang Zhen so disgusted that he almost vomited. It was impossible to search randomly. After all, the abdomen of the mutated maggot was more than 10 meters in diameter, so it was easy to hide an item. Tang Zhen turned his head and took a deep breath. He then activated the infrared X-ray scan option in the all-rounded data combat interface. As the application was launched, the view in front of Tang Zhen immediately changed. At the same time, an eye-catching thing appeared in front of him. It was in the middle of the giant tree maggot's abdomen. It seemed to be the reason why the phone was vibrating wildly. Since he had a target, the following matters were much easier to handle. Tang Zhen used the demon weapon spear to aim at that position and flicked a few times. He felt that his hand had become heavy. After confirming that it was that item, his arms fiercely clenched. A half-meter square metal box was picked out by Tang Zhen from the wreckage of the mutated tree maggot and fell heavily to the ground. As soon as it came into contact with the air, the dirt on the box immediately slid to the ground as if it had been washed away, revealing the clean and bright box body. Tang Zhen kept his demon weapon spear and slowly walked forward to take a look. The box had a beautiful and strange shape. It was made of a purple metal with golden stars in it. It felt like a young girl's skin when one touched it. It was warm and comfortable. Tang Zhen took out an incomparably sharp purple lightning short sword and slashed at the box. However, he discovered that only an extremely shallow scratch was left behind. From this, one could see the toughness of this box. There was a messy pattern on the top of the metal box. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while before he discovered that this pattern was actually a movable puzzle of a slide. The answer was obvious. If he wanted to open the box, he had to piece the sliding block on the box into a complete pattern. Otherwise, he would never be able to open the box. It was obviously very difficult to break such a tough box by external force, and it might also damage the items inside, so the only way was to restore the scattered puzzle pieces. Tang Zhen felt a headache as he looked at the messy patterns on the box. He was not good at this at all. If he were to crack it, who knew how long it would take? He might not be able to crack it in his entire life. Tang Zhen shook his head and thought for a while. Then, he tentatively opened the application store to look for an application that could help him. After searching for a while, Tang Zhen finally found the application he needed in the entertainment option, all-purpose entertainment game cracker. After activation, it can scan and analyze the content of all kinds of entertainment games, mainly chess and cards. It can be cracked instantly, and all your trump cards can be seen at a glance. You will be guaranteed to win every battle. You can also receive guidance tips at the same time. Download amount: 1,000 gold coins. The price of entertainment-related applications was generally not high. Even this kind of application, which could allow one to become rich after using it, only charged 1,000 gold coins. Compared to those applications that easily cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins, it was simply cheap. In the past, Tang Zhen might have felt heartache over spending 1,000 gold coins, but now, Tang Zhen, who had just robbed a dog-headed man and had a small amount of savings, had already chosen to download and install it without hesitation. Chapter 110. The Secret History of the Tree Spirit Tribe. As the application was activated, Tang Zhen felt a light beam shoot out from his phone. After scanning the box, a bunch of words popped up in front of him. Scan complete. Target is a sliding block game. To perfectly restore the original art, you need to move it 980 times. Do you want to start the tutorial? Tang Zhen selected the activation guide and immediately discovered that a pattern on the edge of the box was marked with a red light. Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and moved it a little. Immediately after, the second pattern was marked with a red light. Tang Zhen only needed to move the slide according to the instructions and he would be able to perfectly restore it. With the help of this application, playing this puzzle game was really simple. Tang Zhen's speed became faster and faster as he moved the slide one step at a time. Not long after, he moved the last picture to its original position. Ka-ba, a faint sound of metal contracting was heard, reminding Tang Zhen that he had successfully opened the box. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to open the box. Instead, he was attracted by the scene in front of him and looked at it seriously. The main body of the pattern was a huge tree that reached the sky and the earth. There was no doubt that it was the withered stump under his feet, the giant tree that was originally called the mother tree. In the picture, the mother tree was luxuriant, and under its feet was a forest that stretched endlessly. It looked thriving, and everywhere was a green that was full of vitality. There were many creatures living on the mother tree. They were dressed in beautiful clothes and had exquisite looks, as if they were no different from humans. The only difference was that their ears were slightly pointed, similar to the elves that Tang Zhen had seen in movies. From the images, these elegant creatures were living happily, but for some unknown reason, the mother tree withered and broke, these creatures disappeared, and the mother tree's remains were occupied by strange insects. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer he needed in this box. Tang Zhen carefully went around to the back and opened the metal box. There was no abnormality. After going around to the front, Tang Zhen found that the box was actually filled with books bound with green leaves in a small purple gem box. After spending so much effort, I finally got a box of books. Hee, it seems that the saying that knowledge is wealth is true everywhere. Tang Zhen helplessly shook his head. He picked up a green leaf book and took a look. He could not help but let out an sound as the glow in his eyes grew brighter. With the help of the universal language translator, Tang Zhen could easily read and understand the contents of the book. It turned out that the book had a very detailed introduction on how to use the mother tree's power to cast a divine spell to promote the growth of plants. It also explained in detail how to sense the mother tree's power, how to cast spells in the language of the tree spirits, how to strengthen and improve plants, and so on. Tang Zhen could not help but click his tongue in wonder when he saw this. He did not expect the mother tree to actually have such a magical ability. The race known as the tree spirit tribe that lived around the mother tree completely relied on the mother tree's power to live without worry for food and clothing. It was a pity that the mother tree had been broken and destroyed. It was really a waste of good things. After putting down the book, Tang Zhen picked up another green leaf book and found that it was a secret book that introduced how to use the power of the mother tree to cultivate a powerful archery skill. As Tang Zhen read on, he suddenly realized that many of the things recorded in these books could not be separated from the mother tree's participation. It could be said that the mother tree was the root of everything. Once the mother tree was gone, the tree spirit tribe would become useless. It was no wonder that after the mother tree was broken, the tree spirit clan disappeared completely. In Tang Zhen's opinion, they were like the parasites of the mother tree. Without the skin, the hair could not attach itself. It was reasonable for them to decline and perish. Therefore, the tree spirit tribe became and fell because of the mother tree. It was only because they were too dependent on the mother tree that this situation occurred. However, if a race other than the tree spirit tribe obtained the mother tree and used it reasonably, it would be a blessing instead of a disaster. After roughly reading through these books, Tang Zhen's gaze once again turned towards the small box that was placed alone. He mused for a moment before slowly opening the small box with an expectant mood. Tang Zhen had a guess in his heart. The answer would soon be revealed. The purple gem box was opened, revealing the items inside. It was a multicolored stone that was slowly floating in the air, a blood book that seemed to be made of human skin, and a gorgeous green ring. Tang Zhen's heart wildly beat when he saw these three items. He extended his hand and picked up the human skin blood book to take a look. I'm the Lord of the Mother Tree Tower City, Yulang Feng. When you see this letter written in my skin, I believe you've killed the mutated tree maggot and obtained the wealth I left for the descendants of the tree spirit race. My children and grandchildren, I am an incompetent city lord. Our mother tree, Lu Cheng, has raised us for thousands of years, but in the end, it was destroyed and broken in my hands. So, the moment Lu Cheng's mother tree was broken, I should have died to atone for my sins. On the day the mother tree was broken, the monster, which had been eyeing the mother tree, took the opportunity to launch an attack on all the tree spirits. The tribesmen who had lost the protection of the mother tree were killed by the monster's claws. I've killed countless monsters, and I'm covered in wounds. I'm only left with one breath. But I can't die yet, because I have to kill the main culprits that caused the mother tree to break. Those mutated tree maggots, those damn demons, they gnawed off the roots of the mother tree and hollowed out the trunk, causing the mother tree to wither and break, implicating the innocent people. So, I swallowed the forbidden medicine, and my strength instantly skyrocketed. However, I only had 1 month left to live, but to me, this was enough. After that, I found the mutated tree maggots and subdued them after a bloody battle. However, when I realized that they were originally useful for loosening the soil on the roots of the mother tree, I suddenly realized that I was wrong. In fact, I was not the only one who was wrong. The entire tree spirit race was wrong. As time went by, we indulged in the protection of the mother tree tower, singing and dancing all day without having to worry about food and clothing. Unconsciously, we became extremely undisciplined. We only paid attention to poetry and dance, hated war and killing, and did not care about anything other than ourselves. So, the monsters gradually invaded the roots of the mother tree. We didn't know that the monsters infected the beneficial worms of the loose soil and turned them into mutated tree maggots. The most ridiculous thing is that we still didn't know that the mutated tree maggots had already eaten up the mother tree. We only know that on the day the mother tree is broken, there will be a grand ball. Therefore, the tree spirits deserved their miserable situation today, and they could not blame anyone. When I thought of this, I no longer had any reason to kill these mutated maggots. However, since they had made a mistake, they must atone for it. So I decided to let them guard the inheritance of the tree spirits, which was the foundation of the mother tree's tower and the way to use the mother tree's power. In order to get the heritage treasure, you must pass through the trunk passage guarded by the descendants of the mutated tree maggots. They will attack any creature other than the tree spirit race. Also, I have tamed these giant mutated tree maggots. They will protect the heritage treasure. Once a tree spirit bloodline gets close, they will self-destruct and send the treasure to the tree spirit race. This is a defensive measure that I've specially set up in order to wait for the arrival of the tree spirit bloodline so that I can rebuild the mother tree city and restore it to its former glory. It's a divine weapon of the tree spirit race, called the tree spirit chain. The spell to unlock it is the keep and lock in the tree spirit language. Every tree spirit can use it easily with the ring I left behind. By the time you read this letter, I would have already died. Please take this as a warning and don't repeat the same mistakes. Mother Tree, City Lord of Lu City, Yulang Peak, final stroke. Tang Zhen let out a long sigh of relief after seeing this. He slowly put away the will that Yulang Feng had written on his skin. Then, he picked up the ring from the inside and used the universal language translator to shout in the tree spirit language, "Take it." A green light flashed past. The tree spirit chain, which was tens of meters long after being unfurled, pounced towards Tang Zhen. At the same time, it rapidly shrank. In the end, it actually became circles of thin green lines that twined around the ring. After Tang Zhen touched the ring, he put away the brilliant cornerstone of the tower. According to the content of Yulang Peak's will, as long as this cornerstone was sacrificed and the tower was built, a mother tree could be cultivated again. In other words, the mother tree was a special building, and the tree spirits were the residents. Chapter 111. Making Jade Coins. 1. The mother tree tower had become history, and the remnants of the mother tree's stump had been through countless years of wind and rain. It was unknown if the tree spirits still had any bloodline left in this wilderness. Regardless of whether there were still descendants of the tree spirit clan, the things left behind on Yulang Peak already belonged to Tang Zhen. If the other party really came to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For them one day, Tang Zhen would not be polite and order them to leave. The past was already over. Tang Zhen was not interested in the right and wrong of the story. He was only concerned about how much benefits this building foundation could bring him. The mother tree was very powerful. If it was built and upgraded, it would definitely bring huge returns to Tang Zhen in the long run. Whether it was in terms of daily life or military, he could borrow the mother tree's power. The only thing he needed to consider now was that after building the 2 towers, the resources needed for upgrading would be extremely huge. In fact, in some powerful towers, there would often be several auxiliary towers with special attributes. However, the problem was that these old towers were very powerful in themselves and often had more than 1,000 years of historical accumulation. It was not too difficult to develop the main tower while taking into account the auxiliary towers. However, for a new city with fewer resources or a shorter construction period, it would be difficult to develop the main city and the auxiliary city at the same time. For example, Black Rock City had a history of almost 1,000 years. However, it only had a level 4 main tower and had never built a secondary tower. Tang Zhen would never believe that Black Rock City did not have such resources. However, there were only 2 reasons why Black Rock City did not build an auxiliary tower. The first reason was that they only wanted to strengthen the main tower and did not want the auxiliary towers to share the limited resources. The second reason was that they had not obtained a satisfactory auxiliary tower foundation so far. In order to determine the attributes of the foundation stone, there was no other way to determine the attributes of the foundation stone of the city building except to obtain it from the destroyed buildings or to analyze the details of the cleared wild buildings. Before Tang Zhen built the tower, he didn't know the attributes of the foundation stone. After the construction was successful, he found out that the attributes of his tower were actually related to the ghost bank. It wasn't good or bad, but it felt like he was trying his luck. Therefore, a top-grade foundation stone with clear attributes could be auctioned for a sky-high price on the foundation stone trading platform. This was because one did not have to bear the risk of luck. After all, no one's brain came from the wind. When building it, one had to bear the risk of monsters attacking the city. Thus, one had to be careful before using it. Whoever had the ability to appraise the foundation stone's attribute would definitely make a fortune. Tang Zhen put away the mother tree's foundation stone. As for whether to build it, he would decide after he returned. What he needed to do now was to head to the roots of the mother tree. According to the records in the books, the roots of the mother tree had the ability to gather precious minerals and gems. The tree spirits often collected and processed them. Now that the mother tree was dead, he did not know if there were still any gems left. Tang Zhen was already familiar with the passage that he was going down. Therefore, his speed was very fast. However, he paused for a moment when he reached the bottom. Finally, he chose a wider passage and walked down. The infrasonic wave opened up the path again. Tang Zhen walked and stopped. Finally, he walked to the depths of the ground where the mother tree's roots were located. What he saw was a scene of devastation. It was obvious that the roots of the mother tree had been severely damaged by the mutated tree maggots, and the underground space was filled with broken roots. Tang Zhen's eyes swept around. He quickly discovered some fingernail-sized gemstones of various colors in the remnant soil. There were also some different colored metal particles. Each of them was the size of a soybean. Tang Zhen put away all the gemstones and metal particles that he saw. He inadvertently discovered that a smooth wall had appeared in front of him. He moved forward and carefully observed it, only to discover that this so-called wall was actually an extremely large yellow jade. This piece of yellow jade was the size of a house. It was soft and warm. It was covered with fine purple hair patterns and looked very beautiful. After using the purple electric short sword to cut it, Tang Zhen discovered that its hardness was not inferior to metal. Moreover, it also had a very strong toughness. Perhaps this wasn't a piece of jade at all, but something special. Tang Zhen didn't know much about jade, much less the products of the Lusheng world. However, the appearance of this yellow jade caused him to think of the problem of finding a coin to replace his brain. It seemed that this thing in front of him was the ideal material for making coins. It was beautiful and not easy to imitate. Most importantly, Tang Zhen liked it. However, although it was not bad, how to cut it and how to make it into coins was a problem. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was already prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the idea of using this yellow jade to make coins. This was because Tang Zhen had seen a very suitable application in the application store. Super laser carving machine, able to cut large objects at high speed and carve nano-scale patterns. Extremely efficient, accurate, and beautiful. Download amount: 2,000 gold coins. Tang Zhen opened the application store and downloaded the application. The application was successfully activated, and a crisscrossing red line was immediately drawn in front of him. Tang Zhen could adjust the size by himself, and then he could start the cutting. As the lasers flickered up and down, the yellow jade was instantly cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Each piece was a square meter and 2 millimeters thick. Tang Zhen picked up a thin piece of jade and broke it with force. The yellow jade piece broke from the middle, which also proved that yellow jade was very suitable for making coins. After the cut jade pieces were piled on the ground, Tang Zhen followed the instructions and used the provided pattern template to piece together the pattern that needed to be carved. Then, he could use the super laser engraving machine to carve. Tang Zhen designed a picture of a coin with a dragon on the back and the words, "Holy Dragon City," on the front. Then, he confirmed that the carving had started. This time, countless lasers covered these jade slips. The constantly flashing light could almost blind people. Tang Zhen didn't dare to look directly at the working scene of the super laser carving machine. 5 minutes later, the dense laser beams finally stopped flashing. The application notified him that his work was completed. Only then did Tang Zhen dare to open his eyes to look at the scene on the ground. He saw that the ground that was originally filled with thin jade pieces was now densely covered with yellow jade coins. There were at least 50,000 of them. Tang Zhen picked up a coin and examined it. He discovered that the carving was extremely exquisite. The pattern was also vivid and lifelike, appearing extremely exquisite. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. He waved his hand and kept all the money. However, the amount of coins was far from enough for Tang Zhen's needs. Therefore, he continued to cut and carve. After repeating it 5 times in a row, he finally stopped. As for the huge jade stone, a small half of it had been consumed. After using the soil to cover the remaining jade, Tang Zhen patted the dust off his body. He got up and left the underground cave. He came to the entrance of the cave on the ground. At this moment, there were still some kobolds guarding the entrance of the cave. When they saw Tang Zhen coming out, they immediately pounced over. Tang Zhen held the purple lightning short sword and killed all the kobolds in a short time. Then, he quickly ran in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. Chapter 112 Bug Thief 1 In the endless wilderness, Tang Zhen rapidly advanced in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. During this period, there were some wandering low-level monsters that tried to attack him, but they were all killed by him with a swing of his sword. Currently, Tang Zhen's cultivation had already advanced to rank 4. Killing some low-level monsters could be said to be as easy as blowing off dust. However, killing such monsters would not help him in increasing his cultivation. Therefore, unless those monsters were seeking death, Tang Zhen would not bother with them at all. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing came from the front. Tang Zhen immediately stopped and took out his binoculars to observe in the direction of the sound. After a while, Tang Zhen put down the binoculars. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he immediately headed straight to the scene of the battle. On the gravel plain, 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. From time to time, someone would be injured by a sword, blood splattering everywhere, and screams of pain could be heard. Tang Zhen was very familiar with one of the groups. It was the cultivator battle team from Black Rock City. There were more than 30 people in total. They wore the same uniform and held swords in their hands. They formed a battle formation and appeared to be in an orderly manner when they faced the enemy. The other group of people looked a little frightened and strange. There were about 50 to 60 of them, far more than the number of cultivators in Blackstone City. They were all wearing heavy black leather armor made of crocodile skin. Most of their weapons were long knives and broadswords, while some of the cultivators in black armor used red bone spears that were 3 meters long. Judging from the uniform equipment and weapons of these people, it was obvious that they belonged to an organized force. However, for some unknown reason, they had a conflict with the cultivators of Black Rock City, which resulted in them pointing their swords at each other. What made Tang Zhen interested was that the faces of these black-armored cultivators were already extremely deformed from their noses up. They looked like malevolent ghosts. However, after taking a closer look, Tang Zhen discovered that these cultivators' faces were actually covered with a kind of strange insect. They wrapped around the upper half of their faces and more than a dozen tentacles pierced deeply into the cultivators' acupuncture points such as sun, jade pillow, and baihui. There were also 2 half-foot-long tentacles in front of their foreheads that were shaking from time to time. Every time these cultivators were agitated, the tentacles of the face-applying bugs would shake violently. And every time these cultivators were in danger or at the brink of death, the face-applying bugs would turn red. Again. Then, the cultivator's strength would immediately surge, and his whole person would go crazy. He would not feel a knife or sword stabbing his body, which was quite terrifying. Tang Zhen saw a cultivator whose face-covering bug had turned red. He dragged his intestines and internal organs that were all over the ground and desperately bit the lower leg of a Black Rock City cultivator. Even though his head was cut off by a sword, he continued to bite. Only when the red color of the face-covering bug faded did the cultivator die. The monster detector locked onto the strange face-dressing bug, but it did not get any information. This meant that the face-dressing bug was not a monster, but just a strange bug. In the face of this group of crazy cultivators with face-covering bugs, the cultivator battle team from Black Rock City was strong and had good cooperation. However, 5 people were still killed. As for the cultivators with face-covering bugs, more than 10 of them were dead. After shifting his gaze away from the face-covering insect cultivator, Tang Zhen looked at the Black Rock City's cultivator battle team. To be more precise, he looked at a youth in the cultivator battle team. This was because this person was the youth Xiaorui who had a secret deal with Tang Zhen. It was because of the information provided by the young man that Tang Zhen was able to clean up the treasure room in Black Rock City. He did not expect to meet him here today. However, Xiaorui had already been promoted to a rank 3 cultivator. Among the cultivators from Blackstone City, he was one of the few with a higher cultivation. The young man, Little Rui, had very sharp senses. When Tang Zhen was observing him, he also felt Tang Zhen's gaze. He turned his head to look at Tang Zhen and then pretended not to know Tang Zhen. He continued to swing his sword and fight with the face-covering insect cultivators. In reality, both parties had already discovered Tang Zhen's existence ever since he appeared near the battlefield. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, Tang Zhen's current strength had already reached rank 4. The aura of his cultivation that he revealed was very obvious. The 2 parties that were currently fighting were unable to figure out his intention for coming. Since he was merely watching from the side and did not attack, no one would invite a rebuff and provoke him. The leader of the face-covering insects and the leader of the Black Rock City cultivators were both at level 4. At this moment, the 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle. Due to the strange ability of the face-covering insects, the combat power of the leader of the black armored cultivators was obviously higher. The leader of the cultivators from Black Rock City was at a disadvantage and was worried about how to escape from this situation. When he saw Tang Zhen, he was delighted and immediately shouted, "My friend, we are cultivators from Black Rock City. Please help us kill these insect bandits. Black Rock City will definitely reward you handsomely." After the leader of the cultivators from Black Rock City shouted out his words, the insect cultivators that he called the insect bandits immediately looked at Tang Zhen with vigilance. Some cultivators even faintly moved closer to him in case he suddenly attacked. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he saw this. He was extremely disdainful of the actions of the leader of Black Rock City. If he thought that he would be dragged into this with just a sentence, he was really too naive. Black Rock City was considered his enemy. How could he help them? However, that young man called Xiaorui was still useful to him. He could not let him die here. However, the term, insect bandits, mentioned by the leader of the cultivators in Black Rock City made Tang Zhen recall the various forces in the wilderness that Qian Long had once introduced to him. One of them was the introduction of this insect bandit. It was said that before the insect bandits became famous, they were a group of ordinary wanderers and wild cultivators. When they explored a strange wild building, they found some strange insects. Some of these insects were like scorpions and could attach themselves to the arm. They could control it with their thoughts and shoot out a kind of hard poisonous sting. Some insects could change their limbs, turning human arms into bone knives or growing countless tentacles. In addition, there were also many insects with strange functions. The insect thieves kept it a secret, and only their own people knew about it. Anyone who had seen it had already turned into bones. The bug thieves had the most bugs, and they were these face-applying bugs that could cover the face and greatly increase the user's strength. However, the side effects of using these face-applying bugs were very great. In less than 10 years, the user would enter a state of exhaustion. However, the bug thieves did not care. Every member would wear a face-applying bug, which made the face-applying bug the main symbol of the bug thieves. Relying on these strange insects, the insect thieves quickly rose up in the nearby area and became one of the major forces that the wanderers were extremely afraid of, so they wouldn't easily provoke them. However, he did not know what was wrong with the insect bandits this time. They actually dared to provoke the overlord of this region, Black Rock City. Were they not afraid of Black Rock City's revenge? After Tang Zhen thought of this, he took a deep look at the leader of the insect bandits. Perhaps, this group of people who were neither human nor ghost had already become the pawns of some faction. Thinking about it, the sudden outbreak of the undead race this time had caused Black Rock City to be in a terrible state, and their own strength had also suffered a great loss. At this time, some organizations that coveted Black Rock City's territory would take the opportunity to attack and hit them when they were down. It was not impossible. If he were to rashly intervene, it would bring trouble to himself no matter which side he helped. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he decided to sit on the fence and wait for the outcome of the battle to be decided before making any other plans. The two sides of the battle saw that Tang Zhen did not move for a long time and thought that he did not want to get involved in this muddy water. After all, the two sides of the battle were two famous forces in the vicinity. No matter how high Tang Zhen's cultivation was, he was just a lone ranger. No matter who he offended, it would be enough for him to suffer. After thinking up to this point, the two groups no longer bothered with Tang Zhen and continued to bury their heads in the battle. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen did not know what these people were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely smile in disdain. If he were to take action, with his current level 4 cultivation and the weapons in his storage space, it was likely that more than half of the cultivators present would die in his hands. The remaining half would be difficult to please. Just as Tang Zhen was watching the battle with his arms crossed, a long howl could be faintly heard from far away. The leader of the cultivators from Black Rock City revealed a look of joy, but the face of the leader of the insect bandits changed. Chapter 113. Elder Mo 1. Tang Zhen turned his gaze towards the direction where the voice had originated from. He saw a human figure pouncing toward the battle like a bolt of lightning. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen's pupils slightly shrunk. From the speed of this person's movement, it was likely that his cultivation was not weak. At the very least, he had to reach rank 5 before he could possess such might. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to have good intentions. Looking at the joyful expressions on the faces of the cultivators from Black Rock City, he was afraid that the other party was reinforcements from Black Rock City. In the face of such strong reinforcements, the situation of this group of insect bandits was not good. Tang Zhen was slightly unhappy that he was unable to see the cultivators of Black Rock City suffer a loss. However, this was not the time for him to make a move. He still needed to wait for the right opportunity. At this moment, the figure had already arrived in front of them. After he steadied himself, the crowd realized that it was an old man. The old man was wearing a robe sewn from an unknown material. He had a strong body, his white hair was tied into a ponytail, and his expression was gloomy. He stood proudly in the middle of the two sides, not worried that the insect thieves would take the opportunity to attack. The old man's aura was imposing. After his cold eyes swept across everyone present, he spoke to the leader of the insect bandits. My Black Rock City and your insect bandits have never crossed each other's path. Why are you surrounding and ambushing the cultivators of my Black Rock City today? If you don't give me an explanation, then none of you shall leave. The old man's words were firm and decisive. Coupled with his rank 5 cultivation, he was not arrogant. The leader of the insect bandits took a step forward and cupped his hands before his chest. Is that Elder Mo from Black Rock City? He asked the old man. I'm Zaji Yu, the third leader of the insect masters. Today's incident was completely started by you, the cultivators of Black Rock City. We just want an explanation. Black Rock City is the overlord of this region, we naturally do not wish to offend them. However, if we do not say a word even when they are riding on our necks, then we, the insect thieves, will not be able to continue living in this world. After Zaji Yu had finished speaking, he glanced at the cultivators from Black Rock City who were filled with killing intent and coldly snorted with an expressionless face. After hearing Zha Jiyu, who called himself the third leader of the insect masters, say this, Elder Mo of the Black Rock City cast his gaze towards his own camp with a questioning look in his eyes. When the rank 4 cultivator in the lead saw this, he quickly walked over and reported the entire situation to Elder Mo. It turned out that ever since the Undead Clan's outbreak, Black Rock City had been in a state of suppression. Many things that could only be done outside the city could no longer be completed, including the work of gathering some precious materials. These materials were essential for Black Rock City's trading goods. Now that they had been completely depleted, they would have to be replenished if they wanted to continue production. However, the Undead Clan had surrounded Black Rock City. It was not an easy task to break through their blockade. However, the corpse race was only surrounding the city and not attacking. As long as the cultivators of Black Rock City did not try to break through the blockade, the corpse race would not take the initiative to enter the defensive range of Black Rock City's buildings. However, in that case, Blackstone City would be like a tiger trapped in a cave. There were hunters armed with guns outside, and they would be in a dilemma. Quote, fortunately, there was the cornerstone trading platform that allowed them to exchange for limited food. Black Rock City also had their own special food to save their lives, so the residents of Black Rock City barely had to go hungry. However, as time went by, the disadvantages of being surrounded by the undead race began to show, especially one of the products that Black Rock City mainly purchased from the cornerstone trading platform. It had always been one of the main points income of Black Rock City, but now that the raw materials had been exhausted, they were completely out of stock. Since there were no more goods to sell, there was naturally no point income. Without points, he could not buy the materials he needed on the cornerstone trading platform. It was like living at home. One couldn't live without firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to live. There were close to 10,000 people in Black Rock City. The daily consumption was also extremely large. It was not obvious on normal days, but now that they were besieged by the Corpse Clan, the internal affairs of Black Rock City were immediately in chaos. The citizens of Black Rock City were not allowed to have points. They only had coins to replace points. Unfortunately, they could not buy what they wanted with these coins. Even the supply of food was decreasing. The citizens of Black Rock City were worried, but no one dared to say anything out in the open for fear of bringing them unnecessary trouble. The people in power in Black Rock City did not care about what the residents thought. To them, as long as the residents did not starve to death, there would not be any trouble. However, the problem was that after the point income channel was cut off, the cultivation resources of the cultivators in Black Rock City were also cut off. This was the most fatal thing. There was no doubt that powerful martial strength was the foundation of Black Rock City's standing in the endless wilderness. If the resources to sustain the cultivators, daily training could not be guaranteed, and the cultivators' combat power was damaged, then Black Rock City might really be in danger of being destroyed. To make matters worse, the brains that were originally stored to tide over the crisis were all gone because of the accidental theft of the treasure room. The governor of Black Rock City was so angry that he swore to tear the thief into pieces. Without the brain to exchange for points, the higher-ups of Black Rock City were at their wits' end. After all, they did not have many points in their pockets. The governor of Black Rock City still had a batch of high-level brain beads, which he had kept away. However, these were reserves that could only be used when the city was in danger of being destroyed, and could not be touched easily. Looking at the current situation, it didn't seem like they had reached the point of burning their boats. Hence, Black Rock City decided to break through the zombie race's blockade and head to the origin of the materials to collect them. However, for some unknown reason, the original origin of the materials had already been taken by someone else. All the required materials had been plundered, and even the origin had been destroyed. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth would never have happened in the past. This was because everyone knew that this was the forbidden area of Black Rock City and would take a detour when they passed by. However, now that Black Rock City was in a crisis, all sorts of evildoers had come out to take advantage of the situation. Some of them had even destroyed the origin of raw materials and openly provoked Black Rock City. Unwilling to return empty-handed, the cultivators of Black Rock City decided to head to another location to harvest after some discussion. However, that place was the area controlled by the insect bandits. As a result, one of the insect bandits who had tried to stop the cultivators from Black Rock City was killed. The insect bandits who had rushed over after hearing the news were not willing to let this go. As soon as the two sides disagreed, they immediately drew their swords and started slashing at each other. After Elder Mo heard of the incident, he glanced at the Black Rock City cultivator who had attacked, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his eyes. It was his troublesome grandson's doing again. Didn't he know that Black Rock City was currently plagued with internal and external problems, and that it was not wise to provoke a strong enemy? These people were like hungry wolves in the wilderness. Although they were usually polite to Black Rock City, that was because they did not dare to fall out with the powerful Black Rock City. However, once Black Rock City's power declined, these people would be the first to pounce on them and bite them. After thinking about this, Elder Mo looked at the leader of the insect bandits and said slowly, "I already know the whole story of this matter. No matter what, Black Rock City has done something wrong in this matter. However, both sides have suffered casualties. Why don't we let this matter go? I wonder what leader Zha Jiyu thinks." When Elder Mo had rushed over, Zha Jiyu was already prepared to die together with him. He did not expect that Elder Mo would actually suggest such a thing. Naturally, he was more than happy to hear it. Zha Jiyu cupped his hands and bowed to Elder Mo. "Since Elder Mo has said so, I, Zha Jiyu, will naturally comply. We will let this matter rest. We will meet again." Zha Jiyu waved his hand and left with a gloomy face. The surrounding insect thieves immediately gathered and followed behind him. They quickly disappeared into the wild grass. Elder Mo looked at the bug bandits that were leaving, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes before it disappeared. Elder Mo slowly turned his head towards Tang Zhen. His voice suddenly turned cold and hard as he asked in an emotionless tone, "This passerby who did not help the cultivators of my Black Rock City. Do you have any last words before you die?" Chapter 114 Fighting the cultivators of Blackstone City. Tang Zhen's expression turned cold when he heard this. He sneered and replied, "What a great Black Rock City, what a tyrannical Elder Mo. I wonder what kind of mistake I've committed. Please tell me so that I can die with an understanding of the situation." Mo Chang's eyes were cold as he looked at Tang Zhen. He spoke with an emotionless tone, "Not lending a helping hand when you saw the cultivators of Black Rock City in trouble is the greatest mistake you have ever made. If you had escaped in time, it would have been fine, but you actually stayed behind to witness the entire incident. Naturally, I can't let you live." Tang Zhen acted as if he suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. He looked at Elder Mo and coldly laughed, "I see, I understand. After thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Black Rock City has always been powerful. This time, they suffered a big loss and their image was greatly damaged. Naturally, they don't want to publicize this matter." Elder Mo, who was feeling pent-up anger, wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, "But I just had to dress like a wild cultivator, and this is the wilderness, so I was the best choice, right?" Tang Zhen's voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke. He glanced at the cold-faced cultivators from Black Rock City and chuckled, "Since that's the case, Junjun, let's see who's the real deal." Tang Zhen's voice had just fallen when he immediately took out a mini submachine gun and rapidly fired at Elder Mo. The cultivators from Blackstone City were stunned when they saw this. The rank 4 leader of the Blackstone City team shouted angrily. He raised his arm and threw a dart that was made from a spearhead at Tang Zhen. The dart went straight for his chest, but Tang Zhen easily dodged it. The rest of the Black Rock City's cultivators shouted in unison and rushed towards Tang Zhen. The young man by the name of Xiao Rui took a deep look at Tang Zhen before he brandished his long sword and rushed over. However, his figure was faintly at the back of the group. As the target of the attack, Elder Mo's expression changed as he faced the rapidly approaching bullets. His figure flashed at an extremely fast speed and crossed over the flying bullets. Following that, Elder Mo furiously roared. With a swing of his hand, he pulled out a long black whip from his waist and lashed it towards Tang Zhen. This long whip was over 5 meters in length. It brought about a sharp wind when it was swung. Tang Zhen did not doubt that this long whip made of an unknown material would be able to split an ordinary person's body into two. Tang Zhen, who had sensed the danger, immediately dodged. At the same time, he also avoided the cultivators from Blackstone City who had surrounded him. He took out a grenade, pulled the safety pin, and threw it towards the dense group of Blackstone cultivators. Seeing the metal lump that Tang Zhen had thrown, the surrounding Black Rock City cultivators were all stunned. They did not understand what Tang Zhen wanted to do with it. However, Elder Mo of Black Rock City was very knowledgeable. After seeing the grenade that Tang Zhen had thrown, a trace of doubt and contemplation flashed across his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Get out of the way. That's a bomb." Elder Mo's warning was still a step too late. The grenade had already exploded. For a moment, shrapnel flew everywhere. The shock wave was like an invisible sword, setting off a rain of blood among the cultivators of Black Rock City. After the explosion, the cultivators of Black Rock City were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. They turned their heads around and glared at Tang Zhen as if they were going to swallow him alive. At the center of the explosion, 7 or 8 Black Rock City cultivators were lying on the ground covered in blood. 4 or 5 of them were clearly on the verge of death and could not be saved. The rest of the injured were also covered in wounds, and some of them were groaning in pain. These were their companions that they had spent a lot of time with, but in the blink of an eye, they were separated by life and death. A small grenade had actually made them pay such a heavy price. This made them angry, but at the same time, it also raised fear in their hearts towards Tang Zhen. After seeing this scene, the youth Xiao Rui immediately rejoiced that he had been on guard against Tang Zhen. This allowed him to avoid the killing range of the terrifying bomb. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape. Seeing such a tragic situation, Elder Mo immediately burst into anger and roared, "Little thief, I will kill you." After saying this, Elder Mo's figure was like lightning as he pounced towards Tang Zhen. From his speed, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to dodge. From the strength of his attack, it seemed like he was determined to kill Tang Zhen in a single strike. Tang Zhen surprisingly did not dodge. Instead, he faced the path of Elder Mo's attack. He raised his left arm and extended 2 fingers, making a gesture of pointing at Elder Mo. At the same time, he had a strange smile on his face. At the same time, Tang Zhen had already activated the miniature deathlight weapon. Whoosh! A ray of light that represented death swiftly shot towards Elder Mo. From the angle of its shot, it seemed to have flashed from Tang Zhen's fingertip. Elder Mo suddenly felt the threat of death approaching him. Years of life and death battles had not only made his premonition of danger extremely sharp, but his escape movements were also honed to perfection. The moment he sensed the danger, Elder Mo had actually forcefully shifted his body halfway in an attempt to avoid the inexplicable danger. However, how could a human's speed be faster than the speed of a death ray weapon? When he sensed the danger, it was too late to dodge. Bang! Elder Mo let out a blood-curdling screech. His voice did not sound like a human's. It was a sound that would only be produced when one was in extreme pain. It was filled with fear and grief. When the cultivators of Black Rock City heard it, they looked over and were all shocked. One of the people with the highest cultivation in Black Rock City, Elder Mo, who was usually extremely dignified, was now half kneeling on the ground like a limp dead dog. Half of his right shoulder and the entire arm had disappeared without a trace, and the wound was also charred black. Looking at Elder Mo's trembling body and the beads of sweat that kept rolling down his head, one could tell how much pain he was in. The cultivators from Black Rock City were in disbelief. Even though Elder Mo was a man of poor character, his cultivation was at level 5. How could a level 4 rogue cultivator hurt Elder Mo? One of the Black Rock City cultivators suddenly recalled the scene of Tang Zhen pointing at Elder Mo before a ray of light struck Elder Mo. He could not help but shout out, "It's a divine spell. This wild cultivator must be a level 4 Holy Master." When the cultivators from Black Rock City heard the words, "Holy Master," they were all shocked. They looked at Tang Zhen with a hint of fear and even a hint of envy. They were naturally well versed in the abilities of Holy Masters. They were the best of the best, and there was a Holy Master in Black Rock City. Although the Holy Master's cultivation was only at rank 2, he was an existence that could fight against a rank 3 cultivator and even kill him. Tang Zhen's eyes and ears were sharp. When he heard that these Black Rock City cultivators had mistook his ability for a so-called divine technique, a thought appeared in his mind. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen did not forget to stare at the map while he was fighting against Elder Mo. At this moment, a mocking smile suddenly surfaced on his face. The leader of the level 4 cultivators from Black Rock City did not care whether Tang Zhen was a holy master or not. Instead, he took the opportunity to pounce on Tang Zhen from behind, intending to launch a sneak attack on him and kill him. Tang Zhen faintly felt a trace of uneasiness as he glanced at Elder Mo, whose aura was so weak that it seemed like he would fall to the ground at any moment. Therefore, He did not choose to chase after the seemingly weak Elder Mo. Instead, he activated map teleportation and appeared behind the Black Rock City's leader, who tried to sneak attack him in the blink of an eye. You plan to attack me from behind, so I'll let you have a taste of my blade. The cultivators from Black Rock City had already stopped their attacks. Instead, they chose to watch the battle. In a battle between high-level cultivators like this, if they rushed forward, they would only be an obstacle to Tang Zhen. It was no different from suicide. Moreover, Tang Zhen might also be a holy master. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. Now that they saw Tang Zhen suddenly disappear from his original spot and then mysteriously appear behind the leader of the cultivators from Black Rock City, other than being even more certain of Tang Zhen's identity as a holy master, some people began to worry about the safety of the leader of the cultivators from Black Rock City. "Leader, be careful, he's behind you," a cultivator from Black Rock City warned loudly. However, it was already too late. Tang Zhen's purple lightning short sword had already been thrust out and was heading straight for the heart. Chapter 115. The dying Elder Mo. The leader of the cultivators in Black Rock City was shocked when he saw Tang Zhen suddenly disappear. However, before the leader of the cultivators could figure out what was going on, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. The undisguised killing intent made his soul fly out of his body. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. PFF'd. The purple lightning short sword pierced through the cultivator leader's back and came out of his chest, not stained by a single drop of blood. The demonic armor on the cultivator leader was like paper in front of the sharp purple lightning short sword. From this, one could see how extraordinary the purple lightning short sword was. With a twist of his wrist, the purple electric short sword stirred in the chest of the leader of the cultivators. After completely crushing his heart, Tang Zhen pulled it out. The body of the leader of the cultivators went limp on the ground. His face was full of unwillingness and pain. After struggling for a while, he no longer moved. When they saw how easily Tang Zhen had killed and crippled two high-level cultivators, the remaining cultivators from Black Rock City felt a chill in their bones. Their fighting spirit completely disappeared and their legs began to tremble. Some of them had even begun to slowly retreat while secretly thinking about how they could safely escape from Tang Zhen's pursuit. Tang Zhen did not care about the low-level cultivators from Black Rock City who had been frightened by him. Instead, he turned his head to look at Elder Mo, who was still half kneeling on the ground. With a disdainful expression, he coldly snorted and said, "Elder Mo, how long are you going to keep pretending? Don't worry, even if I kill all these cultivators, I won't get close to you and let your sneak attack succeed. You cunning old fox." After Tang Zhen ridiculed him, Elder Mo did not have any reaction. He then ignored him and turned to look at the low-level cultivators from Black Rock City. The cultivators from Black Rock City who met his gaze could not help but feel a chill in their hearts and their scalps go numb. When Tang Zhen's eyes made contact with the young cultivator named Xiao Rui, he saw that the other party was also looking back at him with a profound expression. His eyes seemed to contain gratitude. At the same time, his gaze slowly shifted and landed on a slightly fat cultivator from Black Rock City who had a timid expression. A killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He also turned his gaze towards the slightly plump Class 2 cultivator from Black Rock City. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to react, he suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 bullet holes immediately appeared on the cultivator's neck as he collapsed to the ground with an unreconciled expression. Zhen was killed by him. Everyone, retreat quickly. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I'll stop him. After the young man named Little Rui saw Tang Zhen shoot and kill the cultivator, a trace of joy immediately flashed in his eyes. Then, his face revealed a look of panic. He stepped forward in front of the crowd and placed his sword across his chest. While blocking Tang Zhen, he nodded slightly in thanks and used a warning look to signal Tang Zhen to look behind him. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Rui to remind him. Tang Zhen had already seen Elder Mo's devil-like eyes under his disheveled hair through the map. He was slowly standing up as though the pain of his broken arm did not exist. "I have no interest in killing you weaklings. Before I change my mind, get out of my sight." Tang Zhen coldly spoke to the young man, Xiao Rui. The other party was cooperative as he slowly retreated. After which, he led the group of cultivators from Black Rock City who were scared out of their wits and retreated far away. However, when he occasionally glanced at Elder Mo, his eyes would be filled with even more intense killing intent. When he recalled the conversation between Xiao Rui and his sister, how could Tang Zhen not guess that the cultivator from Blackstone City whose head he had exploded and this elder Mo were the culprits who caused the death of Xiao Rui's parents? They were irreconcilable enemies. Now that he had helped him to get rid of these two enemies, he must repay him in kind. Tang Zhen even had some faint anticipation in his heart. After all, he had relied on the information provided by Xiao Rui the last time to empty the treasure room in Black Rock City. So what good things could he get this time? After the group of Black Rock City's cultivators retreated, Tang Zhen turned around with a smile on his face. He looked at Elder Mo, who was standing among the wild grass. At this moment, his clothes were fluttering in the wind and his hair was in a mess. Coupled with his injuries, he looked like he was in his twilight years. Tang Zhen sized him up. Only then did he smile in disdain. Elder Mo, why don't you continue with your act? Is it because of what I said just now? Or is it because you've already released the power of your final attack and can only helplessly wait for death? Elder Mo seemed to be doing his best to suppress the pain in his heart. He used his eyes that had already become completely listless to look at Tang Zhen and asked in a hoarse voice, I have yet to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For your name, even if I die in your hands, I must find out who I lost to. After glancing at Elder Mo, Tang Zhen replied, Holy Dragon City's City Lord, Tang Zhen. Elder Mo was stunned for a moment before he broke into laughter. He shook his head and sighed, so you're the outsider who built the city in the small valley. No wonder you're a high-level cultivator and have mastered a divine technique. Isn't that the description of the Holy Dragon City's City Lord in the intelligence report? Losing to a City Lord isn't too embarrassing. This old man can die in peace, but I regret not making a move on you earlier, and raising a tiger to cause trouble, ha ha ha. Elder Mo actually began to laugh loudly after saying that. However, after laughing twice, he began to cough violently. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and some of the black carbon parts mixed in the blood came from his lungs. The power of the death ray weapon was terrifying. Although Elder Mo's torso was not directly hit, the terrifying heat of the death ray still burned most of the organs in his chest below the shoulder. He was only able to live until now because of his strong willpower. Even after suffering such a terrifying injury, Elder Mo still forcefully held on without saying a word. On the contrary, he appeared weak to the enemy and planned to ambush Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen had seen through his scheme. Not only did he not fall for it, but he had also killed his grandson. With that, Elder Mo could no longer pretend. As cunning as a fox and as tough as a mountain, Tang Zhen still gave some respect to such an enemy. He did not pull out his gun and directly kill him. When Tang Zhen heard Elder Mo's words, he could not help but ask, could it be that your Black Rock City has already received news of me? And from your tone, it seems that you intend to make a move on me. Elder Mo was still coughing non-stop, and his body was becoming more and more hunched. After coughing for half a minute, he raised his red face, opened his blood-covered mouth, and roared, that's right, I'm going to kill you and I'll be responsible for it. It's a pity that I've underestimated you and didn't take you seriously. Now it seems that I've brought harm to Black Rock City. If I'm not wrong, you're the thief of the Black Rock City's treasure vault, aren't you? In addition, you've built a tower near Black Rock City, and today, you've killed a cultivator from Black Rock City. I'm certain that Black Rock City will regard you as a great enemy and will send out an elite cultivator team to massacre your Holy Dragon City to vent their anger. Tang Zhen looked at Elder Mo's tottering body and shook his head. He ridiculed with an expressionless face, you're wrong. To me, Black Rock City is just a place that can be destroyed with a little bit of effort. However, I still need it to attract the attention of the corpse race and the other towers. What's laughable is that in your hearts, you actually think that my Holy Dragon City is nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, a place that you can do as you please, or even massacre as you please. Who gave you the confidence? Now that you're about to die, I won't hide anything from you and let you die in peace. Do you see this bomb that killed your group of cultivators? My Holy Dragon City can have as many as we want. Tang Zhen flipped his hand and took out a hand grenade for Elder Mo to take a look. After randomly shaking it a few times, he took out a submachine gun and shook it. He continued, Holy Dragon City also has as many of these firearms that can fire continuously as we want. With these two deadly weapons, what right does your Black Rock City have to fight me? Tang Zhen looked at the incomparably ugly expression on Elder Mo's face. He coldly snorted and continued, "Do you want to know how I found out the location of the treasure vault in Black Rock City and why I coincidentally shot your grandson to death?" Elder Mo's body trembled. His bloodshot eyes glared at Tang Zhen as he furiously roared, "Tell me, why?" Tang Zhen looked at the pained expression on Elder Mo's face and slowly shook his head. "Don't worry, I'll never tell you. You can die with regret. You, shameless Yingluo." Elder Mo's body trembled violently when he heard this. His eyeballs almost popped out, but his eyes were still staring at Tang Zhen with endless hatred. Fresh blood mixed with carbonized organ fragments spurted out from his mouth. Soon after, he laid down on his back in the wild grass. Chapter 116. Xiao Rui's Plan 1. Tang Zhen was only silent for a few seconds as he looked at Elder Mo, who had died with his eyes wide open in the wild grass. He then turned around and ran in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. When the cultivators from Black Rock City saw that Tang Zhen had finally left, they finally dared to come forward and wrap up Elder Mo and the leaders' corpses. Then, under Xiao Rui's lead, they returned to Black Rock City with a dejected expression. These cultivators from Black Rock City were not very old. Ever since they were born, they had been instilled with the idea that Black Rock City was the overlord of this region by their elders. As a result, they looked down on the wild cultivators from the bottom of their hearts and thought that they were weak. As for ordinary wanderers, they were not even considered humans in their eyes. Even if they had the chance to come into contact with those ill-equipped and weather-beaten rogue cultivators, the cultivators of Black Rock City would still assume a high and mighty attitude. They would think that if they were to speak to these rogue cultivators, they would be giving them a great deal of face. After all, he was a cultivator from Black Rock City and the Black Rock City behind him was the overlord of this area. However, since the appearance of the corpse race, Black Rock City had been on the losing end. In the end, they were even surrounded by the corpse race, like a beast trapped in a cage. They could only let out helpless roars, but the management of Black Rock City was helpless. As a result, rumors began to spread among the citizens of Black Rock City. They claimed that Black Rock City was an overlord, but in reality, they were nothing more than that. They were actually blocked by monsters at their homes and did not dare to go out. This was simply a great humiliation. It was also the negligence of the city lord and the other higher-ups, etc. No one knew where the rumors had started, but the residents were talking about it with great relish. However, they were all discussing it in private. Talking about it in public would be courting death. However, the more one heard, the more one understood. The cultivators with high status in Black Rock City were actually more concerned about the development of this matter than the ordinary residents. After all, this concerned their own interests. They could only obtain more benefits if Black Rock City was strong. However, Black Rock City's obvious disadvantage made these cultivators feel uneasy. Their previous condescending attitude was now slightly shaken and they began to doubt whether Black Rock City could win this war. Tang Zhen had ruthlessly killed 2 high-level cultivators from Black Rock City in succession. One of them was a level 5 elder. This had completely shattered the fighting spirit of the Black Rock City cultivators. They began to doubt what they had heard in the past. Was Black Rock City really the overlord of this area? Why were they in such a sorry state when facing the Corpse Clan, and why were their high-level cultivators so vulnerable? Compared to the dejected cultivators from Black Rock City, there was only one person who did not feel the slightest bit of suspicion. Instead, he was extremely excited. This person was the young man, Xiao Rui. Tang Zhen had helped him to kill his 2 great enemies. It was as though a huge mountain had been removed from his heart, and he felt refreshed. Compared to the rumors that he had secretly spread and the small tricks that he had used to disturb the hearts of the people in Black Rock City, Tang Zhen's method of killing his enemies by clashing with them head-on was what a real man would do. It was also the scene that Xiao Rui yearned for the most. It was a pity that his cultivation level was not high enough. Otherwise, he would be the one to kill his enemy today. Xiao Rui was thinking as he walked. Suddenly, he started to feel worried. He had received a huge favor from Tang Zhen this time. He had to repay him. Otherwise, the deal between the two of them would definitely end. This was something that Xiao Rui would never allow to happen. After all, the powerful Tang Zhen would be a great help to him in realizing the plan in his heart. However, Tang Zhen was definitely not someone that could be easily dismissed. Did he have anything that could move his heart? Just as Xiao Rui was secretly thinking about what benefits he could give to Tang Zhen, a young cultivator from Blackstone City came over and said to Xiao Rui in a deep voice, "Xiao Rui, we didn't complete our mission this time, and so many people died. We'll definitely be punished when we go back. We're not afraid of physical pain, but we're afraid of implicating our families. Your cultivation is the highest among us, so you can make a decision. We'll all listen to you." Xiao Rui's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at the surrounding cultivators and asked, "What are you guys thinking? Are you all going to listen to my command after we go back?" "Of course, we'll listen to you. I'll definitely listen to you. Don't worry, Rui," all the cultivators replied at the same time, but their meaning was the same: they would listen to Xiao Rui's command. "Good. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will not disappoint you. However, the premise is that you must all listen to my command. Only then can I guarantee that everyone will be fine." Xiao Rui looked at the crowd and said with a calm and confident face. However, he was laughing wildly in his heart. The governor of Black Rock City, and those high and mighty old men, just you wait. We'll see how it goes. Xiao Rui was secretly ruthless, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Tang Zhen's speed was very fast. It did not take long for him to see the valley in the distance. At the same time, he could see the crowd that would occasionally flash in front of the valley. After taking a closer look, he realized that they were all wanderers. When Tang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the valley, there were more than 10 warriors checking the wanderers one by one. Only those who met the standards were allowed to enter the valley to work. Tang Zhen discovered that the people who were allowed to enter were young and strong men and women. As for the old, weak, sick, and disabled, they would find a place to rest on the gravel plain outside the valley. However, they were unwilling to leave this place. After seeing Tang Zhen, the soldiers immediately saluted him. This naturally attracted the attention of the wanderers. However, when they found out that Tang Zhen was the Holy Dragon City's city lord, all of them revealed expressions of respect and fear, and consciously kept their distance from Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen looked at these yellow-faced and emaciated wanderers and asked Old Mike, who was standing guard at the side, "Old Mike, what's with these wanderers?" Old Mike was currently smoking a cigarette that Qian Long had given him. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he immediately stepped forward and loudly said, "City Lord, these people came here by accident while hiding from the undead race. After they found out that we were recruiting people to work and paying them with food, they refused to leave." After speaking, Old Mike secretly observed Tang Zhen's expression and probed, "City Lord, do you want me to drive them away now?" Tang Zhen shook his head when he heard this. He pointed to the dozens of children who had gathered at the side and asked, "What's wrong with these little guys? Is no one taking care of them?" Old Mike gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "The parents of these children are dead, and the others can't even fill their stomachs. They don't have time to care about them, so these children live together. As for whether they live or die, it depends on luck." After saying this, Old Mike shook his head and said, "But I don't think they'll have many days left. After all, the undead and monsters are everywhere outside, and it's getting harder and harder to get food. I heard that many wanderers have been bitten to death and turned into the undead. The rest either starved to death or ran to other places to take refuge." Tang Zhen glanced at the wanderers again and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After lighting one for himself, he gave the rest to Old Mike. Old Mike was extremely happy. Under the envious eyes of the other warriors, he put the cigarette into his pocket with a smug expression. After Tang Zhen finished smoking a cigarette, he said to Old Mike, "These wanderers are forced to stay here. In that case, I'll be a kind man for once. You can let these people work in the valley later. They'll only be provided with food and drink. You don't have to drive them out at night. They can just stay in the valley for the night. City Lord, you're a really good person. These wanderers are really lucky to have met you." When Old Mike heard this, he quickly flattered Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen gave him a kick and jokingly scolded him, "Fuck, your flattering is really asking for a beating." Old Mike smiled awkwardly. After rubbing his butt that did not hurt, he continued to listen to Tang Zhen's orders. "As for those children who don't have parents, xianxia can leave them behind and let someone take charge of their training. We'll take as many as we can. If Black Rock City can nurture cultivators from a young age, how can my Holy Dragon City be inferior to them?" After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he swept his eyes over those yellow-faced and emaciated orphans. His eyes were indifferent, yet there was no expression on his face. Chapter 117. The first believer's reincarnation ritual 1 inch. When he returned to the Holy Dragon City from the entrance of the valley, Qianlong, Tai Seng, and the others had already received the news and were waiting for him. Tang Zhen had a simple chat with them before ordering them to leave. Qianlong and Tai Seng stayed behind and reported the recent training progress to Tang Zhen. Although there weren't many official residents in Holy Dragon City, there were still 3 armed forces. However, this was only a prototype. In the future, when the Holy Dragon City gradually developed and grew stronger, these 3 armed forces would also grow stronger day by day. First of all, every tower city would have a cultivator battle team. At present, all the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City were only 9 teams, with a total of 45 people. The one with the highest cultivation was at level 2, and their weapons were mainly armor and swords. They were all working hard on their cultivation. The second group was the ordinary army, which was responsible for the defense of the building and the daily combat. There were a total of 100 soldiers. These people did not have any talent for cultivation. In the future, they would use firearms as their main weapon and swords as auxiliary weapons. At present, they had already begun to get used to and become familiar with the use of firearms. The third group was made up of pure operators of heavy weapons. They were in charge of operating the heavy machine guns, mortars, and other weapons that Tang Zhen had brought. Currently, there were a total of 20 people and they had already started simple training. Tai Seng and Qianlong were extremely familiar with swords and sabers, but they only had a smattering of knowledge about firearms. When they were teaching others, they would often be stumped by a simple question. They scratched their ears and cheeks for a long time, but they couldn't recall Tang Zhen's explanation and demonstration. Hence, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers' understanding of firearms and weapons was no different from gun-blind. Tang Zhen had already anticipated such a situation and knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. However, the foreign kobold race had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. If they sensed that something was wrong and fled, they would become a formidable enemy of the Holy Dragon City when they returned in a few years. Tang Zhen had thoroughly experienced the stinky and stubborn character of the dog-headed people this time. However, it was also because of this that Tang Zhen could not let them off. Therefore, the plan to exterminate the kobolds could not be delayed. After fighting with the dog-headed people once, Tang Zhen decided to kill them completely. Therefore, there wasn't a need for too many warriors to use swords. However, warriors who used guns were essential. This was because he planned to use heavy machine guns to deal with the dog-headed people in the hilly area. He ordered Tai Seng to pick 50 soldiers and at the same time, he asked Qianlong to bring over 10 members of the cultivator battle team. He told everyone to get ready and wait for him to return before immediately heading to the Houndhead men's nest. After the 2 of them left, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation and appeared on a remote street in the Ice Bear Alliance. He had come back to look for Ivanov and asked please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to get a few light vehicles that could carry heavy machine guns. It would be best if he could get a simple military transport vehicle that could transport a large number of soldiers. Tang Zhen took out his phone from the space and called Ivanov. At this time, Ivanov was in the basement of his house, performing a rebirth ceremony for the first believer he had developed. The Leonide family was one of the most powerful families in the city. They had great power in many fields, and all this glory came from their legendary figure, an old man close to 70 years old, Old Leonard. Old Leonardo had been rolling around in piles of dead people since he was 15 years old. To be able to live steadily until now and build such a huge family business, he was definitely not a simple person. However, no matter how cunning and courageous old Leonardo was, he could not escape the cycle of life and death. Just a few days ago, he suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Half a day after he was admitted to the hospital, he was told by the doctor that he would not live long. Although old Leonard had long seen through life and death, who would not miss life and face death calmly? Old Leonard, who wanted to live, entered Ivanov's sight. He decided that he would be the first believer and began to visit and persuade him. At this time, Ivanov had already labeled himself as the gatekeeper of the gods and had given his organization a name, Eternal Heaven. Ivanov had known old Leonard for a long time. Now that he had appeared, using himself as an example, and then using the foundation stone given by Tang Zhen and the strange soldier armor on pars, he finally moved old Leonard. While old Leonid was shocked, he was also very eager to be reborn. He sincerely begged Ivanov to pray to the gods for him, so that he could get such a precious opportunity. Ivanov thought about it for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. However, the premise was that old Leonard had to join eternal heaven and become a believer of God. The next step was for old Leonid to ignore his family's concerns and suppress the voices of opposition. He then knelt in front of Ivanov and swore to join eternal heaven, becoming the first believer of the organization. Now that old Leonid had become one of his own, Ivanov began to prepare for the rebirth ceremony. At the same time, the members of the Leonid family also fully cooperated with Ivanov under the orders of the old man. For a time, the entire vicinity of the Ivanov family's house was filled with gunmen with live ammunition. Their expressions were solemn and cold, and they forbade any strangers from taking a step closer. In the basement of the Ivanov family's house, the high guard of Pars, wearing the shining demonic armor, quietly guarded the altar. Natasha, who was wearing a white robe, knelt and prayed silently. Ivanov held the floating cornerstone in his hand and sat firmly on the bench, looking like a quack. The dozens of members of the Leonardo family knelt on the ground, staring at the body of the old man in the blood pool. Just an hour ago, the old man had undergone surgery and a brain bead had been implanted in his brain. At the same time, he had stopped breathing under the effect of the drug. In the blood pool at the other corner of the altar, there was the corpse of an extremely strong young man. There was a hole in his head, and he was floating in the blood pool. The body had been sent by the Leonid family, but Ivanov had no interest in knowing where it had come from. Looking at Ivanov in a long robe, the family members who were against it secretly held their breath. They were waiting for Ivanov to screw up, then they would cruelly kill him to vent their anger. From the beginning to the end, they all thought that Ivanov's so-called rebirth ceremony was a lie. Only old Leonid would be fooled by Ivanov. But they had forgotten one thing, and that was that old Leonard, who had read countless people and founded this family business at the same time, was not as simple and stupid as they had thought. At this time, all the preparation work had been completed. Natasha finished her prayer, stood up, and walked to the side. She looked forward expressionlessly, and her speech and behavior were like that of an otherworldly saint. Ivanov took a step forward and began to chant the incantation Tang Zhen had taught him. As he chanted, the altar began to glow faintly. A layer of blood-red halo dyed the entire basement and a mysterious aura emerged. The members of the Leonid family were also attracted by the scene, and they stared at Ivanov. Be reborn, believers of God. Ivanov finished reciting the spell and suddenly shouted. At the same time, he gently patted a certain node on the altar. After the palm landed, the entire altar was surrounded by blood-red flames. After a few seconds, the blood-red flames slowly extinguished. After seeing this, everyone knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. In fact, not only were the members of the Leonid family nervous, but even Pargo, Natasha, and the guards had never seen a rebirth ceremony before, so they were also nervous. Under everyone's gaze, the blood pool that was soaking the young man's body suddenly shook, and then there were slight waves. Then, the blood-colored waves grew bigger and bigger, as if they were going to overflow outside. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, a crash sound was heard. The burly young man suddenly sat up in the blood pool, then slowly opened his eyes. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, which was beyond common sense. Their eyes were full of doubt, fear, ecstasy, and shock. The burly young man seemed to be familiarizing himself with his body. He sat in the blood pool and moved his stiff body slightly. Before standing up naked, he took a bath towel from a junior of the Anide family and wrapped it around his body. Then, he strode to Ivanov. Looking at Ivanov, who was holding the foundation stone, the reborn old Leonide slowly knelt down, put his hand on his heart, and said in a pious tone, "Thank you, God, for giving me the chance to be reborn. I now feel that I am incomparably powerful. Please accept my most sincere thanks and swear to God that I will become his most loyal believer. I will be fearless even if I have to die." Chapter 118. The arrival of the God's messenger. The people in the basement were unable to calm down. At first, they thought that the so-called rebirth ritual was just a joke. However, after witnessing the magical scene in front of them, everyone's worldview collapsed and they began to believe in the existence of gods. The truth was right in front of their eyes, and there was no way to refute it. The young man's body had been brought here by them personally. It was definitely a dead body. Old Leonardo had also died under their watchful eyes. This could not be faked. However, one of the two lifeless bodies really came back to life after a mysterious rebirth ceremony. Regardless of whether it was old Leonard or not, the fact that this ritual could resurrect a corpse was shocking enough. Moreover, other than his physical appearance, the young man's voice, tone, habits, and the aura he exuded were exactly the same as the old Leonard that the younger generation was familiar with. When everyone saw this, they no longer had any doubts. Old Leonardo had really been reborn and gained a younger and stronger body. Everyone's heart burned with passion as they thought of this. At the same time, they began to pray that one day, they would also be reborn after death. This kind of temptation was far different from wealth and power. It was something that even if you had all the material enjoyment in the world, you still couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. But at this moment, in this basement, in the organization of eternal heaven, they saw hope. How could they not be excited? How could they not yearn for it? Ivanov sat quietly in his chair, enjoying the respect and admiration of all the members of the Leonide family. He could see the flattery in their eyes, as well as the deep respect. The feeling was so wonderful that Ivanov had never enjoyed such treatment before, and he was intoxicated. Beside him, Pars suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to maintain his dignity as the leader of the guards. But at this moment, a slight vibration came from his pocket. Pargo knew that it was Ivanov's phone, which he usually never left. This time, it was only for the sake of hosting the rebirth ceremony, so he temporarily kept it with him. Slowly walking to Ivanov, Pargo whispered a few words and then handed the phone to Ivanov. Ivanov immediately stood up when he saw that it was a call from Tang Zhen. Ivanov did not dare to show the slightest disrespect to the oracle, Tang Zhen. He immediately picked up the phone and after chatting for a while, both parties agreed on a place to meet. After hanging up the phone, Ivanov said to Pargo, "The divine messenger is about to arrive. Go and make preparations immediately." Pargo immediately nodded and left the basement to make preparations. For someone who had come into contact with Tang Zhen before, this young man from the Asian alliance had become more and more mysterious and unattainable. After Pargo left, Ivanov looked at the old Leonide standing in front of him and smiled. "You are very lucky, our Lord Oracle is coming soon. He has met God and has been appointed as the spokesperson of God. As the first believer of eternal heaven, I can bring you to see the Lord Oracle." After old Leonardo heard this, he immediately looked excited. After experiencing such a miraculous thing as rebirth, old Leonardo had long believed in the existence of God. Now that he had the chance to meet the real Oracle, how could he not be excited? Half an hour later, Tang Zhen arrived at Ivanov's residence. After activating the quantum stealth light curtain, he did not attract the attention of any guardsmen at all and easily entered the interior of the residence. At this time, in the courtyard outside, Ivanov and Natasha stood at the front. The senior guard, Pars, guarded the side. The members of the Leonide family respectfully accompanied them, quietly waiting for Tang Zhen's arrival. By a rough estimate, there were no less than 50 people. Tang Zhen did not expect Ivanov to make such a big scene. He smiled helplessly and turned off the quantum stealth light screen. Then, he appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned when they saw Tang Zhen suddenly appear. The Leonide family members could not figure out who Tang Zhen was and why he had suddenly appeared. However, they instantly realized that this young man with a gentle smile was probably the Oracle. At the thought of this, everyone immediately began to exclaim in their hearts. This Sir Oracle was indeed powerful. He actually had such a magical method. He was truly worthy of being the spokesperson of God. After seeing Tang Zhen, Ivanov immediately bowed and saluted. At the same time, he said in the most respectful voice, "Welcome, Lord Oracle." Natasha and Bal also bowed to Anjali. Old Leonide bowed to Anjali, and so did his family members. No need to be so polite. "Everyone, please leave. Ivanov, I'll wait for you upstairs." Tang Zhen waved his hand and smiled at the crowd before speaking to Ivanov. After saying this, Tang Zhen activated the map teleportation function and his figure once again disappeared in a strange manner. Before everyone could recover, Tang Zhen's voice had already sounded from the second-floor balcony 30 meters behind him. "Oh right, remember to prepare a batch of hard liquor for me. I'll take it with me later." Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice, only to see Tang Zhen slowly turning around and walking toward the room on the second floor from the balcony. A few people from the Leonide family quietly swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. The magical means that Tang Zhen had displayed had completely convinced them, because this was not an ability that humans could possess. At the same time, some people were roaring in their hearts, "Oh my God, it seems that gods really exist. I don't care anymore. No matter what price I have to pay, I want to join eternal heaven." Ivanov looked at Tang Zhen's back with longing and envy. Then, he pulled old Leonide, whose face was already fanatical, and quickly walked to the second floor. Natasha glanced at the balcony on the second floor with a complicated look, but her face was still expressionless, like an ice goddess. The senior guard of Pars guarded the entrance to the second floor. Ivanov brought old Leonide to Tang Zhen. After getting Tang Zhen's permission, he slowly sat down on the sofa opposite. Ivanov first introduced old Leonide and said that old Leonide's faith was very devout and firm, which attracted a grateful look from old Leonide. Tang Zhen nodded with a smile and spoke a few words with old Leonardo. He then waved his hand and a few cards with different designs appeared on the table. These cards were all special prizes that Tang Zhen had accumulated from using the Fortune Wheel's basic lottery draw in his free time. He had invested a lot of his brain into it, but did not obtain much in return. This made Tang Zhen, who had always felt that his brain was not enough, very depressed. After seeing Tang Zhen pull out a few cards out of thin air, Ivanov and the other man looked at each other, but they couldn't understand the meaning behind Tang Zhen's actions. Tang Zhen explained to the two of them upon seeing this, "There are 4 cards here. They are treasures made with divine power. These 2 white cards can form a shield when you are in danger, and it can last for about 5 seconds. The other 2 green cards can put you in a stealth state, and it can last for 10 minutes. Tang Zhen looked at the envious faces of Ivanov and old Leonard and distributed the cards to them. He then smiled and said, "This is a gift for the 2 of you. God is never stingy with his devout believers." When the 2 of them heard that the card was a treasure given to them, they immediately shed tears of gratitude and thanked the God for his grace. At the same time, they kept the card close to their bodies with pious expressions. Looking at the 2 people who were carefully holding the cards, Tang Zhen could not help but secretly laugh in his heart. The cards he had given out were things that he could not use. Compared to the black cloak and the quantum stealth light curtain with amazing defensive power, this kind of one-time use card was of little value to him. At this time, it was just the right time to give them out to win people's hearts. The things that he did not care about were treated like treasures by Ivanov and the other man. It was not a waste of the brain that he had spent. Chapter 119. I Fight for the Gods. After the card was sent out, it was time for serious business. Tang Zhen directly said that he needed a few light off-road vehicles. At the same time, he also needed a military transport vehicle that could carry a large number of people. After listening to Tang Zhen's request, old Leonide, who was sitting on the side, immediately patted his chest and said that there was no problem. He also explained that his family had several large car repair centers. Even if he couldn't find the finished car Tang Zhen needed on the market, he could immediately modify it according to his requirements. As for the performance and operation, there would definitely be no problems. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard this. This was the scene that he had hoped to see the most. Once his forces in the original world developed, he would no longer need to do everything himself like before. Instead, with a single order, a group of rich and powerful subordinates would take care of it for him. This way, Tang Zhen could concentrate on developing the forces in the world of Lusheng. If he wanted the horse to run, he had to let the horse eat its fill. Tang Zhen naturally understood this principle. Therefore, he did not intend to take the benefits of the 2 people for free. Even if he gave the 2 people a chance to be reborn and gave them magical cards, he still needed to use the benefits to firmly lock the 2 people on his chariot. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen waved his hand again and a gorgeous box appeared in front of Ivanov and the other man. This was the treasure chest that Tang Zhen had obtained from the tree spirit tribe. The green leaf books inside had already been properly kept by him. The remaining chest took up some space in the space, so he used it to store the various gemstones he had obtained from the roots of the mother tree. Ivanov and the other man were no longer surprised when they saw another item in front of them. However, when they saw that the box was filled with gorgeous gemstones, they still felt their hearts beat faster. To be able to move the hearts of these 2 guys who didn't lack money, it was completely because these gemstones were too beautiful. The mother tree's magic lay in the gemstones it gathered. None of them were of ordinary quality. Almost every single one of them was flawless, of the best quality. They looked so fake, but they were real. Even with Ivanov and old Leonard's experience and knowledge, they had never seen such a beautiful top-grade gem. Looking at the box of top-grade gemstones in front of them, even if the two old men were men, they still had the urge to embrace all of them and carefully examine them. If a woman saw this, she would probably go crazy. "Sir Oracle, what are you doing?" Ivanov asked Tang Zhen after hesitating for a moment as he retracted his gaze from the gem box with great difficulty. "Sell these gemstones, and you'll keep the money earned. You can use it for daily activities and purchases because in the future, I'll need a lot of materials and weapons. I can't do it without money." After Tang Zhen explained, he glanced at the two of them who seemed to be deep in thought. He smiled and asked, "Aren't you guys curious why I'm getting these supplies and weapons? Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I really want to know." Ivanov hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. This was because he knew that he could not hide his thoughts from Tang Zhen, who had extremely sharp five senses. Therefore, he might as well tell the truth. This way, it would appear that he had a magnanimous heart. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He then looked at old Leonide and laughed when he saw that he had the same expression. "Then you guys have to be careful. Don't get scared." Tang Zhen waved his hand once again after he finished speaking. Immediately after, the corpse of an incomparably ferocious and terrifying monster that was over 2 meters tall appeared on the ground. It even emitted a muffled sound when it landed. This was the monster corpse that Tang Zhen had deliberately left behind during the previous monster attack. He had prepared it for research. At the same time, there was also a large amount of monster muscles that he had accumulated. These things took up a lot of space in the space, so Tang Zhen planned to get Ivanov to make a cold storage to freeze them. Looking at the ferocious monster that appeared out of thin air, Ivanov and the other man were shocked. They stood up at the same time and wanted to escape. However, when they saw Tang Zhen, who was sitting as steady as a mountain, and found that the monster's body had been pierced by a sharp blade, they sat back in their original positions with embarrassment. At the same time, they kept sizing up the monster with curious eyes. After the two of them watched for a while, Tang Zhen finally opened his mouth and explained, "The reason why I need a large amount of resources and weapons is because the gods plan to conquer an unknown world. That world is rich in resources and countless rare treasures. I don't know how large the area is, but from what I know, some powerful forces have castles that are as large as a continent. I'm currently fighting for the gods, and this is only the beginning, so I need a lot of resources and weapons to arm my native army in the other world. Do you understand now?" Ivanov and the other man were dumbfounded. It turned out that in addition to the original world they were in, there was another extremely vast foreign world, and the noble oracle was now fighting for the gods. This was true glory. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. The two of them felt their blood boiling. They wished that they could immediately head to the other world that Tang Zhen had mentioned. They wished that they could wear armor and wield swords to fight for the gods and achieve countless merits. Tang Zhen smiled and waved his hand as he looked at Ivanov and the other man, who were burning with battle intent. He then slowly said, "You don't have to be so excited, because that world is too dangerous and not suitable for you to go." The monster in front of him seemed powerful, but in that world, it was just an ordinary soldier. A truly powerful monster could easily destroy a city, so all you need to do is to develop believers in your original world and do the logistics for me. This is also a contribution to the gods, and the gods will not forget your hard work. I believe that with your support, it won't take long for us to conquer a large territory in the other world. At that time, I'll think of a way to let you go to the other world once and experience the local customs." Tang Zhen's explanation caused the hot blood in the hearts of the two to gradually cool down. After all, they were not suited to fight and kill each other. The two of them were more suited for those schemes behind the scenes. However, they were even more confident in the strength of a god. His heart was filled with anticipation for his future journey to the other world. After that, Tang Zhen asked Ivanov to find a cold storage room and take out the monster meat from his storage space to freeze it. He also ordered people to strictly guard it and not allow outsiders to come into contact with it. After that, Tang Zhen got his men to record some videos of the operation of the weapons and copied them into a few tablets. He was going to hand them over to Tai Seng, Qianlong, and the others so that they wouldn't be caught off guard during their training. Immediately after, Tang Zhen ran to the supermarket to make some purchases. Some of the items were for Holy Dragon City's use, while some were prepared to be placed on the cornerstone trading platform to test the waters and earn points. Fortunately, he didn't have to fight alone this time. No matter where Tang Zhen went, there would be at least 5 strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance following behind him. They would listen to his command. If Tang Zhen wanted something, he only needed to give an order, and someone would start to purchase and pack it up. After walking around the city and looking at the list of purchased materials, Tang Zhen was even a little worried that the Holy Dragon City's warehouse area was not enough. Just as Tang Zhen was planning to finish his shopping and return to the Ivanov family's house to rest, he suddenly noticed a very familiar figure across the street. After taking a closer look, he realized that that person was actually his best friend, Xu Feng. However, compared to the high-spirited Xu Feng from before, the current Xu Feng had a weather-beaten face. His clothes were in a mess, and he looked very down and out as he squatted by the roadside and smoked. Tang Zhen was startled in his heart. The two of them had not met for a short period of time. How did Xu Feng end up in such a miserable state? Chapter 120. Xu Feng's Choice 1. The cold wind blew, bringing up yellow leaves on the ground. The silver bangs on Xu Feng's forehead were messed up by the wind, revealing his slightly depressed eyes. The rising smoke filled the air, but it made him cough twice. Tang Zhen stopped the bodyguard behind him and slowly walked to the opposite side. He squatted beside Xu Feng and lit a cigarette. Xu Feng turned his head and took a glance at Tang Zhen. His eyes were filled with surprise, but he didn't say anything. He just snatched the cigarette from Tang Zhen's hand, lit another one, and started smoking. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of smoke and exhaled. He turned his head and looked at Xu Feng. "What's wrong with you, kid? Did you cause someone else's wife to be hunted down, and then you ran here?" Xu Feng, who was smoking, choked when he heard this. After coughing twice, he looked at Tang Zhen and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mock me, Xu Feng, am not that useless. I didn't expect to meet you here. Some time ago, you bought guns and made explosives, and then disappeared mysteriously. I'm very curious about you. Can you tell me what you're doing? Don't be embarrassed. If it's not convenient for you, it's fine if you don't tell me." Xu Feng deliberately changed the topic as he looked at Tang Zhen with a gossipy expression. "What's so hard to say? But this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the restaurant opposite and talk while we eat." Tang Zhen stood up and patted Xu Feng. After which, the two of them stood up and crossed the street. They entered the restaurant opposite. Upon seeing this, the 5 bodyguards also followed. After Xu Feng noticed this, he couldn't help but feel amazed. To be able to speak in the Ice Bear Alliance's language proficiently and have 5 bodyguards who didn't look like good people, his brother seemed to be doing well. There was a saying that, the wheel of fortune turns. The contrast between his current embarrassing situation and Tang Zhen's glory was the most vivid interpretation of this sentence. After the two of them sat down in the dining room, they casually ordered a few dishes. Only then did Tang Zhen look at Xu Feng and asked in a solemn tone, "Now you should at least tell me what happened. Let me remind you, don't try to change the topic. If there's anything, just tell me. If there's any difficulty, we'll shoulder it together as brothers." After Tang Zhen said this, he stared unblinkingly at Xu Feng. He stared until the originally frivolous Xu Feng turned his head away. Only then did he pick up a glass of fruit juice and take a sip. Xu Feng turned his head and let out a long breath. He softly laughed and said to Tang Zhen, "Brother, I'm done for. Someone wanted to mess with me and used all sorts of methods. The other party was too powerful and I couldn't win. I had nowhere to go to the Asian Alliance, so I ran to the Ice Bear Alliance. My original plan was to just eat here and wait for death. After all, I'm just a brother, it doesn't matter where I'm buried. Do you know that the one who betrayed me was my most trusted brother? He sold me out completely. I even helped his brother build a house and get a wife, and helped his sister go to college. In the end, this is how he repays me." Xu Feng gritted his teeth and growled. He clenched his fist tightly, making a caw sound. The glass cup in his hand suddenly shattered, and the glass shards pierced his hand, causing it to bleed. However, he still refused to let go. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart. He walked forward and pried Xu Feng's hand away. He took out an IV ointment from his spatial ring and applied it on Xu Feng's wound after cleaning it. The cool and numbing feeling from the wound finally made Xu Feng's mood stabilize a little. He looked at the wound on his hand that was rapidly healing and let out a surprised, "Yi" sound. He raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen, but did not say anything. Tang Zhen lit up a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at Xu Feng and said, I already know what happened. We can't let that ungrateful bastard live happily. Feng Zi, let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Do you want to take revenge? Xu Feng didn't reply, but from his struggling expression, he seemed to be hesitating about something. The restaurant waiter at the side wanted to go forward and remind Tang Zhen that smoking was not allowed here. However, after seeing the 5 bodyguards with killing intent, he very wisely pretended not to see it. In any case, they were the only customers in the restaurant. If he wanted to smoke, he could. If he angered the guards, he would be fired by the boss the next day. He would also be beaten up because the owner of the restaurant had a connection with the Leonide family. Xu Feng struggled for a moment before he raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. He used a somewhat hoarse voice and asked, Tang Zhen, give me a definite answer. How much can you help me? Can you help me with money or help me with effort? Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard this. He leaned forward and patted Xu Feng's shoulder before returning to his original seat and said, as long as you say the word, I have money and people. But before that, I want you to come with me to see someone. Compared to revenge, which is a trivial matter, what I want you to do is enough to make you a real man. After saying these words, Tang Zhen began to quietly wait for Xu Feng's choice. This was also an opportunity he was giving his brother. If they were fated, they would fight the world side by side. If they were not, wealth and peace would not meet. The path that Tang Zhen wanted to take was destined to be filled with the glints of blades and the gory killing. The life and pursuit of an ordinary person were destined to be further and further away from him. If they wanted to continue being together, they would definitely have to enter his circle. If Xu Feng had chosen another path, perhaps the entire original world would have been under Tang Zhen's control a few years later. However, when they met again at that time, it would be a completely different mood and scene. Even if they were once good brothers, they would definitely not be able to return to the kind of interaction they had in the past. Tang Zhen quietly looked at Xu Feng. However, there were a myriad of thoughts in his heart. A few minutes later, Xu Feng raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. He revealed a smile and said, You're the only brother I can trust right now. If I don't follow you, who else can I follow? But let's make it clear in advance, I will never touch those dog skin deals. Tang Zhen looked at Xu Feng and nodded. He softly said, Don't worry, I'll never cheat you. Let's eat first, then I'll take you to see that person. The following matters became very simple. Tang Zhen first brought Xu Feng to see Ivanov and let Xu Feng understand the information about eternal heaven. After Xu Feng completely believed Ivanov's explanation, Tang Zhen appeared again. Then, to Xu Feng's extreme shock, Tang Zhen appointed Xu Feng as the gatekeeper of the Asian Alliance, responsible for developing the followers of the Asian Alliance. However, at this time, Xu Feng was penniless, so Ivanov provided him with 10 million for his activities. Old Leonard sent 20 strong men from the Ice Bear Alliance to be Xu Feng's initial helpers. He would only return to the Ice Bear Alliance after he returned to the Asian Alliance and gained a firm foothold. The next morning, Tang Zhen personally sent Xu Feng to the car. He would be sneaking back to the Asian Alliance at the border with his 20 helpers. However, they would be going to the Asian Alliance under legal identities. After sending off Xu Feng, Tang Zhen returned to the warehouse provided by Old Leonard and started moving the materials again and again. Because he had purchased too many materials this time, it took him a long time to finish moving them. The mountain cave behind the Holy Dragon City was already filled to the brim. When Tang Zhen saw this, he had no choice but to order his men to continue digging the mountain cave. Fortunately, this mountain peak was extremely huge, so he did not have to worry about digging through it. The off-road vehicle that Tang Zhen needed had already been produced under Old Leonide's orders. The body was welded with steel pipes and steel plates. It was powerful, simple, and durable. It was filled with a strong wasteland style. At the same time, the military transport vehicles that were used to transport the soldiers had also been produced. They were a type of multi-wheeled flat carriage that could be disassembled and assembled. They could be driven by motor vehicles, and each vehicle could carry 50 soldiers. Due to Tang Zhen's special instructions, these vehicles could be stored in the storage space. Therefore, they were transported by Tang Zhen and placed on the huge arena in front of the Holy Dragon City for Tai Seng and the others to use. Looking at the light off-road vehicle with the heavy machine guns fixed, Tai Seng was the first to jump onto it and started fiddling with it excitedly. Qian Long, on the other hand, directed a group of men to assemble the military transport vehicle. The open flat carriage was filled with rows of metal seats, and there were guardrails on the sides, allowing one to climb up and jump down easily. The vehicle in front that was in charge of pulling was also a modified vehicle. It looked short and unremarkable, but its power was strong. Even pulling up 20 tons of cargo was extremely easy. Not to mention that even if this military transport vehicle was filled with soldiers, its weight would not even reach 10 tons. Chapter 121. The Mother Tree and the One-Sided Battle. The transportation was already in place, and the Holy Dragon City's combatants were also ready. They only needed to wait for the next morning to charge towards the Houndhead men's lair. After Tang Zhen saw that there was nothing for him to do here, he turned around and headed to the back mountain cave. He took out the various materials that he had prepared to sell on the cornerstone trading platform and put a price on them one by one. Tang Zhen only turned around and left in satisfaction after the entire house was filled with all kinds of supplies. He would come back to check again after this busy period of time to determine exactly what kind of goods had a market in the other world. After Tang Zhen had some free time, he returned to his room and sat on a comfortable large chair. He took out a book with green leaves from the space and began to slowly read it. The green leaf books left behind by the tree spirit race were rich in content, and Tang Zhen would often be inspired when he read them. The more he understood the tree spirit clan, the more Tang Zhen admired the strength of the mother tree. If he could make good use of the mother tree's power, he would definitely bring the Holy Dragon City's strength to another level. The books he was reading now were about the cultivation of the mother tree. Unlike ordinary lusheng, the lusheng built by the mother tree was alive. If the cultivation method was not right, it could even lead to the death of the mother tree, and then the lusheng would no longer exist. According to the tree spirit tribe's experience, there were two ways to cultivate a mother tree. The first was the method used by the tree spirit tribe. They watered the mother tree with a spring water called moon spring, then prayed in the morning and evening to communicate with the mother tree. The mother tree cultivated in this way would emit the natural aura that the tree spirit tribe liked, making the tree spirit tribe members who lived on the mother tree feel like they were bathing in the spring wind at all times. Other than that, there was another way to cultivate a mother tree, which was to water it with blood, use the corpses of monsters as fertilizer, and then pray in the morning and evening. The mother tree that was cultivated in this way would give the tree spirit tribe a sense of oppression, making it impossible for them to live normally under the mother tree. Therefore, this cultivation method had never been used by the tree spirit tribe. Furthermore, the mother tree that was cultivated through different methods would possess completely different powers. One was natural and peaceful, while the other was violent and explosive. Tang Zhen didn't care about the so-called sense of oppression that the tree spirit clansmen spoke of. He only knew that the second method was the most suitable for him. This was because there was no lack of monster flesh and blood in the endless wilderness. If necessary, Tang Zhen didn't mind clearing up the monsters nearby to gather enough fertilizer for the mother tree. After thinking of this, Tang Zhen put down the green leaf book in his hand and slowly walked to the roof. He was looking for a suitable place for the mother tree that he was about to cultivate. In the end, his gaze stopped at a corner of the valley. After observing it for a long time, he nodded with satisfaction. Early the next morning, all the people who participated in the battle had already gathered. Tang Zhen sat in a light off-road vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun. Under the gaze of the Holy Dragon City residents and the wanderers who participated in the construction, he waved his hand and ordered them to set off. The roar of the engine reverberated in the valley as the convoy rushed out of the valley in succession. Because the vehicles brought by Tang Zhen were easy to operate, the soldiers who already had a little driving experience were able to operate them very easily. 5 light off-road vehicles cleared the way, followed by a military transport vehicle. The vehicle was filled with fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers. They crushed the scattered grass on the gravel plain, looking very imposing. From time to time, monsters would suddenly appear along the way. Every time this happened, there would be the crisp sound of gunfire. It was the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had just taken on the role of machine gunners. Relying on their strong reaction speed and control of their bodies, these cultivators who had only been using heavy machine guns for a few days were able to shoot accurately and tear the monsters into pieces of different sizes. The terrifying destructive power of these firearms left everyone speechless. Looking at the monster that seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from the heavy machine gun, the soldiers on the transport vehicles all looked at the machine gunner with envious eyes, hoping to replace him with themselves. The sound of the vehicle's roar could travel extremely far in the wilderness. Therefore, before Tang Zhen's group had even approached the Houndhead men's nest, they had already alerted the Houndhead men. At this moment, they had already started to gather while shouting and wrangling. They were prepared to resist the enemies that might appear. Ever since Tang Zhen had caused a ruckus at the sacrificial ceremony of the dog-headed people's tower and sent hundreds of dog-headed warriors after him away, the dog-headed people had always been vigilant, afraid that Tang Zhen would cause another ruckus. Because the city-building brain pearl had been stolen by Tang Zhen, the dog-headed clan leader had no choice but to send his subordinates back to his family and borrow some brain pearls and experts from his father for emergency use. However, every time he recalled the strange words his brothers had said to mock him for his incompetence, it would make the dog-headed clan leader fly into a rage. This also made it hate Tang Zhen to death in its heart, and it was eager to swallow his flesh and blood. A sentry had just reported that there was a strange sound in the distance, as if something was approaching. This alarm made the kobold patriarch's heart skip a beat. He had a vague premonition that it was likely to be the same bastard from last time. "I've already hired an expert to deal with you. Since you're here, don't think of escaping so easily." The dog-headed patriarch gritted his teeth and thought hatefully in his heart. The rumbling sounds from the distance grew louder and louder. Soon, the kobold patriarch saw the situation of the people who had come. They were indeed the damned humans. However, they were all sitting in strange vehicles, and all of them were fully armed. They were obviously here to start a war. The dog-headed people were fearless. They would cruelly kill their enemies and devour their flesh and blood. "Warriors of the kobold clan, the enemy has arrived. We will never allow them to do as they please here, especially when the enemy is a lowly human. Now, raise your spears and fight with me." The leader of the dog-headed people let out a roar, which was immediately followed by countless dog-headed people's responses. Their roars shook the sky. They waved the short spears in their hands and bared their teeth. They stared at the group of humans in front of them with fierce eyes. Imagining the scene of them devouring their flesh and blood after victory, they couldn't help but drool. Tang Zhen, who was on the opposite side, coldly looked at the group of dog-headed people. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When the distance between the two sides was less than 200 meters, Tang Zhen informed them to stop the car. Soon after, the muzzles of 5 heavy machine guns were already aimed at the gathered dog-headed people. The soldiers quickly jumped down from the transport carriages and got into their positions according to their usual training. Everyone unsheathed their swords and waited for the order to charge. Without any nonsense, Tang Zhen directly gave the order to shoot. Da-da 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 da-da. The roar of the heavy machine gun suddenly sounded like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, beginning to harvest the flesh and blood of the living. The kobolds on the opposite side immediately fell to the ground in droves like rice being blown away by the wind. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The power of the heavy machine gun was displayed perfectly at this moment. In the face of the fatal high-speed bullets, the dog-headed man's body was continuously torn apart, and he fell to the ground with a miserable cry. All of the kobolds were stunned by this highly efficient killing method. They were caught off guard as they watched their comrades fall to the ground and die in large numbers. They wanted to charge forward and save them, but they had no chance because the bullets would tear their bodies apart in the next second. The guards of the kobold patriarch roared and formed a defensive wall with their bodies, blocking the bullets that were shot at the kobold patriarch. Before they died, they roared loudly, asking their companions to protect the kobold patriarch and evacuate. The kobold chieftain almost vomited blood. It watched as its own people were killed. The warriors organized a few charges, but they only managed to charge out a dozen meters before falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his clansmen had fallen. The rest were not any better, as they had almost been scared out of their wits. Retreat! Retreat! The kobold patriarch's heart was bleeding, but he had no choice but to give the order to retreat. If he continued to hesitate, his entire clan would really be exterminated. "Human race, I can't live under the same sky as you. From now on, if I see any human again, I'll definitely capture them and skin them alive to vent the hatred in my heart." The kobold chieftain, who was being protected by his guards, made a death vow in his heart. It was a pity that the kobold patriarch didn't know that Tang Zhen didn't plan to let a single kobold leave today. Moreover, he was the core figure of the kobold clan. Even if he chased him to the end of the world, Tang Zhen would never let him go. Seeing that the dog-headed people began to flee in all directions under the orders of the clan leader, Tang Zhen immediately signaled the 5 off-road vehicles to split up and give chase. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers behind him to charge. Chapter 122, The Holy Master and the Heavy Armored Rengar, Kill. The 50 Holy Dragon City soldiers, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately shouted. They were like arrows that left the bow as they pounced on the kobolds. As if they were chopping melons and vegetables, they cut down the frantically running kobolds. At the same time, there were also warriors who kept taking out grenades from their waists, removing the safeties and throwing them at the kobolds in the distance. Explosions sounded one after another, and countless tattered kobold corpses were scattered on the ground under the impact of the air currents and shrapnel. In the blink of an eye, dozens of kobolds had lost their lives. Before the Houndhead men could recover from the deafening explosion, Tyson and the others pulled the trigger again. The metal torrent from the heavy machine guns started to wreak havoc again. Even though their shooting accuracy was very low, many Houndhead men still fell to the ground. The Houndhead men who were lucky enough to survive felt sad when they saw this. Tang Zhen did not participate in the killing. Instead, he coldly observed the situation of the dog-headed people. Very quickly, his eyes focused. This was because he had discovered an extraordinary dog-headed person on the chaotic battlefield. This fellow's appearance was completely different from an ordinary Houndhead man. It was wearing a very gorgeous robe and a purple headband on its thin head. In its dry hands, it held a cane made of an unknown material. Spots of red light were emitted from the surface of the cane. A word immediately appeared in Tang Zhen's mind when he saw the dog-headed man's appearance and attire. That was a holy master. Tang Zhen's heart trembled when he thought that the dog-headed man was likely to be a holy master. He told himself that he had to get rid of this guy first. Although Tang Zhen had never met a real holy master, nor had he seen the so-called divine art, he had a preliminary guess about the possible form of the divine art after the cultivators of Black Rock City mistook his ability for divine art. Judging from the dog-headed man's aura, he should be a grade 1 cultivator, or a grade 1 holy master. Due to his fear of the divine art, Tang Zhen did not rashly choose to engage in close combat even though the other party's cultivation was very low. Instead, he decided to snipe. Tang Zhen quickly took out a large caliber sniper rifle from his storage space and lay down on the ground. He placed the dog-headed holy master in the scope's field of vision and waited for the super shooting assistant to lock onto the target before he decisively pulled the trigger. The moment Tang Zhen's bullet shot out, the dog-headed shaman looked in his direction as if he had come to a realization. Immediately after, a thin film that looked like a ripple appeared in front of the dog-headed shaman, protecting him like a barrier. Tang Zhen watched with his eyes wide open as the powerful sniper rifle bullet was blocked by the thin film-like barrier. After which, it mysteriously disappeared, as though it had melted. How is this possible? Tang Zhen was extremely shocked in his heart. An armor-piercing bullet that could easily penetrate a steel plate was actually unable to penetrate the thin layer of water at this moment. This was the first time he had been defeated by a firearm after coming to this world. Moreover, it was a powerful heavy sniper rifle. I don't believe that a sniper rifle can't kill you. Even if you're a super turtle shell, I'm going to make a hole for you. Tang Zhen made up his mind. The sniper rifle in his hand fired continuously like an automatic rifle. The huge recoil caused his shoulder to hurt, and he accidentally missed a few times. However, his efforts finally paid off. When the third bullet hit the water membrane that had been flashing non-stop shattered completely. This caused the kobold holy master to look terrified and turn to escape. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he saw this and pulled the trigger again. The last bullet in the sniper rifle's magazine whizzed out and hit the dog-headed holy master's chest. The bullet left a huge hole in the dog-headed holy master's body. His skin and flesh were torn apart, and his internal organs were all shattered. The dog-headed holy master opened and closed his mouth with great difficulty, but in the end, he still lowered his head and looked at his hollowed chest before falling to the ground unwillingly. Tang Zhen stood up and replaced the empty magazine. When he turned to look at Tai Seng and the others, he realized that they were still chasing after the dog-headed people. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers with high morale were surrounding the fish that had escaped the net. When they saw the dog-headed people that were not completely dead, they would also go up and give them a stab. From the looks of the situation, annihilating this group of houndhead men was no longer a problem. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking this in his heart, he suddenly heard a furious roar coming from the vicinity of the dog-headed people's lair. Soon after, he saw a dog-headed person with a lion-like head brandishing a large sword and wearing heavy armor as it rushed over. The dog-headed man's heavy armor seemed to weigh at least 10 pounds, but it was as if he was wearing a cotton shirt, and his running and jumping were not affected at all. Seeing the charging speed of the lion dog-headed man as well as the level 3 cultivation that it revealed, Tang Zhen immediately shouted at the machine gunner, "All of you, fucking shoot that Rengar. Throw your grenades at it as well." An NBSP, Tai Seng and the others also saw this imposing fellow. Because of its 1.9 meter height, it was extremely eye-catching among the low dog-headed people. Coupled with its heavy armor, it looked extremely intimidating. With the arrival of a powerful enemy, Tai Seng and the others didn't hesitate. Just as Tang Zhen's words fell, a wave of firepower covered the path of the lion dog-headed man. The lion dog-headed man dodged most of the bullets nimbly, while some were blocked by his demonic armor and lost their power. Tyson and the others used up all their bullets, but only a few hit the lion dog-headed man's body. Although it was bleeding, it couldn't stop the lion dog-headed man's charge. Tang Zhen watched from the side with fear. The purple lightning short sword in his hand had already been unsheathed. Once the situation changed, he would attack and kill this lion dog-headed man. At the same time, he was carefully observing the lion dog-head man. He vaguely noticed that its body was covered in a layer of white light. However, as the lion dog-head man continued to be attacked, the white light was getting weaker and weaker. Upon seeing this, a thought flashed through Tang Zhen's mind. He immediately shouted at Tai Seng, "Don't hesitate, beat him to death. Go." Tai Seng and the others roared and immediately used up all their remaining ammunition. The effect of this attack was obvious. The lion dog-head man had already taken more than 10 shots, and it was now covered in blood like a god of war. At this moment, the lion dog-headed man had already charged in front of Tai Seng and the others. With a loud roar, he swung his sword at a holy dragon city warrior. That warrior blocked with his sword, but was sent flying by a huge force. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. "You're courting death." Tai Seng's eyes widened as he threw away the heavy machine gun in his hand and charged forward with his saber. In the blink of an eye, he was already engaged in a battle with the lion dog-headed man. When Tang Zhen saw that many soldiers had stopped their pursuit and were guarding at the side to watch the battle, he immediately shouted, "What the hell are you all watching? Charge in and kill all the dog-headed people." Seeing Tang Zhen's anger, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were so scared that they shrunk their necks. They immediately brandished their weapons and pounced towards the dog-headed people's nest with murderous intent. HMPH. Seeing how Tai Seng and the heavily injured lion dog were equally matched, Qianlong couldn't help but sneer coldly. He pulled his bow and fired an arrow at the lion dog-head man, but he didn't expect it to pierce through the gap between the lion dog-head man's leg armor. The lion dog-headed man groaned and knelt on the ground. After glaring at Qianlong, the despicable sneak attacker, with its bell-like eyes, it closed its eyes as if it had accepted its fate. Then, Tai Seng's saber whizzed past, and the lion dog-headed man's basin-sized head rolled onto the ground, looking extremely ferocious. This lion dog-head man is definitely a peak level 3 expert. If it wasn't for my previous injuries, I wouldn't have been his match at all. There was no hatred in Tai Seng's eyes as he looked at the lion dog-headed man's corpse. Instead, there was a trace of respect. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head when he heard this. He used a slow tone and said, "The hatred between our humankind and the non-humankind can never be solved peacefully. Therefore, the final result of the war will always be one side falling down. No matter whether the other side's behavior is worthy of our respect or not, as long as they stand on the opposite side of the rise of the humankind, they will be our common enemy." Tai Seng waved the battle blade in his hand and casually killed a wounded dog-headed man before he looked at Tang Zhen and nodded silently. At this time, the battle was nearing its end. The dog-headed people who put up a last-ditch struggle were all killed, and their corpses were strewn all over the field. The stench of blood floated around the battlefield and did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 123, Victory over the flashing gold race sanctuary. When Tang Zhen's feet stepped on the ground that was covered in blood and minced meat. His leather boots were constantly wrapped in mud. He slowly walked to the front of the dog-headed man. patriarch incised it up without saying a word. The kobold chieftain's body was covered in wounds, and the corpses of a dozen loyal guards had fallen around it. They had all fought to the last moment, and their bodies were unrecognizable. Seeing Tang Zhen standing in front of him, the dog-headed patriarch, who was kneeling on the ground and tied up by a rope, coldly snorted and turned his head to the side. He gritted his teeth, but perhaps because of the pain, the dog-headed patriarch's muscles kept twitching and trembling. However, from the beginning to the end, the dog-headed patriarch didn't make a sound. Although the other party was an enemy of a foreign race, Tang Zhen was still full of admiration for the dog-headed people's loyalty and their unyielding will. Since you've chosen to be the enemy of the human race, you'll end up like this sooner or later. What do you have to say before you die? Tang Zhen used a cold and indifferent tone as he shouted at the dog-headed man patriarch. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question in the dog-head man's language, the dog-head man patriarch turned his head around and glanced at Tang Zhen with a painful but mocking gaze. He then sneered and said, "Despicable human, don't think that you're so great just because you won this battle. In this wilderness, you humans are the most lowly race, only worthy of being slaughtered and enslaved by the dog-headed men and all other races. Just wait and see, I think it won't be long before you and your men will be killed and cooked. At that time, you will find how ridiculous your current appearance is." After the kobold patriarch finished speaking, he fiercely stuck out his entire tongue and bit it hard. Tang Zhen only heard a slight creak sound and immediately saw blood gushing out of the kobold patriarch's mouth like a spring. It coughed out blood and laughed miserably before falling to the ground like mud. Tang Zhen looked at the life aura of the dog-headed people's patriarch that was rapidly disappearing. He used a low and deep voice to slowly say, "Perhaps in the eyes of you alien races, the human race is so weak and insignificant that you can bully and kill them at will. However, you have forgotten that the more suffering a race has experienced, the more likely it is for it to rise up in a powerful way. When that day comes, the suffering that the race has suffered will be paid back 10 times more than what the enemy has suffered. I might be the fulcrum for the rise of the human race, and you are very lucky to be the first foreign race to be defeated by me. Perhaps one day, the kobold race, known for their reproductive ability, will become one of the countless races that will be extinct in this wilderness." Tang Zhen's words were not only said to the dead dog-headed man patriarch, but also to himself. He wondered if the kobold chieftain, who had already stopped breathing, had heard these words and what he was thinking. Looking around, he saw that all the Houndhead men in the hill area had been killed. The warriors were cleaning up the battlefield. They were constantly moving messy things out of the smelly cave. Most of them were dried meat, and a small number of weapons and herbs. Tang Zhen didn't even look at the dried meat that was probably made from the blood and flesh of his own kind. He ordered the soldiers to throw it away as he didn't lack such disgusting food. A warrior dragged a leather bag out of the cave. He seemed to be struggling. A sharp stone on the ground accidentally cut the leather bag, revealing the golden object inside. Tang Zhen immediately walked over when he saw this. He ordered the soldier to open the leather bag. Immediately after, countless objects of various sizes that were shining with golden light appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. With just a glance, he was sure that these artifacts were made of gold. The shape and decoration were very familiar, and they were of the same origin as the gold artifacts used by the nomadic rich exploration team. After ordering the soldiers to pour all these gold products on the ground, Tang Zhen rummaged around and picked out a gorgeous golden disc. It was full of strange decorative patterns and text-like symbols. After activating the mysterious word cracker, the words on the gilded disc were easily cracked and turned into words that Tang Zhen could read and understand. Tang Zhen looked at the contents of the words on the golden disc and could not help but frown. The natural disaster has come, and the world has collapsed. The prophecy of our ancestors has come true, but the brave Glittergold race will not sit still and wait for death. We have built the safest sanctuary, and all of our people can hide in it. After the disaster is over, the sanctuary will be reactivated, and we will still be the overlords of the world. Tang Zhen could easily determine that these golden objects came from a refuge shelter called the Flashing Gold Race through the words cast on the golden disc. All of their clansmen were hiding in this refuge shelter in the hope of avoiding the so-called natural disaster. However, when these gold items appeared in the world of Lusheng, it meant that their plan had failed. The Glittergold race, who had tried to dominate the world after the disaster, might never be able to wait until the day to open the sanctuary. According to the strange laws of this other world, buildings destroyed by disasters like this would appear in the form of wild buildings, followed by living creatures that were destroyed together with them. However, they would all become monsters with brains. The foundation that Tang Zhen used to build the Holy Dragon City came from the wild buildings in the bank. There were no bank employees or customers who had turned into monsters because these monsters had been killed by the bloodthirsty gnomes and became their food. Monsters eating monsters was also a very common phenomenon in the endless wilderness, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Tang Zhen put down the gilded disc and slowly walked back to the off-road vehicle. He lit a cigarette and considered whether he should clean up the Shining Tribe's sanctuary. Tang Zhen was in need of money. The gold in the sanctuary could bring him a huge amount of wealth. Tang Zhen was also in need of brains. The glitter gold people in the sanctuary who had turned into monsters could provide him with a huge amount of brains, even high-level brains. The most important thing was that Tang Zhen was very likely to obtain the books and materials left behind by the flashing gold tribe in the sanctuary. This was what he was most interested in. Even if the first two items were not there, as long as he could obtain valuable books and materials, Tang Zhen felt that this trip was not a loss. After thinking about it, Tang Zhen couldn't seem to find a reason to give up exploring the flashing gold race's sanctuary. Tang Zhen made a decision in his heart after thinking of this. He turned around and saw that the battlefield had been cleared. Other than the dog-headed people's corpses that were strewn all over the ground, no one cared about them. The rest of the useful items had been packed up by the soldiers and placed on the transport trucks, filling up the place. A portion of the spoils would be given to them. The soldiers who participated in the battle would also receive points or coins distributed by the Holy Dragon City. The points could be used to upgrade their level and status. They could use the battle to sustain the battle, using benefits and glory to ensure that the soldiers would always be filled with the desire to fight. Since everything was over, Tang Zhen indicated that they should return to the Holy Dragon City. Because the transport vehicles were occupied, the soldiers could only return on foot. They followed the slowly moving vehicles and lined up in a column as they advanced in the wilderness. The orderly footsteps of the warriors, accompanied by the sound of swords and sabers clashing against armor, became a unique accompaniment in this wilderness. However, this accompaniment was full of solemnity, representing iron blood and death. Tang Zhen sat in the carriage and looked at the long line of soldiers in a daze. However, he was fantasizing in his heart that there would be a day when millions of Holy Dragon City's soldiers would wear armor and form an endless square formation to conquer all the enemies in the endless wilderness. With his continuous efforts, perhaps the day when his dream would come true would not be far. Chapter 124, The Nouveau Riche Captain with screw loose in his head. Although the world of Lusheng was extremely large, the time it took to rotate between day and night was only slightly longer than the original world. When night was about to fall, the soldiers had already arrived at the entrance of the Holy Dragon City Valley. The Holy Dragon City's residents and wanderers, who had received the news long ago, came forward to welcome them. They lined the streets to welcome them, bringing water and food to the soldiers. At the same time, they looked at the mountain-like piles of spoils of war on the transport carriages, their eyes full of envy. In this wilderness, fighting and killing had become an instinct for almost every man. To be able to come back alive after every battle and bring back a pile of spoils of war was already regarded as a supreme honor by the wanderers, because it represented strength and the hope of the survival of the family. Even though they were now residents of the Holy Dragon City and no longer had to worry about starving in the morning, nor did they have to worry about food for the next day, this mindset that was deeply rooted in their hearts had not changed at all. Moreover, they had come out to kill the dog-headed people. Out of their common hatred for the alien races, the residents and wanderers were full of respect for these warriors. When the transport carriages stopped at the plaza in front of the building, a Holy Dragon City manager immediately directed the wanderers to move forward and unload the spoils of war from the transport carriages. Then, they temporarily piled them up in the Wanderer Market, which had already been completed. As the wanderers carried the spoils of war, they drooled in envy. At the same time, they estimated how much food and weapons these spoils of war could be exchanged for. Seeing the Holy Dragon City's warriors, who appeared awe-inspiring after being fully equipped, they felt even more envious. Many strong wanderers, who were confident in their strength, were secretly thinking about how they could become Holy Dragon City's warriors. When the time came, they could also get a set of expensive equipment. When they thought of how they would look in armor and hold swords in their hands, they became more and more eager. They tried their best to show off their abilities while carrying the spoils of war, hoping that they would be noticed by the manager and recruited into the army. Even if they could not become an official soldier of Holy Dragon City, as long as they could become an auxiliary soldier, they would be satisfied. Tang Zhen took in this scene and laughed in his heart. These wanderers might not have realized that since Tang Zhen had allowed them to enter the valley, he definitely did not have the intention of letting them leave. Sooner or later, these wanderers would become official residents of Holy Dragon City. However, at this moment, it was not the time to tell them these things. First of all, the number of resident slots in the first-level city was limited, and they could not be allocated an identity card at all. Moreover, Tang Zhen wanted them to endure for a longer period of time and see the benefits enjoyed by the residents of the Holy Dragon City. This way, the expectations in their hearts would become heavier and heavier. When they became official residents of the Holy Dragon City, they would also cherish this hard-won identity. Tang Zhen inadvertently turned his head and saw a brawny man among the wanderers carrying a leather bag as he strode toward the wanderer market. The leather bag was filled with all the gold items from the flashing gold race's sanctuary. Such a heavy leather bag, when placed on the strong man's body, was like carrying a bag of wheat bran, which was extremely easy. He took a closer look at the brawny man carrying the leather bag. It was the captain of the rich exploration team, the guy whose head was a little rusty. This was a very interesting fellow. When Tang Zhen heard that he had just arrived, he was very unconvinced of Tai Seng, who had beaten him to the ground. He thought that Tai Seng was just using his power to bully others. Otherwise, he, who was also a rank 2 expert, would not have been easily defeated by Tai Seng. When Tai Seng, who was bored to death, heard this, he immediately gave the team leader a chance to redeem his honor and promised that if he failed, he would give him a bag of food as compensation. The team leader was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately took off his arms and started fighting with Tai Seng on the grass. Although this team leader's brain wasn't too good, he had a lot of strength. In this aspect, even Tai Seng was slightly inferior. Unfortunately, in a battle, just relying on strength alone and fierce attacks might not be enough to win. Tai Seng's strength was only slightly inferior to the nouveau riche captain, but his combat experience far exceeded his opponent's. Furthermore, ever since Tang Zhen had sorted out the martial arts combat videos he had obtained from the original world and continuously played them for the cultivators and warriors of the Holy Dragon City to watch, Tai Seng had already created a unique combat technique based on his own experience and what he had learned from the videos. It was simple and sharp, and every move was fatal. It wasn't an overstatement to say that in terms of technique and experience, the team leader was miles behind Tai Seng. It was precisely because of this that the originally high-spirited team leader was completely screwed over by Tai Seng during the battle. Almost every attack was like a bull's, but Tai Seng easily dodged the attacks. Then, with just a single move, the team leader would fall flat on his face. What was even more infuriating was that Tai Seng even gave a live lesson, explaining the principles and techniques of a certain move to the surrounding Holy Dragon City soldiers as he fought, causing the spectators to either praise him or applaud him. They would then mock the Tycoon Captain a few times, one after another, causing the Tycoon Captain's lungs to explode with anger. "Didn't you say that we're going to fight fair and square? You brought some people here to watch the fun and keep mocking me. What kind of hero are you?" The rich captain was furious. After getting up, he attacked Tyson even more fiercely. But he was still knocked to the ground again and again. On the other hand, Tai Seng only took a punch to his face because he was not careful, but he was still full of energy and laughing. Just when the team leader was thrown down for the 20th time and thought that he would never be able to catch Tai Seng and throw him to the ground with his ultimate move, for some reason, Tai Seng's lapels were caught by him. In NBSP, the team leader was overjoyed. Just as he was about to hug Tai Seng and lift him up high before falling down, he felt his arm being bent in a weird way. Then, his entire arm was locked behind him and he could no longer move. Then, he heard Tai Seng roar towards the surrounding, "All of you, look carefully. This is the so-called capture of that Suan Ni. Yes, it's a capture. It uses its joints and weak points to attack the weak points of the enemy's body. You see, although this guy is strong, once I use this move to lock him down, he can't move anymore." After saying this, Tyson let go of his hand and kicked the rich captain's butt. The rich captain was caught off guard and pounced forward. Once again, he performed a gorgeous action of stealing shishti. In the following period of time, Tai Seng seemed to have gotten addicted to the game as he kept using the rich captain as a human target, testing all kinds of fighting techniques that he had learned, but he made the rich captain look extremely embarrassed. In the end, the team leader, who had a bloody nose and a swollen face, finally admitted in his heart that he couldn't beat this guy with a stomach full of strange tricks. However, he was stubborn and refused to admit defeat, so he just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, causing everyone to laugh. However, ever since he was beaten up that time, the team leader had become Tai Seng's lackey. As long as he had the chance, he would approach Tai Seng and smile while flattering him, trying to learn a thing or two from him. Every time, Tai Seng would squint his eyes and sneer as he looked up and down at the tycoon captain. He was well aware of the latter's sinister intentions. Damn it, didn't he just want to learn my moves and then take revenge on me after he was done? With that brain of yours that doesn't know how to spin, even if I were to teach you, you wouldn't be able to fucking learn. Therefore, every time this happened, Tai Seng would kick the rich captain's butt and then swagger away. However, the team leader had strong willpower, or rather, he was a one-track-minded person. Even if he was beaten up this time, he would continue to suck up to Tai Seng the next time he saw him. In the end, whenever Tai Seng saw the nouveau riche captain, he would shrink his neck and quickly run away. He was really scared of this guy and couldn't be bothered anymore. He thought to himself, I can't afford to offend him, but I can at least hide. Tang Zhen was thinking about the interesting story of the rich captain. Coincidentally, he had returned once again. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers beside him to call him over. When the rich captain heard Tang Zhen calling him, he immediately jogged over and stood in front of Tang Zhen. He grinned and said, City Lord, why did you call for me? If there's anything, just say the word. This little one will definitely get it done for you. Tang Zhen nodded with a smile. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the rich captain, almost causing the latter's snot to pop out. This was good stuff. The price in the Wanderer market was very high. Even among the residents of the Holy Dragon City, few people were qualified to smoke it. Now that he had a pack, old Mike and the other Holy Dragon City rascals would definitely go crazy with envy. At the thought of this, the rich captain felt as if his heart had been soaked in honey. It was so sweet that when he smiled, even his molars could be clearly seen. Chapter 125, The Adventures of the Rich Captain. Cigarettes were a good thing. Whether it was in the original world or in the other world, there were a group of people who were obsessed with the feeling of smoking. However, in the world of Lusheng, cigarettes were something only the big shots were qualified to enjoy. After all, there were only a limited number of cigarettes found in the wild buildings, and many wanderers had never even heard of them. Seeing that the rich captain, who had obtained a rare item, was in a good mood, Tang Zhen opened his mouth and asked, The weapons you used before were very strange. Where did you get them from? The team leader's smile immediately disappeared, and he said with a sad face, City Lord, you don't know, but I almost lost my life in order to get these junk. Tang Zhen's interest was piqued when he heard this. He continued to ask, Tell me, what's going on? The rich captain revealed a reminiscing expression as he gestured to Tang Zhen while explaining, That day, someone ran over and told me that there was a hole on the slope not far away. There seemed to be something inside, but everyone was afraid of the danger inside, so they didn't dare to go down and check. I became interested and led a group of brothers to run over. We found that there really was a hole on the hill. However, the hole was very small, and not even people could get in. After throwing a torch in, I observed it with the light of the fire and found that there was a lot of shiny metal inside. City Lord, you don't know, but I was so happy at that time. I secretly thought about how many weapons could be made with this metal and how many brains could be exchanged. You know, we only have 2 rusty weapons in our hands. These metals meant a lot of wealth, who wouldn't be tempted? I couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly ordered people to enlarge the hole. I carried a rusty knife and a torch as I walked in. When I got inside, I realized that the hole was actually a huge room. The shiny metal inside was made into all kinds of things, each of which was very heavy. I picked up a metal bar from the ground and tried to break it. The metal bar bent. I didn't expect that the hardness of this metal was not as good as the iron bone grass in the wilderness. How could it be made into a weapon? At that time, I was discouraged. My heart ached that I couldn't make a sharp weapon with this room full of metal. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, a smart brother in the tribe said that we could use this metal to make a hammer, or even flatten it to make armor. After all, it was still metal, and it was better than a weapon made of bones. Moreover, it looked quite scary. When I heard that, I also agreed, so I called my brothers to start moving the metal, and we especially picked the small ones because we couldn't move the big ones. As we moved things out. When the rich captain said this, he paused for a moment and smacked his lips twice. When Tang Zhen saw this, he gave a look to old Mike, who was listening with great interest. Old Mike immediately took the water bottle from his waist and handed it over. At the same time, he urged, "Fuck, you're such a busybody. Hurry up and drink some water. After you're done, you can continue your lecture." The rich captain looked really thirsty. After drinking the entire bottle of water, he wiped his mouth and continued. At that time, one of the brothers saw a big stick standing on the ground. The thickness and length were just right for a weapon, so he pulled it out with all his strength, but he couldn't pull it out. Then he pushed it forward, but he didn't expect to actually push it this time. But then, a crack suddenly appeared on one of the walls. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and at the same time, an indescribable stench drifted out. I could vaguely see something moving behind the crack, so I stuck my face to the crack to take a look. It was this one look that gave me a big fright. When the rich captain said this, his face revealed a lingering fear. After wiping the cold sweat on his face, he continued to say to Tang Zhen, "My God, it turns out that behind the crack, there are monsters densely packed together. There are big monsters, small monsters, floating monsters, and even those metal monsters made of shiny metal, blocking the passage behind the crack tightly. Once these monsters run out, all of us, including the men, women, old, and young of the tribe, will be fucking finished." I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. I immediately shouted at the brother who was pulling the metal rod and asked him to pull the rod back. The brother saw that the situation was not good, and before I could finish speaking, he put the metal rod back. After the metal rod was pulled back, the crack stopped opening and quickly closed. However, a few metal spiders still ran out of the crack and headed straight for us. These spiders were only the size of a fist, but they were extremely fast. One of the brothers couldn't dodge in time and was bitten by the metal spider. Then, his entire body immediately fell to the ground like a stiff stone. After seeing this, I realized that the metal spider is poisonous. I can't let it bite me, or I'll die. Thinking of this, I shouted at my brothers not to panic. Then I raised a piece of metal beside me and smashed it. Coincidentally, the metal spider could not move at all. Seeing this, the other brothers also picked up the things around them and smashed the metal spiders in the face. We were lucky that the metal spiders couldn't move after being hit. We were relieved. When we went to check on the brother who was bitten, we found that his face was blue and he was long dead. After that, we put the bodies of our lost brothers up there and then sealed the hole with stones, planning to never go in again. As for the metal that we brought out, we made it into a sledgehammer and armor. In the end, other than me, everyone complained that the metal was too heavy and soft. They even wanted to throw it away. I was so angry that I went up and beat up those guys. Damn it, this was something that I had exchanged my brothers' lives for. How could I throw it away just like that? Besides, it felt pretty good to use this kind of big hammer to hit monsters. The rich captain explained everything in one breath, including the origin of the gold and some information about the Shining Gold Tribe Sanctuary. From the rich captain's description, Tang Zhen's previous guess was completely correct. The refuge of the Glittergold race was already filled with monsters. As for the metal spiders, they might be the technological products of the Glittergold race. Now that the existence of the Flashing Gold Tribe's sanctuary had been confirmed, the next thing to do was to clean up and explore it. Tang Zhen sat in his room, his mind filled with thoughts about the Flashing Gold race's sanctuary. A sanctuary that could accommodate the entire Glittergold race must be extremely large. If they could obtain its foundation and gradually upgrade it, then the Holy Dragon City would have a huge underground structure. This would only be good for the Holy Dragon City. However, it was precisely because of the large area of this shelter that the number of monsters inside was likely to be very large. Even if someone told Tang Zhen that there were more than 1 million monsters inside, Tang Zhen would choose to believe it because it was very likely. Some people might think that such a large number of monsters was too terrifying. However, to Tang Zhen, this refuge was a huge treasure. As long as he patiently cleared it out, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of brains and gold. He might even be able to raise his cultivation level once again. Regardless of the reason, he had to clean up the shelter. However, there was a problem now. The location of the flashing gold race's sanctuary was far away from Holy Dragon City. It was not suitable for a long-term exploration at all, because it involved safety, survival, logistics, and many other aspects. With Holy Dragon City's current strength, it could not support such a large-scale operation. Was it possible that he had to clean up by himself? However, the efficiency of doing so was too low. It was far slower than a group of people cleaning up. Not to mention, Tang Zhen couldn't stay in the sanctuary to clean up monsters every day. Once he had something to do, no one would take over. This would definitely affect his work efficiency. Tang Zhen frowned as he pondered. How should he resolve this problem? Chapter 126. The Wheel of Fortune and its million applications. Tang Zhen had unconsciously formed a habit. When he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he would look for a solution in the application store. This time, he habitually opened the application store and indeed found a solution. Terrain Transformation Plugin. It can transform the terrain of any map. It can be used once a day for 1 minute. It consumes 10,000 gold coins per minute. The download amount is 1 million gold coins. Tang Zhen's eyes lit up as he looked at the introduction. Once he had this application, he would be able to move the flashing gold race's sanctuary near his Holy Dragon City without any effort. This way, many problems would be solved. However, it would cost 1 million gold to download the application. Although he still had some brains in his pocket, they were for upgrading the building. Even if he used them, they would not be enough for 1 million gold. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. How should he solve the gold coin problem? After pondering for a while, Tang Zhen finally endured his heartache and took out a brain pearl that was surrounded by a faint light ring from his storage space. This was the level 6 brain pearl that he had snatched from the corpse monster lord, which was also a lord tier brain pearl. Tang Zhen had been keeping this brain bead for a long time. He planned to use it when he upgraded Lu Cheng in the future. However, looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he had to use it in advance. According to the exchange rate of brain bead and gold coins, this level 6 brain bead could be exchanged for 1 million gold coins. Tang Zhen looked at the pearl of brain with a sense of nostalgia and gave the order to absorb it. Then, the pearl of brain in his hand disappeared instantly, and an additional 1 million gold coins appeared in the application store. Tang Zhen sighed. He was really unwilling to just spend the 1 million gold coins that he had spent so much effort on. Could he think of a way to spend as little gold coins as possible? That's right, the last time he looked at the intermediate lottery area of the lucky wheel, he found a random discount card. At that time, he only took a look at it and ignored it. After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately activated the lucky wheel and carefully searched the intermediate lottery area. As expected, he saw the random discount card. However, when he thought about the 1% chance of winning the lottery, Tang Zhen slightly scratched his head. In his spare time, he had tried the basic lottery draw a few times. In the end, he only got a few basic cards that were not of much use to him. The cards that Tang Zhen had given to Ivanov and the other man were the prizes for the basic lottery draw. Therefore, Tang Zhen had always loved and hated the lucky wheel. However, he had to take a gamble today. Whether or not he could save the gold coins would depend on his luck. According to the rules of the intermediate lottery, the price of each bet was 100 gold coins. At the same time, one blank space could be removed. Tang Zhen calculated that there were a total of 240 blank spaces in the intermediate lottery wheel. If he were to bet all of them, he would need a total of 24,000 gold coins. However, the rules required that he couldn't place all his bets. Instead, he had to leave 10 empty slots. This way, he would have to spend 23,000 gold coins. According to the 1 in 10 chance, if he was unlucky and had to draw 10 times to win, Tang Zhen would probably have to put in 230,000 gold coins. However, there was another problem. Once a prize in a blank space was drawn, a new prize would appear. There was a guarantee that there would be 10 blank spaces. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not dare to guarantee that he would not draw a prize in a blank space again during the lottery draw. I don't care anymore, I'll risk it this time. After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately took out the 3 lucky cards that he had previously saved up from his storage space. These were also the Lucky Wheel's basic prizes that he had previously saved up. He tore the 3 cards with both hands, and they immediately turned into specks of light and dissipated. At the same time, he felt an indescribable confidence in his heart, and he immediately began to draw the lottery. The 20,000 gold disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the remaining 10 areas contained the random discount card. As Tang Zhen activated the Lucky Wheel, a rapidly spinning interface appeared before his eyes. When the interface stopped, a card appeared in front of him. Congratulations! You have obtained a universal appraisal card. Tang Zhen curled his mouth and kept the card. He placed his bet on the Lucky Wheel once again. His gaze was fixed on the spinning Lucky Wheel and he was unwilling to relax even a little. Congratulations! You have obtained a super positioning card. Black lines appeared on Tang Zhen's forehead as he secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be that the beginner lucky card was not useful for the intermediate lucky draw? Another lottery draw began. Tang Zhen's heart clenched as he secretly prayed that he would win. He must win. As the wheel stopped, a notification appeared. Tang Zhen's vision turned black and he almost fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent sex change card. Damn, what the hell is in this lucky wheel? Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. Only then did he raise his spirit and place another bet. However, this time, he was already somewhat lacking in confidence. He was afraid that he would draw some strange card. Congratulations! You've won a random discount card. The wheel stopped and the card appeared. Tang Zhen was stunned for a moment when he saw the content of the prompt. Immediately after, his face was filled with wild joy as he excitedly shouted. Holding the dazzling card in his hand, Tang Zhen wished he could give it a kiss. Next, he would have to see if this random discount card was powerful or not. While downloading the terrain transformation plugin, Tang Zhen also used the random discount card. Then, he saw the 1 million words under the application rapidly scroll and suddenly stopped after a few seconds. The random discount card has been successfully used. The discount rate is 5, and the download amount is 500,000 gold coins. Fuck, that's awesome. This feeling is too good. Tang Zhen roared excitedly. This lucky card was indeed useful. He didn't expect to get a 50% discount. With this, he could save half of his gold coins. After deducting 500,000 gold coins, Tang Zhen started the application after it was downloaded and installed. The terrain around him instantly appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, he could circle an area with his mind and transform it. The transformation would take 1 minute, and the effect was still unknown. Tang Zhen studied the terrain transformation plugin for a while and found that he still needed a few conditions to successfully move the flashing gold race's sanctuary over. First of all, the time needed to transform the terrain was too short. In such a short time, it seemed that he could not do anything at all. If he could cooperate with the map teleportation function, it would be much easier. Also, how deep could the terrain modification plugin affect? Would it move the entire area above and below the ground, or only the surface? Tang Zhen thought for a moment and decided to personally test it out to determine the most realistic effect. However, if he wanted to compare it with other uses, this was a gold-devouring beast. It seemed like the 10,000 gold coins were going to be wasted. Tang Zhen didn't want to spend this money, but he had no choice. He walked out of the room and came to a huge rock in the valley. The rock was about 10 meters above the ground, and the volume underground was probably even larger. It was the most suitable to test the effect of the terrain modification plugin. Following his thought control, the terrain transformation plugin instantly covered the huge rock and the surrounding land. With a thought, Tang Zhen activated the map teleportation plugin at the same time, and his entire person instantly disappeared. At the same time, an extremely deep and bottomless hole suddenly appeared where the boulder had been. The air in the hole flickered with faint ripples, as if it could devour everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding earth squeezed over and filled the empty space. The terrifying black hole also quickly disappeared, making it impossible to tell that a boulder had disappeared here. 10 seconds later, Tang Zhen rushed back like lightning. At the same time, he picked up the phone that he had placed aside with the camera function on. Looking at the scene captured by the phone and then combining it with the situation he had observed through the map, the stone in Tang Zhen's heart was finally lifted and he laughed out loud. Quote ? Chapter 127. A crazy migration, something like this, which involved huge benefits and was also a matter of monopolizing the food, had to be completed cleanly and neatly. Any delay would lead to changes. What the endless wilderness didn't lack the most were flies that chased after the smell of fish and hungry wolves that were brutal and bloodthirsty. Once he was discovered by them, Tang Zhen wouldn't need to silently dream of getting rich. However, if he wanted to move the flashing gold race's sanctuary over as soon as possible, he couldn't completely rely on the terrain modification plugin. He still needed help from other aspects. Therefore, Tang Zhen exchanged some more gold coins. After barely gathering 500,000 gold coins, he upgraded the map to a high level, causing the visible range to reach a radius of 10 kilometers. The reason why Tang Zhen did this was to coordinate with the terrain transformation plugin. This way, the distance he could teleport to would be greatly increased. He would only need a few days to move the entire Fallout shelter. Even if the matter of moving the flashing gold race's sanctuary did not happen, Tang Zhen also had plans to upgrade the map. The original visible area of the map was barely enough for him, but it was of little value to the Holy Dragon City. Now that the map had been upgraded, Tang Zhen's visual range had greatly increased. This way, the area within 10 kilometers of Holy Dragon City would be under Tang Zhen's surveillance, which greatly increased the safety index of Holy Dragon City. However, in this way, Tang Zhen was once again reduced to a poor man. There were not many brains left in his hand. The feeling of having an empty wallet was quite unpleasant. The brainless Tang Zhen had already placed his hopes on the refuge of the flashing gold race, hoping to get a satisfactory return from there. The process of moving the flashing gold tribe's sanctuary did not require too many people to follow. Tang Zhen only needed to confirm the location and he could complete it alone. However, before that, he needed a guide, so the rich captain had to follow him. Early the next morning, Tang Zhen drove the off-road vehicle and pulled along Tyson and the rich captain out of the sacred Dragon Valley, heading straight for the cave that the rich captain had discovered. However, the team leader of the tycoons was someone who only remembered what he was fed and not what he was beaten up. When he saw that Tyson had killed a monster with the heavy machine gun, he immediately asked him to teach him how to operate the heavy machine gun. Fuck. Tyson was so angry that he beat up the team leader again, but he still couldn't suppress the curiosity of the team leader. Looking at the curious team leader with panda eyes, Tyson rubbed his head helplessly and closed his eyes to play dead without a word. Seeing that Tyson didn't pay attention to him and didn't dare to harass Tang Zhen, the rich captain could only stare at the heavy machine gun. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he didn't notice it at all and was still giggling. Tang Zhen speechlessly shook his head when he saw this. He secretly thought that this nouveau riche captain was really a top-grade living treasure. The number of times that Tai Seng would get a headache from being pestered by this fellow was likely to increase. The off-road vehicle sped all the way and was getting closer and closer to the place where the rich captain had buried the hole. Tang Zhen realized that the location of the hole was not far from the hill where the dog-headed people lived. It was no wonder that the rich captain's clansmen were discovered and captured by the dog-headed people. When the off-road vehicle arrived near a hill, the rich captain pointed to a cliff in front of them and said, "City Lord, that's the place. Look at the place we're covering. The soil is different from the other places." Tang Zhen nodded and jumped down from the car. After carefully sizing it up, he jumped onto the cliff and activated the detection function in the all-round data combat interface. This detection function included the Earth-penetrating radar and Earth-forming image. Tang Zhen had used it once when he left Black Rock City on the Panlos stairs. As Tang Zhen activated the application, countless dots and lines began to gradually form in front of his eyes. Not long after, a super-huge building model buried deep underground with a top area of 5 square kilometers and a depth of 1 kilometer appeared in front of Tang Zhen. Looking at the various data displayed in front of him, Tang Zhen secretly sighed at the strength of the flashing gold clan. Then, he gestured for Tai Seng to immediately leave with the rich captain and drive back to the Holy Dragon City. Upon hearing this, Tyson nodded and told Tang Zhen to pay attention to his safety. Then, he pulled the rich captain into the off-road vehicle and disappeared into the wilderness. After the off-road vehicle disappeared, Tang Zhen took a deep breath and activated the terrain transformation plugin. After he circled the area around the sanctuary, he immediately began to run wildly. At the same time, the terrain plugin began to count down. The shelter that Tang Zhen had surrounded followed him like a shadow and moved quickly underground. The surface of the ground was filled with turbulent waves. The scene was as if there was a giant monster lurking underground and it was currently chasing after Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen seemed to be running with all his might. As the countdown gradually came to an end, his figure suddenly disappeared and appeared at the edge of the map. As he disappeared, the flashing gold tribe's sanctuary that followed him also disappeared. It then appeared at Tang Zhen's feet 10 kilometers away. When he saw the flashing gold tribe's sanctuary that followed him, Tang Zhen let out a long breath and sat on the ground to rest. With his running and teleportation, he had moved the flashing gold tribe's sanctuary 11 kilometers. At this speed, he only needed 3 days to move the sanctuary to the Sacred Dragon Valley. Since today's plug-in function had been used up, there was no point for Tang Zhen to stay here. So he started the transmission and returned to the warehouse of the Ice Bear Alliance. This time, he needed to prepare a batch of equipment for the exploration and cleaning, such as headlamps, flashlights, communication equipment, power generation equipment, cables, lamps, and so on. The reason why Tang Zhen wanted to purchase generators and other items was that he planned to lay lighting equipment while cleaning to facilitate the subsequent cleaning work. This refuge of the flashing gold race was extremely huge. It was definitely not something that could be done in a day to clean it up. Therefore, Tang Zhen naturally had to make plans for a long time. In addition to these auxiliary equipment, Tang Zhen also planned to get a batch of weapons for killing monsters, such as flamethrowers, high-power grapeshot guns, fragment grenades, and so on. If necessary, he would also equip the soldiers entering the fallout shelter with sufficient safety equipment and biochemical gas masks to avoid unnecessary losses. After making a list of the required items, Tang Zhen made a phone call and contacted a low-level member of Eternal Heaven who was sent by Ivanov to be in charge of the material collection and preparation work. This member used to be Ivanov's subordinate and knew a little about Tang Zhen's matters. It was because of this that this brawny man from the Ice Bear Alliance became a fanatical admirer of Tang Zhen. After receiving Tang Zhen's phone call, the brawny man named Peter respectfully greeted Tang Zhen and asked what instructions Tang Zhen had. After Peter recorded all the items Tang Zhen needed, he said that he would prepare everything within 3 days. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this and encouraged Peter with a few words. He immediately became extremely excited and repeatedly expressed that he was willing to go through water and tread on fire for the oracle, even if he had to die. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhen stretched his muscles and took out a few cans of beer from the refrigerator. He slowly drank while flipping through the green leaf books of the Tree Spirit tribe. When the plug-in could be used the next day, Tang Zhen used the same old trick and moved the flashing gold race's sanctuary 11 kilometers in the direction of Holy Dragon City. After calculating the remaining distance, Tang Zhen only needed to move one more time to complete the mission. After returning to the warehouse of the Ice Bear Alliance, Tang Zhen found that Peter had already transported some materials over. Tang Zhen, who had nothing to do, went forward to check. It could be seen that Peter worked very hard because the materials that he handled were of the best quality among the same products. Even some very useful items that Tang Zhen didn't expect were purchased by Peter and sent here. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with this. He would never be stingy with such a good subordinate. Therefore, he directly rewarded Peter with a top-quality ruby the size of a quail egg, which made Peter shed tears of gratitude after being shocked. This man from the Ice Bear Alliance had a very heavy family pressure and his life was also very tight. Even after following Ivanov, his life had not improved much. The top-quality ruby that Tang Zhen rewarded him would undoubtedly help him escape poverty and become rich in an instant. This moved Peter and at the same time, he made up his mind to be at Tang Zhen's beck and call. When the third day arrived, Tang Zhen finally moved the Flashing Gold Tribe's sanctuary to a place not far from the Sacred Dragon Valley. He had originally planned to place the sanctuary outside, but when he thought about the problems of safety and confidentiality, he finally took the risk and moved it under the Sacred Dragon Valley. Chapter 128. Clearing the first underground floor 1-inch. Tang Zhen's actions had caused a huge underground city to appear beneath the Holy Dragon Valley. Other than Tang Zhen, no one knew that there were countless monsters lurking beneath the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen did not care about this because as long as they guarded the exit of the sanctuary, the monsters entrenched in the sanctuary would not be able to escape from the sanctuary even if they had great abilities. Moreover, according to the nature of the monsters in the wild building, they would not easily leave the area where the building was located, so there was no need to worry about them running around. Now that he had this flashing gold race sanctuary to farm monsters, Tang Zhen would probably be very busy in the future. After gathering all the management personnel of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen announced this matter. Unsurprisingly, it caused some panic. However, when the residents thought of the city lord's magical ability to move a wild building from the underground tens of kilometers away, they felt that their worries were unnecessary. What kind of person was the city lord? He was a man with great ability, so he didn't need to worry about what he did. It was better to do his job well and listen to the city lord's command. Seeing everyone's obedient appearance, Tang Zhen chose the combatants who entered the sanctuary for the first time and began to distribute equipment. At the same time, he discussed with everyone about the things they needed to pay attention to when exploring the wild building. Many of these residents had participated in the exploration of the wild building and were considered experienced. They put their heads together and developed many emergency plans. To the soldiers of the Holy Dragon City, exploring the wild building was an exciting thing, because it meant surprises and rewards, which would make them extremely excited. Not to mention that the wild building was right at their doorstep, which was simply ideal. After the discussion was over, everyone dispersed. Tang Zhen went to the entrance of the refuge shelter, which was guarded by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, by himself. After taking a look around, he returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Tang Zhen and the fully armed soldiers went to the entrance of the sanctuary after having breakfast. Tang Zhen's expression was very serious as he looked at the excavated entrance of the Flashing Gold Tribe's sanctuary. 5 cultivators holding heavy machine guns pointed their muzzles at the shelter. The rest of the soldiers also held their weapons in their hands and waited for Tang Zhen's orders. They were both nervous and anticipating the battle that was about to begin. A few soldiers carefully placed some specially made metal boxes at the exit of the sanctuary. These were weapons specially made by Tang Zhen's men. Each metal box was filled with steel balls and explosives. They could achieve a directional explosion and could cause extremely terrifying large area damage to monsters. After all the metal boxes were installed, Tang Zhen held a heavy machine gun in his hand and indicated for Qianlong to open the entrance of the sanctuary. Qianlong nodded and walked in. He pulled the golden handle with all his might, and the golden wall covered in decorative patterns slowly opened. However, Qianlong didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gave a look to the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were on standby. The 2 cultivators quickly rushed to the crack and threw 2 specially made 2-meter-long thick iron pipes in. When Thousand Dragon saw the steel pipe being thrown in, he immediately returned the wrench to its original position. As the crack slowly closed, everyone seemed to hear the unwilling roar of a monster. During this time, a few monster arms reached out from the crack and waved non-stop, but they were unable to break through the 1.5-meter thick door. A few golden spiders that tried to escape were crushed into powder by the incomparably thick golden door. At the last moment when the door was about to close, Tang Zhen gently pressed the button in his hand, and a series of explosions faintly sounded from behind the golden door. It seemed to be mixed with the painful screams of the monster. Tang Zhen believed that these 2 explosive tubes filled with TNT and tiny steel balls would give these monsters a deep impression. Tang Zhen threw the gun in his hand away and signaled Qianlong to open the door again. This time, they were going to fight with real weapons. Qianlong didn't hesitate and opened the door again. He then jumped out and picked up a grape shotgun from the ground before aiming it at the entrance of the shelter. As the golden door opened again, a bloody smell mixed with a rancid smell was extremely pungent. Dozens of metal spiders impatiently ran out from the gap of the door, but they were blocked by the metal net on the ground. The metal net was connected to an electric source by Tang Zhen. As soon as the golden spiders came into contact with it, they began to wriggle violently. At the same time, electric sparks flashed. Dozens of golden spiders soon stopped struggling and hung on the metal net. There were a few golden spiders that were not electrocuted, but they were shot to pieces by the dense bullets, not even leaving behind an intact corpse. At this moment, the golden door was already half open. Tang Zhen could clearly see the scene behind the door. He could see that the monster's limbs were everywhere in the wide passage. Dirty blood was splashed everywhere. The ground was piled with a layer of thick meat and blood, appearing muddy. Several hundred human-shaped monsters let out strange cries as they pounced forward. Some of them were wearing shiny cloth robes, while others were wearing dazzling armors. Each of them had a malevolent expression and an inch-long horn on top of their heads. At the same time, they were all wearing headbands that were engraved with the words of the Flashing Gold race. Lie down, detonate. Under Tang Zhen's command, all the metal boxes that were placed in advance were detonated. A series of loud explosions were heard, and the monsters' screams were endless. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there was almost no monster standing at the entrance of the sanctuary. Almost all of the monsters were torn to pieces by the shock waves of the explosion and the steel balls. More than a dozen monsters that survived the explosion were crawling out with their broken limbs, but their heads were blown to pieces by the soldiers' grape-shot guns. Tang Zhen stepped onto the soft ground that was covered in blood and flesh. The blood had completely soaked his rain boots. He put on his mask and indicated for everyone to continue moving forward. A series of flashlights were projected into the passage. Tang Zhen walked forward while looking at the words and patterns on the wall. The passage under his feet was very wide and the decorations on the wall were very beautiful. However, at this time, it was filled with the corpses of monsters, making it look filthy. Tang Zhen walked and walked. Suddenly, he quickly walked to the front of the wall. He stared at a protruding square with a sun pattern on it for a while before reaching out his hand and pressing it down with all his strength. Everyone was confused, but then they saw a halo suddenly appear in the dark passage, and it was slowly turning bright. In less than half a minute, the entire passage was bright. Upon seeing this, everyone turned off their headlights and flashlights and looked at Tang Zhen, who was removing his palm from the wall. This is the lighting system of the glitter gold race. I didn't expect it to still work. This way, my original plan to build lighting equipment can be cancelled because compared to the electricity we use, the glitter gold race's energy seems to be more efficient. Tang Zhen muttered to himself as he walked. He glanced at the monsters that had become restless after the lighting system was activated. He raised the heavy machine gun and aimed at them. The cleaning operation has begun. Attack! Tang Zhen issued an official order to attack as a large group of monsters pounced at him. For a moment, the sound of gunfire rang out. Most of these monsters were only level 1 and level 2, and they could not withstand such a dense barrage of bullets and grenade attacks. One by one, they fell on the road of the charge. Even if there were any fish that escaped the net, they would be cut in half by the cultivators with shields and sabers, and they would not pose any threat to the crowd at all. After half an hour of clearing out the monsters in the hall, the team slowly advanced. After clearing out all the monsters in the tunnel, they all breathed a sigh of relief and rested while arranging their weapons and equipment. With Tang Zhen as a moving warehouse, they completely did not need to worry about logistics. At this moment, Tang Zhen was seated on a chair that was decorated with gold in the hall. He was holding a stack of paper that was faintly golden in color and was currently reading it with great interest. Although the contents of this paper were just a very common document in the Flashing Gold tribe, Tang Zhen was very clear that he could find very useful information from these written materials. For example, he now knew that the Shining Gold race's sanctuary was divided into many levels. In addition to the living quarters, there was a small, special area that no ordinary Shining Gold race people were allowed to approach. They were currently in one of the prohibited areas in the shelter because this was the only direct entrance to the shelter. To prevent any accidents from happening, this place was completely isolated from the underground. In order to open the door from the outside, the guards inside had to cooperate and pull the other lever, which was usually closed. However, due to the monsters' random collisions, the wrench was accidentally pushed to the open state. Therefore, Tang Zhen and the others could be considered very lucky to be able to easily open the Fallout shelter's door from the outside. Chapter 129. Harvest and Preparation 1. When they had recovered enough, they split into several small combat teams and began to clean up the sealed rooms one by one. They did not have to pay much attention to the rooms that were open because the monsters inside had basically gathered in the hall and had been torn into pieces by the bullets. However, Tang Zhen did not directly take action during the cleaning process this time around. Instead, he constantly observed his surroundings through the map in order to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. Through his heaven-defying map function, he had a panoramic view of the entire floor. He had also marked out the rooms with monsters. Tyson and the others only needed to follow Tang Zhen's instructions, kick the door open, and pull the trigger. By the time everyone felt exhausted, the cleaning of the entire first underground floor was already halfway done. Tang Zhen was extremely satisfied with this kind of highly efficient work speed. He planned to clean up this underground floor as soon as possible, so he didn't return to the surface to rest. Instead, he took out a large pile of military food from the space. It had an automatic heating function, and although the taste was ordinary, it was already very delicious for Tyson and the others who had just eaten for a few days. Qian Long was gnawing on a piece of compressed biscuit. As he chewed, he fiddled with the dagger in his hand. This was a weapon of the flashing gold race. It looked as though it was made of gold, but its hardness far exceeded that of ordinary gold. Moreover, this weapon gave Tang Zhen a strange feeling, as though it had some special effect. Zhen Tang asked for the dagger. After a few simple tests, he confirmed that the dagger was made of a kind of alloy. The edge was very sharp and tough. It seemed to have a strong corrosion resistance. It looked like gold, but it was very light and had a little memory metal. If the cost of this kind of metal was very low and it was easy to make, he believed that it could absolutely replace ordinary steel and become the main material for the armor of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. It seemed that he would have to pay more attention to the text information about this metal in the next search process. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately warned everyone that they must try their best to collect any papers and books they see later. At the same time, they must ensure that they are complete. Everyone present knew that their city lord liked to read, so they all nodded in agreement. There was even someone who asked Tang Zhen seriously if he wanted to collect the toilet paper. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by Tai Seng and was beaten up. Tang Zhen didn't even need to turn his head to know that the one being beaten up was definitely the rich captain. This was because only someone with a screw loose in his head would be so talkative. However, other than this small problem, the rich captain could definitely be considered an excellent soldier. Therefore, Tang Zhen had also brought him along this time. When everyone saw their rich captain getting beaten up, they started to kick up a fuss. After Tang Zhen stopped them with a smile, the rich captain stood up with an aggrieved face and kept muttering, "Why did you beat me up? I asked the right question. Didn't the city lord say that as long as it's paper, it should be collected? Is the paper used to wipe my ass not paper?" Hearing this, Tai Seng pretended to hit him as he laughed and scolded, "If you fucking speak less, no one will think you're mute. Kid, you've only used toilet paper for a few days in Holy Dragon City. Before you came to Holy Dragon City, you'd probably have collected toilet paper as if it was some wordless heavenly book." Tai Seng's words caused everyone to burst into laughter again. The rich captain didn't get angry and even scratched his head. "Haha, you're right. If I had seen a toilet paper before coming to Holy Dragon City, I would definitely have kept it as a good thing." The team leader's words caused another round of laughter from the crowd. In the next 2 days, everyone completed the cleaning work of the first underground floor without any danger. At the same time, Tang Zhen also discovered the entrance to the second underground floor. However, he was not in a hurry to open it. He had a feeling that the truly dangerous monsters in the Glittergold tribe's sanctuary were in the space below the second underground floor. There weren't many golden spiders in the first underground floor. He didn't know how many there were below, and if there were any similar things. After receiving Tang Zhen's order, the residents waiting on the ground rushed in to clean up the battlefield. They moved the monsters' corpses outside and piled them up. At the same time, they dismantled and sorted out the small gold items. After the sorting was done, Tang Zhen would bring the gold back to the original world and hand it over to Ivanov for smelting. Tang Zhen did not know the total weight of the gold, but it was definitely not less than a few hundred tons. Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about how to sell and use so much gold because he believed that Ivanov would definitely have a way to deal with it perfectly without causing market turmoil. While carrying the monster's body, the collection of the monster's brain beads was also carried out at the same time. One by one, the brain beads stained with the monster's blood and brain matter were taken out and then thrown into the bucket at the side with a plop. After a simple cleaning and wiping, these brain beads that were as resplendent as gemstones were placed into boxes. After each box was filled with 1,000 brain beads, they would be sealed and handed over to Tang Zhen. After another 2 days, the entire first underground floor had been completely cleared out. He had obtained more than 6,000 level 1 brain beads, nearly 1,000 level 2 brain beads, and only a few dozen level 3 brain beads. As for the number of gold tools, Tang Zhen was simply unable to count them. This was because the sacred Dragon Valley was currently filled with sparkling gold. Under the illumination of the sun, it almost blinded everyone's eyes. The residents did not understand why the mayor liked to collect such heavy and soft metal, but as long as the mayor liked it, they would do as he said even if he wanted to pick up all the stones from the gravel plain. In fact, Tang Zhen was secretly worried as he looked at the mountain of gold in front of him. It was impossible for him to bring all this gold back to the original world. If he did, it would definitely lead to a huge mess. However, he could not allow this gold to pile up everywhere. If that happened, the sacred Dragon Valley would also become extremely chaotic. If there was something that could melt this gold in large quantities, he could use it to cast some trash cans, water tanks, and other decorations to fill up the empty Holy Dragon Valley. When the soul hosts from their original world came to the other world one day and saw the valley full of golden objects, even decorated with gemstones from the mother tree's roots, the scene would definitely blind their eyes. Where else in the world could be more extravagant than the Holy Dragon Valley? When Tang Zhen thought of this, he felt that this idea was good. However, there was no blacksmith among his residents who was good at forging. In the endless wilderness, the best at forging was the neutral dwarves, while the elf race was the most artistic. Tang Zhen was not related to either of these two races, so he could only think of a way by himself. It seemed that he had to take some time to return to his original world and get some equipment that could be used to smelt gold on a large scale. It would be best if he could get some molds as well. This way, he could solve the problem of having too much gold. Now that he had a way to deal with the gold, the next thing he needed to do was to deal with the mountain of monster corpses. This was also a big problem that had to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the corpses rotted, it was likely to cause a plague or attract countless monsters that like to eat rotten meat. Tang Zhen would really be scratching his head if he were to summon another high-level flying monster. However, Tang Zhen had already made plans for this situation when he moved the flashing gold race's sanctuary. This was because he happened to have something that required monster flesh to be cultivated. The cornerstone of the mother tree of the tree spirit tribe. After using it to build the mother tree tower, the more flesh and blood nutrients it devours, the faster and thicker it will grow, and the more power it will provide to the residents. Now that thousands of monster corpses had been cleared out from the flashing gold tribe's sanctuary, it was a great opportunity to build a mother tree tower for it to devour and grow. It was a good thing that killed two birds with one stone, so why would Tang Zhen miss it? Tang Zhen took out the mother tree's foundation stone from his storage space and let it float in his hand. He looked at the Holy Dragon Valley, which appeared empty due to it being too wide, and softly said, "It's time to build a mother tree city and add a layer of green to the valley. However, the enemies will probably see a sea of blood." Chapter 130, The Construction of the Auxiliary City and the Memories of the Mother Tree. The idea of building the Mother Tree Tower City and making it the Holy Dragon City's auxiliary city had been in Tang Zhen's mind for a long time. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity, and now the time was fully ripe. Hence, Tang Zhen issued an order to inform everyone in the Holy Dragon Valley that an auxiliary city would be built the next day. At that time, all the wanderers in the valley who had not obtained resident status would have the opportunity to become a resident of the Holy Dragon City. This was undoubtedly a message that made all the wanderers jump for joy. Some of them hugged each other and cried, some were so excited that they didn't know what to do, and some even sat on the ground and kept giggling, but their eyes were filled with tears of happiness. Seeing that the Lord Castellan wanted to build an auxiliary city in such a short time, the residents of Holy Dragon City, in addition to secretly guessing the ability attributes of the new city, were more prepared to deal with the monsters that attacked. Compared to the nervous and gambling-like mood of the Holy Dragon City's residents when it was first built, this time, all the Holy Dragon City's residents were very relaxed. They were only building a level 1 city tower. When the time came, the monsters that would come to attack the city would probably not be left before the Holy Dragon City's warriors had their fill of killing them. Excellent and powerful weapons and equipment, as well as sufficient and complete logistics supply, made the Holy Dragon City's residents full of confidence. The terrifying and ferocious monsters in the past seemed to be nothing more than this. There was no need for Tang Zhen's arrangements at all. The Holy Dragon City's management personnel began to organize the personnel to carry out defensive preparations. With the heavy machine gun as a great killing weapon, they were even confident that they could completely block the monsters outside the valley this time. Qian Long and Tai Seng each led a group of people and busied themselves in the Holy Dragon Valley. Although they had participated in the clearing operation of the Glittergold race's shelter and had a deep understanding of the terrifying damage of firearms, they still didn't dare to be careless. They completed their respective tasks seriously. The wanderers who were about to be granted the status of residents would also come forward to help the warriors do whatever they could without anyone's invitation. In their eyes, this was their duty. There were even some wanderers who requested to personally participate in the defense line against the monsters. However, they were rejected by the relaxed and disdainful Holy Dragon City warriors. If Holy Dragon City had just been built, there would be as many warriors as there were. But now, you guys can just hide in the back and wait for a good show. In the busy and excited atmosphere, the next day came quietly. After a day and a little more than half a night of work, a huge earthen wall had appeared out of thin air in front of the Holy Dragon Valley. It was 15 meters tall and completely blocked the entrance to the Holy Dragon Valley. This earth wall was the masterpiece of Tang Zhen's terrain transformation plugin. However, at the same time, Tang Zhen also found that this seemingly invincible plugin actually had hidden restrictions. Originally, according to Zhen Tang's plan, he was going to use the terrain transformation plugin to kill all the monsters that came to attack the city. However, after some experiments, Tang Zhen discovered that this method did not work at all. It turned out that the terrain modification plugin would not be able to be used when there were creatures or monsters in the transformed area and nearby. However, when the creatures and monsters stayed in the buildings, the use of the terrain modification plugin would not be affected. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen could move the Flashing Gold Tribe's sanctuary over, but couldn't kill all the monsters that attacked the city when the building was built. Otherwise, with this super plugin that could be used for 1 minute a day, Tang Zhen would be able to do whatever he wanted in the nearby area. Now it seemed that the greatest use of the terrain transformation plugin was still for building and moving the terrain. It was actually very limited in battle. This terrain transformation plugin was the only application that Tang Zhen had downloaded that required payment. It cost 10,000 gold coins per minute, so Tang Zhen didn't dare to use it easily. Hence, the main force of this battle was still the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Compared to Tang Zhen, who felt a little regretful, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers and residents were once again stunned by the city lord's divine power. They watched as a huge wall rose from the ground in front of the Holy Dragon Valley. At the same time, a ramp and battlements appeared on the wall. The Holy Dragon City was now completely sealed off. A giant wall completely isolated the valley from the outside. The city lord said that after they had defeated the monsters attacking the city, they could move the sandbags that had piled up in the doorway under the earth wall to make it easier for everyone to enter and exit. Currently, the giant wall was filled with Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Everyone was fully armed. They all looked towards the valley in unison, waiting for Tang Zhen to start the sacrifice. Under countless gazes filled with anticipation, a solemn-looking Tang Zhen began the sacrifice. He first dripped his blood on the mother tree's cornerstone to acknowledge it as his master. After that, he sent a large number of brain beads to the altar. His every move was filled with a sacred meaning. After Tang Zhen confirmed that he was going to build a city tower, the memories of the mother tree's life instantly appeared in his mind. It was an incomparably vast world that was completely covered in emerald green. On the horizon, a giant tree that looked like a god stood on the ground. It was so huge that no one could describe its specific height and size. Countless beautiful and magical creatures lived around it, happily chasing and playing. A small branch on the mother tree was enough to house countless creatures, and a fruit from the mother tree was enough to feed countless creatures. Everything was so calm, so peaceful and at ease. Until one day, the sky seemed to be torn apart, followed by countless flaming boulders falling from the sky. Countless plants and creatures died in this natural disaster. The mother tree was also hit by an incomparably huge meteorite and completely disappeared from this world. The scene changed and the mother tree's memory appeared again. This time, its size was much smaller. It was not even as thick as a branch in its prime. Moreover, the creatures that relied on it to survive this time had become the tree spirit clan that Tang Zhen had seen in the picture. The tree spirit tribe was a race that yearned for nature and a noble life. By drawing power from the mother tree, they had built their home into a beautiful one, and they sang and danced under the mother tree every day. Year after year, the tree spirits' demand for the mother tree's power increased, but the number of tree spirits who were willing to calm their hearts and pray to the mother tree, as well as water and fertilize it, decreased. The tree spirits, who were immersed in their joy, did not know that the mother tree was in great pain. The beneficial insects that had loosened the soil for it had been infected by the monster and were wreaking havoc inside its body, constantly destroying and devouring it. The mother tree wanted to use its own power to expel the insects, but due to the tree spirits' excessive demand, the mother tree's power had reached the point of exhaustion. The mother tree wanted to convey its pain to the tree spirits, but it was extremely sad to find that it had not been able to communicate with a single tree spirit for almost 20 years. It had no way to express its pain. The mother tree was tormented by this pain until one day, its body finally broke in half. The scene was earth-shattering, and in the mother tree's last consciousness, it saw the panicking tree spirits and the overwhelming monster Dao Wu. After reading the memories of the mother tree's 2 lives, Tang Zhen silently looked at the mini version of the small tree in front of him. After a slight transformation, he sent it to the position he had chosen in advance. Then, he looked at the giant tree that appeared out of thin air in front of him in a daze. Chapter 131. The Bloodthirsty Mother Tree and the Ogres. The mother tree in front of Tang Zhen had already reached a height of over 100 meters the moment it appeared. Moreover, it was luxuriant and exuberant, occupying a large area of the valley. Its tree body was extremely thick and solid. One would feel as though one was facing a huge tower when one walked to its roots. The big tree in front of him looked quite spectacular. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had seen the mother tree's majestic figure at its peak. Therefore, he was not too surprised. The rest of the people were at a loss. They would never have thought that the auxiliary city built by the Lord Castellan would be such a thing. Many of the residents had never seen a tree before because there was not a single tree in the vicinity of Black Rock City. They looked at the huge plant in front of them and felt that it was rather impressive. After all, this was the auxiliary city built by the Lord Castellan. It was not something simple. Tang Zhen did not care about the discussions of the residents. Instead, he slowly walked to the mother tree and placed his palm on the trunk of the mother tree. Almost at the instant his palm touched the trunk of the mother tree, an indescribable feeling enveloped him, causing Tang Zhen to feel as if he had been bathed in a spring breeze. As the city lord of the Mother Tree Tower City, Tang Zhen could easily feel the power contained in the mother tree. However, whether he could communicate with the mother tree and use this power depended on his talent and luck. After all, this kind of thing could not be forced. Tang Zhen carefully felt the power from the mother tree. It was peaceful and natural, filled with a magic that could calm people down. Unfortunately, this was not the power that Tang Zhen wanted. He needed to be passionate, he needed to be violent, and not to be as gentle as water. The mountain-like piles of monster corpses in the valley were the feast that Tang Zhen had prepared for the mother tree. When Tang Zhen ordered the mother tree to absorb the nutrients from these monsters, corpses, he seemed to feel a sense of resistance and unwillingness. It seemed that the mother tree, who liked fresh and natural things, hated the blood and carrion. However, the mother tree could not disobey Tang Zhen's order. Therefore, a few seconds later, the residents of Holy Dragon City saw countless roots suddenly pop out from the roots of the giant tree, and then ruthlessly stab into the corpses of the monsters around it. The monsters, corpses that were pierced by the roots, seemed to be rapidly shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not known if it was an illusion, but the residents of Holy Dragon City noticed that the giant tree seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction as he watched the mother tree begin to absorb the monster's flesh and blood. At this moment, he could already feel a trace of slightly violent power from the mother tree's energy, and it was faintly growing stronger. This was the power that belonged to the mother tree of war. It was no longer peaceful and uncontested, but violent and brutal. Any power that dared to confront it would be met with its fiercest counterattack. Tang Zhen withdrew his hand from the mother tree and glanced at the wanderers behind him who were filled with anticipation. He smiled and said, "From now on, all of you will become new residents of Holy Dragon City. Xian will lead you to collect your identity cards and wait for your orders quietly. You may be very busy later because you still need to clean up the corpses of the monsters that are attacking the city." Everyone nodded and followed behind Mirong Ziyan, excitedly heading towards the Holy Dragon City's main city to collect their identity cards. After Tang Zhen set the Mother Tree's city tower as an auxiliary city, the foundation of the Mother Tree's city tower would automatically integrate into the foundation of the main city tower. If he wanted to upgrade, he would have to upgrade both cities at the same time, and the consumption would also double. In this way, the Mother Tree Tower would not have a cornerstone trading platform, but would share a platform with the main city. If the Holy Dragon City was destroyed, the two cornerstones would be separated instantly and become independent cornerstones. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the other towers did not dare to rashly build an auxiliary city. The price they had to pay was simply too great, and the losses would easily outweigh the gains. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the mother tree that was happily devouring flesh and blood. He extended his hand and hooked onto one of its hanging vines. Then, he suddenly leapt and climbed up the vines to the higher part of the mother tree. As if it could sense Tang Zhen's thoughts, the mother tree's vines quickly retracted. Tang Zhen did not use much strength and climbed up a huge branch of the mother tree. At the same time, a few treehouses made of vines and leaves appeared in front of him. This was the accommodation area provided by the Mother Tree Tower City for the residents. On this level 1 Mother Tree, there were a total of 10 such treehouses, each of which was strong and solid, looking like a fully enclosed bird's nest. Tang Zhen did not plan to let anyone stay here for the time being. This was because he did not lack a house to live in. In his heart, the Mother Tree was the source of protection and strength for the sacred Dragon Valley. How could he allow anyone to climb it randomly? Tang Zhen's gaze left the treehouse. After looking around, he jumped down along the vines. After which, his body was like lightning as he appeared on the huge mud wall in the blink of an eye. After seeing Tang Zhen's arrival, the soldiers saluted and greeted him. Tang Zhen indicated that they did not need to be so polite as he slowly turned his gaze to the gravel plain outside. On the gravel plain not far away, the silhouettes of a group of monsters could be vaguely seen. There were about 1,000 of them. This group of monsters were only level 1 or 2 small monsters. To the soldiers of the Holy Dragon City, they only needed to aim and pull the trigger, and they could easily take care of these monsters. However, Tang Zhen discovered the shadow of the corpse race among these monsters. He could not help but be slightly surprised. At the same time, he secretly guessed that the territory of the corpse race had already expanded to the vicinity of the Holy Dragon City. This might be the scene that Tang Zhen was most unwilling to see. Although there would be a battle with the corpse race sooner or later, Tang Zhen hoped that day would come as late as possible. This was because once the Holy Dragon City took the initiative to attack, it would prove that Tang Zhen already had the confidence to annihilate the corpse race. Hopefully, this was just a corpse race that had randomly barged in. Otherwise, he would have to quickly prepare for a great battle. Just as Tang Zhen's mind was filled with thoughts on how to deal with the undead race and the terrifying spirit brain undead king, Qianlong suddenly roared, "Damn, why are there ogres here to join in the fun?" Ogres. Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. He naturally knew about these huge monsters. Moreover, he knew that these monsters were 4 to 5 meters tall. The lowest was rank 3, and the highest was rank 5. They had green and red stripes on their skin. They had boundless strength and a simple mind. Their food preferences were extremely varied and could be said to be omnivorous. Moreover, these humanoid monsters loved to eat people, so their name as ogres was definitely true. There was a common sense in the endless wilderness: never follow the ogres in search of food, because they would eat everything. It could be said that wherever the ogres wandered, there would be a disaster. This was because they would fill their stomachs with anything that could be eaten. Moreover, these monsters were always in a state of hunger, and they were constantly eating, and eating from birth to death. The ogres were like this because they had terrifying digestive and regenerative abilities. It was said that even if the muscles of the monster were cut off, it would recover in a day. As long as you provided it with food, the ogre's regeneration ability would never disappear. Therefore, the ogres were not afraid of being cut by knives and axes. Even if their stomachs were torn apart, they would not care. This made the ogres one of the most troublesome monsters for wanderers. Both humans and other races kept a respectful distance from them. After understanding this information about the ogres, Tang Zhen knew that the firearms in his hands no longer held any advantage. This was because even a powerful grenade would only be defeated in front of the ogres, who had tough skin and amazing recovery ability. Tang Zhen had gotten a rocket launcher from Ivanov, but he might not have absolute confidence in winning against the ogres. The originally simple defense of the city had become very complicated because of the appearance of these ogres. With the appearance of the ogres, these low-level monsters seemed to have a backbone. They howled even louder and gathered around the ogres, who usually would not even have time to hide, jumping up and down. Due to the laws of nature, the ogres did not devour the food that was everywhere. Instead, they opened their mouths, which were full of fangs and drool, and stared at the people on the wall. The siege battle began at the first touch. Chapter 132, An impenetrable line of death. The arrival of these ogres meant that the siege had begun. The tallest ogre roared at the sky, and the countless low-level monsters around it rushed toward the Holy Dragon Valley like crazy demons. The gravel plain, which was initially dazzling under the sun, was suddenly covered by a layer of black, terrifying torrents. They quickly moved toward the Holy Dragon Valley. Everyone, pay attention. Once these monsters enter the marked location, beat them up. Kill them. Tyson roared and stared at the approaching monsters with excitement and nervousness. To him, these low-level monsters were just appetizers. He could easily tear them into pieces with the weapon in his hand, but with the presence of the ogres, the unknown of this battle suddenly increased. But the more it was like this, the more excited Tyson became. He felt like his blood was on fire, and he couldn't wait to kill the tallest level 4 ogre in one strike. Out of all the soldiers, Jimmy was the most excited. He had always had a dream, and that was to make a necklace out of the ogre's teeth and hang it on his chest in the most eye-catching place. He wanted everyone to know how brave he was. The chance to fulfill his wish was right in front of him. Jimmy's gaze never left the ogres. Even if a group of low-level monsters were attacking him, he would still turn to look at the ogres from time to time. Seeing his absent-minded look, Tyson lightly smacked his head and at the same time scolded in a rough voice, "Don't let your imagination run wild. If you want the ogres' teeth, you'll have to kill them first. You can choose whatever you want then. No one will care even if you use a hammer to smash them all down." An NBSP. As for Jimmy's thoughts, Tyson naturally knew them very well, but this was a critical moment, and he couldn't allow this kid to be distracted. If he was accidentally injured by a monster, how could he face the brother who had entrusted his child to him before his death? "Oh, I know." Jimmy scratched his head and focused his attention on the group of monsters that were approaching the marked location. Beat him up. Following Tyson's roar, all the guns started to shoot out flames of anger. The flames formed deadly metal cutting lines and instantly tore the monsters into pieces. The originally white gravel plain immediately changed color, replaced by an extremely striking deep red, and the dizzying color became deeper and deeper. For the first time in their lives, these monsters, who ran rampant in the endless wilderness, experienced the power of bullets. However, this experience could only be experienced once in their lives, and what awaited them next was the end of their lives. The group of monsters at the forefront had all died, and the monsters behind them were not any better. Even if they were lucky enough to survive the bullets, the terrifying lethality of the large-caliber machine guns still made them lose the ability to continue moving. They could only fall to the ground in vain, wailing and struggling. Then, they were trampled into meat paste by the rushing monsters. Due to the influence of the law, these monsters did not feel the slightest fear even when they were faced with massive casualties. They continued to howl madly, stepping on the flesh of their own kind, bathing in blood, and approaching the Holy Dragon Valley without a care for their lives. Although the power of the guns was great, they were still a little weak against the crazy monsters. Looking at the large group of monsters that were already close at hand, some of the warriors had already thrown out their grenades. After they fell into the group of monsters on the ground, they exploded with waves of death impacts, smashing the bodies of the monsters into pieces. Tang Zhen ignored the ogres when he saw that they were just going to sit back and watch the tigers fight. He thought in his heart that if these monsters were to tactfully retreat, he would let them off. However, if they were to recklessly come forward and cause trouble, they should be prepared to become test subjects. In Tang Zhen's heart, he didn't care about these ogres at all. He was even secretly pondering the possibility of taming these ogres. After all, ogres had terrifying regenerative abilities and had great value. Tang Zhen didn't mind performing a brutal dissection experiment after capturing these ogres. The grenades combined with the heavy machine guns caused the monsters that had been successfully killed at the bottom of the giant wall to suffer great losses again. After a fierce attack, there were only a few monsters left. Only a few of them looked up at the Holy Dragon City warriors on the giant wall and roared. It seemed like no monster could climb up such a high wall, but there were always exceptions. A monster with thick and solid hind legs suddenly jumped, leaping more than 10 meters into the air and landing on the city wall. At the same time, the monster waved its sharp, saw-like sickle-like claws, ruthlessly cutting at a Holy Dragon City soldier who was caught off guard. On the other hand, Tang Zhen was already prepared. He casually picked up a javelin made of steel pipe and threw it without even looking at it. Relying on the supervision given by the map, the javelin thrown by Tang Zhen accurately hit the monster's head. PFF'd. After a muffled sound, the monster was sent flying as if it had been hit by a train. It fell heavily on the ground and died. The Holy Dragon City soldiers who were saved looked gratefully at the Castellan, then quickly turned around and raised their guns, shooting wildly at the monsters. Every shot was aimed at the monsters' vital points. Compared to the soldiers of the original world, these Holy Dragon City soldiers, shooting accuracy was extremely high. If they were placed in the original world's army, each of them could take on the position of an accurate shooter. Tang Zhen no longer watched the commotion. Instead, he took an automatic rifle from the side and began to shoot at the monsters within 200 meters. Almost every shot would accurately blow up a monster's head, causing the Holy Dragon City's soldiers to cheer. When Thousand Dragon saw this, he didn't want to be outdone either. He threw away his rifle and picked up the compound bow beside him, firing at the monsters. Perhaps it was because of his talent, but Thousand Dragon was able to play with the bow to a godlike level. The sharp arrows seemed to have eyes, and every single one of them pierced into the monster's eye sockets before exiting from the back of the monster's head with brain matter and blood. "All right, great," Tyson shouted and grabbed the iron bucket with javelins. He waved his arms like a tornado and threw javelins one after another, nailing the monsters to the ground one after another. It was as if the three of them were in a race, clearing the monsters that were attacking the city at an extremely fast speed. Tang Zhen faintly smiled when he saw this. He had a faint feeling that Qianlong and Tai Seng's advancement to rank 3 was not far away. Seeing the city lord and the two leaders so courageous, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators and soldiers also roared in unison. Bullets and other weapons were like a dense rain, mercilessly overturning the monster's body. For a time, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Just as the Holy Dragon City's people were in the midst of killing, the ogres that had been watching suddenly roared and punched the ground. At the same time, they took steps that made the earth tremble and pounced toward the Holy Dragon Valley. Chapter 133, Capturing the Ogres. When these 4 to 5 meter tall ogres charged side by side, they would give people a pessimistic impression that they were invincible. They were like a moving terrifying wave, an extremely terrifying war beast, with a suffocating pressure. It seemed that in the next second, they could crush, tear, and devour any enemy in front of them. Seeing the ogres finally joining the battle, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers became nervous. Perhaps the 10-meter tall city wall could stop ordinary monsters, but it might not be of much use against the 4 to 5 meter tall ogres. Moreover, the ogres were nicknamed unkillable. Their terrifying recovery and regeneration abilities made people feel hopeless. Tang Zhen naturally noticed everyone's expressions. However, he did not say anything. After all, no matter how beautiful words were, it could not be compared to killing the enemies with real weapons on the battlefield. Therefore, the next thing to do was to completely eliminate these ogres. "Get ready and wait for my orders," Tang Zhen instructed. His body suddenly leapt and landed on the ground below the city wall in the blink of an eye. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he flashed past the scattered low-level monsters. When he suddenly stopped, the 2 long demonic weapons in his hands were dripping with blood. At the same time, all the monsters in his path had blood oozing out of their bodies and their heads were separated. Like dominoes that were pushed down, the monsters' corpses fell to the ground one after another, forming a passage of death. When the people of the Holy Dragon City saw this scene, they cheered in unison again. Tang Zhen ignored the cheers behind him. Instead, he stared at the ogre at the front. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he actually charged toward the 4 to 5 meter tall ogres that were like city walls. When the ogres at the front saw a human pouncing over, they immediately roared excitedly. At the same time, they tried their best to reach out their hands, wanting to grab Tang Zhen and swallow him in one bite. In its simple mind, humans were weak, delicious food that could make all kinds of sounds. From the looks of it, that humans seemed to want to kill them. The ogres wanted to laugh. It had always been them killing and devouring humans. As for being killed by humans, hee. In the ogres' minds, humans were just food. Have you ever seen food kill its prey? Such a situation might have happened to other races, but to kill a pai shu in front of an ogre was something that had never happened before. Therefore, when Tang Zhen charged over, the ogre subconsciously thought that this human was delicious food that had delivered himself to his door. But the ogres didn't know that what awaited them in the future would be years of pain worse than death. Tang Zhen's current speed had already reached its limit. Just as he was about to make contact with the ogre, Tang Zhen nimbly dodged its huge claws that were the size of half a table. He then ruthlessly slashed at the ogre's knee. Ka-ba! After a crisp sound, the ogre roared in pain. Its knee was suddenly split open, and the ogre lost its balance and fell to the ground. However, this ogre was actually incomparably strong. It actually ignored its own pain and forcefully held on. At the same time, It sent a palm towards Tang Zhen, but he easily avoided it. Tang Zhen, who was in the midst of the ogres, was not afraid at all. He kept dodging the attacks. At the same time, he had already launched an application and was adjusting the data by relying on the gap between his dodging. He wanted to try and see if it would have a miraculous effect. Seeing that Tang Zhen was in a dangerous situation within the group of ogres, how could Tai Seng and the rest still dare to hesitate? The heavy machine gun let out an angry roar as bullets rained down on the ogres' waists. The continuous attacks from Tai Seng and the rest had effectively suppressed the ogres' attack speed. Blood spurted out from their bodies as the bullets tore off a piece of flesh from time to time. The ogres' terrifying recovery and regeneration abilities were in full effect. Their wounds were covered with maggot-like flesh sprouts, which wriggled continuously. After the bleeding stopped, new flesh began to grow. The tall ogres kept waving the huge leg bones in their hands. Due to the intense pain after shooting, they kept growling and stomping, but they couldn't kill the human who was as agile as a mouse. When Tang Zhen finally finished his preparations, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted in a strange language. Immediately after, everyone saw a green chain fly out from Tang Zhen's finger. At the same time, the chain rapidly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had already surrounded all the ogres. Tang Zhen softly shouted again. The green chain that was floating in the air began to shrink. Everyone watched as the chain firmly tied the 5 ogres together. No matter how the ogres struggled, they were unable to escape from the chains. What kind of chain was this? How could it be so magical? While everyone was feeling puzzled, Tang Zhen looked at the chain-bound ogres that were roaring and struggling to escape. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he activated the skill. Shua shua shua, countless laser beams that were extremely glaring even during the day appeared out of thin air. They were lined up side by side and quickly swept across the knees of the 5 ogres. Then, the ogres let out painful howls. As they struggled, the 5 ogres actually rolled on the ground together. At the place where they had been standing, there were 10 neatly cut ogres' legs. There was no blood at the wounds, but maggot-like flesh fluttered, trying to find the ogres' bodies to connect. It was all thanks to the super laser engraving machine that the ogre's calf could be cut off so easily. He didn't expect that it would be so effective in dealing with monsters. However, the usage conditions of this model were too harsh. It required a close distance, a fixed target, and on-site data settings. With these restrictions, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to forcefully use it every time he faced an enemy. No matter what, these ogres had been crippled and could only wait to be captured. The soldiers on the wall lost their voices collectively after seeing the scene before their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock and wild joy. There was also a deep admiration for Tang Zhen. At this point in the battle, the 5 ogres had been completely crippled, which meant that the siege battle was over. The few remaining low-level monsters finally regained their senses. They were terrified and began to run for their lives. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a ground of flesh and blood. "Brothers, we've won!" The cheers sounded like thunderclaps. Soon after, everyone began to jump down along the rope. After which, they gathered beside Tang Zhen and curiously looked at the 5 ogres that were still struggling on the ground without their legs. "City Lord, you're too amazing," Jimmy excitedly said to Tang Zhen. At the same time, his eyes began to linger on the smelly mouths of the 5 ogres as he pondered which one of their teeth he should knock out. The 5 ogres were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and a rare feeling of fear welled up in their hearts. Especially that little fellow. Why was he looking at our mouths with a strange expression? What was he trying to do? If he fell into the hands of this group of food, would he also be eaten? The thought of being eaten by food made the 5 ogres feel sad. This way of dying was too embarrassing for their ancestors. Tang Zhen didn't know what these ogres were thinking. Even if he knew, he would scoff at them. He wasn't interested in the smelly meat of the ogres. He only planned to study them in depth. That was all. If these ogres knew about Tang Zhen's research, they would probably think that it would be better to be eaten by this group of food. After all, the pain would be less if they did that. Holy Dragon City's residents, who had received news of their victory, had already run to the city walls in high spirits, quickly moving the sandbags that were blocking the entrance to the city walls. There was strength in numbers, and it didn't take long for them to clear out the hole that had been specially left at the bottom of the city walls. Looking at the monster corpses and 5 ogres with broken legs on the ground, the crowd whispered to each other again. At the same time, they bowed deeply to Tang Zhen and the soldiers guarding the city. This was the residence, respect for the warriors. There was no need to hide, just accept it. Chapter 134, Cleaning up the battlefield and the use of the ogres. The current gravel plain was a raggle, with blood and minced meat covering almost every inch of the ground. It gave off an extremely pungent smell that made people want to vomit. This was also the reason why very few wanderers ate monster meat. No matter how you processed it, the stinky smell of the monster meat could not be covered up. Even if you forced yourself to eat it when you were starving, you would still suffer from abdominal pain and diarrhea. It could even cause severe dehydration. For ordinary wanderers, dealing with a few monster corpses was not a problem. However, when a large number of monster corpses appeared, it was simply a disaster. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City already had the Mother Tree, which could perfectly solve this problem. After a short celebration, without waiting for Tang Zhen's instructions, the residents began to get busy. They used various tools to collect the monsters, corpses and then transported them to the Mother Tree, allowing it to devour them freely. It didn't take long for the Mother Tree to be surrounded by the monsters' corpses. It was a terrifying scene. The residents of Holy Dragon City were all in awe of this incomparably tall Mother Tree that could devour the corpses of monsters. The residents who had just joined Holy Dragon City were even more respectful. It was because of the existence of this Mother Tree that they had the opportunity to join Holy Dragon City. Strictly speaking, they were actually residents of the Mother Tree Tower. He had heard from Chief Murong that the Lord of the city had asked everyone to pray under the Mother Tree when they were free. If they could successfully communicate with the Mother Tree, they would be able to obtain the Mother Tree's power. By then, not only would the residents' levels be automatically raised, but they would also have the opportunity to obtain a certain position. It was said that praying would give one the power of the Mother Tree and other benefits. The residents had already made up their minds to come to the Mother Tree more often to pray in the future. There were too many corpses of the monsters. It was definitely not possible to clean them up in a day. Tang Zhen immediately stepped forward to help when he saw this. With his help, the speed of cleaning up the corpses was greatly increased. His ability to casually store and release the corpses of the monsters also caused the residents who had never seen it to be in awe. When they passed by the ogres, the residents were all curious. Some of the more courageous residents even secretly picked up a rock and threw it at the ogres, causing them to roar in anger. Tang Zhen was annoyed. He took an automatic rifle from the soldier beside him and shot at the roaring ogre's mouth. Only after the mouth was smashed did the ogre stop roaring. After the other 4 ogres saw the tragic state of their companions, they immediately shut their mouths obediently and glared at the passing residents of Holy Dragon City with angry eyes to ensure that they would not be disturbed. They didn't care about the pain since it would heal, but the provocation from their lowly food was unbearable. After Tang Zhen saw the ogre's performance, he could not help but think in his heart. It seemed that the ogres were not as stupid as the legend said. Compared to those muddle-headed low-level monsters in the wilderness, their performance was already sufficiently intelligent. Before seeing the ogres, Tang Zhen had always thought that the ogres were simple-minded monsters with developed limbs. Apart from being able to eat and resist, their greatest value was that they could provide brains. Other than that, they had no other use. However, for the sake of future development, he had to think of ways to strengthen the Holy Dragon City's strength. The matter of the rich captain and the others originally taming monsters in the nomadic tribe had given Tang Zhen some inspiration. Could he also domesticate some monsters and use them as auxiliary forces in war? If the domesticating effect was obvious, these monsters might even become the main combat force on the battlefield. Now that the wanderers of the nomad tribe had become the residents of his tower, they would not be stingy if he asked them for the method of taming monsters. After all, the tower would not take their things for free and would give corresponding rewards. After all, the stronger Lu Cheng was, the more secure their future happy lives would be. When it came to experiments, the ogres in front of him were actually the best experimental materials. He had his eyes on the ogres, unkillable and indestructible characteristics. They would definitely be the best targets if they were used to charge and attack cities. When the time came, he would give these guys a set of heavy armor and an extra large mace each. They would definitely be like meat grinders on the battlefield. Tang Zhen made up his mind and decided the tragic fate of these ogres. They usually lived on garbage and trash, but when they entered the battlefield, they would devour the enemy's corpses. During war, They had to play the role of a suicide squad in the front line. Once he had such a group of monstrous fighters, he would definitely beat the enemy to a pulp. It wasn't a good idea to leave these 5 ogres outside. They had to be transported back to the Holy Dragon Valley. Otherwise, if they were left here for the night, Tang Zhen would only be able to obtain a pile of ogre bones tomorrow. The ogres' recovery ability was very strong, but they couldn't withstand being bitten and devoured by a group of monsters at night. The ogres were chained up and couldn't fight back at all. As long as they struggled, the chains would tighten. Now, they were deeply embedded in the ogres' bodies, and blood kept dripping to the ground. The ogres could not fight against the divine weapon of the tree spirit tribe. They watched as a group of people tied the ogre up with steel wires and dragged it back to the Holy Dragon Valley with several cars, ignoring the ogre who was in pain from the friction of his skin against the ground. After dragging the ogres to the designated location, Tang Zhen immediately ordered people to start building the cages to imprison the ogres. The destructive power of these things was too great, so Tang Zhen wanted them to be extremely strong. At the same time, for safety reasons, he built the ogres' cages in the sunken part of the cliff and ordered people to guard them. After this busy period, he would make a few sets of high-voltage shackles for these ogres. If these guys were disobedient, Tang Zhen would ruthlessly deal with them. The Mother Tree Tower City had been successfully built, but Tang Zhen was unable to borrow its strength for the time being. As the prerequisite for using the Mother Tree's power was to communicate through comprehension, it was unknown how long it would take and how many people would succeed. Before this, it was just an ordinary giant tree. Looking at the Mother Tree that was still devouring the monster's corpse, Tang Zhen decided to spend the night under the tree and try to communicate with it. After reading the written records of the Tree Spirit Clan, Tang Zhen was very interested in the power of the Mother Tree. It was unknown when Li Sha had walked over. She silently stood behind Tang Zhen and only quietly looked at his back in a daze. Tang Zhen had already discovered the girl behind him through the map. After turning around and looking at the other party, Tang Zhen smiled and asked, "I haven't seen you in a long time. How are the children?" Lisa's current job was to train and take care of the children taken in by the Holy Dragon City. Compared to those rough men, the beautiful and hardy Lisa was undoubtedly more suitable to be a coach. Li Sha nodded and took a few steps forward. When she was less than a meter away from Tang Zhen, she stopped and said with a smile, "These children are very sensible and hardworking. They know that good days are hard to come by, so they train hard every day. Some of them have already shown quite a bit of talent." Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He had great expectations for these children and hoped that a few outstanding people would emerge from them. He would then nurture them and make them the future pillars of the Holy Dragon City. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen said to Lisa, "Call these children over tonight. We'll have a barbecue party under the Mother Tree. We'll let these children try to sense the Mother Tree's power." Lisa softly replied with an "N," and slowly turned around, leaving Tang Zhen with only a tall and slender back. Chapter 135. Closed door development in the Mother Tree under the moon. As night gradually fell, the entrance and exit of the city wall were once again sealed to prevent monsters from taking advantage of the situation to enter. Once the door made by Tang Zhen was installed, it would no longer be so troublesome. Ever since he had the terrain transformation plugin, Tang Zhen suddenly had an idea to temporarily isolate the Holy Dragon Valley from the outside world. This way, not only would he be free from the harassment of monsters, but he could also calm down and clean up the Glittergold race sanctuary. There was no need to worry about the supply of food and weapons, and there was a refuge for the Glittergold race that could provide a large number of brains and gold. It seemed that there was no need for him to go out and cause trouble. It would not be too late to show off his extraordinariness when the Holy Dragon City's army was strong and powerful. According to Tang Zhen's estimation, if he could completely clean up the flashing gold race's sanctuary, the number of brain beads he would obtain would be extremely shocking. It would definitely be able to help him upgrade Lu Cheng to level 2 or 3, or even higher. Since the future was so wonderful, why should he give up what was near and seek what was far away? Before the corpse race's tentacles extended to the sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen completely did not need to care about what was happening outside. Therefore, he could just let it be. After Tang Zhen had thought it through, he called Qian Long, Tai Seng, and the others over and expressed his thoughts to them, which received their support. However, Qian Long still made a suggestion. He asked Tang Zhen not to reject the wanderers seeking shelter in the Holy Dragon City. Even if the Holy Dragon Valley was closed, they could still take in those wanderers. After all, the construction work of the valley still required a large number of manpower. What the Holy Dragon City lacked the most was population, and Tang Zhen was naturally well aware of this. Therefore, he happily agreed to Qianlong's suggestion and specially instructed the two of them to be careful and confirm if there were any spies among them. Ever since Elder Mo of Black Rock City had revealed his detailed information, other than the most secretive information such as him coming from another plane and having various magical uses, the rest of the information had been thoroughly investigated. Tang Zhen felt very worried about this. Only the heavens knew if there were spies from other factions hidden within the people around him. Although he did not place the various factions in the vicinity in his eyes, this feeling of having a fishbone stuck in his throat made Tang Zhen feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was a solution to any problem. Tang Zhen's map function could help him monitor suspicious targets all day long. Moreover, the living environment of Holy Dragon City could also cause the spies to feel reluctant to leave, and thus, they would hide forever. After letting his thoughts run wild for a while, Tang Zhen suddenly remembered that he had made an appointment with Lisa to hold a barbecue party under the mother tree. Looking at the sky, it seemed that it was almost time. Tang Zhen got up and returned to his room. He teleported back to the original world. After checking the food in the refrigerator, he gave Peter a call and asked him to get some barbecue equipment and various food. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhen took out a pen and paper and wrote down some of the materials he needed. Among them were the gates needed for the city wall, the high-voltage electric shackles used to lock the ogres, and many other small things. When he was talking to Lisa today, Tang Zhen found that there were many patches on her clothes. They were even sewn with very rough needle and thread, making the stitches look extremely rough. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen suddenly recalled that other than not needing to go hungry, the clothes on the residents' bodies were still tattered. Some of the residents' clothes could not even be worn. However, as he did not have a change of clothes, he could only wear them. He would tell Peter later to go to the market to purchase a batch of clothes. There was no need to pay attention to any brand or appearance, as long as it was sturdy and durable. Tang Zhen was prepared to give 2 sets to each person. It could be considered as one of the benefits for the residents of the Holy Dragon City. Peter's action speed was very fast. Only half an hour after Tang Zhen made the call, Peter drove a pickup truck over. The car was filled with all kinds of materials Tang Zhen needed. After seeing Tang Zhen, Peter first saluted respectfully, and then asked Tang Zhen to check if he was satisfied with the things he bought. Tang Zhen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to look at it. Then, he handed the paper full of words to Peter and asked him to buy a batch of sturdy and durable clothes, shoes, socks, and other clothes. After Peter inquired about Tang Zhen's needs, he thought for a moment and said to Tang Zhen, "Actually, I used to be in the wholesale business of clothing, so I have a batch of clothing in stock. They are all leather clothes, jeans, and a lot of shoes. Because the style is too old, I haven't been able to sell them. Why don't you just take them away?" Tang Zhen was happy when he heard this. After asking where Peter stored the clothes, the two of them directly drove there. Peter was right, he did have a lot of clothes in his inventory, but they were all old, and the quality was good. Because the clothes couldn't be sold, it led to a large backlog of Peter's funds. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's reward, he would probably have to work hard for many years before he could make a comeback. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with these clothes and shoes. He nodded and said that he wanted all of them. At the same time, he took out more than 10 stacks of cash and handed them to Peter. Unfortunately, Peter refused to take them. He said that the gem Tang Zhen gave him was enough to sell for a lot of money, so these clothes were for Tang Zhen. Since Peter insisted on not accepting it, Tang Zhen no longer treated him politely. After letting Peter go out for a while, he collected these clothes and transported them several times before he was done. When Peter found out that Tang Zhen had emptied the entire warehouse in just a few minutes, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at Tang Zhen with worship and awe, as if he had already regarded him as a god. After bidding farewell to Peter, Tang Zhen returned to the sacred Dragon Valley with the various tools and ingredients that Peter had sent. At this moment, the huge moon was already hanging in the sky, and the ground was sprinkled with bright white light. The empty Holy Dragon Valley seemed extremely quiet. Tang Zhen walked out of the door and saw that a large group of people had already gathered under the huge mother tree. They were lighting a bonfire and sitting around to chat about something. The mother tree looked holy under the moonlight. Even though it was surrounded by the corpses of monsters, it still didn't affect the peaceful feeling that the mother tree brought to people. It was like a kind mother, protecting her children in her arms. For some unknown reason, the monster corpses around the mother tree did not give off a single scent of blood. Perhaps this was one of the mother tree's mystical qualities, or else how could there be no smell from the mountain of monster corpses? Tang Zhen walked to the front of the mother tree and discovered that the entire mother tree was covered in a layer of white moonlight. It was as if every leaf of the mother tree was emitting a colorful light, as if countless spirits were dancing on the leaves. From this angle, the mother tree was so great, so magical. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, the group of children who were originally gathered together and chattering immediately shut their mouths. After which, they opened their incomparably bright large eyes under the illumination of the bonfire and silently watched this mysterious city lord in front of them. From the day they entered the Holy Dragon Valley, they had been told by instructor Lisa that it was because of the city lord's pity that they were allowed to enter the Holy Dragon Valley. From then on, they would no longer have to worry about starving or freezing, nor would they have to worry about dying from various reasons. At the same time, they would have the opportunity to become cultivators. It was simply a great fortune for them to have encountered such a good thing. Therefore, this group of children cherished it. They were filled with respect and gratitude towards Tang Zhen, who had given them everything. Tang Zhen did not hesitate when he saw the children's sparkling and expectant eyes. He gently waved his hand and a large pile of food appeared in front of everyone. Before they could eat, someone could not help but drool. I hereby announce that the barbecue party will begin immediately. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when the children all let out an excited cheer. Chapter 136. Barbecue Party and the Mother Tree of Communication. These children hesitated in the face of the large pile of delicious food that had suddenly appeared. It was not that they did not want to eat it, but compared to their previous vagrant life, which was akin to eating raw meat and drinking blood, the barbecue tools and various ingredients and condiments in front of them were things that they had never come into contact with before. They simply did not know how to use them. All of them stared at each other before finally looking at Tang Zhen in unison. Smiling, he walked forward and let the children see how he operated. Lisa, who was at the side, also came forward to help. At the same time, she asked the two children to add more fuel to the bonfire. Most of the fuel used by the wanderers in the endless wilderness was a kind of grass root that was exposed to the ground. It was extremely oily and very resistant to fire. Lisa and the others were using this kind of grass root. There was a pile of it that was as tall as a person next to them. It was the dried stock collected by the residents on a daily basis. After the group of people busied themselves for a while, Tang Zhen began to place the various processed ingredients on the rack and began to barbecue them. A group of children gathered at the side and watched Tang Zhen's actions without blinking. Not long after, a wave of fragrance spread out, causing these children's noses to continuously twitch. Some of the children had even started to drool. When Tang Zhen saw this, he smiled and shouted to the group of small heads around him, "Don't crowd around, all of you do it yourselves, take whatever you want to eat." Yay! The children immediately shouted excitedly when they heard this, and then pounced in front of a pile of food. After fighting for a while, each of them took a large pile of ingredients, gathered in front of their own barbecue grill, and couldn't wait to roast them. Lisa couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle as she watched the group of children fight and play. Tang Zhen looked at Lisa, who was incomparably charming under the bonfire. At this moment, her face was filled with joy and love. Clearly, she had invested too much emotion into these children. These children will grow up one day. You can't protect them forever. You have to learn to let them face their own difficulties and obstacles. After all, the outside world is not a paradise. It is full of danger and cruelty. Tang Zhen lowered his head and said to Lisa while roasting the meat in his hand. Slowly turning her head around, Lisa gently fondled the silver hair that dangled in front of her forehead. She softly said to Tang Zhen, "They are all orphans and have experienced hardships. I don't need to tell them many things, and they know it very well in their hearts. I just want them to have a happy childhood, not like me when I was young, making a living like a wild dog every day, watching the people around me die of cold and hunger." Lisa's voice paused slightly when she said this. Tang Zhen noticed that there seemed to be mist flashing in her eyes, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The cruel experience in the endless wilderness had made this beautiful girl's heart extremely strong, but it had not become tougher. From the way she cared for these children, it could be seen that she seemed to want to make up for what she had lost in her childhood to these children who shared the same fate. A young little girl ran back and pulled Li Sha's hand. She timidly looked at Tang Zhen before her large eyes suddenly flashed and said, "City Lord, we've roasted the food, do you want to eat with us?" Tang Zhen looked at the little girl who was about the same age as Mirong Ziyu. He patted her head affectionately and nodded. The little girl cheered and immediately pulled Lisa's hand. She looked at Tang Zhen as she walked and slowly walked to a group of little fellows who were burying their heads and eating. Tang Zhen picked a place and sat down. Lisa also sat next to him. "Everyone, eat. There are drinks here, help yourselves." Tang Zhen looked at the little fellows who were eating until their mouths were full of oil. His mood was unusually calm. It was as though all of his worries had already left him. At the same time, something called hope in the future had taken root and sprouted in his heart. "City Lord, here you go." A small, oily hand reached out in front of Tang Zhen, holding a piece of black steak. Tang Zhen looked towards the voice and saw a little boy with a little baby fat. His face was covered in charcoal ash, and his red and smooth mouth was covered in grease. He was currently chewing on food with his cheeks puffed up. The boy immediately grinned when he saw Tang Zhen staring at him. Under the illumination of the bonfire, the area around his mouth and his eyes sparkled. Tang Zhen smiled as he received the beef that the child handed over. He gently took a bite and gave the boy a thumbs up. Seeing this, the boy smiled proudly, but immediately lowered his head and continued to eat. Unconsciously, the children came over and sat around Tang Zhen and Lisa. Tang Zhen looked at the dozens of children around him, stood up and said, "Children, the reason why all of you are able to enjoy such a beautiful night in a place without monsters is because you are in the Holy Dragon Valley and because you are residents of the Holy Dragon City." At this moment, there were warriors standing guard on the city wall, in case there would be a monster attack at night. Some of these warrior uncles were slow-witted, some were rough, and some were cunning. However, they all had a common belief in their hearts, and that was to defend Holy Dragon City with their lives. They are the Holy Dragon City's blade, the Holy Dragon City's shield, the guardian of everyone in the Holy Dragon City, and you are their future successors. Holy Dragon City is your home. You don't have to worry about hunger here. You can sleep in peace at night and don't have to witness all kinds of human tragedies every day. Your future will be very beautiful. However, the premise of obtaining this happiness is that the Holy Dragon City must exist forever and continue to grow stronger. Only then can you ensure the continuation of happy lives and ensure that your children do not have to suffer the same kind of suffering. Therefore, from now on, you must work hard to cultivate so that you can possess powerful martial strength. Only then can you protect yourself and your loved ones, so that your home will never be tainted by the smoke of war. Now, everyone, calm down and feel the world around you. Try to communicate with the tree above you. The tree is called the mother tree, it has its own thoughts. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the children all obediently closed their eyes and tried to feel the existence of the mother tree. In an instant, the entire area under the mother tree became quiet. The moonlight that originally covered the mother tree slowly fell from the tree and onto everyone's body. The mother tree, which was originally very peaceful, seemed to have begun to tremble slightly at this moment, as if it had just woken up from a dream, and was stretching its limbs lazily. Tang Zhen was currently sitting cross-legged under the mother tree. Just like the other children, he was trying to communicate with the mother tree. When the moonlight shone down, he sharply felt that the surrounding air had become viscous. The mother tree's power that he had previously felt was now mixed in wisps. At the same time, a wondrous scene suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. He felt as if he had turned into a tiny flying insect that was swimming in an ocean filled with light. The mother tree's power that gave him a familiar feeling was swimming like a fish, appearing extremely lively. Perhaps it's the mother tree's power mixed in the moonlight that can help people better understand the mother tree and communicate with it. Tang Zhen thought in his heart and tried to use his spirit to touch the silk-like power of the mother tree. However, this power was extremely mischievous and kept dodging Tang Zhen's spirit as if it was playing a game. Tang Zhen spent half a day's effort, but was ultimately unable to come into contact with it. Just as he was planning to give up, he suddenly discovered that a mother tree's strength seemed to be avoiding something, and it directly collided with Tang Zhen in a panic. In that instant, a familiar feeling hit him. It was the power of the mother tree, but the last time he experienced it, it was through his body, this time it was through direct spiritual contact. Then how do I communicate with the mother tree next? Do I call out to it directly? Tang Zhen tried to greet him when he thought of this. Chapter 137. Two Mother Tree's abilities 1 inch. What Tang Zhen did not expect was that he had only called out to the mother tree in a probing manner, but he had actually received a response from the mother tree. However, after the mother tree transmitted a sentence through its mind, it no longer paid any attention to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen could not help but laugh involuntarily. This was because the mother tree's tone was actually like a child as it furiously roared at him, "How dare you make me eat those disgusting things? I'll ignore you." He did not expect the mother tree to be so mischievous and willful. Just because Tang Zhen ordered it to devour the monster's corpse, it no longer paid attention to Tang Zhen and cut off the communication with him. No matter how hard Tang Zhen tried, he could not get a response from the mother tree. This mother tree has quite the personality. Tang Zhen laughed as he came out of the state of communication. He only knew that the mother tree had self-consciousness, but he did not expect it to be so interesting. It must be throwing a tantrum now. Since that was the case, they should not provoke it for the time being. Tang Zhen thought of this and carefully observed the children around him. He wanted to see if there were any lucky ones among them who could communicate with the mother tree. Tang Zhen's eyes focused when his gaze swept past a little boy. Soon after, a trace of joy slowly surfaced in his eyes. This little boy was the little fellow who had previously passed him the roasted meat. At this moment, his body was covered by a ball of moonlight. However, the white moonlight had now begun to turn into a light purple. Correspondingly, a leaf on the mother tree had also begun to slowly glow. As the light purple light around the little boy grew deeper and deeper, the veins on the leaf also began to shine. Tang Zhen saw a trace of light gradually condensing on the tip of the leaf. Ding, ding, Tang Zhen seemed to have heard a clear vibrato. Soon after, he saw a firefly-like glow slowly drifting down from the leaves of the mother tree. It drew an irregular trajectory across the night sky and slowly landed on the head of the little boy like a meteor. After the light wandered around the spot between the little boy's brows, it suddenly entered and disappeared without a trace. Tang Zhen was slightly startled when he saw this. However, he did not do anything. Instead, he continued to observe the little boy's condition. The originally quiet little boy suddenly frowned. Soon after, he raised his right hand as though he was sleepwalking and gently brushed it across the ground. Tang Zhen noticed that there seemed to be a trace of purple light flashing from his palm. The ground that the boy's palm touched suddenly trembled slightly, as if something was trying to break out of the ground. However, because the soil was too hard, it could not break out of the ground. The boy seemed to have felt that the thing underground was struggling too much, therefore, he slightly stroked it above it as if he injected a new strength into it. Swish! A purplish-red slender vine broke out of the ground. It didn't stop its upward momentum until it reached a height of 2 meters. At this moment, it was slightly shaking its snake-like stem, dancing around the little boy in an intimate manner. The vine was covered with sharp, saw-like spikes, and its head was like a sharp dart. The body of the dart was covered with vein-like purple lines, and there was a trace of liquid sliding down from it. If one was wrapped by the vines or stabbed ruthlessly, it would definitely not be a good feeling. Perhaps the head of the vine, which was like a dart, carried some unknown poison. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the snake-like vines. However, when he saw that the little boy was still immersed in his communication with the mother tree, he did not step forward to disturb him. Regardless of the snake-shaped vine's power, now that someone had finally successfully communicated with the mother tree, it was a happy thing. Tang Zhen thought in his heart. He inadvertently turned around and saw that Lisa was also shrouded in a ball of white light. From her appearance, it seemed that she had also successfully communicated with the mother tree. Tang Zhen was slightly surprised when he saw this. He looked at Lisa without saying a word. He wanted to see if her ability was also to control this kind of snake-shaped vine. However, when Tang Zhen saw that the light that shrouded Lisa gradually turned green, he knew that Lisa's and the little boy's abilities were definitely different. Just like the previous scene, a leaf on the mother tree changed its color and a green light dot drilled into Lisa's forehead. In less than a minute, Tang Zhen saw Lisa, who had her eyes closed, gently wave her hand. A green light shield about 2 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air and completely enveloped her. This green light seemed to be a defensive ability. He just didn't know how strong it was or if it could expand its range. If it could cover the entire Holy Dragon Valley, it would be a super defensive barrier that could resist dangers from the sky. The little boy's snake-like vine was obviously an ability that relied on plants to attack. It was obvious that the mother tree had many abilities, but he wondered how it allocated the various abilities to the communicator. The mother tree that Tang Zhen cultivated was different from the tree spirit tribe. They used special spring water to water it, and the various powers they obtained were more natural and peaceful. However, Tang Zhen used monster corpses to cultivate the mother tree. If he could obtain the same powers as recorded in the books of the tree spirit tribe, it would be a miracle. However, in this case, the experience and general knowledge about the mother tree's power recorded in the tree spirit tribe's books would be useless. Tang Zhen could only use it as a reference, but he did not dare to copy it directly. Compared to its original natural and peaceful power, the mother tree's current power had become much more violent. It was not the same at all. After staring at Lisa for a while, Tang Zhen looked at the other children. However, their behavior was very normal, which showed that they did not successfully communicate with the mother tree. Looking at the success rate of communication with the mother tree, it was not as high as he had imagined. This was also something that could only be achieved by relying on talent. Even though only 2 people had successfully communicated with the mother tree, Tang Zhen was not discouraged. This was because there were still many residents in the Holy Dragon City. In the future, there would be even more residents. He was sure that among the millions of residents, there would definitely be many people with this kind of talent. Tang Zhen waited for a long time until the little boy's snake-shaped vines and Li Sha's green light barrier disappeared. Only then did he call for everyone to return and have a good rest. As for Lisa and the little boy, they had already walked to the trunk of the mother tree and gently touched the trunk with their palms, as if they were comprehending something. Their faces were full of piety. Tang Zhen walked behind the 2 of them. He waited until the 2 of them withdrew their hands from the tree trunk before slowly asking, "I saw your abilities just now. Your ability is a snake-shaped vine, and Lisa's ability is a green light barrier. Do you have any explanations for them?" Tang Zhen pointed at the little boy. After looking at Li Sha, he waited for the 2 of them to answer. The little boy looked at Lisa and Lisa gave him an encouraging look. The little boy then said excitedly, "The mother tree told me that my ability is to control the bloodthirsty vine. Within the range of the mother tree's power, it can be used in any place with soil. And as my power increases, the bloodthirsty vine can grow very, very big, just like a pixie." The little boy scratched his head, trying to find a word to describe the giant bloodthirsty vine he saw when he was communicating with the mother tree, but he couldn't think of a suitable word, and his face turned red. Tang Zhen smiled and motioned for the little boy not to be anxious. Then, he looked at Lisa. "When my communication with the mother tree reaches a certain level, I can use the power bestowed by the mother tree to form an infinitely large protective shield within the range of the mother tree's power transmission. However, the larger the surface area of the protective shield, the lower the defense strength and the greater the consumption of the mother tree's power. At the same time, the use of this ability is not unlimited. Because the current power is very violent, it will cause a burden on the user. Thus, there is a time limit to the use of various abilities. Some abilities even have a limit to the number of times they can be used." After Lisa said this, she suddenly looked at Tang Zhen with a very strange expression. She gently smiled and said, "The mother tree said that it hates you and told you not to have any wishful thinking. It will never lend you its power because you forced her to eat disgusting things. You're a big bad guy." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. He raised his head and glanced at the mother tree. However, he could not help but laugh. Chapter 138. Fishing for lake monsters with a giant hook. 1 Yingluo, you don't have to go around telling people about this embarrassing thing, right? Ha 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 Yingluo. Tang Zhen glanced at the mother tree as he spoke. He waved at Lisa and the little boy named Mo Luo before turning around and walking towards the nameless lake that was extremely beautiful under the moonlight. "It's getting late, go back and rest. Remember to communicate more with the mother tree. Oh right, you and Mo Luo can move to the mother tree. Anyone who can communicate with the mother tree can move there." Tang Zhen suddenly turned around and said to the 2 of them. As for how to get to the treehouse on the mother tree, Tang Zhen did not mention it at all. This was because he knew that after successfully communicating with the mother tree, one only needed to control the emerald green vines hanging down from the mother tree when one wanted to get up or down. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the nameless lake. He looked at the mirror-like surface of the lake and felt that this scenery was exceptionally beautiful. However, who would have thought that there was an unknown danger hidden under this beautiful lake? Tang Zhen had been too busy during this period of time, causing him to not have the time to clean up the monster hidden in the lake. Now that he finally had a trace of free time, he decided to immediately clean up the hidden dangers in the valley. Even though this lake monster had not come out to cause trouble since Tang Zhen had arrived at the sacred Dragon Valley, a monster was still a monster. One should never expect to live in peace with it. The reason why it was safe now was that the Holy Dragon City did not have the energy to manage these waters. Once the two sides came into contact, a battle was inevitable. This lake had always been a sword hanging in Tang Zhen's heart. Those Holy Dragon City residents who knew about it also could not sleep peacefully at night. No matter what, the monster in the lake had to be eliminated. Tang Zhen crossed his arms and stood by the lake. He was silent as he looked at the lake under the moonlight. At the center of the lake far away, a huge shadow was slowly sinking, causing the surface of the lake to ripple. Tang Zhen returned to his original world and began to prepare to clean up the lake monster. The water was the lake monster's home ground and it could display its full strength. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't go to the lake to find trouble with it. No matter how strong he was, once he fell into the water, he would probably be slaughtered by the monster. As such, the only safe way was to bring him ashore and kill him. Apart from this method, Tang Zhen had other methods to kill the lake monster. However, they were all too troublesome. It was far simpler than directly fishing it up. After calling Peter over, the two of them drove to the machinery processing plant in the suburbs, which was also one of the properties of the Leonard family. The two of them entered the factory smoothly. The machinery processing plant had all kinds of machine tools and processing equipment, as well as a complete variety of raw materials. It could completely meet Zhen Tang's various requirements. Tang Zhen first asked people to process and build a huge fish hook. The end of the hook was made with a large plate of high-quality steel wire as the fishing line. Then, he made more than a dozen fish guns that could be fired by ballistae as backup. If this lake monster was not particularly brutal, Tang Zhen planned to capture it and study it. Of course, the biggest possibility was to use bullets and RPGs to meet it because Tang Zhen had never seen a kind monster. In addition to the few things that he wanted to process, the iron gate and some small things that Tang Zhen wanted to make last time were also placed in this machinery processing plant. Tang Zhen wanted to take them with him this time. Tang Zhen was waiting at the machinery processing plant while Peter drove a pickup truck to the slaughterhouse to sell a few barrels of pig blood and cow blood, as well as half a truck of raw meat. After the fishing hook and fish spear were completed, Peter found someone to pull these things back to the warehouse and Tang Zhen sent them to the square of the Holy Dragon City. After receiving Tang Zhen's order, Tai Seng and the others were driving around in their cars happily. Other than a portion of the supplies being moved into the Holy Dragon City's warehouse, the rest of the things were moved to the lakeside by Tai Seng and the others. After summoning a few Holy Dragon City soldiers, Tang Zhen chose a solid spot by the lake. He then waved his sledgehammer and smashed a solid iron pillar as thick as a child's arm deep into the ground. At the same time, he fixed a nylon pulley on it. He unrolled a large coil of steel rope, passed it through the pulley, and tied it to a military transport vehicle. Tang Zhen stepped forward and firmly secured the specially made giant fish hook with U-shaped bolts. Then, he hung a large piece of raw meat on the fish hook. While Tang Zhen was doing this, Qian Long had already ordered his men to bring over a few ballistae. They had chosen a higher place to set them up, and when the lake monster was caught, the harpoons would be shot at the lake monster to prevent it from escaping the hook. As for heavy machine guns and other weapons, they would only be used as a last resort. While Tang Zhen and the rest were making their preparations, all the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were fully armed and hiding in the grass by the lake. He called Big Bear over and made him use all his strength to throw the hook with the raw meat into the lake. Tang Zhen also made him throw a few buckets of pig blood in the same place, then ran to the grass to hide. After the pig's blood was poured into the lake, the originally calm surface of the lake was instantly dyed red. After a short while, the lake water was like a boiling pot. Tang Zhen focused his eyes and looked over. He discovered that there were countless strange fish rolling around in the water. It was a pity that they were not Tang Zhen's target. Time passed by slowly. From time to time, Someone would throw a few pieces of raw meat into the lake, but other than the crazy strange fish, the monsters in the lake never appeared. Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel suspicious when he saw this. Could it be that Tai Seng's eyes were playing tricks on him and there were no large water monsters in this lake? Tang Zhen's mind was filled with random thoughts. However, at this moment, an enormous black shadow suddenly appeared in his sight. Its sharp dorsal fin broke through the surface of the lake and swiftly pounced toward the spot where he had thrown the raw meat. It's not a waste of effort. This guy has finally appeared. Tang Zhen was a little excited in his heart. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the metal javelin in his hand. With his current cultivation, the might of the metal javelin that he threw was truly terrifying. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the might of a heavy machine gun and other weapons. The black shadow in the lake seemed to have no scruples as it charged directly at the raw meat with the fish hook. After a splash, the steel wire tied to the wooden stake suddenly tightened. He's taken the bait, pull him back. Tang Zhen's eyes stared intently at the surface of the lake where the huge waves were churning as he loudly shouted without turning his head. After receiving the order, the cultivator immediately stepped on the accelerator and quickly retracted the steel wire. As the steel wire gradually tightened, the monster was also in great pain from the fishing hook. It had no choice but to gradually tighten the steel wire and move toward the shore. More and more parts of the monster's body emerged from the water. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure suddenly sprang up from the water, revealing its ferocious face. It was a level 4 monster that was close to 10 meters long. It looked like a combination of an octopus and a frog. Its body was covered in black scales, and mucus was dripping down. The huge hook with the raw meat had been swallowed by the monster. The steel wire was extending out of its throat, causing its mouth to be unable to close and blood to flow out. Because of the pain, the monster was struggling violently. Tang Zhen was really worried that the iron pillar would suddenly break. After seeing Tang Zhen and the others on the shore, the monster that was in pain immediately went crazy and madly rushed towards the group. Since this monster had already taken the bait, there was no need for Tang Zhen to say anything about what to do next. Try not to kill it, but attack it now. After the order was given, everyone aimed their crossbows, arrows, and javelins at the crazed monster. In an instant, the monster's body was covered with wounds, and blood dripped from the wounds to the ground. The fish spear with the rope stabbed into the body of the lake monster and directly entered its body. The monster that was attacked let out a series of screams, but it was unable to break free from the steel wire and rope. Chapter 139. Killing the lake monster and the mutated brain bead. The lake monster was covered in blood, and its painful roars were endless. The sound waves made everyone's eardrums hurt. Thousand Dragon operated the automatic rifle, aiming at the monster's eyes and mouth. After dozens of shots, the monster's eyes were finally destroyed. The monster, which had been severely injured, fell to the ground. It seemed to have exhausted its physical strength and was on the verge of death. Tang Zhen was about to step forward to take a look and see if he could keep the lake monster alive to facilitate his research. However, he never thought that before he could approach the lake monster, a change suddenly occurred. The dying lake monster suddenly erupted. A trace of green light seemed to flash on its teeth. Immediately after, it bit the steel wire in its mouth and its huge figure was like a lightning bolt as it directly pounced towards Tang Zhen. Not good. Tang Zhen was shocked when he saw this. He suddenly threw the metal javelin in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it ruthlessly pierced into the lake monster's chest. However, due to his hasty attack, this attack did not hurt the lake monster's vital points. On the contrary, it made it even more crazy. Seeing that the lake monster did not die after suffering such a heavy blow, Tang Zhen controlled the storage space and changed it to a giant sword that was 1.8 meters long. It looked extremely sharp. This was a weapon that he had specially built in the mechanical processing plant. He did not expect to use it so quickly. Due to the increase in Tang Zhen's strength, his original weapon was no longer suitable for him to use. The purple electric short sword was too short and was not suitable for dealing with huge monsters. On the other hand, this specially made large sword, which was almost as tall as him, was made from high-quality special steel. It weighed more than 150 pounds, and it was just right for Tang Zhen to use. At the same time as Tang Zhen's attack, Tai Seng and Qian Long also brandished their weapons and faced the water monster's advance head-on. The two of them had the same thought in their minds, which was to help Tang Zhen kill the lake monster. They couldn't let it wreak havoc on the shore, or else it would definitely cause heavy casualties. The soldiers all stopped shooting. In this situation, they couldn't use their guns recklessly, or they could easily hurt the 3 people who were blocking the lake monster. Moreover, this monster was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and its head had already been completely smashed. As long as the 3 of them dealt it a heavy blow, it was likely that it would be killed. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were very confident in the city lord and the 2 leaders. Because after the battle, the 2 leaders had both become level 3 cultivators. This was something that made everyone feel both coincidental and excited. The level 4 city lord and the 2 level 3 leaders would definitely be able to kill this struggling lake monster. Qianlong and his partner's speed was much faster than ordinary people, but the lake monster was also extremely fast when it used its full power. The crowd only saw a blur before the 2 sides collided. "Ow!" The monster's pained cry rang in everyone's ears. Then, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. At the same time, the monster's head flew in the air. With a muffled sound, the monster's corpse fell heavily to the ground. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Tang Zhen, who was silently standing at the side, slowly retracted his large sword. He ignored the surprised expressions on everyone's faces and slowly walked to the side of the monster's head. At this moment, the monster's head had already turned into a pile of rotten flesh. The surface of the head was covered with blood and mud. Tang Zhen knew that there was a brain bead hidden within the head of this monster. However, looking at the disgusting appearance of the lake monster's head, he really had no way to make a move. When Qianlong saw this, he waved his hand and called over a few people. He then handed over the task of breaking open the lake monster's head and searching for the brain bead to them. Tai Seng pulled out his battle blade from the side of the monster's corpse and glanced at Tang Zhen with a complicated feeling. The strike that had just beheaded the monster was executed by Zhen Tang. As for him and Thousand Dragon, their attack was aimed at the monster's chest. However, by the time the 2 of them had struck the monster, Zhen Tang had already killed it. After secretly comparing the effects of their attacks, Tai Seng helplessly discovered that even though the 2 of them had successfully advanced to rank 3 cultivators, there was still a gap between them and Tang Zhen's strength and speed. How could the difference of 1 level be so huge? Perhaps he would only be able to compete with the city lord after he exchanged for a cultivator's skill from the cornerstone trading platform and reached level 4. However, the moment he thought about Tang Zhen's mysterious ability, Tai Seng sadly realized that he might never be a match for the city lord. Tang Zhen's cultivation rose rapidly. In such a short period of time, he had already become a rank 4 cultivator. His speed was as fast as a rocket, and this made Tai Seng extremely envious. For Tai Seng, who revered strength and was competitive, it was an extremely painful matter to watch his companion's cultivation rapidly increase while he remained at the same spot. However, after he realized the huge gap between him and Tang Zhen, he extinguished his original intention to compete. It's better not to think about those messy things and work hard to improve your cultivation. Who doesn't know that the Holy Dragon City is now surrounded by powerful enemies? A battle could break out at any time. When that time comes, I'll still need to fight and kill. Thinking up to this point, Tai Seng felt as if a huge rock in his heart had been lifted off. His entire being immediately became extremely relaxed, and a bright smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Tang Zhen was currently squatting on the ground and observing the corpse of the lake monster. Naturally, he didn't know what Tai Seng was thinking. However, he was very clear about Tai Seng's personality. He was a man who respected the strong. As long as he could prove that his strength was stronger than Tai Seng, then Tai Seng would submit to him from the bottom of his heart. Tai Seng would be a battle blade in his hands, and once he sharpened it, he would definitely become a capable general that could conquer the world. He had to make good use of this person. After dragging the broken body of the lake monster to the side, Tang Zhen commanded everyone to cast the hook again to see if there were any more water monsters in the lake. This time, they waited for nearly 3 hours, but no water monster appeared. It seemed that there was only one water monster in the lake. Since there were no more water monsters in the lake, Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to wait any longer. He ordered his men to collect all the items and gave a few words to the residents in charge of the valley's construction. He asked them to organize people to clean up the aquatic grass by the lake. Once the seaweed that the strange insects lived in was cleaned up, the strange insects in the lake would die because there was no food or place to lay eggs. After the strange insects died, the strange fish in the lake would also die because there was no food source. After the pests in the lake were completely eliminated, Tang Zhen could rest assured and boldly engage in aquatic farming. On the way back to the tower, Qianlong passed a brain pearl that was several times larger than an ordinary one to Tang Zhen. It came from the lake monster. Tang Zhen took it and sized it up with a surprised expression. He then used his hand to gently shake it and felt that it was quite heavy. Looking at this brain that was the size of a baby's fist, Tang Zhen could not help but guess whether its value would be a little higher. He then tried to use his phone to estimate its value. Just as he gave the order, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Mutated level 4 brain, worth 200,000 gold coins. After seeing the notification, Tang Zhen could not help but be stunned. This was the first time he had seen the term, mutated brain pearl. Furthermore, the value of this brain pearl was extremely high. It was actually 20 times that of an ordinary level 4 brain pearl. Tang Zhen's interest was piqued. What kind of mutation did this mutated brain pearl have? Could it be that it had some special use? Otherwise, the phone would not have offered such a high exchange price. It was almost equivalent to 2 level 5 brains. Unfortunately, there was only this simple sentence on the phone. Tang Zhen wanted to know more information but found that it was the same sentence over and over again. Tang Zhen furrowed his brows as he pondered. Was there any way he could figure out the specific information about this mutated brain pearl? Suddenly, he remembered that he had received a universal appraisal card from the Lucky Wheel. He wondered if he could use it to appraise the information on the mutated brain. Tang Zhen immediately took out the card when he thought of this. He did not hesitate to tear it apart. The broken card turned into a 7-colored light and disappeared. At the same time, he heard a voice prompt in his mind, "Please use your left hand to point at the item that needs to be appraised." Tang Zhen followed the instructions and gently pointed at the head in his right hand, waiting for the result of the appraisal. Mutated monster's brain, level 4. It has the power of water attribute and storage function. The conditions for the formation of such a special attribute are extremely harsh, rare, and precious. It can be used as a spell casting tool for holy masters. Tang Zhen looked at the appraisal content that appeared before his eyes and came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the reason this brain pearl was called a mutated brain pearl was because it had the ability to increase and store power compared to ordinary brains. At the same time, it was related to holy masters. As a fake, holy master, he had to keep this mutated brain bead well and not sell it for money, because it might come in handy one day. He had to admit that this lake monster had given him a huge surprise. The more he understood this world, the more Tang Zhen's curiosity and reverence grew. He believed that as the Holy Dragon City's sphere of influence gradually expanded, there would be countless new and exciting things in the future. This was also one of Tang Zhen's interests. Chapter 140, Daily Life and the Delivery of Gold. A peaceful day had begun. When the sun shone on the Holy Dragon Valley, the residents of the Holy Dragon City had begun a new day of busy life. After eating breakfast together, they brought all kinds of tools and rushed to work in groups. Busy figures could be seen everywhere in the valley. Train well, all of you. No one is allowed to play tricks, or I'll kick his ass. An NBSP, Tai Seng was wearing armor and a blade, shouting at his soldiers. He was currently running and training in the valley. Every soldier was fully armed and panting, but none of them fell behind. They were all gritting their teeth and persevering. In a small open space not far away, the members of the team of cultivators were also training. However, compared to the soldiers, their training was more flexible, but the intensity and danger of the training were more than that. Even when they were training, they used real swords and guns, and it was common for them to bleed. As the leader of the cultivator battle team, Qianlong was naturally among the training personnel. He constantly corrected the movements of his team members and gave them guidance based on his experience, looking very serious. Under the thick and tall mother tree was a group of children led by Lisa, each of them looking full of vitality. At this moment, Lisa was ordering the children to sit on the ground, and then quietly closed their eyes, trying to let them communicate with the mother tree. Who? A figure flashed past. It was a little boy who was holding onto a tree vine and was currently wandering back and forth on the 100-meter-tall mother tree. Tang Zhen knew that this was the little boy called Moluo. He was controlling the mother tree's vine and was having a great time. Other than that, there was also Mirong Xian, Da Shang, the little girl, Old Mike, and so on. These Holy Dragon City residents were all busy with their own tasks, and at the same time, their faces were filled with a happy smile. Without the endless harassment from the monsters outside, the Holy Dragon Valley would definitely be a peaceful paradise. Tang Zhen shifted his attention away from the map. He stood up from his chair and stretched his body. At the same time, he put away the Tree Spirit Clan's book on the table and slowly walked to the square outside the Holy Dragon City. A few residents were carrying clothes and shoes with smiles on their faces. This was a benefit given to everyone by the city lord. Every resident was given 2 sets, so the original torn clothes could be thrown away. The 2 women looked at the brand new clothes and shoes and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. These clothes are really beautiful. The city lord is also very capable. I wonder where he got so many good things. We're really lucky. The woman was talkative, and there was no end to her conversation. Fortunately, it did not delay his work, so Tang Zhen ignored her and headed straight to the entrance of the flashing gold race's sanctuary. The 2 soldiers who were guarding the entrance bowed to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded his head. After chatting with the 2 of them for a while, he entered the underground level of the sanctuary alone. The brightly lit underground floor of the fallout shelter was now empty. Everything that could be moved had been cleared out, and it looked like an ideal residence. However, if someone were to move in, they would be doomed. All the wanderers in the wilderness knew that they couldn't stay overnight in a wild building where the foundation stone had not been taken away. Otherwise, they would encounter very strange things. They would either disappear without a trace or suddenly die. It was said that a lucky guy stayed in the wild building for a night and didn't die the next day, but he went completely crazy. For a wanderer in the endless wilderness to encounter such a situation, it was truly a fate worse than death. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen didn't let the residents live here. If he really wanted to live here, he had to wait until he cleaned up the Flashing Gold Tribe's sanctuary and took out the foundation to rebuild the city. Once the shelter was successfully built, Holy Dragon City would have an incomparably huge underground city. At that time, whether it was the accommodation of the residents or the storage of materials, they would no longer have to worry about having no place to use. After walking to the entrance of the second underground floor, Tang Zhen quietly observed for a while before turning around and returning to the surface to make preparations to clean up the second underground floor of the shelter. The first underground floor was an enclosed space with many monsters inside. However, there was not a single monster that could pose a threat to Tang Zhen. Compared to those human-shaped monsters, Tang Zhen was actually more afraid of the golden spiders. They were extremely fast and possessed terrifying poison. One would definitely die if they were bitten. Moreover, their size was small and it was easy to hide. The slightest carelessness would cause casualties. In order to defend against this golden spider, Tang Zhen had specially made a batch of greaves to prevent his legs from being bitten by this golden spider. However, this kind of passive defensive measure made Tang Zhen feel a sense of insecurity. He had another guess in his heart. Since the flashing gold race could make small killing machines like the golden spider, could they also make larger combat machines? If there was really such a large-scale killing machine, how would he deal with it? Also, other than the humanoid monsters and combat machines of the glitter gold race, were there any other types of monsters in the sanctuary? Before they knew it, it was already the afternoon break. The residents came back one after another for lunch. At the same time, they saw the pile of clothes and shoes that had piled up like a small mountain. Everyone's face revealed a curious expression. "Hey, what's going on here? Where did you get so many new clothes?" A resident asked the person next to him in a low voice, but the person was also confused. He scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure, it can't be that they're going to share it with us, right? I think it's about the same. Tisk, tisk, so many new clothes at one time, how many brains are they worth? Stop guessing, look, they're already starting to distribute. Each of them has 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes. Finally, they don't have to wear pants that show their butts." The residents at the back of the line were discussing animatedly, while the residents in front who had already been given clothes were full of joy. A few of them even changed their clothes on the spot and touched them up and down with a happy expression on their faces. After the clothes were distributed, the residents began to eat. Tang Zhen looked at the map for a while and then brought a batch of gold back to his original world. Peter happened to be guarding the warehouse. When he saw Tang Zhen appear, he immediately greeted him and asked what Tang Zhen needed. This time, Tang Zhen had brought a total of 20 tons of gold. It was a huge fortune worth billions. It was far from something that Peter could handle. Therefore, without Tang Zhen's request, Peter called Ivanov and informed him of this matter. After hearing that Tang Zhen had brought a large amount of gold, Ivanov rushed over under the protection of the high priest. Tang Zhen hadn't eaten yet, so he asked Peter to get some food and wine. The two of them chatted while eating. Ivanov, who was on his way, was in a life-and-death crisis. Ever since the first believer joined eternal heaven, Ivanov's life had become more and more glorious. Now, there were already 5 people who had undergone the rebirth ceremony, and all of them were rather powerful figures. With the support of these believers, Ivanov's power grew stronger and stronger. Now, he had a faint trend of becoming the head of the region. It was also because of this that he had been listed as the #1 assassination list of some forces. As a cunning fox, Ivanov had already sensed the murderous intent from the darkness, so he had been particularly careful when he went out recently, for fear of falling into someone's trap. Although Tang Zhen had already told him that even if his body was shattered, as long as the pearl in his head was still there, Tang Zhen would have a way to resurrect him. However, Ivanov did not dare to take the risk. At the moment, there were a total of 20 bodyguards in his convoy, and Parker the senior guard was protecting him closely, which made Ivanov feel a little more at ease. No matter how careful Ivanov was, the accident still happened. As they passed through a busy road, a cargo van suddenly blocked the way of the convoy, forcing the entire convoy to stop. The experienced bodyguards immediately became alert and loaded their bullets. At the same time, they informed Ivanov to stay in the bulletproof car. If the situation became dangerous, they had to retreat immediately. As soon as the call ended, the truck was suddenly kicked away. A strong man holding a heavy machine gun, hiding behind a steel plate, began to shoot wildly with a grin on his face. Under the dense barrage of bullets, several bodyguards were shot to death on the spot. Quote,